Part 3. Chapter 19. Thomas Robert Malthus. The writings of Malthus which have to be considered here are as follows. 1. The Measure of Value Stated and Illustrated, published in London in 1823. 2. Definitions in Political Economy, published in London in 1827, as well as the same work published by John Cazenove in London in 1853, with Cazenove's notes and supplementary remarks. 3. Principles of Political Economy, second edition, published in London in 1836. 4. Also to be taken into consideration, the following work by a Malthusian, i.e., a Malthusian in contrast to the Ricardians, Outlines of Political Economy, published in London in 1832. Section 1. Malthus's confusion of the categories commodity and capital. In his Observations on the Effects of the Corn Laws, published in 1814, Malthus still says the following about Adam Smith. Quote, Adam Smith was evidently led into this train of argument from his habit of considering labor, that is, the value of labor, as the standard measure of value, and corn as the measure of labor, and that neither labor nor any other commodity can be an accurate measure of real value in exchange, is now considered as one of the most incontrovertible doctrines of political economy, and indeed follows from the very definition of value in exchange. But in his Principles of Political Economy, 1820, Malthus borrows this standard measure of value from Smith to use it against Ricardo, though Smith himself never used it when he was really analyzing his subject matter. Malthus himself, in his book on the Corn Laws already referred to, adopted Smith's other definition concerning the determination of value by the quantity of capital, accumulated labor, and immediate labor necessary for the production of an article. One cannot fail to recognize that both Malthus's principles and the other two works mentioned, which were intended to amplify certain aspects of the principles, were largely inspired by envy at the success of Ricardo's book, and were an attempt by Malthus to regain the leading position which he had attained by skillful plagiarism before Ricardo's book appeared. In addition, Ricardo's definition of value, though somewhat abstract in its presentation, was directed against the interests of the landlords and their retainers, which Malthus represented even more directly than those of the industrial bourgeoisie. At the same time, it cannot be denied that Malthus presented a certain theoretical speculative interest. Nevertheless, his opposition to Ricardo, and the form this opposition assumed, was possible only because Ricardo had got entangled in all kinds of inconsistencies. The points of departure for Malthus's attack are, on the one hand, the origin of surplus value, and on the other, the way in which Ricardo conceives the equalization of cost prices in different spheres of the employment of capital, as a modification of the law of value itself, as well as his continual confusion of profit with surplus value, the direct identification of one with the other. Malthus does not unravel these contradictions, and quid pro quos, but accepts them from Ricardo in order to be able to overthrow the Ricardian law of value, etc., by using this confusion and to draw conclusions acceptable to his protectors. The real contribution made by Malthus in his three books is that he places the main emphasis on the unequal exchange between capital and wage labor, whereas Ricardo does not actually explain how the exchange of commodities, according to the law of value, according to the labor time embodied in the commodities, gives rise to the unequal exchange between capital and living labor, between a definite amount of accumulated labor and a definite amount of immediate labor, and therefore in fact leaves the origin of surplus value obscure, since he makes capital exchange immediately for labor, and not for labor power. Cazenove, one of the few later disciples of Malthus, realizes this, and says in his preface to Definitions, etc. mentioned above, interchange of commodities and distribution, wages, rent, and profit, must be kept distinct from each other. The laws of distribution are not altogether dependent upon those relating to interchange. Here, this can only mean that the relation of wages to profit, the exchange of capital and wage labor, of accumulated labor and immediate labor, do not directly coincide with the law of the interchange of commodities. If one considers the utilization of money or commodities as capital, that is, not their value but their capitalist utilization, it is clear that surplus value is nothing but the surplus of labor, the unpaid labor, which is commanded by capital, i.e. which the commodity or money commands over and above the quantity of labor it itself contains. In addition to the quantity of labor it itself contains, equal to the sum of labor contained in the elements of production of which it is made up, plus the immediate labor which is added to them, it buys a surplus of labor which it itself does not embody. This surplus constitutes the surplus value. Its size determines the rate of expansion of capital. and this surplus quantity of living labor for which it is exchanged is the source of profit. Profit, or rather surplus value, does not result from the exchange of an amount of materialized labor for an equivalent amount of living labor, but from the portion of living labor which is appropriated in this exchange without an equivalent payment in return. That is, from unpaid labor, which capital appropriates in this pseudo-exchange. If one disregards how this process is mediated, and Malthus is all the more justified in disregarding it as the intermediate link is not mentioned by Ricardo, if one considers only the factual content and the result of this process, then production of surplus value, profit, transformation of money or commodities into capital arises not from the fact that commodities are exchanged according to the law of value, namely in proportion to the amount of labor time which they cost, but rather conversely from the fact that commodities or money, i.e. materialized labor, are exchanged for more living labor than is embodied or worked up in them. Malthus's sole contribution in the books mentioned is the emphasis he places on this point, which emerges all the less sharply in Ricardo, as Ricardo always presupposes the finished product which is divided between the capitalist and the worker, without considering exchange, the intermediate process which leads to this division. However, this contribution is cancelled out by the fact that he confuses the utilization of money, or the commodity, as capital, and hence its value in the specific function of capital, with the value of the commodity as such. Consequently, he falls back in his exposition, as we shall see, on the fatuous conceptions of the monetary system, on profit upon expropriation, and gets completely entangled in the most hopeless confusion. Thus Malthus, instead of advancing beyond Ricardo, seeks to drag political economy back to where it was before Ricardo, even to where it was before Adam Smith and the physiocrats. Quote, "In the same country, and at the same time, the exchangeable value of those commodities, which can be resolved into labor and profits alone, would be accurately measured by the quantity of labor which would result from adding to the accumulated and immediate labor actually worked up in them the varying amount of the profits on all the advances estimated in labor. But this must necessarily be the same as the quantity of labor which they will command. The labor which a commodity would command is a standard measure of value. I had nowhere seen it stated, that is, before his own book The Measure of Value appeared, that the ordinary quantity of labor which a commodity will command must represent and measure the quantity of labor worked up in it, with the addition of profits. Mr. Malthus wants to include profit directly in the definition of value, so that it follows immediately from this definition, which is not the case with Ricardo. This shows that he felt where the difficulty lay. Besides, it is particularly absurd that he declares the value of the commodity and its realization as capital to be identical. When commodities or money, in brief materialized labor, are exchanged as capital against living labor, they are always exchanged against a greater quantity of labor than they contain. And if one compares the commodity before this exchange, on the one hand, with the product resulting from this exchange with living labor on the other, one finds that the commodity has been exchanged for its own equivalent plus a surplus over and above its own value, the surplus value. But it is therefore absurd to say that the value of a commodity is equal to its value plus a surplus over and above this value. If the commodity, as a commodity, is exchanged for other commodities and not as capital against living labor, then insofar as it is exchanged for an equivalent, it is exchanged for the same quantity of materialized labor as is embodied in it. The only notable thing is therefore that according to Malthus, the profit exists already in the value of the commodity, and that it is clear to him that the commodity always commands more labor than it embodies. It is precisely because the labor which a commodity will ordinarily command measures the labor actually worked up in it with the addition of profits that it is justifiable to consider it, that is labor, as a measure of value. If then the ordinary value of a commodity be considered as determined by the natural and necessary conditions of its supply, it is certain that the labor which it will ordinarily command is alone the measure of these conditions. Elementary costs of production, an expression exactly equivalent to the conditions of the supply. Measure of the conditions of the supply, the quantity of labor for which the commodity will exchange, when it is in its natural and ordinary state. The quantity of labor which a commodity commands represents exactly the quantity of labor worked up in it with the profits upon the advances, and does therefore really represent and measure those natural and necessary conditions of the supply, those elementary costs of production which determine value. The demand for a commodity, though not proportioned to the quantity of any other commodity which the purchaser is willing and able to give for it, is really proportioned to the quantity of labor which he will give for it. And for this reason, the quantity of labor which a commodity will ordinarily command represents exactly the effectual demand for it, because it represents exactly that quantity of labor and profits united necessary to effect its supply, while the actual quantity of labor which a commodity will command when it differs from the ordinary quantity represents the excess or defect of demand arising from temporary causes. Malthus is right in this also. The conditions of supply, i.e. of the production, or rather the reproduction of a commodity on the basis of capitalist production, are that it or its value, the money into which it is transformed, is exchanged in the process of its production or reproduction for more labor than is embodied in it, for it is only produced in order to realize a profit. For example, a cotton manufacturer sells his calico. The condition for the supply of new calico is that he exchanges the money, the exchange value of the calico, for more labor in the process of the reproduction of the calico than was embodied in it, or than is represented by the money. For the cotton manufacturer produces calico as a capitalist. What he wants to produce is not calico, but profit. The production of calico is only a means for the production of profit. But what follows from this? The calico he produces contains more labor time, more labor than was contained in the calico advanced. This surplus labor time, this surplus value, is also represented by a surplus product, i.e. more calico than was exchanged for labor. Therefore, one part of the product does not replace the calico exchange for labor, but constitutes surplus product, which belongs to the manufacturer. Or if we consider the whole product, each yard of calico contains an aliquot part, or its value contains an aliquot part, for which no equivalent is paid. This represents unpaid labor. If the manufacturer sells a yard of calico at its value, that is, if he exchanges it for money or for commodities which contain an equal amount of labor time, he realizes a sum of money or receives a quantity of commodities which cost him nothing. For he sells the calico not for the labor time which he has paid, but for the labor time embodied in the calico, and he did not pay for part of this labor time. He receives, for example, labor time equal to 12 shillings, but he only paid 8 shillings of this amount. When he sells it at its value, he sells it for 12 shillings, and thus gains 4 shillings. Section 2. Malthus's vulgarized view of surplus value. As far as the buyer is concerned, the assumption is that under all circumstances he pays nothing but the value of the calico. This means that he gives a sum of money which contains as much labor time as there is in the calico. 3 cases are possible. The buyer is a capitalist. The money, i.e. the value of the commodity with which he pays, also contains a portion of unpaid labor. Thus, if one person sells unpaid labor, the other person buys with unpaid labor. Both realize unpaid labor, one as seller, the other as buyer. Or the buyer is an independent producer. In this case, he receives equivalent for equivalent. Whether the labor which the seller sells him in the shape of commodities is paid for or not does not concern him. He receives as much materialized labor as he gives. Or finally, he is a wage worker. In this case also, like every other buyer, provided the commodities are sold at their value, he receives an equivalent for his money in the shape of commodities. He receives as much materialized labor in commodities as he gives in money. But for the money which constitutes his wages, he is given more labor than is embodied in the money. He has replaced the labor contained in it along with the surplus labor which he gives gratis. He paid for the money above its value, and therefore also pays for the equivalent of the money, the calico, etc., above its value. The cost for him as purchaser is thus greater than it is for the seller of any commodity, although he receives an equivalent of the money in the commodity. But in the money, he did not receive an equivalent for his labor. On the contrary, he gave more than the equivalent in labor. Thus, the worker is the only one who pays for all commodities above their value, even when he buys them at their value, because he buys money, the universal equivalent, above its value for labor. In fact, the capitalist who sells the commodity produced by the worker back to him realizes a profit on this sale, but only the same profit as he realizes on every other buyer. His profit, as far as this worker is concerned, arises not from his having sold the worker the commodity above its value, but from his having previously bought it from the worker, as a matter of fact, in the production process, below its value. Now, Mr. Malthus, who transformed the utilization of commodities as capital into the value of commodities, quite consistently transforms all buyers into wage workers. In other words, he makes them all exchange with the capitalist not commodities, but immediate labor, and makes them all give back to the capitalist more labor than the commodities contain, while conversely, the capitalist's profit results from selling all the labor contained in the commodities when he is paid for only a portion of the labor contained in them. Therefore, whereas the difficulty with Ricardo arises from the fact that the law of commodity exchange does not directly explain the exchange between capital and wage labor, but rather seems to contradict it, Malthus solves the difficulty by transforming the purchase or exchange of commodities into an exchange between capital and wage labor. What Malthus does not understand is the difference between the total sum of labor contained in a particular commodity and the sum of paid labor which is contained in it. It is precisely this difference which constitutes the source of profit. Further, Malthus inevitably arrives at the point of deriving profit from the fact that the seller sells his commodity not only above the amount it costs him, and the capitalist does this, but above what it costs. He thus reverts to the vulgarized conception of profit upon expropriation, and derives surplus value from the fact that the seller sells the commodity above its value, i.e. for more labor time than is contained in it. What he thus gains as a seller of a commodity, he loses as a buyer of another, and it is absolutely impossible to discover what profit is to be made in reality from such a general nominal price increase. It is in particular difficult to understand how society as a whole can enrich itself in this way, how a real surplus value or surplus product can thus arise. An absurd, stupid idea. Relying on some propositions of Adam Smith, who, as we have seen, naively expresses all sorts of contradictory elements and thus becomes the source, the starting point, of diametrically opposed conceptions, Mr. Malthus attempts in a confused way, though on the basis of a correct surmise and of the realization of the existence of an unsolved difficulty, to counterpose a new theory to that of Ricardo, and thus to maintain a front-rank position. The transition from this attempt to the nonsensical, vulgarized conceptions proceeds in the following way. If we consider the utilization of a commodity as capital, that is, in its exchange for living productive labor, we see that it commands, besides the labor time it itself contains, i.e. besides the equivalent reproduced by the worker, surplus labor time, which is the source of profit. Now, if we transfer this utilization of the commodity to its value, then each purchaser of a commodity must act as if he were a worker. That is, in buying it, besides the quantity of labor contained in the commodity, he must give for it a surplus quantity of labor. But since other purchasers, apart from the workers, are not related to commodities as workers, even when the worker appears as a mere purchaser, the old original difference persists indirectly as we have seen, it must be assumed that although they do not directly give more labor than is contained in the commodities, they give a value which contains more labor, and this amounts to the same thing. It is by no means of this quantity of surplus labor, or what amounts to the same thing, the value of more labor, that the transition is made. In fact, it comes to this. The value of a commodity consists of the value paid for it by the purchaser, and this value is equal to the equivalent, the value, of the commodity, plus a surplus over and above this value, surplus value. Thus we have the vulgarized view that profit consists in a commodity being sold more dearly than it was bought. The purchaser buys it for more labor, or for more materialized labor, than it costs the seller. But if the purchaser is himself a capitalist, a seller of commodities, and his money, his means of purchase, represents only goods which have been sold, then it follows that both have sold their goods too dearly, and are consequently swindling each other. Moreover, they are swindling each other to the same extent, provided they both merely secure the average rate of profit. Where are the buyers to come from who will pay the capitalist the quantity of labor equal to that contained in his commodity plus his profit? For example, the commodity costs the seller 10 shillings. He sells it for 12 shillings. He thus commands labor not to the value of 10 shillings only, but 2 shillings more. But the buyer also sells his commodity, which costs 10 shillings, for 12, so that each loses as a buyer what he gained as a seller. The only exception is the working class, for since the price of the product is increased beyond its cost, they can only buy back a part of that product, and thus another part of the product, or the price of another part of the product, constitutes profit for the capitalist. But as profit arises precisely from the fact that the workers can only buy back part of their product, the capitalist, or the capitalist class, can never realize his profit as a result of demand from the workers. He cannot realize it by exchanging the whole product against the worker's wage, but rather by exchanging the whole of the worker's wage against only a part of the product. Additional demand and additional buyers apart from the workers themselves are therefore necessary. Otherwise, there could not be any profit. Where do they come from? If they themselves are capitalists, or sellers, then the mutual swindling within the capitalist class mentioned earlier occurs, since they mutually raise the nominal prices of their commodities, and each gains as a seller what he loses as a buyer. What is required, therefore, are buyers who are not sellers, so that the capitalist can realize his profit and sell his commodities, quote-unquote, at their value. Hence the necessity for landlords, pensioners, sinecures, priests, etc., not to forget their menial servants and retainers. How these purchasers come into possession of their means of purchase, how they must first take part of the product from the capitalists without giving any equivalent in order to buy back less than an equivalent with the means thus obtained, Mr. Malthus does not explain. At any rate, what follows from this is his plea for the greatest possible increase in the unproductive classes, in order that the sellers may find a market, a demand for the goods they supply. And so it turns out further that the author of the pamphlet on population preaches continuous overconsumption, and the maximum possible appropriation of the annual product by idlers as a condition of production. In addition to the plea arising inevitably out of this theory, comes the argument that capital represents the drive for abstract wealth, the drive to expand its value, which can only be put into effect by means of a class of buyers representing the drive to spend, to consume, to squander, namely the unproductive classes, who are buyers without being sellers. Section 3. The row between the supporters of Malthus and Ricardo in the 20s of the 19th century. Common features in their attitude to the working class. There developed on this basis a fine old row between the Malthusians and the Ricardians in the 20s. From 1820 to 1830 was in general the great metaphysical period in English political economy. Like the Malthusians, the Ricardians deem it necessary that the worker should not himself appropriate his product, but that part of it should go to the capitalist, in order that the worker should have an incentive for production, and that the development of wealth should thus be ensured. But they rage against the view of the Malthusians that landlords, state and church sinecurists, and a whole lot of idle retainers must first lay hold, without any equivalent, of a part of the capitalist product, just as the capitalist does in respect to the workers, therewith to buy their own goods from the capitalist with a profit for the latter, although this is exactly what the Ricardians affirm with regard to the workers. In order that accumulation may increase, and with it the demand for labor, the worker must relinquish as much of his product as possible gratis to the capitalist, so that the latter can transform the net revenue, which has been increased in this way, back again into capital. The same sort of argument is used by the Malthusians. As much as possible should be taken away gratis from the industrial capitalists in the form of rent, taxes, etc., to enable them to sell what remains to their involuntary shareholders at a profit. The worker must not be allowed to appropriate his own product, otherwise he would lose the incentive to work, say the Ricardians along with the Malthusians. The industrial capitalist, the Malthusians say, must relinquish a portion of his product to the classes which only consume, quote-unquote, those born to consume the fruits, in order that these in turn may exchange it again, on unfavorable terms, with the capitalist. Otherwise, the capitalist would lose the incentive for production, which consists precisely in the fact that he makes a big profit, that he sells his goods far above the value. We shall return to this comic struggle later. Section 4. Malthus's one-sided interpretation of Smith's theory of value. His use of Smith's mistaken theses in his polemic against Ricardo. First of all, some evidence showing that Malthus arrives at a very common conception. Whatever may be the number of intermediate acts of barter which may take place in regard to commodities, whether the producers send them to China or sell them in the place where they are produced, the question as to an adequate market for them depends exclusively upon whether the producers can replace their capitals with ordinary profits, so as to enable them successfully to go on with their business. But what are their capitals? They are, as Adam Smith states, the tools to work with, the materials to work upon, and the means of commanding the necessary quantity of labor. And this, he affirms, is all the labor worked up in the commodity. Profit is a surplus over and above the labor expended in the production of the commodity. In fact, therefore, a nominal surcharge over and above the cost of a commodity. And in order that there may remain no doubt about his meaning, he quotes Colonel Torrens on the production of wealth, chapter 6, approvingly as confirming his own views. Quote, effectual demand consists in the power and inclination on the part of consumers. The antithesis of buyers and sellers becomes that of consumers and producers, to give for commodities, either by immediate or circuitous barter, some greater proportion of all ingredients of capital than their production costs. And Mr. Cazenove himself, the publisher of, apologist for, and commentator on the Malthusian definition, says, quote, profit, does not depend on the proportion in which commodities are exchanged with each other. For if commodity exchange between capitalists alone were taken into account, the Malthusian theory, insofar as it does not speak of exchange with workers who have no other commodity apart from their labor to exchange with the capitalist, would appear nonsensical, since profit would merely be a reciprocal surcharge, a nominal surcharge on the prices of their commodities. Commodity exchange must therefore be disregarded, and people who produce no commodities must exchange money. Seeing that the same proportion may be maintained under every variety of profit, but upon the proportion which goes to wages, or is required to cover the prime cost, and which is in all cases determined by the degree in which the sacrifice made by the purchaser, or the labor's worth which he gives, in order to acquire a commodity, exceeds that made by the producer in order to bring it to market. In order to achieve these wonderful results, Malthus has to make some very great theoretical preparations. First of all, seizing on that side of Adam Smith's theory, according to which the value of a commodity is equal to the quantity of labor which it commands, or by which it is commanded, or against which it exchanges. He must cast aside all the objections raised by Adam Smith himself, or by his followers, and also by Malthus, to the effect that the value of a commodity, value in general, can be the measure of value. The measure of value stated and illustrated, published in London in 1823, is a real example of feeble-minded thought, which winds its way in a casuistical and self-stupefying manner through its own inner confusion, and whose difficult, clumsy style leaves the unprejudiced and incompetent reader with the impression that the difficulty of making sense out of the confusion does not lie in the contradiction between confusion and clarity, but in a lack of understanding on the part of the reader. Malthus has, first of all, to obliterate Ricardo's differentiation between value of labor and quantity of labor, and to reduce Smith's juxtaposition of the two to one false aspect. Any given quantity of labor must be of the same value as the wages which command it, or for which it actually exchanges. The purpose of this phrase is to equate the expressions quantity of labor and value of labor. This phrase itself is a mere tautology, an absurd truism. Since wages, or that for which it, i.e. a quantity of labor, exchanges, constitute the value of this quantity of labor, it is tautologous to say the value of a certain quantity of labor is equal to the wages, or to the amount of money or commodities for which this labor exchanges. In other words, this means nothing more than the exchange value of a definite quantity of labor is equal to its exchange value, otherwise called wages. But apart from the fact that it is not labor, but labor power, which exchanges directly for wages, it is this confusion that makes the nonsense possible. It by no means follows from this that a definite quantity of labor is equal to the quantity of labor embodied in the wages, or in the money or the goods which represent the wages. If a laborer works for 12 hours and receives the product of 6 hours labor as wages, then the product of the 6 hours constitute the value of 12 hours labor, because the wages represent the exchangeable commodity for 12 hours labor. It does not follow from this that 6 hours of labor are equal to 12 hours, or that the commodities in which 6 hours of labor are embodied are equal to the commodities in which 12 hours of labor are embodied. It does not follow that the value of wages is equal to the value of the product in which the labor is embodied. It follows only that the value of labor, because it is measured by the value of labor power, not by the labor carried out, the value of a given quantity of labor contains less labor than it buys. That consequently, the value of the commodities in which this purchased labor is embodied is very different from the value of the commodities with which this given quantity of labor was purchased, or by which it was commanded. Mr. Malthus draws the opposite conclusion. Since the value of a given quantity of labor is equal to its value, it follows, according to him, that the value in which this quantity of labor is embodied is equal to the value of the wages. It follows further from this that the immediate labor, that is disregarding the means of production, which is absorbed by and contained in a commodity, creates no greater value than that which is paid for it, that it only reproduces the value of the wages. The necessary consequence ensuing from this is that profit cannot be explained if the value of commodities is determined by the amount of labor embodied in them, but must rather be explained in some other way, provided the profit a commodity realizes is to be included in the value of that commodity. For the labor worked up in a commodity consists firstly of the labor contained in machinery etc. used, which consequently reappears in the value of the product, secondly of the labor contained in the raw material used up. The amount of labor contained in these two elements before the new commodity is produced is obviously not increased merely because they become production elements of a new commodity. There remains, therefore, number 3, the labor embodied in the wages which is exchanged for living labor. However, according to Malthus, this latter is not greater than the materialized labor against which it is exchanged. Hence, a commodity contains no portion of unpaid labor, but only labor which replaces an equivalent. Hence it follows that if the value of a commodity were determined by the amount of labor embodied in it, it would yield no profit. If it does yield a profit, then this profit is a surplus in the price over and above the labor embodied in the commodity. Therefore, in order to be sold at its value, which includes the profit, a commodity must command a quantity of labor equal to the quantity of labor worked up in itself, plus a surplus of labor representing the profit realized in the sale of the commodity. Section 5. Smith's thesis of the invariable value of labor as interpreted by Malthus. Moreover, in order to make labor, not the quantity of labor required for production, but labor as a commodity, serve as a measure of value, Malthus asserts the constant value of labor. There is nothing original in this. It is a mere paraphrase and further elaboration of a passage of Adam Smith's. Quote from Adam Smith, "Equal quantities of labor, at all times and places, may be said to be of equal value to the laborer. In his ordinary state of health, strength, and spirits, in the ordinary degree of his skill and dexterity, he must always lay down the same portion of his ease, his liberty, and his happiness. The price which he pays must always be the same, whatever may be the quantity of goods which he receives in return for it. Of these, indeed, it may sometimes purchase a greater and sometimes a smaller quantity, but it is their value which varies, not that of the labor which purchases them. At all times and places, that is dear which is difficult to come at, or which it costs more labor to acquire, and that cheap which is to be had easily, or with very little labor. Labor alone, therefore, never varying in its own value, is alone the ultimate and real standard by which the value of all commodities can at all times and places be estimated and compared." End quote from The Wealth of Nations. Further, Malthus's discovery, of which he is very proud and which he claims he was the first to make, namely, that value is equal to the quantity of labor embodied in a commodity plus a quantity of labor which represents the profit, this discovery seems likewise to be quite simply a combination of two sentences from Smith. Malthus never escapes plagiarism. Quote, "The real value of all the different component parts of price, it must be observed, is measured by the quantity of labor which they can, each of them, purchase or command. Labor measures the value not only of that part of the price which resolves itself into labor, but of that which resolves itself into rent, and of that which resolves itself into profit." End quote from The Wealth of Nations. Malthus writes in this context, "In the former case of the demand for labor, it appeared that the greater earnings of the laborer were occasioned not by a rise in the value of labor, but by a fall in the value of the produce for which the labor was exchanged. And in the case of an abundance of labor, the small earnings of the laborer were occasioned by a rise in the value of the produce, and not by a fall in the value of labor." Bailey ridicules most excellently Malthus's proof that the value of labor is constant, Malthus's further demonstration, not that of Smith, and in general the sentence about the invariable value of labor. Quote, "In the same way, any article might be proved to be of invariable value, for instance 10 yards of cloth. For whether we gave 5 pounds or 10 pounds for the 10 yards, the sum given would always be equal in value to the cloth for which it was paid, or in other words, of invariable value in relation to the cloth. But that which is given for a thing of invariable value must itself be invariable, whence the 10 yards of cloth must be of invariable value. It is just the same kind of futility to call wages invariable in value, because though variable in quantity, they command the same portion of labor, as to call the sum given for a hat of invariable value, because although sometimes more and sometimes less, it always purchases the hat." End quote from Samuel Bailey, A Critical Dissertation on the Nature, Measures, and Causes of Value, published in London in 1825. In the same work, Bailey bitingly derides the insipid, impressive-sounding tables with which Malthus illustrates his measure of value. In his Definitions in Political Economy, published in London in 1827, in which Malthus gives full vent to his annoyance over Bailey's sarcasm, he seeks, among other things, to prove the invariable value of labor as follows. "There is one large class of commodities, such as raw products, which in the progress of society tends to rise as compared with labor, such as manufactured articles fall. It may not be far from the truth to say that the average mass of commodities which a given quantity of labor will command in the same country during the course of some centuries may not very essentially vary." Malthus's proof that a rise in the money price of labor must lead to an all-round rise in the money price of commodities is of just the same quality as his proof of the invariable value of labor. If the money wages of labor universally rise, the value of money proportionally falls, and when the value of money falls, the prices of goods always rise. It has to be proved that when the value of money compared with labor falls, then the value of all commodities compared with money rises, or that the value of money, not estimated in labor, but in the other commodities, falls. And Malthus proves this by presupposing it. Section 6. Malthus's use of the Ricardian theses of the modification of the law of value in his struggle against the labor theory of value. Malthus bases his polemic against Ricardo's definition of value entirely on the principles advanced by Ricardo himself, to the effect that variations in the exchangeable values of commodities, independent of the labor worked up in them, are produced by the different composition of capital as resulting from the process of circulation, different proportions of circulating and fixed capital, different degrees of durability in the fixed capitals employed, different returns of circulating capitals. In short, on Ricardo's confusing cost price with value, and regarding the equalization of cost prices, which are independent of the mass of labor employed in the particular spheres of production, as modifications of value itself, thereby throwing the whole principle overboard. Malthus seizes on these contradictions in the determination of value by labor time, contradictions that were first discovered and emphasized by Ricardo himself, not in order to solve them, but in order to relapse into quite meaningless conceptions, and to pass off the mere formulation of contradictory phenomena, their expression in speech, as their solution. We shall see the same method employed during the decline of the Ricardian school, i.e. by James Mill and McCulloch, who, in order to reason the contradictory phenomena out of existence, seek to bring them into direct conformity with the general law by gabble, by scholastic and absurd definitions and distinctions, with the result, by the way, that the foundation itself vanishes. The passages in which Malthus uses the material provided by Ricardo against the law of value and turns it against him are the following. It is observed by Adam Smith that corn is an annual crop, butcher's meat a crop which requires 4 or 5 years to grow, and consequently, if we prepare 2 quantities of corn and beef which are of equal exchangeable value, it is certain that a difference of 3 or 4 additional years' profit at 15% upon the capital employed in the production of beef would, exclusively of any other considerations, make up in value for a much smaller quantity of labor. And thus we might have 2 commodities of the same exchangeable value, while the accumulated and immediate labor of the one was 40 or 50% less than that of the other. This is an event of daily occurrence in reference to a vast mass of the most important commodities in the country, and if profits were to fall from 15% to 8%, the value of beef compared with corn would fall above 20%. Since capital consists of commodities, and a large proportion of the commodities which enter into it, or constitute it, have a price, or exchange value in the ordinary sense, which consists neither of accumulated nor of immediate labor, but, insofar as we are discussing only this particular commodity, of a purely nominal increase in the value caused by the addition of the average profit, Malthus says, labor is not the only element worked up in capital. What are the costs of production? The quantity of labor in kind required to be worked up in the commodity and in the tools and materials consumed in its production, with such an additional quantity as is equivalent to the ordinary profits upon the advances for the time that they have been advanced. On the same grounds, Mr. Mill is quite incorrect in calling capital hoarded labor. It may perhaps be called hoarded labor and profits, but certainly not hoarded labor alone, unless we determine to call profits labor. To say that the values of commodities are regulated or determined by the quantity of labor and capital necessary to produce them is essentially false. To say that they are regulated by the quantity of labor and profits necessary to produce them is essentially true. In this connection, Cazenove adds a note on page 130. The expression labor and profits is liable to this objection, that the two are not correlative terms, labor being an agent and profits a result, the one a cause, the other a consequence. On this account, Mr. Senior has substituted for it the expression labor and abstinence. It must be acknowledged indeed that it is not the abstinence but the use of capital productively which is the cause of profits. According to Senior, he who converts his revenue into capital abstains from the enjoyment which its expenditure would afford him. Marvelous explanation. The value of the commodity consists of the labor contained in it plus profit, i.e. of the labor contained in it and the labor not contained in it, but which must be paid for. Malthus continues his polemic against Ricardo. Ricardo's proposition that as the value of wages rises, profits proportionately fall cannot be true, except on the assumption that commodities, which have the same quantity of labor worked up in them, are always of the same value, an assumption which probably will not be found to be true in one case out of 500, and from that necessary state of things, which, in the progress of civilization and improvement, tends continually to increase the quantity of fixed capital employed and to render more various and unequal the times of the returns of circulating capital. The same point is made on pages 53 to 54 in Cazenove's edition, where Malthus actually says, "That natural state of things falsifies Ricardo's measure of value. Mr. Ricardo himself admits of considerable exceptions to his rule, but if we examine the classes which come under his exceptions, that is, where the quantities of fixed capital employed are different and of different degrees of duration, and where the periods of the returns of the circulating capital employed are not the same, we shall find that they are so numerous that the rule may be considered as the exception, and the exceptions the rule." Section 7. Malthus's vulgarized definition of value, his view of profit as something added to the price, his polemic against Ricardo's conception of the relative wages of labor. In accordance with what has been said above, Malthus also declared value to be, quote, "the estimation in which a commodity is held, founded upon its cost to the purchaser, or the sacrifice which he must make in order to acquire it, which sacrifice is measured by the quantity of labor that he gives in exchange for it, or what comes to the same thing by the labor which it will command." Cazenove also emphasizes as a difference between Malthus and Ricardo. Mr. Ricardo has, with Adam Smith, adopted labor as the true standard of cost, but he has applied it to producing cost only. It is equally applicable as a measure of the cost to the purchaser. In other words, the value of a commodity is equal to the sum of money which the purchaser must pay, and this sum is best estimated in terms of the amount of ordinary labor which can be bought with it. But what determines the sum of money is naturally not explained. It is quite the ordinary idea of the matter that is prevalent in everyday life, a mere triviality expressed in high-flown language. In other words, it means nothing more than that cost, price, and value are identical, a confusion which in the case of Adam Smith, and still more in the case of Ricardo, contradicts their real analysis, but which Malthus elevates into a law. It is the conception of value held by this Philistine who, being a captive of competition, only knows the outward appearance of value. What then determines the cost price? The capital outlay plus profit. And what determines profit? Where do the funds for the profits come from? Where does the surplus product in which the surplus value manifests itself come from? If it is simply a matter of a nominal increase of the money price, then nothing is easier than to increase the value of commodities. And what determines the value of the capital outlay? The value of the labor contained in it, says Malthus. And what determines this? The value of the commodities on which the wages are spent. And the value of these commodities? The value of the labor plus profit. And so we keep going round and round in the circle. Granting that the worker is in fact paid the value of his labor, that is, that the commodities or sum of money which constitute his wages are equal to the value of the commodities or sum of money in which his labor is realized, so that if he receives 100 thaler in wages, he also adds only 100 thaler of value to the raw material, etc., in short to the capital outlay, then profit can only arise from a surcharge added by the seller over and above the real value of the commodity. All sellers do this. Thus, insofar as capitalists engage in exchange amongst themselves, nobody gains from this surcharge, and least of all is a surplus fund thus produced from which they can draw their revenue. Only the capitalist whose commodities are consumed by the working class will make a real and not an imaginary profit, by selling commodities back again to the workers at a higher price than they paid the workers for them. The commodities for which they paid the workers 100 thaler will be sold back again to them for 110 thaler. That means that they will only sell 10/11ths of the product back to the workers and retain 1/11th for themselves. But what else does that mean but that the worker, who for example works for 11 hours, gets paid for only 10 hours, that he is given the product of only 10 hours, while the capitalist receives 1 hour or the product of 1 hour without giving any equivalent? And what does it mean but that profit, as far as the working class is concerned, is made by their working for the capitalists for nothing part of the time? That therefore the quantity of labor does not come to the same as the value of labor. The other capitalists, however, would only be making an imaginary profit, since they would not have this expedient. How little Malthus understood Ricardo's first propositions, how completely he failed to comprehend that a profit is possible in other ways than by means of a surcharge, is shown conclusively by the following passage. allowing that the first commodities, if completed and brought into use immediately, might be the result of pure labor, and that their value would therefore be determined by the quantity of that labor, yet it is quite impossible that such commodities should be employed as capital to assist in the production of other commodities without the capitalist being deprived of the use of his advances for a certain period, and requiring a remuneration in the shape of profits. In the early periods of society, on account of the comparative scarcity of these advances of labor, this remuneration would be high, and would affect the value of such commodities to a considerable degree, owing to the high rate of profits. In the more advanced stages of society, the value of capital and commodities is largely affected by profits on account of the greatly increased quantity of fixed capital employed, and the greater length of time for which much of the circulating capital is advanced before the capitalist is repaid by the returns. In both cases, the rate at which commodities exchange with each other is essentially affected by the varying amount of profits. The concept of relative wages is one of Ricardo's greatest contributions. It consists in this, that the value of the wages, and consequently of the profit, depends absolutely on the proportion of that part of the working day during which the worker works for himself, producing or reproducing his wage, to that part of his time which belongs to the capitalist. This is important economically. In fact, it is only another way of expressing the real theory of surplus value. It is important further in regard to the social relationship between the two classes. Malthus smells a rat, and is therefore constrained to protest. No writer I have met with, anterior to Mr. Ricardo, ever used the term wages, or real wages, as implying proportions. Ricardo speaks of the value of wages, which is indeed also presented as the part of the product accruing to the worker. Profits indeed imply proportions, and the rate of profits has always justly been estimated by a percentage upon the value of the advances. What Malthus understands by value of advances is very hard, and for him even impossible, to say. According to him, the value of a commodity is equal to the advances contained in it plus profit. Since the advances, apart from the immediate labor, also consist of commodities, the value of the advances is equal to the advances in them plus profit. Profit thus equals profit upon the advances plus profit, and so on ad infinitum. But wages had uniformly been considered as rising or falling not according to any proportion which they might bear to the whole produce obtained by a certain quantity of labor, but by the greater or smaller quantity of any particular produce received by the laborer, or by the greater or smaller power which such produce would convey of commanding the necessaries and conveniences of life. Since the production of exchange value, the increase of exchange value, is the immediate aim of capitalist production, it is important to know how to measure it. Since the value of the capital advanced is expressed in money, real money or money of account, the rate of increase is measured by the amount of capital itself, and a capital, a sum of money of a certain size, 100, is taken as a standard. Profits of stock, says Malthus, consist of the difference between the value of the capital advanced and the value of the commodity when sold or used. Section 8. Malthus on productive labor and accumulation. Subsection A. Productive and unproductive labor. Revenue is expended with a view to immediate support and enjoyment, and capital is expended with a view to profit. A laborer and a menial servant are, quote, two instruments used for purposes distinctly different, one to assist in obtaining wealth, the other to assist in consuming it. The following is a good definition of the productive laborer. The productive laborer directly increases his master's wealth. In addition, the following passage should be noted. The only productive consumption, properly so called, is consumption or destruction of wealth by capitalists with a view to reproduction. The workman who the capitalist employs certainly consumes that part of his wages which he does not save as revenue with a view to subsistence and enjoyment, and not as capital, with a view to production. He is a productive consumer to the person who employs him and to the state, but not strictly speaking to himself. Subsection B. Accumulation. No political economist of the present day can by saving mean mere hoarding, and beyond this contracted and inefficient proceeding, no use of the term in reference to the national wealth can well be imagined, but that which must arise from a different application of what is saved, founded upon a real distinction between the different kinds of labor maintained by it. Accumulation of capital, the employment of a portion of revenue as capital, Capital may therefore increase without an increase of stock or wealth. Prudential habits with regard to marriage carried to a considerable extent among the laboring classes of a country, mainly depending on manufacturers and commerce, might injure it. This from the preacher of checks against overpopulation. It is the want of necessaries which mainly stimulates the laboring classes to produce luxuries, and were this stimulus removed or greatly weakened so that the necessaries of life could be obtained with very little labor, instead of more time being devoted to the production of conveniences, there is every reason to think that less time would be so devoted. Most important for the exponent of the overpopulation theory, however, is this passage. From the nature of a population, an increase of laborers cannot be brought into the market in consequence of a particular demand till after the lapse of 16 or 18 years, and the conversion of revenue into capital by saving may take place much more rapidly. A country is always liable to an increase in the quantity of the funds for the maintenance of labor faster than an increase of population. Cazenove rightly remarks, when capital is employed in advancing to the workman his wages, it adds nothing to the funds for the maintenance of labor, but simply consists in the application of a certain portion of funds already in existence to the purposes of production. Section 9. Constant and variable capital, according to Malthus. Accumulated labor, it should really be called materialized labor, objectified labor, the labor worked up in the raw materials and tools applied to the production of other commodities. In speaking of the labor worked up in commodities, the labor worked up in the capital necessary to their production is designated by the term accumulated labor, as contradistinguished from the immediate labor employed by the last capitalist. It is indeed very important to make this distinction. In Malthus, however, it leads to nothing. He does make an attempt to reduce the surplus value, or at least its rate, which, by the way, he always confuses with profit and rate of profit, to its relation to variable capital, that part of capital which is expended on immediate labor. This attempt, however, is childish and could not be otherwise in view of his conception of value. In his Principles of Political Economy, 2nd edition, he says, supposing that the capital is expended only on wages, if £100 is expended in immediate labor, the returns come in at the end of the year, 110, 120, or 130. It is evident that in each case, the profits will be determined by the proportion of the value of the whole produce to that which is required to pay the labor employed. If the value of the produce in the market be £110, the proportion required to pay the laborers will be 10 over 11 of the value of the produce, and profits will be 10%. If the value of the produce be 120, the proportion required to pay the labor employed will be 10 over 12, and profits will be 20%. If 130, the proportion required to pay the labor advance will be 10 over 13, and profits will be 30%. Supposing that the advances of the capitalist do not consist of labor alone, the capitalist expects an equal profit upon all the parts of the capital which he advances. Let us suppose that a certain portion of the value of his advances, 1/4 for instance, consists of the wages of immediate labor, and 3/4 consist of accumulated labor and profits. With any additions which may arise from rents, taxes, or other outgoings, it'll be strictly true that the profits of the capitalist will vary with the varying value of this 1/4 of the produce compared with the quantity of labor employed. A farmer employs in cultivation £2,000, 1,500 of which in seed, keep of horses, wear and tear of his fixed capital, interest upon his fixed and circulating capitals, rents, tithes, taxes, etc., and 500 upon immediate labor, and the returns at the end of the year are worth 2,400. The farmer's profit will be £400, or 20%. And it is equally obvious that if we took 1/4 of the value of the produce, namely £600, and compared it with the amount paid in the wages of immediate labor, the result would show exactly the same rate of profits. Here, Malthus lapses into Lord Dundrearyism. What he wants to do, he has an inkling that surplus value, hence profit, has a definite relation to variable capital, the portion of capital expended on wages, is to show that profits are determined by the proportion of the value of the whole produce which is required to pay the labor employed. He begins correctly insofar as he assumes that the whole of the capital consists of variable capital, capital expended on wages. In this case, profit and surplus value are in fact identical. But even in this case, he confines himself to a very silly reflection. If the capital expended equals 100 and the profit is 10%, the value of the product is accordingly 110, and the profit is 1 over 10 of the capital expended, hence 10% if calculated on the capital, and 1/11 of the value of the total product, in the value of which its own value is included. Thus, profit constitutes 1/11 of the value of the total product, and the capital expended forms 10/11 of this value. In relation to the total, 10% profit can be so expressed that the part of the value of the total product which is not made up of profit amounts to 10/11ths of the total product, or a product of 110 which includes 10% profit consists of 10/11ths outlay, on which the profit is made. This brilliant mathematical effort amuses him so much that he repeats the same calculation using a profit of 20%, 30%, etc. But so far we have a mere tautology. The profit is a percentage on the capital expended. The value of the total product includes the value of the profit, and the capital expended is the value of the total product minus the value of the profit. Thus 110 minus 10 equals 100, and 100 is 10/11ths of 110. But let us proceed. Let us assume a capital consisting not merely of variable but also of constant capital. The capitalist expects an equal profit upon all the parts of the capital which he advances. This, however, contradicts the proposition advanced above, that profit, it should be called surplus value, is determined by the proportion of the capital expended on wages. But never mind. Malthus is not the man to contradict either the expectations or the notions of the capitalists. But now comes his tour de force. Assume a capital of £2,000, 3/4 of which, or 1,500, is constant capital. 1/4, or 500, is variable capital. The profit amounts to 20%. Thus the profit equals £400, and the value of the product is 2,000 plus 400 being 2,400. But what about Mr. Malthus's calculation? If one takes 1/4 of the total product, it amounts to 600. 1/4 of the capital expended is equal to 500, which is equal to the portion expended on wages, and 100, 1/4 of the profit, which equals that part of the profit falling to this amount of wages. And this is supposed to prove that the profits of the capitalist will vary with the varying value of this 1/4 of the produce compared with the quantity of labor employed. It proves nothing more than that a profit of a given percentage, for example of 20% on a given capital, say a 4,000, yields a profit of 20% on each adequate part of the capital. That is a tautology. But it proves absolutely nothing about a definite, special, distinguishing relationship of this profit to the part of the capital expended on wages. If instead of 1/4 taken by Mr. Malthus, I take 1/24 of the total product, i.e. 100 out of 2,400, then this 100 contains 20% profit, or 1/6 of it is profit. The capital would be 83 1/3 pounds, and the profit £1 16 2/3 shillings. If the 83 1/3 were equal, for instance, to a horse which was employed in production, then it could be demonstrated, according to Malthus's recipe, that the profit would vary with the varying value of the horse, or the 28 4/5 part of the total product. Such are the wretched things Mr. Malthus comes out with when he stands on his own feet and cannot plagiarize Townsend, Anderson, or anyone else. What is really remarkable and pertinent, apart from what is characteristic of the man, is the inkling that surplus value must be calculated on the part of the capital expended on wages. Given a definite rate of profit, the gross profit, the amount of profit, always depends on the size of the capital advanced. Accumulation, however, is then determined by the part of this amount which is reconverted into capital. But this part, since it is equal to the gross profit minus the revenue consumed by the capitalist, will depend not only on the value of the total profit, but on the cheapness of the commodities which the capitalist can buy with it, partly on the cheapness of the commodities which he consumes and which he pays for out of his revenue, partly on the cheapness of the commodities which enter into his constant capital. Wages here are assumed as given, since the rate of profit is likewise assumed as given. Section 10. Malthus's Theory of Value. Supplementary remarks. The value of labor is supposed not to vary, derived from Adam Smith, but only the value of the commodities I acquire for it. Wages are, say, 2 shillings a day in one case, 1 shilling in another. In the first case, the capitalist pays out twice as many shillings for the same labor time as in the second. But in the second case, the worker performs twice as much labor for the same product as in the first, since in the second case, he works a whole day for 1 shilling, and in the first case, only half a day. Mr. Malthus believes that the capitalist pays sometimes more shillings, sometimes less, for the same labor. He does not see that the worker correspondingly performs either less or more labor for a given amount of produce. Giving more produce for a given quantity of labor, or getting more labor for a given quantity of produce, are one and the same thing in Malthus's view, instead of being, as one would have supposed, just the contrary. End quote from Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes in Political Economy, particularly relating to value and to demand and supply, published in London in 1821. It is stated very correctly in the same work, Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes, etc., that labor, as a measure of value, in the sense in which Malthus borrows it from Adam Smith, would be just as good a measure of value as any other commodity, and that it would not be so good a measure as money in fact is. Here, it would be in general a question only of a measure of value in the sense in which money is a measure of value. In general, it is never the measure of value, in the sense of money, which makes commodities commensurable. See Part 1 of my book. On the contrary, it is only the commensurability of commodities as materialized labor time which converts gold into money. Commodities as values constitute one substance. They are mere representations of the same substance, social labor. The measure of value, money, presupposes them as values and refers solely to the expression and size of this value. The measure of value of commodities always refers to the transformation of value into price and already presumes the value. The passage in the Observations alluded to reads as follows. Mr. Malthus says, "In the same place and at the same time, the different quantities of day labor which different commodities can command will be exactly in proportion to their relative values in exchange, and vice versa. If this is true of labor, it is just as true of anything else. Money does very well as a measure at the same time and place. But Malthus's proposition seems not to be true of labor. Labor is not a measure even at the same time and place. Take a portion of corn, such as is at the same time and place said to be of equal value with a given diamond. Will the corn and the diamond, paid in specie, command equal portions of labor? It may be said, no, but the diamond will buy money, which will command an equal portion of labor. The test is of no use, for it cannot be applied without being rectified by the application of the other test, which it is professed to supersede. We can only infer that the corn and the diamond will command equal quantities of labor because they are of equal value in money. But we were told to infer that two things were of equal value because they would command equal quantities of labor." Section 11. Overproduction, unproductive consumers, etc. Malthus's theory of value gives rise to the whole doctrine of the necessity for continually rising unproductive consumption, which this exponent of overpopulation, because of shortage of food, preaches so energetically. The value of a commodity is equal to the value of the materials, machinery, etc. advanced, plus the quantity of direct labor which the commodity contains. This, according to Malthus, is equal to the value of the wages contained in the commodity, plus a profit increment on these advances according to the general rate of profit. This nominal price increment represents the profit and is a condition of supply and therefore of the reproduction of the commodity. These elements constitute the price for the purchaser as distinct from the price for the producer, and the price for the purchaser is the real value of the commodity. The question now arises, how is this price to be realized? Who is to pay it? And from what funds is it to be paid? In dealing with Malthus, we must make a distinction which he has neglected to make. One section of capitalists produce goods which are directly consumed by the workers. Another section produce either goods which are only indirectly consumed by them, insofar, for example, as they are a part of the capital required for the production of necessaries, as raw materials, machinery, etc., or commodities which are not consumed by the workers at all, entering only into the revenue of the non-workers. Let us first of all consider the capitalists who produce articles which are consumed by the workers. These capitalists are not only buyers of labor, but also sellers of their own products to the workers. If the quantity of labor contributed by the worker is valued at 100 thaler, the capitalist pays him 100 thaler. And this, according to Malthus, is the only value added to the raw material, etc., by the labor which the capitalist has bought. Thus the worker receives the value of his labor and only gives the capitalist an equivalent of that value in return. But although the worker nominally receives the value, he actually receives a smaller quantity of commodities than he has produced. In fact, he receives back only a part of his labor materialized in the product. Let us assume for the sake of simplicity, as Malthus does quite frequently, that capital consists only of capital laid out in wages. If 100 thaler are advanced to the worker in order to produce commodities, and these 100 thaler are the value of the labor purchased, and the sole value which it adds to the product, then the capitalist sells these commodities for 110 thaler, and the worker, with his 100 thaler, can only buy back 10/11ths of the product. 1/11th remains in the hands of the capitalist, to the value of 10 thaler, or the amount of surplus product in which this surplus value of 10 thaler is embodied. If the capitalist sells the product for 120, then the worker receives only 10/12ths of the product, and the capitalist 2/12ths of the product and its value. If he sells it for 130, then the worker receives only 10/13ths, and the capitalist 3/13ths. If he sells it at 50% profit, i.e. for 150, the worker receives 2/3, and the capitalist 1/3. The higher the price at which the capitalist sells, the lower the share of the worker, and the higher his own share in the value of the product, and therefore also in the quantity of the product, and the less the worker can buy back of the value or of the product with the value of his labor. It makes no difference to the situation if, in addition to variable capital, constant capital is also advanced. For example, if in addition to the 100 thaler of wages, there is another 100 for raw materials, etc. In this case, if the rate of profit is 10, then the capitalist sells the goods for 220 instead of 210, namely 100 constant capital and 120 the product of direct labor. On Sismondi's New Principles, etc., first published in 1819. Here, as regards the class of capitalists A, who produce articles which are directly consumed by the workers, necessaries, we have a case where, as a result of the nominal surcharge, the normal profit increment added to the price of advances, a surplus fund is in fact created for the capitalist, since, in this roundabout way, he gives back to the worker only a part of his product, while appropriating a part of it for himself. But this result follows not because he sells the entire product to the worker at the increased value, but precisely because the increase in the value of the product makes the worker unable to buy back the whole product with his wages, and allows him to buy back only part of it. Consequently, it is clear that the demand by the workers can never suffice for the realization of the surplus of the purchase price over and above the cost price, i.e. the realization of the profit and the value of the commodity. On the contrary, a profit fund only exists because the worker is unable to buy back his whole product with his wages, and his demand, therefore, does not correspond to the supply. Thus, capitalist A has in hand a certain quantity of products of a certain value, 20 thaler in the present case, which he does not require for the replacement of the capital, and which he can now partly spend as revenue and partly use for accumulation. The extent to which he has such a fund in hand depends on the value of the surcharge he adds over and above the cost price, and which determines the proportions in which he and the workers share the total product. Let us now turn to the class of capitalists B, who supply raw materials, machinery, etc., in short, constant capital, to Class A. The capitalists of Class B can sell only to Class A, for they cannot sell their products back to the workers who have nothing to do with capital, raw material, machinery, etc., or to the capitalists who produce luxury goods, all goods which are not necessaries and which are not commonly used by the laboring class, or to the capitalists who produce the constant capital required for the production of luxury goods. Now we have seen that in the capital advanced by A, 100 is included as constant capital. If the rate of profit is 10%, the manufacturer of this constant capital has produced it at a cost price of 90 and 10/11ths, but sells it for 100. Thus he makes his profit by imposing a surcharge on Class A, and thereby he receives from their product of 220 his 100 instead of only 90 and 10/11ths, with which we will assume he buys immediate labor. B does not by any means make his profit from his workers, whose product, valued at 90 and 10/11ths, he cannot sell back to them for 100, because they do not buy his goods at all. Nevertheless, they are in the same position as the workers of A. For 90 and 10/11ths, they receive a quantity of goods which has only nominally a value of 90 and 10/11ths, for every part of A's product is made uniformly dearer, or each part of its value represents a smaller part of the product because of the profit surcharge. This surcharging can only be carried out up to a certain point, for the worker must receive enough goods to be able to live and to reproduce his labor power. If capitalist A were to add a surcharge of 100% and to sell his commodities which cost 200 for 400, the worker would be able to buy back only a quarter of the product, that is, if he receives 100. And if he needed half of the product in order to live, the capitalist would have to pay him 200. Thus he would retain only 100. 100 go to constant capital and 200 to wages. It would therefore be the same as if he sold the commodity for 300, etc. B makes his profit fund not directly through his workers, but through his sales to A. A's product not only serves to realize his profit, but constitutes his own profit fund. It is clear that A cannot realize the profit he makes on his workers by selling to B, and that B cannot provide sufficient demand for his product, enabling to sell it at its value any more than his own workers can. On the contrary, a retroaction takes place here. The more he raises the profit surcharge, the greater, in relation to his workers, is the portion of the total product which he appropriates and of which he deprives B. Capitalist B adds a surcharge of the same size as A. B pays his workers 90 and 10/11ths thaler as he did before, although they get less goods for this sum. But if A takes 20% instead of 10%, B likewise takes 20 instead of 10, and sells for 109 and 1/11th instead of 100. As a result, this part of the outlay increases for A. A and B may even be considered as a single class. B belongs to A's expenditure, and the more A has to pay to B from the total product, the less remains for him. Out of the capital of 290 and 10/11ths, B owns 90 and 10/11ths, and A 200. Between them, they expend 290 and 10/11ths, and make a profit of 29 and 1/11th. B can never buy back from A to the tune of more than 100, and this includes his profit of 9 and 1/11th. As stated, both of them together have a revenue of 29 and 1/11th. As far as classes C and D are concerned, C being the capitalists who produce the constant capital necessary for the production of luxuries, and D being those who directly produce the luxuries, in the first place, it is clear that the immediate demand for C is only formed by D. D is the purchaser of C, and C can only realize profit if he sells his goods to D too dearly by means of a nominal surcharge over and above the cost price. D must pay C more than is necessary for C to replace all the constituent parts of the cost price of his commodities. D, for his part, makes a profit surcharge partly on the advances made by C and partly on the capital expended directly on wages by D. From the profits which C makes out of D, he can buy some of the commodities made by D, although he cannot expend all his profit in this way, for he also needs necessaries for himself, and not only for workers for whom he exchanges the capital realized from D. In the first place, the realization of the commodities by C depends directly on their sale to D. Secondly, after that sale is effected, the value of the commodities sold by D cannot be realized as a result of the demand arising from C's profit any more than the total value of A's commodities could be realized as a result of the demand coming from B. For the profit made by C is made out of D, and if C spends it again on commodities made by D instead of on others, his demand can still never be greater than the profit he makes out of D. It must always be much smaller than D's capital, than his total demand, and it never constitutes a source of profit for D. The most he can do is a little swindling of C by means of the surcharge on the goods he sells back to him, for C's profit comes straight out of D's pocket. Further, it is clear that insofar as the capitalists, whether of class C or D, mutually sell each other goods within each class, nobody gains anything or realizes a profit thereby. A certain capitalist, M, sells to N for 110 thaler goods which cost only 100, but N does the same thing to M. After the exchange, as before, each of them owns a quantity of goods the cost price of which is 100. For 110 thaler, each receives goods which cost only 100. The surcharge gives him no greater command over the goods of the other seller than it gives the other over his. And as far as value is concerned, it would be the same as if every M and N were to give himself the pleasure of baptizing his commodities at 110 instead of 100 without exchanging them at all. It is further clear that according to Malthus, the nominal surplus value in D, for C is included in it, does not constitute real surplus product. The fact that the worker receives less necessaries for 100 thaler because of the surcharge imposed by A can at first be a matter of indifference to D. He has to expend 100 as he did before in order to employ a certain number of workers. He pays the workers the value of their labor, and they add nothing more to the product, they only give him an equivalent. He can obtain a surplus over and above this equivalent only by selling to a third person, and by selling his commodity above the cost price. In reality, the product of a mirror manufacturer, say D, contains both surplus value and surplus product just as that of the farmer. For his product contains unpaid labor, that is surplus value, and this unpaid labor is embodied in the product just as much as is the paid labor. It is embodied in the surplus product. One part of the mirrors cost him nothing, although it has value, because labor is embodied in it exactly in the same way as in that part of the mirrors which replaces the capital advanced. This surplus value exists as surplus product before the sale of the mirrors, and is not brought into being only through the sale. If, on the contrary, the worker by his immediate labor had only provided an equivalent for the accumulated labor which he received in the form of wages, then neither the surplus product nor the surplus value corresponding to it would exist. But according to Malthus, who declares that the worker only gives back an equivalent, things are different. It is clear that Class D, including C, cannot artificially create for itself a surplus fund in the same way as Class A, namely by selling their commodities back to the workers at a higher price than the workers were paid for producing them, thus appropriating part of the total product after replacing the capital expended. For the workers are not the buyers of the goods made by D. No more can the surplus fund of this class arise from the sale of commodities or their mutual exchanges among the different capitalists of this class. It can be achieved only by the sale of their product to Class A and to Class B. Because the capitalists of Class D sell commodities worth 100 thaler for 110, Capitalist A can buy only 10/11ths of their product for 100 thaler, and they retain 1/11th of their output, which they can either consume themselves or exchange for commodities produced by other members of their own Class D. According to Malthus, things happen in the following way to all capitalists who do not themselves directly produce necessaries, and therefore do not sell back to the workers the major, or at least a significant, portion of their products. Let us say that their constant capital is 100. If the capitalist pays another 100 in wages, he is paying the workers the value of their labor. To this 100, the workers add a value of 100, and the total value, the cost price of the product, is therefore 200. Where, then, does the profit come from? If the average rate of profit is 10%, then the capitalist sells goods worth 200 for 220. If he really sells them for 220, then it is clear that 200 is sufficient for the reproduction, 100 for raw materials, etc., 100 for wages, and he pockets 20, which he can dispose of as revenue or use to accumulate capital. But to whom does he sell the commodities at 10% above their production value, which, according to Malthus, is different from the market value or real value, so that profit, in fact, is equal to the difference between production value and sale value, equal to sale value minus production value. These capitalists cannot realize any profit through exchange or sale amongst themselves. If A sells B for 220, commodities worth 200, then B plays the same trick on A. The fact that these goods change hands does not alter either their value or their quantity. The quantity of goods which belonged formerly to A is now in possession of B, and vice versa. The fact that what was previously 100 is now called 110 makes no difference. The purchasing power either of A or of B has in no way altered. But, according to the hypothesis, these capitalists cannot sell their goods to the workers. They must therefore sell them to the capitalists who produce necessaries. These indeed have a real surplus fund at their disposal, resulting from their exchange with the workers. The creation of a nominal surplus value has in fact placed surplus product in their possession, and this is the only surplus fund which has existed up to now. The other capitalists can only acquire a surplus fund by selling their goods above their production value to those capitalists who possess a surplus fund. As for the capitalists who produce the constant capital required for the production of necessaries, we have already seen that the producer of necessaries must perforce buy from them. These purchases enter into his production costs. The higher his profit, the dearer are the advances to which the same rate of profit is added. If he sells at 20% instead of at 10%, then the producer of his constant capital likewise adds 20% instead of 10%. And instead of demanding 100 for 90 and 10/11ths, he demands 109 and 1/11th, or in round figures 110, so that the value of the product is now 210, 20% of which is 42, so that the value of the whole product is 252. Out of this, the worker receives 100. The capitalist now receives more than 1/11th of the total product as profit, whereas previously he received only 1/11th when he sold the product for 220. The total amount of the product has remained the same, but the portion at the disposal of the capitalist has increased both in value and in quantity. As for those capitalists who produce neither necessaries nor the capital required for their production, their profit can only be made by sales to the first two classes of capitalists. If the latter take 20%, then the other capitalists will take the same. Exchange by the first class of capitalists and exchange between the two classes of capitalists are, however, two very different things. As a result of exchange with the workers, the first class has established a real surplus fund of necessaries, that is, surplus product, which, as an increment of capital, is in their hands to dispose of, so that they can accumulate part of it and spend part of it as revenue, either on necessaries or on luxuries. Surplus value here, in fact, represents surplus labor and surplus product, although this is achieved, according to Malthus, by the clumsy roundabout method of a surcharge on prices. Let us assume that the value of the product of the workers producing necessaries is in fact only equal to 100. Since, however, 10/11ths of this is sufficient to pay the wages, it follows that the capitalist only needs to spend 90 and 10/11ths, upon which he makes a profit of 9 and 1/11th. But if he pays the workers 100 thaler and sells them the product for 110, under the illusion that the value of labor and quantity of labor are identical, he still retains 1/11th of the product as he did previously. The fact that this is now worth 10 thaler instead of 9 and 1/11ths represents no gain for him, for he has now advanced 100 as capital, not 90 and 10/11ths. But as far as the other classes of capitalists are concerned, they have no real surplus product, nothing in which surplus labor time is embodied. They sell the product of labor worth 100 for 110, and merely by the addition of a surcharge, this capital is supposed to be transformed into capital plus revenue. But how stands the case now, as Lord Dundreary would say, between these two classes of capitalists? The producers of necessaries sell surplus product valued at 100 for 110 because they paid 100 in wages instead of 90 and 10/11. But they are the only ones who have surplus product in their possession. If the other capitalists likewise sell them products valued at 100 for 110, then they do in fact replace their capital and make a profit. Why? Because necessaries to the value of 100 suffice for them to pay their workers. They can therefore keep 10 for themselves. Or rather, because they in fact receive necessaries to the value of 100, but 10/11 of this is sufficient to pay their workers, since they are in the same position as capitalists in classes A and B. These, on the other hand, receive in turn only an amount of produce representing a value of 100. The fact that its nominal cost is 110 is of no significance to them, for it neither embodies a greater amount quantitatively as use value than was produced by the labor time the 100 thaler contain, nor can it add 10 thaler to a capital of 100. This would only be possible if the commodities were resold. Although the capitalists of both classes sell to one another for 110 commodities worth 100, only in the hands of the second class has 100 really the significance of 110. In actual fact, the capitalists of the first class only receive the value of 100 for 110, and they only sell their surplus product for a higher price because, for the articles on which they spend their revenue, they have to pay more than they are worth. In fact, however, the surplus value realized by the capitalists of the second class is limited only to a share in the surplus product realized by the first class, for they themselves do not create any surplus product. In connection with this increased cost of luxuries, it occurs just in time to Malthus that accumulation and not expenditure is the immediate object of capitalist production. As a result of this unprofitable trade, in the course of which the capitalists of Class A lose a portion of the fruits wrung out of the workers, they are compelled to moderate their demand for luxuries. But if they do so, and increase their accumulation, then effective demand falls. The market for the necessaries they produce shrinks, and this market cannot expand to its full extent on the basis of the demand on the part of the workers and the producers of constant capital. This leads to a fall in the price of necessaries, but it is only through a rise of these prices, through the nominal surcharge on them, and in proportion to this surcharge, that the capitalists of Class A are able to extract surplus product from the workers. If the price were to fall from 120 to 110, then their surplus product and their surplus value would fall from 2/12 to 1/11, and consequently the market, the demand for the commodities offered by the producers of luxuries, would decline as well, and by a still greater proportion. In the course of exchange with the second class, the first class sells real surplus product after having replaced its capital. The second class, on the other hand, merely sells its capital in order to turn its capital into capital plus revenue by this trade. The whole of production is thus only kept going, and this is especially the case with regard to its expansion, by means of increasing the prices of necessaries. To this, however, would correspond a price for luxuries in inverse proportion to the amount of luxuries actually produced. Class number 2, which sells for 110 goods of the value of 100, likewise does not gain by this exchange. For in actual fact, the 110 which it gets back is also only worth 100. But this 100 in necessaries replaces capital plus profit, while the other 100 in luxuries is merely called 110. Thus it would amount to Class 1 receiving luxuries to the value of 100. It buys for 110 luxuries to the value of 100. For the other class, however, 110 is worth 110, because it pays 100 for the labor, thus replacing its capital, and therefore retains a surplus of 10. It is difficult to understand how any profit at all can be derived if those who engage in mutual exchange sell their commodities by overcharging one another at the same rate and cheating one another in the same proportion. This incongruity would be remedied if, in addition to exchange by one class of capitalists with its workers and the mutual exchange between the capitalists of the different classes, there also existed a third class of purchasers, a deus ex machina, a class which paid the nominal value of commodities without itself selling any commodities, without itself playing the same trick in return. That is, a class which transacted one phase only, M to C, but not M to C to M. A class which bought not in order to get its capital back plus a profit, but in order to consume the commodities. A class which bought without selling. In this case, the capitalists would realize a profit not by exchange amongst themselves, but firstly by exchange between them and the workers, by selling back to them a portion of the total product for the same amount of money as they paid the workers for the total product, after deducting the constant capital, and secondly, from the portion of luxuries, as well as necessaries, sold to the third sort of purchaser. Since these pay 110 for 100, without selling 100 for 110 in their turn, a profit of 10% would be made in actual fact, and not simply nominally. The profit would be made in dual fashion, by selling as little as possible of the total product back to the workers and as much as possible to the third class, who pay ready money, who, without themselves selling, buy in order to consume. But buyers who are not at the same time sellers must be consumers who are not at the same time producers, that is, unproductive consumers, and it is this class of unproductive consumers which, according to Malthus, solves the problem. But these unproductive consumers must at the same time be consumers able to pay, constituting real demand, and the money they possess and spend annually must, moreover, suffice to pay not only the production value of the commodities they buy and consume, but also the nominal profit surcharge, the surplus value, the difference between the market value and the production value. This class will represent consumption for consumption's sake in society, in the same way as the capitalist class represents production for production's sake, the one representing the passion for expenditure, the other representing the passion for accumulation. See the second edition of Principles of Political Economy. The urge for accumulation is kept alive in the capitalist class by the fact that their returns are constantly larger than their outlays, and profit is indeed the stimulus to accumulation. In spite of this enthusiasm for accumulation, they are not driven to overproduction, or at least not at all easily, since the unproductive consumers not only constitute a gigantic outlet for the products thrown onto the market, but do not themselves throw any commodities onto the market, and therefore, no matter how numerous they may be, they constitute no competition for the capitalists, but on the contrary, all represent demand without supply, and thus help to make up for the preponderance of supply over demand on the part of the capitalists. But where do the actual financial resources of this class come from? There are, in the first place, the landed proprietors, who collect a great part of the value of the annual product under the title of rent, and spend the money thus taken from the capitalists in consuming the goods produced by the capitalists, in the purchase of which they are cheated. These landed proprietors do not have to engage in production and do not on the average do so. It is significant that insofar as they spend money on labor, they do not employ productive workers, but menial servants, mere fellow consumers of their fortune, who help to keep the prices of necessaries up, since they buy without helping to increase their supply, or the supply of any other kind of commodity. But these landed proprietors do not suffice to create an adequate demand. Artificial means must be resorted to. These consist of heavy taxation, of a mass of sinecures in state and church, of large armies, pensions, tithes for the priests, an impressive national debt, and from time to time, expensive wars. These are the remedies. The third class, proposed by Malthus as a remedy, the class which buys without selling and consumes without producing, thus receives first of all an important part of the value of the annual product without paying for it, and enriches the producers by the fact that the latter must first of all advance the third class money gratis for the purchase of their commodities, in order to draw it back again by selling the third class commodities above their value, or by receiving more value in money than is embodied in the commodities they supply to this class. And this transaction is repeated every year. Section 12. The social essence of Malthus's polemic against Ricardo. Malthus's distortion of Sismondi's views on the contradictions in bourgeois production. Malthus correctly draws the conclusions from his basic theory of value, but this theory, for its part, suits his purpose remarkably well. An apologia for the existing state of affairs in England, for landlordism, state and church, pensioners, tax gatherers, tenths, national debt, stock jobbers, beadles, parsons, and menial servants, national expenditure assailed by the Ricardians as so many useless and superannuated drawbacks of bourgeois production and as nuisances. For all that, Ricardo championed bourgeois production insofar as it signified the most unrestricted development of the social productive forces, unconcerned for the fate of those who participate in production, be they capitalists or workers. He insisted upon the historical justification and necessity of this stage of development. His very lack of a historical sense of the past meant that he regarded everything from the historical standpoint of his time. Malthus also wishes to see the freest possible development of capitalist production, however, only insofar as the condition of this development is the poverty of its main basis, the working classes, but at the same time he wants it to adapt itself to the consumption needs of the aristocracy and its branches in state and church, to serve as the material basis for the antiquated claims of the representatives of interests inherited from feudalism and the absolute monarchy. Malthus wants bourgeois production as long as it is not revolutionary, constitutes no historical factor of development, but merely creates a broader and more comfortable material basis for the old society. On the one hand, therefore, there is the working class, which, according to the population principle, is always redundant in relation to the means of life available to it, overpopulation arising from underproduction. Then there is the capitalist class, which, as a result of this population principle, is always able to sell the workers' own product back to them at such prices that they can obtain enough to keep body and soul together. Then there is an enormous section of society consisting of parasites and gluttonous drones, some of them masters and some servants, who appropriate, partly under the title of rent and partly under political titles, a considerable mass of wealth gratis from the capitalists, whose commodities they pay for above their value, with money extracted from these same capitalists. The capitalist class, driven into production by the urge for accumulation, and the economically unproductive sections representing prodigality, the mere urge for consumption. This is moreover advanced as the only way to avoid overproduction, which exists alongside overpopulation in relation to production. The best remedy for both is declared to be overconsumption by the classes standing outside production. The disproportion between the laboring population and production is eliminated by part of the product being devoured by non-producers and idlers. The disproportion arising from overproduction by the capitalists is eliminated by means of overconsumption by the owners of wealth. We have seen how childishly weak, trivial, and meaningless Malthus is when, basing himself on the weak side of Adam Smith, he seeks to construct a counter-theory to Ricardo's theory, which is based on Adam Smith's stronger sides. One can hardly find a more comical exertion of impotence than Malthus's book on value. However, as soon as he comes to practical conclusions, and thereby once again enters the field which he occupies as a kind of economic Abraham a Santa Clara, he is quite a disease. For all that, he does not abandon his innate plagiarism even here. Who at first glance would believe that Malthus's Principles of Political Economy is simply the Malthusianized translation of Sismondi's New Principles of Political Economy? But this is the case. Sismondi's book appeared in 1819. A year later, Malthus's English caricature of it saw the light of day. Once again, with Sismondi, as previously with Townsend and Anderson, he found a theoretical basis for one of his stout economic pamphlets, in the production of which, incidentally, he also turned to advantage the new theories learned from Ricardo. While Malthus assailed in Ricardo that tendency of capitalist production which is revolutionary in relation to the old society, he took, with unerring parsonical instinct, only that out of Sismondi which is reactionary in relation to capitalist production and modern bourgeois society. I exclude Sismondi from my historical survey here because a critique of his views belongs to a part of my work dealing with the real movements of capital, competition and credit, which I can only tackle after I have finished this book. Malthus's adaptation of Sismondi's views can easily be seen from the heading of one of the chapters in the Principles of Political Economy, of the necessity of a union of the powers of production with the means of distribution in order to ensure a continued increase of wealth. In this chapter, it is stated, quote, "The powers of production not alone secure the creation of a proportionate degree of wealth. Something else seems to be necessary in order to call these powers fully into action. This is an effectual and unchecked demand for all that is produced, and what appears to contribute most to the attainment of this object is such a distribution of produce and such an adaptation of this produce to the wants of those who are to consume it, as constantly to increase the exchangeable value of the whole mass." Furthermore, written in the same Sismondian manner and directed against Ricardo, "The wealth of a country depends partly upon the quantity of produce obtained by its labor, and partly upon such an adaptation of this quantity to the wants and powers of the existing population as is calculated to give it value. Nothing can be more certain that it is not determined by either of them alone. But where wealth and value are perhaps the most nearly connected is in the necessity of the latter to the production of the former." This is aimed especially against Ricardo, Chapter 20, Value and Riches, Their Distinctive Properties, from the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 3rd edition, published in London, 1821. There, Ricardo says, among other things, "Value, then, essentially differs from riches, for value depends not on abundance, but on the difficulty or facility of production. Value, incidentally, can also increase with the facility of production. Let us suppose that the number of men in the country rises from 1 million to 6 million. The million men worked 12 hours. The 6 million have so developed the productive powers that each of them produces as much again in 6 hours. In these circumstances, according to Ricardo's own views, wealth would have been increased sixfold and value threefold. Riches do not depend on value. A man is rich or poor according to the abundance of necessaries and luxuries which he can command. It is through confounding the ideas of value and wealth, or riches, that it has been asserted that by diminishing the quantity of commodities, that is to say of the necessaries, conveniences, and enjoyments of human life, riches may be increased. If value were the measure of riches, this could not be denied, because by scarcity the value of commodities is raised. But if riches consist in necessaries and enjoyments, then they cannot be increased by a diminution of quantity. In other words, Ricardo says here, wealth consists of use values only. He transforms bourgeois production into mere production of use value, a very pretty view of a mode of production which is dominated by exchange value. He regards the specific form of bourgeois wealth as something merely formal, which does not affect its content. He therefore also denies the contradictions of bourgeois production which break out in crises. Hence his quite false conception of money. Hence, in considering the production process of capital, he ignores completely the circulation process, insofar as it includes the metamorphosis of commodities, the necessity of the transformation of capital into money. At any rate, nobody has better and more precisely than Ricardo elaborated the point that bourgeois production is not production of wealth for the producers, as he repeatedly calls the workers, and that therefore the production of bourgeois wealth is something quite different from the production of abundance, of necessaries and luxuries, for the men who produce them, as this would have to be the case if production were only a means for satisfying the needs of the producers, through production dominated by use value alone. Nevertheless, the same Ricardo says, "If we lived in one of Mr. Owen's parallelograms and enjoyed all our productions in common, then no one could suffer in consequence of abundance. But as long as society is constituted as it now is, abundance will often be injurious to producers and scarcity beneficial to them." Ricardo regards bourgeois, or more precisely capitalist production, as the absolute form of production, whose specific forms of production relations can therefore never enter into contradiction with, or enfetter, the aim of production, abundance, which includes both mass and variety of use values, and which in turn implies a profuse development of man as a producer, an all-round development of his productive capacities. And this is where he lands in an amusing contradiction. When we are speaking of value and riches, we should have only society as a whole in mind. But when we speak of capital and labor, then it is self-evident that gross revenue only exists in order to create net revenue. In actual fact, what he admires most about bourgeois production is that its definite forms, compared with the previous forms of production, provide scope for the boundless development of the productive forces. When they cease to do this, or when contradictions appear within which they do this, he denies the contradictions, or rather expresses the contradiction in another form by representing wealth as such, the mass of use values in itself, without regard to the producers, as the ultima thule. Sismondi is profoundly conscious of the contradictions in capitalist production. He is aware that on the one hand, its forms, its production relations, stimulate unrestrained development of the productive forces and of wealth, and that on the other hand, these relations are conditional, that their contradictions of use value and exchange value, commodity and money, purchase and sale, production and consumption, capital and wage labor, etc., assume ever greater dimensions as productive power develops. He is particularly aware of the fundamental contradiction. On the one hand, unrestricted development of the productive forces and increase of wealth, which at the same time consists of commodities and must be turned into cash. On the other hand, the system is based on the fact that the mass of producers is restricted to the necessaries. Hence, according to Sismondi, crises are not accidental, as Ricardo maintains, but essential outbreaks, occurring on a large scale and at definite periods, of the imminent contradictions. He wavers constantly. Should the state curb the productive forces to make them adequate to the production relations, or should the production relations be made adequate to the productive forces? He often retreats into the past, becomes one who praises past times, or he seeks to exercise the contradictions by a different adjustment of revenue in relation to capital, or of distribution in relation to production, not realizing that the relations of distribution are only the relations of production seen from a different aspect. He forcefully criticizes the contradictions of bourgeois production, but does not understand them, and consequently does not understand the process whereby they can be resolved. However, at the bottom of his argument is indeed the inkling that new forms of the appropriation of wealth must correspond to productive forces and the material and social conditions for the production of wealth which have developed within capitalist society, that the bourgeois forms are only transitory and contradictory forms, in which wealth attains only an antithetical existence and appears everywhere simultaneously as its opposite. It is wealth which always has poverty as its prerequisite, and only develops by developing poverty as well. We have now seen how nicely Malthus appropriates Sismondi. Malthus's theory is expressed in an exaggerated and even more nauseating form in On Political Economy in connection with the moral state and moral prospects of society, second edition published in London in 1832 by Thomas Chalmers, professor of divinity. Here, the parsonic element is more in evidence, not only theoretically but also practically, since this member of the established church defends it economically with its loaves and fishes, and the whole complex of institutions with which this church stands or falls. The passages in Malthus referred to above, having reference to the workers, are the following. The consumption and demand occasioned by the workmen employed in productive labor can never alone furnish a motive to the accumulation and employment of capital. No farmer will take the trouble of superintending the labor of 10 additional men merely because his whole produce will then sell in the market at an advanced price just equal to what he had paid his additional laborers. There must be something in the previous state of the demand and supply of the commodity in question, or in its price, antecedent to and independent of the demand occasioned by the new laborers, in order to warrant the employment of an additional number of people in its production. The demand created by the productive laborer himself can never be an adequate demand, because it does not go to the full extent of what he produces. If it did, there would be no profit, consequently no motive to employ him. The very existence of a profit upon any commodity presupposes a demand exterior to that of the labor which has produced it. As a great increase of consumption among the working classes must greatly increase the cost of production, it must lower profits and diminish or destroy the motive to accumulate. It is the want of necessaries which mainly stimulates the laboring classes to produce luxuries, and were this stimulus removed or greatly weakened so that the necessaries of life could be obtained with very little labor, instead of more time being devoted to the production of conveniences, there is every reason to think that less time would be so devoted. Malthus is not interested in concealing the contradictions of bourgeois production, but on the contrary, in emphasizing them, on the one hand in order to prove that the poverty of the working classes is necessary, as it is indeed for this mode of production, and on the other hand, to demonstrate to the capitalists the necessity for a well-fed church and state hierarchy in order to create an adequate demand for the commodities they produce. He thus shows that for continued increase of wealth, neither increase of population nor accumulation of capital suffices, nor fertility of the soil, nor labor-saving inventions, nor the extension of the foreign markets. Both laborers and capital may be redundant compared with the means of employing them profitably. Thus he emphasizes the possibility of general overproduction, in opposition to the view of the Ricardians. The principal positions dealing with this matter are the following. Demand is always determined by value and supply by quantity. Commodities are exchanged not only for commodities, but also for productive labor and personal services, and in relation to them, and also to money, there can be a general glut of commodities. Supply must always be proportioned to quantity and demand to value. It is evident, says James Mill, that whatever a man has produced and does not wish to keep for his own consumption is a stock which he may give in exchange for other commodities. His will, therefore, to purchase and his means of purchasing, in other words, his demand, is equal to the amount of what he has produced and does not mean to consume. It is quite obvious, answers Malthus, that his means of purchasing other commodities are not proportioned to the quantity of his own commodity which he has produced and wishes to part with, but to its value in exchange. And unless the value of a commodity in exchange be proportioned to its quantity, it cannot be true that the demand and supply of every individual are always equal to one another. If the demand of every individual were equal to his supply, in the correct sense of the expression, it would be a proof that he could always sell his commodity for the costs of production, including fair profits, and then even a partial glut would be impossible. The argument proves too much. Supply must always be proportioned to quantity, and demand to value. Here, by demand, Mill understands the means of purchasing of the person who demands, but his means of purchasing other commodities are not proportioned to the quantity of his own commodity which he has produced and wishes to part with, but to its value in exchange, and unless the value of a commodity in exchange be proportioned to its quantity, it cannot be true that demand and supply of every individual are always equal to one another. It is still further from the truth for Terence to say that increased supply is the one and only cause of increased effectual demand. If it were, how difficult would it be for a society to recover itself under a temporary diminution of food and clothing? But food and clothing diminished in quantity will rise in value. The money price of the remaining food and clothing will for a time rise in a greater degree than in proportion to the diminution of its quantity, while the money price of labor may remain the same. The necessary consequence, the power of setting in motion a greater quantity of productive industry than before. All the nation's commodities may fall compared with money or labor. Thus, a general glut of the market is possible. their prices can all fall below their production costs. For the rest, only the following passage from Malthus, which deals with the circulation process, need be noted. If we reckon the value of the fixed capital employed as part of the advances, we must reckon the remaining value of such capital at the end of the year as a part of the annual returns. In reality, the capitalist's annual advances consist only of his circulating capital, the wear and tear of his fixed capital, with the interest upon it, and the interest of that part of his circulating capital which consists of the money employed in making his annual payments as they are called for. The sinking fund, i.e. the fund for wear and tear of the fixed capital, is, in my opinion, at the same time a fund for accumulation. Section 13. Critique of Malthus's conception of unproductive consumers by supporters of Ricardo. I wish to quote yet a few passages from a Ricardian book directed against Malthus's theory. As regards the attacks from the capitalist point of view, which are made in the book against Malthus's unproductive consumers in general, and landlords in particular, I shall demonstrate elsewhere that they can be used word for word against the capitalist from the worker's standpoint. This is to be included in the section, The Relationship Between Capital and Wage Labor, presented from an apologetic standpoint. An anonymous follower of Ricardo writes, considering that an increased employment of capital will not take place unless a rate of profits equal to the former rate, or greater than it, can be ensured, and considering that the mere addition to capital does not of itself tend to ensure such a rate of profits, but the reverse, Mr. Malthus, and those who reason in the same manner as he does, proceed to look out for some source, independent of and extrinsic to production itself, whose progressive increase may keep pace with the progressive increase of capital, and from which continual additional supplies of the requisite rate of profits may be derived. According to Malthus, the unproductive consumers are such a source. Mr. Malthus sometimes talks as if there were two distinct funds, capital and revenue, supply and demand, production and consumption, which must take care to keep pace with each other, and neither outrun the other. As if, besides the whole mass of commodities produced, there was required another mass fallen from heaven, I suppose, to purchase them with. The fund for consumption, such as he requires, can only be had at the expense of production. We are continually puzzled in Malthus's speculations between the object of increasing production and that of checking it. When a man is in want of a demand, does Mr. Malthus recommend him to pay some other person to take off his goods? Probably not. Certainly yes. The object of selling your goods is to make a certain amount of money. It can never answer to part with that amount of money for nothing to another person, that he may bring it back to you and buy your goods with it. You might as well have just burnt your goods at once, and you would have been in the same situation. He is right in regard to Malthus, but because it is one and the same fund, the whole mass of commodities produced, which constitutes the production fund and the consumption fund, the fund of supply and the fund of demand, the fund of capital and the fund of revenue, it does not by any means follow that it is irrelevant how the total fund is divided between these various categories. The anonymous author does not understand what Malthus means when he speaks of the demand of the workers being inadequate for the capitalist. As to the demand from labor, that is, either the giving labor in exchange for goods, or in exchange for present complete products, a future and accruing addition of value, this is the real demand, that it is material to the producers to get increased. What Malthus means is not the offer of labor, which our author calls the demand for labor, but the demand for commodities, which the wages the worker receives enable him to make, the money with which the worker buys commodities on the market. And Malthus rightly says of this demand that it can never be adequate to the supply of the capitalist. Otherwise, the worker would be able to buy back the whole of his product with his wages. The same writer says, the very meaning of an increased demand by the laborers is a disposition to take less themselves and leave a larger share for their employers. And if it be said that this by diminishing consumption increases glut, I can only answer that glut is synonymous with high profits. This is meant to be witty, but in fact it contains the essential secret of glut. In connection with Malthus's essay on rent, our author says, when Malthus published his essay on rent, it seems to have been partly with a view to answer the cry of no landlords, which then stood rubric on the walls to stand up in defense of that class, and to prove that they were not like monopolists. That rent cannot be abolished, that its increase is a natural concomitant, in general, of increasing wealth in numbers, he showed. But neither did the vulgar cry of no landlords necessarily mean that there ought to be no such thing as rent, but rather that it ought to be equally divided among the people, according to what was called Spence's plan. But when he proceeds to vindicate landlords from the odious name of monopolists, from the observation of Smith that they love to reap where they never sowed, he seems to be fighting for a name. There is too much the air of an advocate in all these arguments of his. Section 14. The reactionary role of Malthus's writings and their plagiaristic character. Malthus's apologia for the existence of upper and lower classes. Malthus's book, On Population, was a lampoon directed against the French Revolution and the contemporary ideas of reform in England, Godwin, etc. It was an apologia for the poverty of the working classes. The theory was plagiarized from Townsend and others. His essay on rent was a piece of polemic writing in support of the landlords against industrial capital. Its theory was taken from Anderson. His Principles of Political Economy was a polemic work written in the interests of the capitalists against the workers, and in the interests of the aristocracy, church, tax eaters, toadies, etc. against the capitalists. Its theory was taken from Adam Smith. Where he inserts his own inventions, it is pitiable. It is on Sismondi that he bases himself in elaborating the theory. Malthus makes the following remarks, laced with his usual profound philosophy, against any plan to provide the cottagers of England with cows, in the French translation of his An Essay on the Principles of Population, the 5th edition published in 1836. It has been observed that those cottagers who keep cows are more industrious and more regular in their conduct than those who do not. Most of those who keep cows at present have purchased them with the fruits of their own industry. It is therefore more just to say that their industry has given them a cow than that a cow has given them their industry. And it is therefore correct that diligence and labor, together with the exploitation of other people's labor, has given cows to the parvenus amongst the bourgeoisie, while the cows give their sons the taste for idleness. If one took away from their cows, not the ability to give milk, but to command other people's unpaid labor, it would be a very good thing for their taste for labor. This selfsame profound philosopher remarks, "But it is evident that all cannot be in the middle. Superior and inferior parts are in the nature of things absolutely necessary, and strikingly beneficial. If no man could hope to rise, or fear to fall in society, if industry did not bring with it its reward, and indolence its punishment, we could not expect to see that animated activity in bettering our condition, which now forms the master spring of public prosperity. Thus, there must be lower classes, in order that the upper ones may fear to fall, and there must be upper classes, in order that the lower ones may hope to rise. In order that indolence may carry its own punishments, the worker must be poor, and the rentier and the landlord, so beloved of Malthus, must be rich. But what does Malthus mean by the reward of industry? As we shall see later, he means that the worker must perform part of his labor without an equivalent return. A wonderful stimulus, provided the reward and not hunger were the stimulus. What it all boils down to is that a worker may hope to exploit other workers someday. Rousseau says, the more monopoly spreads, the heavier do the chains become for the exploited. Malthus, the profound thinker, has different views. His supreme hope, which he himself describes as more or less utopian, is that the mass of the middle class should grow, and that the proletariat, those who work, should constitute a constantly declining proportion, even though it increases absolutely of the total population. This, in fact, is the course taken by bourgeois society. We might even venture, says Malthus, to indulge a hope that at some future period, the processes for abridging human labor, the progress of which has of late years been so rapid, might ultimately supply all the wants of the most wealthy society with less personal effort than at present, and if they did not diminish the severity of individual exertion, he must go on risking just as much as before, and relatively more and more for others and less for himself, might at least diminish the number of those employed in severe toil. Section 15. Malthus's principles expounded in the anonymous Outlines of Political Economy. A book in which Malthus's principles are elaborated is Outlines of Political Economy, being a plain and short view of the laws relating to the production, distribution, and consumption of wealth, etc., published in London in 1832. First of all, the author explains the practical reasons governing the opposition of the Malthusians to the determination of value by labor time. That labor is the sole source of wealth seems to be a doctrine as dangerous as it is false, as it unhappily affords a handle to those who would represent all property as belonging to the working classes, and the share which is received by others as a robbery or fraud upon them. In the following sentence, it emerges more clearly than in Malthus that the author confuses the value of the commodities with the utilization of commodities, or of money as capital. In the latter sense, it correctly expresses the origin of surplus value. The value of capital, the quantity of labor which it is worth or will command, is always greater than that which it has cost, and the difference constitutes the profit or remuneration to its owner. The following too, which is taken from Malthus, is correct as an explanation of why profit is to be reckoned as part of the production costs of capitalist production. Unless this profit were obtained, there would be no adequate motive to produce the commodity. Profit upon the capital employed is an essential condition of the supply, and as such constitutes a component part of the costs of production. In the following passage, we have, on the other hand, the correct statement that profit directly arises out of the exchange of capital for labor, and on the other hand, the Malthusian thesis that profit is made in selling. A man's profit does not depend upon his command of the produce of other men's labor, but upon his command of labor itself. Here, the correct distinction is made between the exchange of one commodity for another and the exchange of the commodity as capital for labor. If, when the value of money falls, he can sell his goods at a higher price, while his workmen's wages remain unaltered, he is clearly benefited by the rise, whether other goods rise or not. A smaller proportion of what he produces is sufficient to put that labor into motion, and a larger proportion consequently remains for himself. The same thing happens when, for example, as a result of the introduction of new machinery, chemical processes, etc., the capitalist produces commodities below their old value, and either sells them at their old value, or at any rate, above the individual value to which they have fallen. It is true that when this happens, the worker does not directly work a shorter period for himself and a longer one for the capitalist, but in the reproduction process, quote, a smaller proportion of what he produces is sufficient to put that labor into motion, end quote. In actual fact, the worker, therefore, exchanges a greater part of his immediate labor than previously for his own realized labor. For example, he continues to receive what he received previously, £10. But this £10, although it represents the same amount of labor to society, is no longer the product of the same amount of labor time as previously, but may represent 1 hour less, so that in fact, the worker works longer for the capitalist and a shorter period for himself. It is as if he only received £8, which, however, represented the same mass of use values as a result of the increased productivity of his labor. The author remarks in connection with James Mill's arguments regarding the identity of demand and supply discussed earlier, the supply of each man depends upon the quantity which he brings to market. His demand for other things depends upon the value of his supply. The former is certain, it depends upon himself. The latter is uncertain, it depends upon others. The former may remain the same, whilst the latter may vary. 100 quarters of corn, which a man brings to market, may at one time be worth 30 shillings, and at another time 60 shillings the quarter. The quantity or supply is in both instances the same, but the man's demand or power of purchasing other things is twice as great in the latter as in the former case. About the relationship of labor and machinery, the author writes the following. When commodities are multiplied by a more judicious distribution of labor, no greater amount of demand than before is required in order to maintain all the labor which was previously employed. How so? If the distribution of labor is more judicious, more commodities will be produced by the same labor, hence the supply will grow. And does its absorption not require an increased amount of demand? Does Adam Smith not rightly say that the division of labor depends upon the extent of the market? In actual fact, the difference, as regards the demand from outside, is the same except that demand on a larger scale is required when machinery is used. But a more judicious distribution of labor may require the same or even a greater number of laborers than before, while the introduction of machinery must under all circumstances diminish the proportion of capital laid out in immediate labor. Whereas, when machinery is introduced, if there be not an increased amount of demand, or a fall in wages or profits, some of the labor will undoubtedly be thrown out of employment. Let the case be supposed of a commodity worth £1,200, of which 1,000 consists of the wages of 100 men at £10 each, and 200 of profit, at the rate of 20%. Now let it be imagined that the same commodity can be produced by the labor of 50 men and a machine which has cost the labor of 50 men and which requires the labor of 10 men to keep it in constant repair. The producer will then be able to reduce the price of the article to £800 and still continue to obtain the same remuneration for the use of his capital. The 10 men to keep it in repair represent here the annual wear and tear. Otherwise, the calculation would be wrong, since the labor of repairing would then have to be added to the original production costs of machinery. Previously, the manufacturer had to lay out £1,000 annually, but the product was worth £1,200. Now he has laid out £500 on machinery once and for all. He has not therefore to lay out this sum again in any other way. What he has to lay out is £100 annually for repairs and £500 in wages, since there are no raw materials in this example. He has to lay out only £600 per annum, but he makes a profit of £200 on his total capital just as he did previously. The amount and rate of profit remain the same as they were before, but his annual product amounts only to £800. Those who used to pay £1,200 for the commodity will now have £400 to spare, which they can lay out either on something else or in purchasing more of the same commodity. If it be laid out in the produce of immediate labor, it will give employment to no more than 33.4 men, whereas the number thrown out of employment by the introduction of the machine will have been 40, for the wages of 33.4 men at £10 are 334. In other words, this means if the £400 is expended on commodities which are the product of immediate labor, and if the wages per man equal £10, then the commodities which cost 400 must be the product of less than 40 men. If they were the product of 40 men, then they would contain only paid labor. The value of labor, or the quantity of labor embodied in the wages, would be equal to the value of the product, the quantity of labor embodied in the commodity. But the commodities worth £400 contain unpaid labor, which is precisely what constitutes the profit. They must therefore be the product of less than 40 men. If the profit is 20%, then only 5/6 of the product can consist of paid labor, that is, approximately £334, or 33.4 men at £10 per man. The other sixth, roughly £66, represents the unpaid labor. Ricardo himself has shown in exactly the same way that machinery itself, when its money price is as high as the price of the immediate labor it displaces, can never be the product of so much labor. If the £400 be laid out in the purchase of more of the same commodity, or of any other, where the same species and quantity of fixed capital were used, it would employ only 30 men. That is to say, in the case where machinery is introduced, the production of commodities costing £800 involves an outlay of £500 on machinery. Thus, for the production of £400 worth of commodities, only £250 is spent on machinery. Furthermore, 50 workers are needed to operate machinery worth £500. Therefore, 25 workers, their wages amounting to £250, for machinery worth £250. Further, for repair, the maintenance of the machine, 10 men are needed if the machinery costs £500. Consequently, 5 men whose wages come to £50 are needed for machinery costing £250. Thus we have 250 fixed capital and 250 circulating capital, a total of 500, on which there is a profit of 20% amounting to 100. The product is therefore made up of £300 wages and £100 profit, 400. 30 workers are employed in producing the commodities. Here it has been assumed all along that the capitalist who manufactures the commodities either borrows capital out of the £400 savings, which the consumers have deposited at the bank, or that apart from the 400 which have been saved from the revenue of the consumers, he himself possesses capital. For clearly, with a capital of £400, he cannot lay out £250 on machinery and £300 on wages. When the total sum of £1,200 was spent on the produce of immediate labor, the division was 1,000 wages, 200 profits. 100 workers whose wages come to 1,000. When it was spent partly in the one way and partly in the other, the division was £934 to wages and £266 profits, i.e. 60 workers in the machine shop and 33.4 immediate labor, making a total of 93.4 workers, whose wages come to £934. And as in the third supposition, when the whole sum was spent on the joint produce of the machine and labor, the division was £900 wages, i.e. 90 workers, and £300 profits. After the introduction of the machine, the capitalist, quote, certainly cannot employ as much labor as he did before, without accumulating further capital. But the revenue which is saved by the consumers of the article, after its price has fallen, will, by increasing their consumption of that or something else, create a demand for some, though not for all, the labor which has been displaced by the machine. Mr. McCulloch conceives that the introduction of machines into any employment necessarily occasions an equal or greater demand for the disengaged laborers in some other employment. In order to prove this, he supposes that the annuity necessary to replace the value of the machine by the time it is worn out will every year occasion an increasing demand for labor. But as the successive annuities added together up to the end of the term can only equal the original cost of the machine, and the interest upon it during the time it is in operation, in what way it can ever create a demand for labor, beyond what it would have done had no machine been employed, it is not easy to understand. The sinking fund itself can indeed be used for accumulation in the interval, when the wear and tear of the machine is shown in the books, but does not actually affect its work. But in any case, the demand for labor created in this way is much smaller than if the whole capital invested in machinery were laid out in wages, instead of merely the annual wear and tear. McPeter is an ass, as always. This passage is only noteworthy because it contains the idea that the sinking fund is itself a fund for accumulation. Chapter 20. Disintegration of the Ricardian School. Section 1. Robert Terens. Subsection A. Smith and Ricardo on the relation between the average rate of profit and the law of value. Regarding Robert Terens, an essay on the production of wealth, etc., published in London in 1821. Observation of competition, the phenomena of production, shows that capitals of equal size yield an equal amount of profit on the average, or that given the average rate of profit, and the term average rate of profit has no other meaning, the amount of profit depends on the amount of capital advanced. Adam Smith has noted this fact. Its connection with the theory of value which he put forward caused him no pangs of conscience, especially since, in addition to what one might call his esoteric theory, he advanced many others, and could recall one or another at his pleasure. The sole reflection to which this question gives rise is his polemic against the view which seeks to resolve profit into wages of superintendence, since, apart from any other circumstance, the work of superintendence does not increase in the same measure as the scale of production, and moreover, the value of the capital advanced can increase, for instance, as a result of the dearness of raw materials without a corresponding growth in the scale of production. He has no immanent law to determine the average profit or its amount. He merely says that competition reduces this variable. Ricardo, apart from a few merely chance remarks, directly identifies profit with surplus value everywhere. Hence, with him, commodities sell at a profit, not because they are sold above their value, but because they are sold at their value. Nevertheless, in considering value in Chapter 1 of the Principles, he is the first to reflect at all on the relationship between the determination of the value of commodities and the phenomenon that capitals of equal size yield equal profits. They can only do this inasmuch as the commodities they produce, although they are not sold at equal prices, one can however say that their output has equal prices, provided the value of that part of constant capital which is not consumed is added to the product, yield the same surplus value, the same surplus of price over the price of the capital outlay. Ricardo, moreover, is the first to draw attention to the fact that capitals of equal size are by no means of equal organic composition. The difference in this composition he defined in the way traditional since Adam Smith, namely as circulating and fixed capital. That is, he saw only the differences arising from the process of circulation. He certainly does not directly say that it is a prima facie contradiction of the law of value that capitals of unequal organic composition, which consequently set unequal amounts of immediate labor in motion, produce commodities of the same value and yield the same surplus value, which he identifies with profit. On the contrary, he begins his investigation of value by assuming capital and a general rate of profit. He identifies cost price with value from the very outset, and does not see that from the very start this assumption is a prima facie contradiction of the law of value. It is only on the basis of this assumption, which contains the main contradiction and the real difficulty, that he comes to a particular case, changes in the level of wages, their rise or fall. For the rate of profit to remain uniform, the rise or fall in wages, to which corresponds a fall or rise in profit, must have unequal effects on capitals of different organic composition. If wages rise, then profits fall, and also the prices of commodities in whose production a relatively large amount of fixed capital is employed. Where the opposite is the case, the results are likewise opposite. Under these circumstances, therefore, the exchangeable values of the various commodities are not determined by the labor time required for their respective production. In other words, this definition of an equal rate of profit, and Ricardo arrives at it only in individual cases and in this roundabout way, yielded by capitals of different organic composition, contradicts the law of value, or, as Ricardo says, constitutes an exception to it, whereupon Malthus rightly remarks that in the progress of industry, the rule becomes the exception, and the exception the rule. The contradiction itself is not clearly expressed by Ricardo, namely, not in the form, although one of the commodities contains more unpaid labor than the other, For the amount of unpaid labor depends on the amount of paid labor, that is, the amount of immediate labor employed, provided the rate of exploitation of the workers is equal, they nevertheless yield equal values, or the same surplus of unpaid over paid labor. The contradiction, however, occurs with him in a particular form. In certain cases, wages, variations in wages, affect the cost price. He says the exchangeable values of commodities. Equally, differences in the time of turnover of capital, whether the capital remains in the process of production, even if not in the labor process, or in circulation for a longer period, requiring not more work but more time for its turnover, these differences have just as little effect on the equality of profit, and this again contradicts, is, according to Ricardo, an exception to, the law of value. He has therefore presented the problem very one-sidedly. Had he expressed it in a general way, he would also have had a general solution. But his great contribution remains. Ricardo has a notion that there is a difference between value and cost price, and in certain cases, even though he calls them exceptions to the law of value, he formulates the contradiction that capitals of unequal organic composition, that is, in the last analysis, capitals which do not exploit the same amount of living labor, yield equal surplus value, that is, profit. And if one disregards the fact that a portion of the fixed capital enters into the labor process without entering into the process that creates value, equal values, commodities of equal value, or rather of equal cost price, but he confuses this. Subsection B. Terenz's confusion in defining the value of labor and the sources of profit. As we have seen, Malthus uses the contradiction described by Ricardo in order to deny the validity of the Ricardian law of value. At the very beginning of his book, Terenz takes this discovery of Ricardo as his point of departure, not however to solve the problem, but to present the phenomenon as the law of the phenomenon. Supposing that capitals of different degrees of durability are employed, quote, if a woolen and a silk manufacturer were each to employ capital of 2,000 pounds, and if the former were to employ 1,500 in durable machines and 500 pounds in wages and materials, while the latter employed only 500 pounds in durable machines and 1,500 in wages and materials, supposing that a tenth of these fixed capitals is annually consumed and that the rate of profit is 10%, then, as the result of the woolen manufacturer's capital of 2,000 pounds must, to give to him this profit, be 2,200 pounds, and as the value of his fixed capital has been reduced by the progress of production from 1,500 to 1,350, the goods produced must sell for 850. And in like manner, as the fixed capital of the silk manufacturer is by the process of production reduced 1/10, or from 500 to 450, the silks produced must, in order to yield him the customary rate of profit upon his whole capital of 2,000 pounds, sell for 1,750. When capitals equal in amount, but of different degrees of durability are employed, the articles produced, together with the residue of capital in one occupation, will be equal in exchangeable value to the things produced and the residue of capital in another occupation. Here, the phenomenon manifested in competition is merely mentioned, registered. Similarly, a customary rate of profit is presupposed without explaining how it comes about, or even the feeling that this ought to be explained. Equal capitals, or in other words, equal quantities of accumulated labor, will often put in motion different quantities of immediate labor, but neither does this furnish any exception to our general principle, namely, to the fact that the value of the product plus the residue of the capital not consumed yield equal values, or what is the same thing, equal profits. The merit of this passage does not consist in the fact that Terenz here merely registers the phenomenon once again without explaining it, but in the fact that he defines the difference by stating that capitals set in motion unequal quantities of living labor, though he immediately spoils it by declaring it to be a special case. If the value is equal to the labor worked up, embodied in the commodity, then it is clear that if the commodities are sold at their value, the surplus value contained in them can only be equal to the unpaid or surplus labor which they contain. But this surplus labor, given the same rate of exploitation of the worker, cannot be equal in the case of capitals which put in motion different quantities of immediate labor, whether it is the immediate production process or the period of circulation which is the cause of this difference. It is therefore to Terenz's credit that he expresses this. What does he conclude from it? That here, within capitalist production, the law of value suddenly changes. That is, that the law of value, which is abstracted from capitalist production, contradicts capitalist phenomena. And what does he put in its place? absolutely nothing but the crude, thoughtless, verbal expression of the phenomenon which has to be explained. In that early period of society, that is precisely when exchange value in general, the product as commodity, is hardly developed at all, and consequently when there is no law of value either, the total quantity of labor, accumulated and immediate, expended on production, is that which determines the quantity of one commodity which shall be received for a given quantity of another. When stock has accumulated, when capitalists became a class distinct from laborers, when the person who undertakes any branch of industry does not perform his own work, but advances subsistence and materials to others, then it is the amount of capital, or the quantity of accumulated labor expended in production, which determines the exchangeable power of commodities. As long as these two capitals are equal, the law of competition, always tending to equalize the profits of stock, will keep their products of equal value. However, we may vary the quantity of immediate labor which they put in motion, or which their products may require. If we render these capitals unequal in amount, the same law must render their products of unequal value, though the total quantity of labor expended upon each should be precisely equal. After the separation of capitalists and laborers, it is the amount of capital, or the quantity of accumulated labor, and not, as before this separation, the sum of accumulated and immediate labor expended on production which determines the exchangeable value. Here again, he merely states the phenomenon that capitals of equal size yield equal profits, or that the cost price of commodities is equal to the price of the capital advance plus the average profit. There is at the same time a hint that since equal capitals put in motion different quantities of immediate labor, this phenomenon is, at first glance, inconsistent with the determination of the value of commodities by the amount of labor time embodied in them. The remark made by Terence that this phenomenon of capitalist production only manifests itself when capital comes into existence, when the classes of capitalists and workers arise, and the objective conditions of labor acquire an independent existence as capital, is a tautology. But how the separation of the factors necessary for the production of commodities into capitalists and workers, capital and wage labor, upsets the law of the value of commodities is merely inferred from the uncomprehended phenomenon. Ricardo sought to prove that apart from certain exceptions, the separation between capital and wage labor does not change anything in the determination of the value of commodities. Basing himself on the exceptions noted by Ricardo, Terence rejects the law. He reverts to Adam Smith, against whom the Ricardian demonstration is directed, according to whom the value of commodities was determined by the labor time embodied in them in that early period, when men confronted one another simply as owners and exchangers of goods, but not when capital and property and land had been evolved. This means, as I observed in Part 1, that the law which applies to commodities qua commodities no longer applies to them once they are regarded as capital, or as products of capital, or as soon as there is in general an advance from the commodity to capital. On the other hand, the product wholly assumes the form of a commodity only as a result of the fact that the entire product has to be transformed into exchange value, and that also all the ingredients necessary for its production enter it as commodities. In other words, it wholly becomes a commodity only with the development and on the basis of capitalist production. Thus, the law of value is supposed to be valid for a type of production which produces no commodities, or produces commodities only to a limited extent, and not to be valid for a type of production which is based on the product as a commodity. The law itself, as well as the commodity as the general form of the product, is abstracted from capitalist production, and yet it is precisely in respect of capitalist production that the law is held to be invalid. The proposition regarding the influence of the separation of capital and labor on the determination of value, apart from the tautology that capital cannot determine prices so long as it does not yet exist, is moreover a quite superficial translation of a fact manifesting itself on the surface of capitalist production. So long as each person works himself with his own tools and sells his product himself, but in reality the necessity to sell products on a social scale never coincides with production carried on with the producer's own means of production, his costs comprise the cost of both the tools and the labor he performs. The cost to the capitalist consists in the capital he advances, in the sum of values he expends on production, not in labor, which he does not perform and which only costs him what he pays for it. This is a very good reason for the capitalists to calculate and distribute the social surplus value amongst themselves according to the size of their capital outlay, and not according to the quantity of immediate labor which a given capital puts in motion. But it does not explain where the surplus value, which has to be distributed and is distributed in this way, comes from. Terens adheres to Ricardo insofar as he maintains that the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor, but he declares that it is only the quantity of accumulated labor which determines their value. Here, however, Terens lands himself in a fine mess. For example, the value of woolen cloth is determined by the accumulated labor contained in the loom, the wool, etc., and the wages which constitute the ingredients of its production. Accumulated labor, which in this context means nothing else but embodied labor, materialized labor time. However, once the woolen cloth is ready and production is over, the immediate labor expended on the woolen cloth has likewise been transformed into accumulated or materialized labor. Then why should the value of the loom and of the wool be determined by the materialized labor they contain, and the value of the woolen cloth not be so determined? If the woolen cloth in turn becomes a component part of production in, say, dyeing or tailoring, then it is accumulated labor, and the value of the coat is determined by the wages of the workers, their tools, and the woolen cloth, the value of which is determined by the accumulated labor contained in it. If I regard a commodity as capital, that means in this context as a condition of production, then its value resolves itself into immediate labor, which is called accumulated labor because it exists in a materialized form. On the other hand, if I regard the same commodity, as a product and result of the production process, then it is definitely not determined by the labor which is accumulated in it, but by the labor accumulated in its conditions of production. It is indeed a fine vicious circle to seek to determine the value of a commodity by the value of the capital, since the value of the capital is equal to the value of the commodities of which it is made up. James Mill is right as against this fellow when he says, capital is commodities. If the value of commodities, then, depends upon the value of capital, it depends upon the value of commodities. One more thing is to be noted here. Since, according to Terens, the value of a commodity is determined by the value of the capital which produces it, or in other words, by the quantity of labor, the labor accumulated and embodied in this capital, then only two possibilities ensue. The commodity contains, first, the value of the fixed capital used up, second, the value of the raw material, or the quantity of labor contained in the fixed capital and raw material, third, the quantity of labor which is materialized in the money, or in the commodities which function as wages. Now there are two possibilities. The accumulated labor contained in the fixed capital and raw material remains the same after the process of production as it was before. As far as the third part of the accumulated labor advance is concerned, the worker replaces it by his immediate labor. That is, the immediate labor added to the raw material, etc., represents just as much accumulated labor in the commodity, in the product, as was contained in the wages, or it represents more. If it represents more, the commodity contains more accumulated labor than the capital advance did. Then, profit arises precisely out of the surplus of accumulated labor contained in the commodity over that contained in the capital advanced. And the value of the commodity is determined, as previously, by the quantity of labor, accumulated plus immediate, contained in it. Or, i.e. in the first case, immediate labor only represents the quantity of labor embodied in the wage, is only an equivalent of it. If it were less than this, the point to be explained would not be why the capitalist makes a profit, but how it comes about that he makes no loss. Where does the profit come from in this case? Where does the surplus value, i.e. the excess of the value of the commodity over the value of the component parts of production, or over that of the capital outlay, arise? Not in the production process itself, so that merely its realization takes place in the process of exchange, or in the circulation process, but in the exchange process, in the circulation process. We thus come back to Malthus, and the crude mercantilist conception of profit upon expropriation. And it is this conception at which Mr. Terens consistently arrives, although he is, on the other hand, sufficiently inconsistent to explain this payable value not by means of an inexplicable fund dropped down from the skies, namely a fund which provides not only an equivalent for the commodity, but a surplus over and above this equivalent, and is derived from the means of the purchaser who is always able to pay for the commodity above its value without selling it above its value, thus reducing the whole thing to thin air. Terens, who is not as consistent as Malthus, does not have recourse to such a fiction, but on the contrary asserts that effectual demand, the sum of values paid for the product, arises from supply alone, and is therefore likewise a commodity, and thus, since the two sides are both buyers and sellers, it is impossible to see how they can mutually cheat one another to the same extent. The effectual demand for any commodity is always determined, and under any given rate of profit, is constantly commensurate with the quantity of the ingredients of capital, or of the things required in its production, which consumers may be able and willing to offer in exchange for it. Increased supply is the one and only cause of increased effectual demand. Malthus, who quotes this passage from Terence, is quite justified in protesting against it. But the following passages about production costs, etc., demonstrate that Terence does indeed arrive at such absurd conclusions. Market price, Malthus calls it purchasing value, must always include the customary rate of profit for the time being, but natural price, consisting of the cost of production, or in other words, of the capital expended in raising or fabricating commodities, cannot include the rate of profit. The farmer expends 100 quarters of corn in cultivating his fields and obtains in return 120 quarters. In this case, 20 quarters, being the excess of produce above expenditure, constitute the farmer's profit, but it would be absurd to call this excess or profit a part of the expenditure. Likewise, the master manufacturer obtains in return a quantity of finished work. This finished work must possess a higher exchangeable value than the materials, etc. Effectual demand consists in the power and inclination on the part of consumers to give for commodities, either by immediate or circuitous barter, some greater portion of all the ingredients of capital than their production costs. 120 quarters of corn are most certainly more than 100 quarters. But if one merely considers the use value and the process it goes through, that is, in reality, the vegetative or physiological process, as is the case here, it would be wrong to say, not indeed with regard to the 20 quarters, but with regard to the elements which go to make them up, that they do not enter into the production process. If this were so, they could never emerge from it. In addition to the 100 quarters of corn, the seeds, various chemical ingredients supplied by the manure, salts contained in the soil, water, air, light, are all involved in the process, which transforms 100 quarters of corn into 120. The transformation and absorption of the elements, the ingredients, the conditions, the expenditure of nature, which transforms 100 quarters into 120, takes place in the production process itself, and the elements of these 20 quarters enter into this process itself as physiological expenditure, the result of which is the transformation of 100 quarters into 120. Regarded merely from the standpoint of use value, these 20 quarters are not mere profit. The inorganic components have been merely assimilated by the organic components and transformed into organic material. Without the addition of matter, and this is the physiological expenditure, the 100 quarters would never become 120. Thus, it can in fact be said, even from the point of view of mere use value, that is, regarding corn as corn, what enters into corn in inorganic form as expenditure appears in organic form as the actual result, the 20 quarters, i.e. as the surplus of the corn harvested over the corn sown. But these considerations in themselves have as little to do with the question of profit as if one were to say that lengths of wire which in the production process are stretched to 1,000 times the length of the metal from which they are fabricated yield a 1,000-fold profit, since their length has increased 1,000-fold. In the case of the wire, the length has increased. In the case of the corn, the quantity. But neither increase in length nor increase in quantity constitutes profit, which is applicable solely to exchange value, although exchange value manifests itself in a surplus product. As far as exchange value is concerned, there is no need to explain further that the value of 90 quarters of corn can be equal to or greater than the value of 100 quarters, that the value of 100 quarters can be greater than that of 120, and that of 120 greater than that of 500. Thus, on the basis of one example, which has nothing to do with profit, with the surplus in the value of the product over the value of the capital outlay, Terence draws conclusions about profit. And even considered physiologically as use value, his example is wrong, since in actual fact, the 20 quarters of corn which form the surplus product already exist in one way or another in the production process, although in a different form. Finally, Terence blurts out the brilliant old conception that profit is profit upon expropriation. Subsection C. Terence and the conception of production costs. One of Terence's merits is that he has at all raised the controversial question: what are production costs? Ricardo continually confuses the value of commodities with their production costs, insofar as they are equal to the cost price, and is consequently astonished that Say, although he believes that prices are determined by production costs, draws different conclusions. Malthus, like Ricardo, asserts that the price of a commodity is determined by the cost of production, and like Ricardo, he includes the profit in the production costs. Nevertheless, he defines value in a different way, not by the quantity of labor contained in the commodity, but by the quantity of labor it can command. The ambiguities surrounding the concept of production costs arise from the very nature of capitalist production. Firstly, the cost to the capitalist of the commodity he produces is naturally what it costs him. It costs him nothing. That is, he expends no value upon it apart from the value of the capital advanced. If he lays out 100 pounds on raw materials, machinery, wages, etc., in order to produce the commodity, it costs him 100 pounds, neither more nor less. Apart from the labor embodied in these advances, apart from the accumulated labor that is contained in the capital expended and determines the value of the commodities expended in the production process, it costs him no labor. What the immediate labor costs him is the wages he pays for it. Apart from these wages, the immediate labor costs him nothing, and apart from immediate labor, he advances nothing except the value of the constant capital. It is in this sense that Terens understands production costs, and this is the sense in which every capitalist understands them when he calculates his profit, whatever its rate may be. Production costs are here equated with the outlay of the capitalist, which is equal to the value of the capital advanced, i.e. to the quantity of labor contained in the advanced commodities. Every economist, including Ricardo, uses this definition of production costs, whether they are called advances or expenses, etc. This is what Malthus calls the producing price, as opposed to the purchaser's price. The transformation of surplus value into profit corresponds to this definition of expenses. Secondly, according to the first definition, the production costs are the price which the capitalist pays for the manufacture of the commodity during the process of production. Therefore, they are what the commodity costs him. But what the production of a commodity costs the capitalist and what the production of the commodity itself costs are two entirely different things. The labor, both materialized and immediate, which the capitalist pays for the production of the commodity, and the labor which is necessary in order to produce the commodity are entirely different. Their difference constitutes the difference between the value advanced and the value earned, between the purchase price of the commodity for the capitalist and its selling price, that is, if it is sold at its value. If this difference did not exist, then neither money nor commodities could ever be transformed into capital. The source of profit would disappear together with the surplus value. The production costs of the commodity itself consist of the value of the capital consumed in the process of its production, that is, the quantity of materialized labor embodied in the commodity plus the quantity of immediate labor which is expended upon it. The total amount of materialized plus immediate labor consumed in it constitutes the production costs of the commodity itself. The commodity can only be produced by means of the industrial consumption of this quantity of materialized and immediate labor. This is the precondition for its emergence out of the process of production as a product, as a commodity, and even as a use value. And no matter how profit and wages may vary, these imminent production costs of the commodity remain the same so long as the technological conditions of the real labor process remain the same, or what amounts to the same thing as long as there is no variation in the existing development of labor productivity. In this sense, the production costs of a commodity are equal to its value. The living labor expended upon the commodity and the living labor paid by the capitalist are two different things. From the outset, therefore, the production costs of a commodity to the capitalist, his advances, differ from the production costs of the commodity itself, its value. The excess of its value, that is what the commodity itself costs over and above the value of the capital expended, that is what it costs the capitalist, constitutes the profit, which therefore results not from selling the commodity above its value, but from selling it above the value of the advances the capitalist made. The production costs thus defined, the imminent production costs of the commodity, which are equal to its value, to the total amount of labor time, both objectified and immediate, required for its production, remain the fundamental condition for its production, and remain unchangeable so long as the productive power of labor remains unchanged. Thirdly, I have, however, previously shown that in each separate branch of production or particular occupation, the capitalist does not by any means sell his commodities, which are also the product of a particular trade, occupation, or sphere of production, at the value contained in them, and that therefore the amount of profit is not identical with the amount of surplus value, surplus labor, or unpaid labor embodied in the commodities he sells. On the contrary, he can, on the average, only realize as much surplus value in the commodity as devolves on it as the product of an aliquot part of the social capital. If the social capital comes to 1,000, and the capital in a particular branch of production amounts to 100, and if the total amount of surplus value, hence of the surplus product in which that surplus value is embodied, equals 200, that is 20%, then the capital of 100 in this particular branch of production would sell its commodity for 120, whatever the value of the commodity, whether it's 120 or less or more. whether, therefore, the unpaid labor contained in his commodity forms a fifth of the labor expended upon it or not. This is the cost price, and when one speaks of production costs in the proper sense, in the economic capitalist sense, then the term denotes the value of the capital outlay plus the value of the average profit. It is clear that however much the cost price of an individual commodity may diverge from its value, it is determined by the value of the total product of the social capital. It is through the equalization of the profits of the different capitals that they are connected with one another as adequate parts of the aggregate social capital, and as such adequate parts, they draw dividends out of the common funds of surplus value, or surplus product, or surplus labor, or unpaid labor. This does not alter in any way the value of the commodity. It does not alter the fact that whether its cost price is equal to or greater or smaller than its value, the commodity can never be produced without its value being produced. That is to say, without the total amount of materialized and immediate labor required for its production being expended upon it. This quantity of labor, not only of paid but of unpaid labor, must be expended on it, and nothing in the general relationship between capital and labor is altered by the fact that in some spheres of production, a part of the unpaid labor is appropriated by brother capitalists, and not by the capitalist who puts the labor in motion in that particular branch of industry. Further, it is clear that whatever the relation between the value and the cost price of a commodity, the latter will always change, rise or fall, in accordance with the changes of value. That is to say, the quantity of labor required for the production of the commodity. It is furthermore clear that a part of the profit must always represent surplus value, unpaid labor embodied in the commodity itself, because, on the basis of capitalist production, every commodity contains more labor than has been paid by the capitalist putting that labor in motion. Some part of the profit may consist of labor not worked up in a commodity produced in the particular branch of industry, or resulting from the given sphere of production. But then there is some other commodity resulting from some other sphere of production whose cost price falls below its value, or in whose cost price less unpaid labor is accounted for, paid for, than is contained in it. It is clear, therefore, that although the cost prices of most commodities must differ from their values, and hence the costs of production of these commodities must differ from the total quantity of labor contained in them, nevertheless, those costs of production and those cost prices are not only determined by the values of the commodities and confirm the law of value instead of contradicting it, but moreover, that the very existence of costs of production and cost prices can be comprehended only on the basis of value and its laws, and becomes a meaningless absurdity without that premise. At the same time, one perceives how economists who, on the one hand, observe the actual phenomena of competition, and on the other hand, do not understand the relationship between the law of value and the law of cost price, resort to the fiction that capital, not labor, determines the value of commodities, or rather, that there is no such thing as value. Profit enters into the production costs of commodities. It is rightly included in the natural price of commodities by Adam Smith, because in conditions of capitalist production, the commodity, in the long run, on the average, is not brought to the market if it does not yield the cost price, which is equal to the value of the advances plus the average profit. Or, as Malthus puts it, although he does not understand the origin of profit, its real cause, because the profit, and therefore the cost price which includes it, is, on the basis of capitalist production, a condition of the supply of the commodity. To be produced, to be brought to the market, the commodity must at least fetch that market price, that cost price to the seller, whether its own value be greater or smaller than the cost price. It is a matter of indifference to the capitalist whether his commodity contains more or less unpaid labor than other commodities, if into its price enters as much of the general stock of unpaid labor, or the surplus product in which it is fixed, as every other equal quantity of capital will draw from that common stock. In this respect, the capitalists are communists. In competition, each naturally tries to secure more than the average profit, which is only possible if others secure less. It is precisely as a result of this struggle that average profit is established. A part of the surplus value realized in profit, i.e. that part which assumes the form of interest on capital laid out, whether borrowed or not, appears to the capitalist as outlay, as production cost, which he has as a capitalist, just as profit in general is the immediate aim of capitalist production. But in interest, especially on borrowed capital, this appears also as the actual precondition of his production. At the same time, this reveals the significance of the distinction between the phenomena of production and of distribution. Profit, a phenomenon of distribution, is here simultaneously a phenomenon of production, a condition of production, a necessary constituent part of the process of production. How absurd it is, therefore, for John Stuart Mill and others to conceive bourgeois forms of production as absolute, but the bourgeois forms of distribution as historically relative, hence transitory. I shall return to this later. The form of production is simply the form of distribution seen from a different point of view. The specific features, and therefore also the specific limitation, which set bounds to bourgeois distribution, enter into bourgeois production itself as a determining factor, which overlaps and dominates production. The fact that bourgeois production is compelled by its own immanent laws on the one hand to develop the productive forces as if production did not take place on a narrow, restricted social foundation, while on the other hand, it can develop these forces only within these narrow limits, is the deepest and most hidden cause of crises, of the crying contradictions within which bourgeois production is carried on, and which, even at a cursory glance, reveal it only as a transitional, historical form. This is grasped rather crudely, but nonetheless correctly by Sismondi, for example, as a contradiction between production for the sake of production and distribution, which makes absolute development of productivity impossible. Section 2. James Mill. Futile attempts to resolve the contradictions of the Ricardian system. Mill was the first to present Ricardo's theory in systematic form, even though he did it only in rather abstract outlines. What he tries to achieve is formal, logical consistency. The disintegration of the Ricardian school, therefore, begins with him. With the master, what is new and significant develops vigorously amid the manure of contradictions out of the contradictory phenomena. The underlying contradictions themselves testify to the richness of the living foundation from which the theory itself developed. It is different with the disciple. His raw material is no longer reality, but the new theoretical form in which the master had sublimated it. It is in part the theoretical disagreement of opponents of the new theory, and in part the often paradoxical relationship of this theory to reality, which drive him to seek to refute his opponents and explain away reality. In doing so, he entangles himself in contradictions, and with his attempt to solve these, he demonstrates the beginning of the disintegration of the theory which he dogmatically espouses. On the one hand, Mill wants to present bourgeois production as the absolute form of production, and seeks therefore to prove that its real contradictions are only apparent ones. On the other hand, he seeks to present the Ricardian theory as the absolute theoretical form of this mode of production, and to disprove the theoretical contradictions, both the ones pointed out by the others and the ones he himself cannot help seeing. Nevertheless, in a way, Mill advances the Ricardian view beyond the bounds reached by Ricardo. He supports the same historical interests as Ricardo, those of industrial capital against landed property, and he draws practical conclusions from the theory, that of rent, for example, more ruthlessly against the institution of landed property, which he would like to see more or less directly transformed into state property. This conclusion and this side of Mill do not concern us here. Subsection A. Confusion of surplus value with profit. Ricardo's disciples, just as Ricardo himself, failed to make a distinction between surplus value and profit. Ricardo only becomes aware of the problem as a result of the different influence which the variation of wages can exercise on capitals of different organic composition, and he considers different organic composition only with regard to the circulation process. It does not occur to them that even if one considers not capitals in different spheres of production, but each capital separately, insofar as it does not consist exclusively of variable capital, i.e. of capital laid out in wages only, rate of profit and rate of surplus value are different things, that therefore profit must be a more developed, specifically modified form of surplus value. They perceive the difference only insofar as it concerns equal profits, average rate of profit, for capitals in different spheres of production and differently composed of fixed and circulating ingredients. In this connection, Mill only repeats in a vulgarized form what Ricardo says in Chapter 1 on value. The only new consideration which occurs to him in relation to the question is this. Mill remarks that time as such, i.e. not labor time but simply time, produces nothing. Consequently, it does not produce value. How does this fit in with the law of value, according to which capital, because it requires a longer time for its returns to the manufacturer, yields, as Ricardo says, the same profit as capital which employs more immediate labor but returns more rapidly? One perceives that Mill deals here only with a quite individual case, which, expressed in general terms, would read as follows. How does the cost price and the average rate of profit which it presupposes, and therefore also equal values of commodities containing very unequal quantities of labor, fit in with the fact that profit is nothing but a part of the labor time contained in the commodity, the part which is appropriated by the capitalist without an equivalent. On the other hand, in the case of the average rate of profit and cost price, criteria which are quite extrinsic and external to the determination of value are advanced, for example, that the capitalist whose capital takes longer to make its return because, as in the case of wine, it must remain longer in the production process, or in other cases, longer in the circulation process, must be compensated for the time in which he cannot use his capital to produce value. But how can the time in which no value is produced create value? Mill's passage concerning time reads, "Time does nothing. How then can it create a value? Time is a mere abstract term. It is a word, a sound, and it is the very same logical absurdity to talk of an abstract unit measuring value and of time creating it. In reality, what is involved in the grounds for compensation between capitals in different spheres of production is not the production of surplus value, but its division between different categories of capitalists. Viewpoints are here advanced which have nothing whatever to do with the determination of value as such. Everything which compels capital in a particular sphere of production to renounce conditions which would produce a greater amount of surplus value in other spheres is regarded here as grounds for compensation. Thus, if more fixed and less circulating capital is employed, if more constant than variable capital is employed, if it must remain longer in the circulation process, and finally, if it must remain longer in the production process without being subjected to the labor process, a thing which always happens when breaks of a technological character occur in the production process in order to expose the developing product to the working of natural forces, for example, wine in the cellar. Compensation ensues in all these cases, and the last mentioned is the one which Mill seizes on, thus tackling the difficulty in a very circumscribed and isolated way. A part of the surplus value produced in other spheres is transferred to the capitals more unfavorably placed with regard to the direct exploitation of labor, simply in accordance with their size. Competition brings about this equalization so that each separate capital appears only as an aliquot part of social capital. The phenomenon is very simple as soon as the relationship of surplus value and profit, as well as the equalization of profit into a general rate of profit, is understood. If, however, it is to be explained directly from the law of value without any intermediate link, that is, if the profit which a particular capital yields in a particular branch of production is to be explained on the basis of the surplus value contained in the commodities it produces, in other words, on the basis of the unpaid labor, consequently also on the basis of the labor directly expended in the production of the commodities, this is a much more difficult problem to solve than that of squaring the circle, which can be solved algebraically. It is simply an attempt to present that which does not exist as in fact existing. But it is in this direct form that Mill seeks to solve the problem. Thus, no solution of the matter is possible here, only a sophistic explaining away of the difficulty, that is, only scholasticism. Mill begins this process. In the case of an unscrupulous blockhead like McCulloch, this manner assumes a swaggering shamelessness. Mill's solution cannot be better summed up than it is in the words of Bailey. The author has made a curious attempt to resolve the effects of time into expenditure of labor. If, says he, the wine which is put in the cellar is increased in value 1/10 by being kept a year, 1/10 more of labor may be correctly considered as having been expended on it. A fact can be correctly considered as having taken place only when it really has taken place. In the instance adduced, no human being, by the terms of the supposition, has approached the wine or spent upon it a moment or a single motion of his muscles. Here, the contradiction between the general law and further developments in the concrete circumstances is to be resolved not by the discovery of the connecting links, but by directly subordinating and immediately adapting the concrete to the abstract. This, moreover, is to be brought about by a verbal fiction, by changing the correct names of things. These are indeed verbal disputes. They are verbal, however, because real contradictions, which are not resolved in a real way, are to be solved by phrases. When we come to deal with McCulloch, it will be seen that this manner, which appears in Mill only in embryo, did more to undermine the whole foundation of the Ricardian theory than all the attacks of its opponents. Mill resorts to this type of argument only when he is quite unable to find any other expedient. But as a rule, his method is quite different. Where the economic relation, and therefore also the categories expressing it, includes contradictions, opposites, and likewise the unity of opposites, he emphasizes the aspect of the unity of the contradictions and denies the contradictions. He transforms the unity of opposites into the direct identity of opposites. For example, a commodity conceals the contradiction of use value and exchange value. This contradiction develops further, presents itself, and manifests itself in the duplication of the commodity into commodity and money. This duplication appears as a process in the metamorphosis of commodities in which selling and buying are different aspects of a single process, and each act of this process simultaneously includes its opposite. In the first part of this work, I mentioned that Mill disposes of the contradiction by concentrating only on the unity of buying and selling. Consequently, he transforms circulation into barter. Then, however, smuggles categories borrowed from circulation into his description of barter. See also what I wrote there about Mill's theory of money, in which he employs similar methods. In James Mill, we find the unsatisfactory divisions: production, distribution, interchange, and consumption. Subsection B. Mill's vain efforts to bring the exchange between capital and labor into harmony with the law of value. On wages. Instead, however, of waiting until the commodity is produced and the value of it is realized, it has been found to suit much better the convenience of the laborers to receive their share in advance. The shape under which it has been found most convenient for all parties that they should receive it is that of wages. When the share of the commodity which belongs to the laborer has been all received in the shape of wages, the commodity itself belongs to the capitalist, he having in reality bought the share of the laborer and paid for it in advance. It is highly characteristic of Mill that just as money for him is an expedient invented for convenience's sake, capitalist relations are likewise invented for the same reason. These specific social relations of production are invented for convenience sake. Commodities and money are transformed into capital because the worker has ceased to engage in exchange as a commodity producer and commodity owner. Instead of selling commodities, he is compelled to sell his labor itself, to sell directly his labor power as a commodity to the owner of the objective conditions of labor. This separation is the prerequisite for the relationship of capital and wage labor, in the same way as it is the prerequisite for the transformation of money, or of the commodities by which it is represented, into capital. Mill presupposes the separation, the division. He presupposes the relationship of capitalist and wage worker in order to present as a matter of convenience the situation in which the worker sells no product, no commodity, but his share of the product, in the production of which he has no say whatsoever, and which proceeds independently of him, before he has produced it. Or more precisely, the worker's share of the product is paid for, transformed into money, by the capitalist, before the capitalist has disposed of or realized the product in which the worker has a share. This view is aimed at circumventing the specific difficulty, along with the specific form of the relationship, namely the difficulty of the Ricardian system, according to which the worker sells his labor directly, not his labor power. The difficulty can be expressed as follows. The value of a commodity is determined by the labor time required for its production. How does it happen that this law of value does not hold good in the greatest of all exchanges, which forms the foundation of capitalist production, the exchange between capitalist and laborer? Why is the quantity of materialized labor received by the workers as wages not equal to the quantity of immediate labor which he gives in exchange for his wages? To shift this difficulty, Mill transforms the laborer into a commodity owner who sells the capitalist his product, his commodity, since his share of the product of the commodity is his product, in other words, a value produced by him in the form of a particular commodity. He resolves the difficulty by transforming the transaction between capitalist and laborer, which includes the contradiction between materialized and immediate labor, into a common transaction between commodity owners, owners of materialized labor. Although by resorting to this artifice, Mill has indeed made it impossible for himself to grasp the specific nature, the specific features of the proceedings which take place between capitalist and wage worker, he has not reduced the difficulty in any way, but has increased it, because the peculiarity of the result is now no longer comprehensible in terms of the peculiarity of the commodity which the worker sells, and the specific feature of this commodity is that its use value is itself a factor of exchange value. Its use, therefore, creates a greater exchange value than it itself contained. According to Mill, the worker is a seller of commodities, like any other. For example, he produces 6 yards of linen. Of these 6, 2 yards are assumed to be equal to the value of the labor which he has added. He thus sells 2 yards of linen to the capitalist. Why then should he not receive the full value of the 2 yards, like any other seller of 2 yards of linen, since he is now a seller of linen like any other? The contradiction with the law of value now expresses itself much more crassly than before. He does not sell a particular commodity differing from all other commodities. He sells labor embodied in a product, that is, a commodity which as such is not specifically different from any other commodity. If now the price of a yard of linen, that is, the quantity of money containing the same amount of labor time as the yard of linen, is 2 shillings, why then does the worker receive 1 shilling instead of 2? But if the worker received 2 shillings, the capitalist would not secure any surplus value, and the whole Ricardian system would collapse. We would have to return to profit upon expropriation. The 6 yards would cost the capitalist 12 shillings, i.e. their value, but he would sell them for 13 shillings. Or linen, and any other commodity, is sold at its value when the capitalist sells it, but below its value when the worker sells it. Thus, the law of value would be destroyed by the transaction between worker and capitalist. And it is precisely in order to avoid this that Mill resorts to his fictitious argument. He wants to transform the relationship between worker and capitalist into the ordinary one between sellers and buyers of commodities. But why should not the ordinary law of value of commodities apply to this transaction? It may be said, however, that the worker is paid in advance. Consequently, this is not, after all, the ordinary relationship of buying and selling commodities. What does this payment in advance mean in this context? The worker, who for example is paid weekly, advances his labor and produces the share of the weekly product which belongs to him, his weekly labor embodied in a product, both according to Mill's assumption and in practice, before he receives payment from the capitalist. The capitalist advances raw material and machines, the worker the labor, and as soon as the wages are paid at the end of the week, he sells a commodity, his share of the total commodity, to the capitalist. But, Mill will say, the capitalist pays the 2 yards of linen due to the worker, i.e. turns them into cash, transforms them into money, before he himself sells the 6 yards and transforms them into money. But what if the capitalist is working on orders, and if he sells goods before he produces them? Or to express it more generally, what difference does it make to the worker, in this case the seller of the 2 yards of linen, if the capitalist buys these 2 yards from him in order to sell them again and not to consume them? Of what concern are the buyer's motives to the seller? And how can motives, moreover, modify the law of value? To be consistent, each seller would have to dispose of his commodities below their value, for he is disposing of his products to the buyer in the form of a use value, whereas the buyer hands over value in the form of money, the cash form of the product. In this case, the linen manufacturer would also have to underpay the yarn merchant, and the machine manufacturer, and the colliery owner, and so on. For they sell him commodities, which he only intends to transform into money, whereas he pays them in advance the value of the component parts entering into his commodity not only before the commodity is sold, but before it is even produced. The worker provides him with linen, a commodity in marketable form, in contrast to other sellers, whose commodities, machinery, raw materials, etc. have to go through a process before they acquire a saleable form. It is a pretty kettle of fish for such an inveterate Ricardian as Mill, according to whom purchase and sale, supply and demand are identical terms, and money a mere formality, if the transformation of the commodity into money, and nothing else takes place when the 2 yards of linen are sold to the capitalist, includes the fact that the seller has to sell the commodity below its value, and the buyer, with his money, has to buy it above its value. Mill's argument, therefore, amounts to the absurdity that in this transaction, the buyer buys the commodity in order to resell it at a profit, and that consequently, the seller must sell the commodity below its value. And with this, the whole theory of value falls to the ground. This second attempt by Mill to resolve a Ricardian contradiction, in fact, destroys the whole basis of the system, especially its great merit that it defines the relationship between capital and wage labor as a direct exchange between hoarded and immediate labor, that is, that it grasps its specific features. In order to extricate himself, Mill would have to go further and to say that it is not merely a question of the simple transaction of the purchase and sale of commodities, that on the contrary, insofar as it involves payment or the turning into money of the worker's product, which is equal to his share of the total product, the relationship between worker and capitalist is similar to that prevailing between the lending capitalist, or the discounting capitalist, that is the moneyed capitalist, and the industrial capitalist. It would be a pretty state of affairs to presuppose interest-bearing capital, a special form of capital, in order to deduce a general form of capital, capital which produces profit, that is, to present a derived form of surplus value, which already presupposes capital, as the cause of the appearance of surplus value. In that case, moreover, Mill would have to be consistent, and in place of all the definite laws concerning wages and the rate of wages elaborated by Ricardo, he would have to derive them from the rate of interest, and if he did that, it would indeed be impossible to explain what determines the rate of interest, since, according to the Ricardians and all other economists worth naming, the rate of interest is determined by the rate of profit. The proposition concerning the share of the worker in his own product is in fact based on this. If one considers not simply the isolated transaction between capitalist and worker, but the exchange which takes place between both in the course of reproduction, and if one considers the real content of this process instead of the form in which it appears, then it is in fact evident that what the capitalist pays the worker, as well as the part of capital which confronts the worker as constant capital, is nothing but a part of the worker's product itself, and indeed a part which does not have to be transformed into money, but which has already been sold, has already been transformed into money, since wages are paid in money, not in kind. Under slavery, etc., the false appearance brought about by the previous transformation of the product into money, insofar as it is expended on wages, does not arise. It is therefore obvious that what the slave receives as wages is in fact nothing that the slave owner advances him, but simply the portion of the realized labor of the slave that returns to him in the form of means of subsistence. The same applies to the capitalist. He advances something only in appearance. Since he pays for the work only after it has been done, he advances, or rather pays the worker as wages, a part of the product produced by the worker and already transformed into money. A part of the worker's product, which the capitalist appropriates, which is deducted beforehand, returns to the worker in the form of wages, as an advance on the new product, if you like. It is quite unworthy of Mill to cling to this appearance of the transaction in order to explain the transaction itself. This sort of thing might suit McCulloch, Say, or Bastiat. The capitalist can advance the worker nothing except what he has previously taken from the worker, i.e. what has been advanced to him by other people's labor. Malthus himself says that what the capitalist advances consists not of cloth and other commodities, but of labor, that is precisely of that which he himself does not perform. He advances the worker's own labor to the worker. However, the whole paraphrase is of no use to Mill, for it does not help him to avoid resolving the question: how can the exchange between hoarded and immediate labor, and this is the way the exchange process between capital and labor is perceived by Ricardo and by Mill and others after him, correspond to the law of value, which it contradicts directly? One can see from the following passage that it is of no help to Mill. What determines the share of the laborer, or the portion in which the commodity or commodity's worth is divided between him and the capitalist? Whatever the share of the laborer, such is the rate of wages. It is very evident that the share of the two parties is the subject of a bargain between them. All bargains, when left in freedom, are determined by competition, and the terms alter according to the state of supply and demand. The worker is paid for his share of the product. This is said in order to transform him into an ordinary seller of a commodity, vis-a-vis the capitalist, and to eliminate the specific feature of this relationship. According to Mill, the worker's share of the product is his product, that is, the share of the product in which his newly applied labor is realized. But this is not the case. On the contrary, we now ask which is his share of the product, that is, which is his product. For the part of the product which belongs to him is his product, which he sells. We are now told that his product and his product are two quite different things. We must establish first of all what his product, in other words his share of the product, that is the part of the product that belongs to him, is. His product is thus a mere phrase, since the quantity of value which he receives from the capitalist is not determined by his own production. Mill has thus merely removed the difficulty one step. He has got no farther than he was at the beginning. There is a quid pro quo here. Supposing that the exchange between capital and wage labor is a continuous activity, as it is if one does not isolate and consider one individual act or element of capitalist production, then the worker receives a part of the value of his product which he has replaced, plus that part of the value which he has given the capitalist for nothing. This is repeated continuously. Thus he receives in fact continuously a portion of the value of his own product, a part of or a share in the value he has produced. Whether his wages are high or low is not determined by his share of the product, but on the contrary, his share of the product is determined by the amount of his wages. He actually receives a share of the value of the product, but the share he receives is determined by the value of labor, not conversely, the value of labor by his share in the product. The value of labor, that is, the labor time required by the worker for his own reproduction, is a definite magnitude. It is determined by the sale of his labor power to the capitalist. This virtually determines his share of the product as well. It does not happen the other way around, that his share of the product is determined first, and as a result, the amount or value of his wages. This is precisely one of Ricardo's most important and most emphasized propositions, for otherwise the price of labor would determine the prices of the commodities it produces, whereas, according to Ricardo, the price of labor determines nothing but the rate of profit. And how does Mill determine the share of the product which the worker receives? By demand and supply, competition between workers and capitalists. What Mill says applies to all commodities. It is very evident that the share, read in the value of commodities, of the two parties, seller and buyer, is the subject of a bargain between them. All bargains, when left in freedom, are determined by competition, and the terms alter according to the state of supply and demand. Here we have the gist of the matter. This is said by Mill, who, as a zealous Ricardian, proves that although supply and demand can, to be sure, determine the vacillations of market price either above or below the value of a commodity, they cannot determine that value itself. That these are meaningless words when applied to the determination of value, for the determination of demand and supply presupposes the determination of value. In order to determine the value of labor, i.e. the value of a commodity, Mill now resorts to something for which Say had already reproached Ricardo: determination by demand and supply. But even more, Mill does not say which of the two parties represents supply and which demand, which is of no importance to the matter here. Still, since the capitalist offers money and the worker offers something for the money, we will assume that the demand is on the side of the capitalist and supply on that of the worker. But what then does the worker sell? What does he supply? His share of the product, which does not yet exist? But it is just his share in the future product which has to be determined by competition between him and the capitalist, by the demand and supply relationship. One of the sides of this relationship, supply, cannot be something which is itself the result of the struggle between demand and supply. What then does the worker offer for sale? His labor? If this is so, then Mill is back again at the original difficulty he sought to evade: the exchange between hoarded and immediate labor. And when he says that what is happening here is not the exchange of equivalents, or that the value of labor, the commodity sold, is not measured by the labor time itself, but by competition, by demand and supply, then he admits that Ricardo's theory breaks down, that his opponents are right, that the determination of the value of commodities by labor time is false, because the value of the most important commodity, labor itself, contradicts this law of value of commodities. As we shall see later, Wakefield says this quite explicitly. Mill can turn and twist as he will. He cannot extricate himself from the dilemma. At best, to use his own mode of expression, competition causes the workers to offer a definite quantity of labor for a price which, according to the relation of demand and supply, is equal to a larger or smaller part of the product which they will produce with this quantity of labor. That this price, this sum of money which they receive in this way, is equal to a larger or smaller part of the value of the product to be manufactured, does not, however, as a matter of course, in any way prevent a definite amount of living labor, that is, immediate labor, from being exchanged for a greater or lesser amount of money, accumulated labor, existing moreover in the form of exchange value. It does not, therefore, prevent the exchange of unequal quantities of labor, that is, of less hoarded labor for more immediate labor. This was precisely the phenomenon that Mill had to explain, and he wished to clear the problem up without violating the law of value. The phenomenon is not changed in the slightest, much less explained, by declaring that the proportion in which the worker exchanges his immediate labor for money is expressed at the end of the production process in the ratio of the value paid him to the value of the product he has produced. The original, unequal exchange between capital and labor thus only appears in a different form. How Mill boggles at direct exchange between labor and capital, which Ricardo takes as his point of departure without any embarrassment at all, is also shown by the way he proceeds. Thus he says, quote, "Let us begin by supposing that there is a certain number of capitalists, that there is also a certain number of laborers, and that the proportion in which the commodities produced are divided between them has fixed itself at some particular point. Let us next suppose that the laborers have increased in number without any increase in the quantity of capital. To prevent their being left out of employment, the additional laborers have but one resource. They must endeavor to supplant those who have forestalled the employment. That is, they must offer to work for a smaller reward. Wages, therefore, decline.
If we suppose that the quantity of capital is increased while the number of laborers remains the same, the effect will be reversed. If the ratio which capital and population bear to one another remains the same, wages will remain the same. What has to be determined is the proportion in which they, that is, capitalists and workers, divide the product. In order to establish this by competition, Mill assumes that this proportion has fixed itself at some particular point. In order to establish the share of the worker by means of competition, he assumes that it is determined before competition at some particular point. Moreover, in order to demonstrate how competition alters the division of the product which is determined at some particular point, he assumes that workers offer to work for a smaller reward when their numbers grow more rapidly than the quantity of capital. Thus he says here outright that what the workers supply consists of labor, and that they offer this labor for a reward, i.e. money, a definite quantity of hoarded labor. In order to avoid direct exchange between labor and capital, direct sale of labor, he has recourse to the theory of the division of the product. And in order to explain the proportion in which the product is divided, he presupposes direct sale of labor for money, so that this original exchange between capital and labor is later expressed in the proportion of the share the worker receives of his product, and not that the original exchange is determined by his share of the product. And finally, if the number of workers and the amount of capital remain the same, then the wage rate will remain the same. But what is the wage rate when demand and supply balance? That is the point which has to be explained. It is not explained by declaring that this rate is altered when the equilibrium between demand and supply is upset. Mill's tautological circumlocutions only demonstrate that he feels there is a snag here in the Ricardian theory, which he can only overcome by abandoning the theory altogether. Against Malthus, Terens, and others, against the determination of the value of commodities by the value of capital, Mill remarks correctly, quote, "Capital is commodities. If the value of commodities, then, depends upon the value of capital, it depends upon the value of commodities. The value of commodities depends upon itself." Mill does not gloss over the contradiction between capital and labor. The rate of profit must be high so that the social class which is free from immediate labor may be important, and for that purpose, wages must be relatively low. It is necessary that the mass of the laborers should not be masters of their own time and slaves of their own needs, so that human social capacities can develop freely in the classes for which the working class serves merely as a basis. The working class represents lack of development in order that other classes can represent human development. This, in fact, is the contradiction in which bourgeois society develops, as has every hitherto existing society, and this is declared to be a necessary law, i.e., the existing state of affairs is declared to be absolutely reasonable. All the blessings which flow from that grand and distinguishing attribute of our nature, its progressiveness, the power of advancing continually from one degree of knowledge, one degree of command, over the means of happiness to another, seem, in great measure, to depend upon the existence of a class of men which have their time at their command, that is, who are rich enough to be freed from all solicitude with respect to the means of living in a certain state of enjoyment. It is by this class of men that knowledge is cultivated and enlarged. It is also by this class that it is diffused. It is this class of men whose children receive the best education and are prepared for all the higher and more delicate functions of society as legislators, judges, administrators, teachers, inventors in all the arts, and superintendents in all the more important works, by which the dominion of the human species is extended over the powers of nature. To enable a considerable proportion of the community to enjoy the advantages of leisure, the return to capital must evidently be large. In addition to the above, Mill, as a Ricardian, defines labor and capital simply as different forms of labor. Labor and capital, the one immediate labor, the other hoarded labor. In another passage, he says, "Of these two species of labor, two things are to be observed. They are not always paid according to the same rate." Here he comes to the point. Since what pays for immediate labor is always hoarded labor, capital, the fact that it is not paid at the same rate means nothing more than that more immediate labor is exchanged for less hoarded labor, and that this is always the case, since otherwise hoarded labor would not be exchanged as capital for immediate labor, and would not only fail to yield the very high interest desired by Mill, but would yield none at all. The passage quoted thus contains the admission, since Mill, along with Ricardo, regards the exchange between capital and labor as a direct exchange of hoarded and immediate labor, that they are exchanged in unequal proportions, and that in respect of them, the law of value, according to which equal quantities of labor are exchanged for one another, breaks down. Subsection C. Mill's lack of understanding of the regulating role of industrial profit. Mill advances as a basic law what Ricardo actually assumes in order to develop his theory of rent. All other profits must sink to the level of agricultural profits. This is fundamentally wrong, since capitalist production develops first of all in industry, not in agriculture, and only embraces the latter by degrees, so that it is only as a result of the advance of capitalist production that agricultural profits become equalized to industrial profits, and only as a result of this equalization do the former influence the latter. Hence, it is in the first place wrong historically. But second, once this equalization is an accomplished fact, that is, presupposing a level of development in agriculture, in which capital, in accordance with the rate of profit, flows from industry to agriculture and vice versa, it is equally wrong to state that from this point on, agricultural profits become the regulating force, instead of the influence being reciprocal. Incidentally, in order to develop the concept of rent, Ricardo himself assumes the opposite. The price of corn rises. As a result, agricultural profits do not fall, as long as there are no new supplies either from inferior land or from additional less productive investment of capital. For the rise in the price of corn more than compensates the farmer for the loss he incurs by the rise in wages following on the rise in the price of corn. But profits fall in industry, where no such compensation or overcompensation takes place. Consequently, the industrial profit rate falls, and capital which yields this lower rate of profit can therefore be employed on inferior lands. This would not be the case if the old profit rate prevailed, only because the decline of industrial profits thus reacts on the agricultural profit yielded by the worse land does agricultural profit generally fall, and a part of it is detached in the form of rent from the profit the better land yields. This is the way Ricardo describes the process, according to which, therefore, industrial profit regulates profit in agriculture. If agricultural profits were to rise again as a result of improvements in agriculture, then industrial profits would also rise. But this does not by any means exclude the fact that, as originally the decline in industrial profit causes a decline in agricultural profit, a rise in industrial profit may bring about a rise in agricultural profit. This is always the case when industrial profit rises independently of the price of corn and of other agricultural necessities which enter into the wages of the workers. That is, when it rises as a result of the fall in the value of commodities which constitute constant capital, etc. Rent, moreover, cannot possibly be explained if industrial profit does not regulate agricultural profit. The average rate of profit in industry is established as a result of equalization of the profits of different capitals and the consequent transformation of their values into cost prices. These cost prices, the value of the capital advances plus average profit, are the prerequisite received by agriculture from industry, since the equalization of profits cannot take place in agriculture owing to land ownership. If, then, the value of agricultural produce is higher than the cost price determined by the industrial average profit would be, the excess of this value over the cost price constitutes the absolute rent. But in order that this excess of value over cost price can be measured, the cost price must be the primary factor. It must therefore be imposed on agriculture as a law by industry. A passage from Mill must be noted. That which is productively consumed is always capital. This is a property of productive consumption which deserves to be particularly marked. Whatever is consumed productively becomes capital. Subsection D. Demand, supply, overproduction. A demand means the will to purchase and the means of purchasing. The equivalent, that is, means of purchasing, which a man brings is the instrument of demand. The extent of his demand is measured by the extent of his equivalent. The demand and the equivalent are convertible terms, and one may be substituted for the other. A man's will, therefore, to purchase and his means of purchasing, in other words, his demand, is exactly equal to the amount of what he has produced and does not mean to consume. One sees here how the direct identity of demand and supply, hence the impossibility of a general glut, is proved. The product constitutes demand, and the extent of this demand, moreover, is measured by the value of the product. The same abstract reasoning with which Mill demonstrates that buying and selling are but identical and do not differ, the same tautological phrases with which he shows that prices depend on the amount of money in circulation, the same methods used to prove that supply and demand, which are only more developed forms of buyer and seller, must balance each other. The logic is always the same. If a relationship includes opposites, it comprises not only opposites but also the unity of opposites. It is therefore a unity without opposites. This is Mill's logic, by which he eliminates the contradictions. Let us begin with supply. What I supply is commodities, a unity of use value and exchange value. For example, a definite quantity of iron worth 3 pounds, which is equal to a definite quantity of labor time. According to the assumption, I am a manufacturer of iron. I supply a use value, iron, and I supply a value, namely the value expressed in the price of the iron, that is, in 3 pounds. But there is the following little difference. A definite quantity of iron is in reality placed on the market by me. The value of the iron, on the other hand, exists only as its price, which must first be realized by the buyer of the iron, who represents, as far as I am concerned, the demand for the iron. The demand of the seller of iron consists in the demand for the exchange value of the iron, which, although it is embodied in the iron, is not realized. It is possible for the same exchange value to be represented by very different quantities of iron. The supply of use value and the supply of value to be realized are thus by no means identical, since quite different quantities of use value can represent the same quantity of exchange value. The same value, 3 pounds, can be represented by 1, 3, or 10 tons of iron. The quantity of iron, that is the use value, which I supply, and the quantity of value I supply are by no means proportionate to one another, since the latter quantity can remain unchanged no matter how much the former changes. No matter how large or small the quantity of iron I supply may be, it is assumed that I always want to realize the value of the iron, which is independent of the actual quantity of iron, and in general of its existence as a use value. The value supplied but not yet realized, and the quantity of iron which is realized, do not correspond to each other. No grounds exist, therefore, for assuming that the possibility of selling a commodity at its value corresponds in any way to the quantity of the commodity I bring to market. For the buyer, my commodity exists above all as use value. He buys it as such, but what he needs is a definite quantity of iron. His need for iron is just as little determined by the quantity produced by me as the value of my iron is commensurate with this quantity. It is true that the man who buys has in his possession merely the converted form of a commodity, money, i.e. the commodity in the form of exchange value, and he can act as a buyer only because he or others have earlier acted as sellers of commodities, which now exist in the form of money. This, however, is no reason why he should reconvert his money into my commodity, or why his need for my commodity should be determined by the quantity of it that I have produced. Insofar as he wants to buy my commodity, he may want either a smaller quantity than I supply, or the entire quantity, but below its value. His demand does not have to correspond to my supply, any more than the quantity I supply and the value at which I supply it are identical. However, the inquiry into demand and supply does not belong here. Insofar as I supply iron, I do not demand iron, but money. I supply a particular use value and demand its value. My supply and demand are therefore as different as use value and exchange value. Insofar as I supply a value in the iron itself, I demand the realization of this value. My supply and demand are thus as different as something conceptual is from something real. Further, the quantity I supply and its value stand in no proportion to each other. The demand for the quantity of use value I supply is, however, measured not by the value I wish to realize, but by the quantity which the buyer requires at a definite price. Yet another passage from Mill. But it is evident that each man contributes to the general supply the whole of what he has produced and does not mean to consume. In whatever shape any part of the annual product has come into his hands, if he proposes to consume no part of it himself, he wishes to dispose of the whole, and the whole, therefore, becomes matter of supply. If he consumes a part, he wishes to dispose of all the rest, and all the rest becomes a matter of supply. In other words, this means nothing else but that all commodities placed on the market constitute supply. As every man's demand, therefore, is equal to that part of the annual produce, or of the property generally, which he has to dispose of, his demand is equal to the value, when it is realized, of the portion of products which he wants to dispose of. What he wants to dispose of is a certain quantity of use value. What he wishes to have is the value of this use value. Both things are anything but identical. And each man's supply is exactly the same thing. By no means. His demand does not consist in what he wishes to dispose of, i.e. the product, but in the demand for the value of this product. On the other hand, his supply really consists of this product, whereas the value is only conceptually supplied. The supply and demand of every individual are of necessity equal. that is, the value of the commodity supplied by him and the value which he asks for it, but does not possess, are equal, provided he sells the commodity at its value. The value supplied, in the form of commodity, and the value received, in the form of money, are equal. But it does not follow that because he wants to sell the commodity at its value, he actually does so. A quantity of commodities is supplied by him and is on the market. He tries to get the value for it. Demand and supply are terms related in a peculiar manner. A commodity which is supplied is always at the same time a commodity which is the instrument of demand. A commodity which is the instrument of demand is always at the same time a commodity added to the stock of supply. Every commodity is always at one and the same time matter of demand and matter of supply. Of two men who perform an exchange, the one does not come with only a supply, the other with only a demand. Each of them comes with both a demand and a supply. The supply which he brings is the instrument of his demand, and his demand and supply are of course exactly equal to one another. But if the demand and supply of every individual are always equal to one another, demand and supply of all individuals in the nation taken aggregately must be equal. Whatever therefore be the amount of the annual produce, it can never exceed the amount of the annual demand. The whole of the annual produce is divided into a number of shares equal to that of the people to whom it is distributed. The whole of the demand is equal to as much of the whole of the shares as the owners do not keep for their own consumption. But the whole of the shares is equal to the whole of the produce. Once Mill has assumed that supply and demand are equal for each individual, then the whole long-winded excursus to the effect that supply and demand are also equal for all individuals is quite superfluous. How Mill was regarded by contemporary Ricardians can be seen, for instance, from the following. There is thus at least one case, writes Provost with regard to Mill's definition of the value of labor, in which the price of labor is permanently determined by supply and demand relations. In the work cited, McCulloch says that Mill's object is to give a strictly logical deduction of the principles of political economy. Mr. Mill touches on almost every topic of discussion. He has disentangled and simplified the most complex and difficult questions, has placed the various principles which compose the science in their natural order. One can conclude from his logic that he takes over the quite illogical Ricardian structure, which we analyzed earlier, and naively regards it on the whole as a natural order. Subsection E. Provost. Rejection of some of the conclusions of Ricardo and James Mill. Attempts to prove that a constant decrease of profit is not inevitable. As far as the above-mentioned Provost is concerned, who made Mill's exposition of the Ricardian system the basis of his book Reflections, a number of his objections are founded on sheer callow misunderstanding of Ricardo. But the following remark about rent is noteworthy. One may entertain a doubt about the influence of inferior land on the determination of prices if one bears in mind, as one should, its relative area. Provost cites the following from Mill, which is also important for my argument, since Mill himself here thinks of one example where differential rent arises because the new demand, the additional demand, is supplied by a better, not worse, soil, consequently the ascending line. Mr. Mill uses this comparison. Suppose that all the land cultivated in the country were of one uniform quality and yielded the same return to every portion of the capital employed upon it, with the exception of 1 acre. That acre, we shall suppose, yields 6 times as much as any other acre. It is certain, as Mr. Mill demonstrates, that the farmer who rents this last acre cannot increase his rent. That is, cannot make a higher profit than the other farmers. It is very badly expressed. And that 5/6 of the product will go to the landowner. Thus there is here differential rent without the lowering of the rate of profit and without any increase in the price of agricultural products. This must happen all the more frequently, since the situation must improve continuously with the industrial development of the country, the growth of its means of communication, and the increase in population irrespective of the natural fertility, and the relatively better location has the same effect as greater natural fertility. But had the ingenious author thought of making a similar supposition in the opposite case, he would have realized that the result would be different. Let us suppose that all the land was of equal quality with the exception of 1 acre of inferior land. The profit on the capital on this single acre amounted to 1/6 of the profit yielded by every other acre. Does he believe that the profit on several million acres would be reduced to 1/6 of their accustomed level? It is probable that this solitary acre would have no effect at all, because the various products, particularly corn, when they come onto market, would not be markedly affected by such a minute amount. That is why we say that the assertions of Ricardo's supporters about the effect of inferior soil should be modified by taking the relative areas of land of different quality into account. Say, in his notes to Ricardo's book, translated by Constancio, makes only one correct remark about foreign trade. Profit can also be made by cheating, one person gaining what the other loses. Loss and gain within a single country cancel each other out, but not so with trade between different countries. And even according to Ricardo's theory, 3 days of labor of one country can be exchanged against one of another country, a point not noted by Say. Here, the law of value undergoes essential modification. The relationship between labor days of different countries may be similar to that existing between skilled, complex labor and unskilled, simple labor within a country. In this case, the richer country exploits the poorer one, even where the latter gains by the exchange, as John Stuart Mill explains in his book, Some Unsettled Questions. Prevost says the following about the relationship between agricultural and industrial profit. We admit that in general, the rate of agricultural profit determines that of industrial profit. But at the same time, we must point out that the latter also reacts of necessity on the former. If the price of corn rises to a certain point, industrial capitals turn to agriculture and necessarily depress agricultural profits. The point is correct, but is conceived in a much too limited sense. See above. The Ricardians insist that profit can fall only as a result of a rise in wages, because necessaries rise in price with the growth of population. This, however, is a consequence of the accumulation of capital, since inferior soils are cultivated as a result of this accumulation. But Ricardo himself admits that profits can also fall when capitals increase faster than population, when competition of capitals causes wages to rise. This corresponds to Adam Smith's theory. Prevost says, when the growing demand of the capitals increases the price of the laborer, that is, wages, does it not then appear that there are no grounds for asserting that the growing supply of these self-same capitals never causes the price of capitals, in other words, profit, to fall? Prevost builds on the false Ricardian foundation, which can only explain falling profits as a result of decreasing surplus value, and therefore decreasing surplus labor, and consequently as a result of greater value or rising cost of the necessaries consumed by the worker, that is, increasing value of labor, although the real wages of the laborer may not rise but decline. On this basis, he seeks to prove that a continual decline in profits is not inevitable. He says first, to begin with, the state of prosperity increases profits, namely agricultural profits, for the population increases with the state of prosperity. The demand for agricultural produce therefore grows, and consequently the farmer makes additional profits. And this happens long before new land is taken into cultivation. The increased area under cultivation does indeed affect rent and decreases profits. But although profit is thus directly decreased, it still remains as high as before the advance. Why is the cultivation of land of inferior quality undertaken at certain times? It is undertaken in the expectation of a profit which is at least equal to the customary profit. And what circumstance can lead to the realization of such a profit on this kind of land? Increase of population. It presses on the existing means of subsistence, thereby raising the prices of food, especially of corn, so that agricultural capitals obtain high profits. The other capitals pour into agriculture, but since the soil is limited in area, this competition has its limits, and the point is reached where even higher profits can be made than in trade or manufacture, through the cultivation of inferior soils. If there is sufficient area of inferior land available, then agricultural profit must be adjusted to the last capitals applied to the land. If one proceeds from the rate of profit prevailing at the beginning of the increasing prosperity, division of profit into profit and rent, then it will be found that profit has no tendency to decline. It rises with the increase in population until agricultural profit rises to such a degree that it can suffer a considerable reduction as a result of the cultivation of new land without ever sinking below its original rate, or to be more precise, below the average rate determined by various circumstances. Prevost obviously misunderstands the Ricardian view. As a result of prosperity, the population increases, thus raising the price of agricultural products and hence agricultural profits. Although it is not easy to see why, if this rise is constant, rents should not be increased after the leases run out, and why these additional profits should not be collected in the form of rent even before the inferior land is cultivated. But the same rise in the price of agricultural produce, which causes agricultural profits to go up, increases wages in all industries, and consequently brings about a fall in industrial profits. Thus, a new rate of profit arises in industry. If, at the existing market prices, the inferior lands even pay only this lower rate of profit, capitals can be transferred to the inferior land. They will be attracted to it by the high agricultural profits and the high market price of corn. As Prevost says, they may, before a sufficient amount of capital has been transferred, even yield higher profits than the industrial profits, which have declined. But as soon as the additional supply is adequate, the market price falls, so that the inferior soils only yield the ordinary industrial profit. The additional amount yielded by the product of the better soils is converted into rent. This is the Ricardian conception, whose basic premises are accepted by Prevost and from which he reasons. Corn is now dearer than it was before the rise in agricultural profit, but the additional profit which it brought the farmer is transformed into rent. In this way, therefore, profit also declines on the better land to the lower rate of industrial profit brought about by the rise in the price of agricultural produce. There is no reason for assuming that as a consequence, profits do not have to fall below their original rate if no other modifying circumstances intervene. Other circumstances may, of course, intervene. According to the assumption, after the increase in the price of necessaries, agricultural profit is in any case higher than industrial profit. If, however, as a result of the development of productive power, the part of the workers' necessaries supplied by industry has fallen to such a degree that wages, even though they are paid at their average value, do not rise as much as they would have done without the intervention of these paralyzing circumstances, proportionally to the increased price of agricultural produce. If, furthermore, the same development of productive power has reduced the prices of the products of the extractive industries and also of agricultural raw materials which are not used as food, although the supposition is not very likely, industrial profit need not fall, though it would be lower than agricultural profit. A decline of the latter, as a result of a transfer of capital to agriculture and the building up of rent, would only restore the old rate of profit. Secondly, Prevost tries a different approach. Soils of inferior quality are only put into cultivation if they yield profits as high as, or even higher than, the profit yielded by industrial capitals. Under these conditions, the price of corn or of other agricultural products often remains very high, despite the newly cultivated land. These high prices press on the working population, since rises in wages do not correspond exactly to rises in the prices of the goods used by the workers. They are more or less a burden to the whole population, since nearly all commodities are affected by the rise in wages and in the prices of essential goods. This general pressure, linked with the increasing mortality brought about by too large a population, results in a decline in the number of wage workers, and consequently in a rise in wages and a decline in agricultural profits. Further development now proceeds in the opposite direction to that taken previously. Capitals are withdrawn from the inferior soils and reinvested in industry, but the population principle soon begins to operate once again. As soon as poverty has ended, the number of workers increases, their wages decline, and profits rise as a consequence. Such fluctuations follow one another repeatedly without bringing about a change in the average rate of profit. Profit may decline or rise for other reasons or as a result of these causes. It may alternately go up and down, and yet it may not be possible to attribute the average rise or fall to the necessity of cultivating new soils. The population is the regulator which establishes the natural order and keeps profit within certain limits. Although confused, this is correct according to the population principle. It is, however, not in line with the assumption that agricultural profits rise until the additional supply required by the population has been produced. If this presupposes a constant increase in the prices of agricultural produce, then it leads not to a decrease in population, but to a general lowering of the rate of profit, hence of accumulation, and consequently to a decrease of population. According to the Ricardian Malthusian view, the population would grow more slowly, but Prevost's basis is that the process would depress wages below their average level. This fall in wages and the poverty of the workers causes the price of corn to fall and hence profits to rise again. This latter argument, however, does not belong here, for here it is assumed that the value of labor is always paid, that is, that the workers receive the means of subsistence necessary for their reproduction. This exposition of Prevost is important because it demonstrates that the Ricardian view, along with the view he adopted from Malthus, can indeed explain fluctuations in the rate of profit, but cannot explain constant falls in the same without repercussions, for upon reaching a certain level, the rise in corn prices and the drop in profit would force wages below their level, bringing about a violent decrease in the population, and therefore a fall in the prices of corn and other necessaries, and this would lead again to a rise in profits. Section 3. Polemical Writings. The period between 1820 and 1830 is, metaphysically speaking, the most important period in the history of English political economy. Theoretical tilting for and against the Ricardian theory, a whole series of anonymous polemical works, the most important of which are quoted here, especially in relation to those matters which concern our subject. At the same time, however, it is a characteristic of these polemical writings that all of them, in actual fact, merely revolve around the definition of the concept of value and its relation to capital. Subsection A. Observations on certain verbal disputes. Skepticism in political economy. Observations on certain verbal disputes in political economy, particularly relating to value and to demand and supply, published in London in 1821. This is not without a certain acuteness. The title, Verbal Disputes, is characteristic. Directed in part against Smith and Malthus, but also against Ricardo. The real sense of the work lies in the following. Disputes are entirely owing to the use of words in different senses by different persons, to the disputants looking, like the knights in the story, at different sides of the shield. This kind of skepticism always heralds the dissolution of a theory. It is the harbinger of a frivolous and unprincipled eclecticism designed for domestic use. First of all, in relation to Ricardo's theory of value, there is an obvious difficulty in supposing that labor is what we mentally allude to when we talk of value or of real price, as opposed to nominal price. For we often want to speak of the value or price of labor itself, whereby labor, as the real price of a thing, we mean the labor which produced the thing. There is another difficulty besides, for we often want to speak of the value or price of land, but land is not produced by labor. This definition, then, will only apply to commodities. As far as labor is concerned, the objection to Ricardo is correct insofar as he presents capital as the purchaser of immediate labor, and consequently speaks directly of the value of labor, while what is bought and sold is the temporary use of labor power, itself a product. Instead of the problem being resolved, it is only emphasized here that a problem remains unsolved. It is also quite correct that the value or price of land, which is not produced by labor, appears directly to contradict the concept of value and cannot be derived directly from it. This proposition is all the more insignificant when used against Ricardo, since its author does not attack Ricardo's theory of rent, in which precisely Ricardo sets forth how the nominal value of land is evolved on the basis of capitalist production, and does not contradict the definition of value. The value of land is nothing but the price which is paid for capitalized ground rent. Much more far-reaching developments have therefore to be presumed here than can be deduced prima facie from the simple consideration of the commodity and its value, just as from the simple concept of productive capital, one cannot evolve fictitious capital, the object of gambling on the stock exchange, which is actually nothing but the selling and buying of entitlement to a certain part of the annual tax revenue. The second objection, that Ricardo transforms value, which is a relative concept, into an absolute concept, is made the chief point of the attack on the whole Ricardian system in another polemical work, written by Bailey, which appeared later. In considering this latter work, we will also cite relevant passages from the Observations. A very pertinent observation about the source from which capital, which pays labor, arises, is contained in an incidental remark unconsciously made by the author, who, on the contrary, wants to use it to prove what is said in the following sentence not underlined by me, namely, that the supply of labor itself constitutes a check on the tendency of labor to sink to its natural price. An increased supply of labor is an increased supply of that which is to purchase labor. If we say then, with Mr. Ricardo, that labor is at every moment tending to what he calls its natural price, we must only recollect that the increase made in its supply, in order to tend to that, is itself one cause of the counteracting power, which prevents the tendency from being effectual. No analysis is possible unless the average price of labor, i.e. the value of labor, is made the point of departure. Just as little would it be possible if one failed to take the value of commodities in general as the point of departure. Only on this basis is it possible to understand the real phenomena of price fluctuations. It is not meant to be asserted by him, that is Ricardo, that two particular lots of two different articles, as a hat and a pair of shoes, exchanged with one another when those two particular lots were produced by equal quantities of labor. By commodity, we must here understand description of commodity, not a particular individual hat, pair of shoes, etc. The whole labor which produces all the hats in England is to be considered, to this purpose, as divided among all the hats. This seems to me not to have been expressed at first, and in the general statements of his doctrine. For example, Ricardo says that a portion of the labor of the engineer who makes the machines is contained, for instance, in a pair of stockings. Yet the total labor that produced each single pair of stockings, if it is of a single pair that we are speaking, includes the whole labor of the engineer, not a portion. For one machine makes many pairs, and none of those pairs could have been done without any part of the machine. The last passage is based on a misunderstanding. The whole machine enters into the labor process, but only a part of it enters the formation of value. Apart from this, some things in the remark are correct. We start with the commodity, the specific social form of the product, as the foundation and prerequisite of capitalist production. We take individual products and analyze those distinctions of form which they have as commodities, which stamp them as commodities. In earlier modes of production, preceding the capitalist mode of production, a large part of the output never enters into circulation, is never placed on the market, is not produced as commodities, and does not become commodities. On the other hand, at that time, a large part of the products which enter into production are not commodities, and do not enter into the process as commodities. The transformation of products into commodities only occurs in individual cases, is limited only to the surplus of products, etc., or only to individual spheres of production, manufactured products, etc. A whole range of products neither enter into the process as articles to be sold, nor arise from it as such. Nevertheless, the prerequisite, the starting point of the formation of capital and of capitalist production is the development of the product into a commodity, commodity circulation, and consequently money circulation within certain limits, and consequently trade developed to a certain degree. It is as such a prerequisite that we treat the commodity, since we proceed from it as the simplest element in capitalist production. On the other hand, the product, the result of capitalist production, is the commodity. What appears as its element is later revealed to be its own product. Only on the basis of capitalist production does the commodity become the general form of the product, and the more this production develops, the more do the products in the form of commodities enter into the process as ingredients. The commodity as it emerges in capitalist production is different from the commodity taken as the element, the starting point of capitalist production. We are no longer faced with the individual commodity, the individual product. The individual commodity, the individual product, manifests itself not only as a real product, but also as a commodity, as a part, both really and conceptually, of production as a whole. Each individual commodity represents a definite portion of capital and of the surplus value created by it. The value of the capital advanced, plus the surplus labor appropriated, for example, a value of £120, if it is assumed that £100 is the value of the capital and 20 that of surplus labor, is, as far as its value is concerned, contained in the total product, let us say in 1,200 yards of cotton. Each yard, therefore, equals 120 over 1,200 pounds, or 1/10 of 1 pound or 2 shillings. It is not the individual commodity which appears as the result of the process, but the mass of commodities in which the value of the total capital has been reproduced plus a surplus value. The total value produced, divided by the number of products, determines the value of the individual product, and it becomes a commodity only as such an aliquot part. It is no longer the labor expended on the individual particular commodity. In most cases, it can no longer be calculated, and may be greater in the case of one commodity than in that of another, but a proportional part of the total labor, i.e. the average of the total value divided by the number of products, which determines the value of the individual product and establishes it as a commodity. Consequently, the total mass of commodities must also be sold, each commodity at its value, determined in this way in order to replace the total capital together with the surplus value. If only 800 out of the 1,200 yards were sold, then the capital would not be replaced, still less would there be a profit. But each yard would also have been sold below its value, for its value is determined not in isolation, but as an aliquot part of the total product. If you call labor a commodity, it is not like a commodity which is first produced in order to exchange, and then brought to market, where it must exchange with other commodities according to the respective quantities of each which there may be in the market at the time. Labor is created at the moment it is brought to market. Nay, it is brought to market before it is created. What is in fact brought to market is not labor, but the laborer. What he sells to the capitalist is not his labor, but the temporary use of himself as a working power. This is the immediate object of the contract which the capitalist and the worker conclude, the purchase and sale which they transact. Where payment is for piecework, task work, instead of according to the time for which the labor power is displaced at the disposal of the employer, this is only another method of determining the time. It is measured by the product, a definite quantity of products being considered as a standard representing the socially necessary labor time. In many branches of industry in London, where piecework is the rule, payment is thus made by the hour, but disputes often arise as to whether this or that piece of work constitutes an hour or not. Irrespective of the individual form, it is the case not only with regard to piecework but in general that although labor power is sold on definite terms before its use, it is only paid for after the work is completed, whether it is paid daily, weekly, and so on. Here, money becomes the means of payment after it had served previously as an abstract means of purchase, because the nominal transfer of the commodity to the buyer is distinct from the actual transfer. The sale of the commodity, labor power, the legal transfer of the use value and its actual alienation do not occur at the same time. The realization of the price, therefore, takes place later than the sale of the commodity. See the first part of my book, page 122. It can also be seen that here it is the worker, not the capitalist, who does the advancing. Just as in the case of the renting of a house, it is not the tenant, but the landlord who advances use value. The worker will indeed be paid before the commodities produced by him have been sold. But his commodity, his labor power, has been consumed industrially, i.e. has been transferred into the hands of the buyer, the capitalist, before he, the worker, has been paid. And it is not a question of what the buyer of a commodity wants to do with it, whether he buys it in order to retain it as a use value or in order to sell it again. It is a question of the direct transaction between the first buyer and seller. Ricardo says, in the Principles, in different stages of society, the accumulation of capital, or the means of employing labor, is more or less rapid, and must in all cases depend on the productive powers of labor. The productive powers of labor are generally greatest where there is an abundance of fertile land. The author of the Observations makes the following remark on this passage of Ricardo's. If, in the first sentence, the productive powers of labor mean the smallness of that aliquot part of any produce that goes to those whose manual labor produced it, the sentence is nearly identical, because the remaining aliquot part is the fund whence capital can, if the owner pleases, be accumulated. This is a tacit admission that from the standpoint of the capitalist, quote, productive powers of labor mean the smallness of that aliquot part of any produce that goes to those whose manual labor produced it, end quote. This sentence is very nice. But then, this does not generally happen where there is most fertile land. This is silly. Ricardo presupposes capitalist production. He does not investigate whether it develops more freely with fertile or relatively unfertile land. Where it exists, it is most productive where land is most fertile. Just as the social productive forces, the natural productive forces of labor, that is, those labor finds in inorganic nature, appear as the productive power of capital. Ricardo himself, in the passage cited above, rightly identifies productive power of labor with labor productive of capital, productive of the wealth that commands labor, not of the wealth that belongs to labor. His expression, capital or the means of employing labor, is in fact the only one in which he grasps the real nature of capital. He himself is so much the prisoner of a capitalist standpoint that this conversion, this quid pro quo, is for him a matter of course. The objective conditions of labor, created moreover by labor itself, raw materials and working instruments, are not means employed by labor as its means, but on the contrary, they are the means of employing labor. They are not employed by labor, they employ labor. For them, labor is a means by which they are accumulated as capital, not a means to provide products, wealth for the worker. It does in North America, but that is an artificial state of things. That is, a capitalistic state of things. It does not in Mexico. It does not in New Holland. The productive powers of labor are indeed, in another sense, greatest where there is much fertile land, viz. The power of man, if he chooses it, to raise much raw produce in proportion to the whole labor he performs. It is indeed a gift of nature that man can raise more food than the lowest quantity that they could maintain and keep up the existing population on. This is the basis of the doctrine of the physiocrats. The physical basis of surplus value is this gift of nature, most obvious in agricultural labor, which originally satisfied nearly all human needs. It is not so in manufacturing labor because the product must first be sold as a commodity. The physiocrats, the first to analyze surplus value, understand it in its natural form. But surplus produce, the term used by Mr. Ricardo, page 93, generally means the excess of the whole price of a thing above that part of it which goes to the laborers who made it. The fool does not see that where land is fertile, the part of the price of the produce that goes to the laborer, although it may be small, buys a sufficient quantity of necessaries. The part that goes to the capitalist is great. A point which is settled by human arrangement and not fixed by nature. If the last concluding passage has any meaning at all, it is that surplus produce, in the capitalist sense, must be strictly distinguished from the productivity of industry as such. The latter is of interest to the capitalist only insofar as it realizes profit for him. Therein lies the narrowness and limitation of capitalist production. When the demand for an article exceeds that which is, with reference to the present rate of supply, the effectual demand, and when consequently the price has risen, either additions can be made to the rate of supply at the same rate of cost of production as before, in which case they will be made till the article is brought to exchange at the same rate as before with other articles, or, secondly, no possible additions can be made to the former rate of supply, and then the price which has risen will not be brought down but continue to afford, as Smith says, a greater rent, or profits, or wages, or all three, to the particular land, capital, or labor employed in producing the article. Or, thirdly, the additions which can be made will require proportionally more land, or capital, or labor, or all three, than were required for the periodical production, note these words, of the amount previously supplied. Then the addition will not be made till the demand is strong enough, first, to pay this increased price for the addition, secondly, to pay the same increased price upon the old amount of supply. For the person who has produced the additional quantity will be no more able to get a high price for it than those who produce the former quantity. There will then be surplus profits in this trade. The surplus profits will either be in the hands of some particular producers only, or, if the additional produce cannot be distinguished from the rest, will be a surplus shared by all. People will give something to belong to a trade in which surplus profit can be made. What they so give is rent. Here, one need only say that in this book, rent is for the first time regarded as the general form of consolidated surplus profit. Conversion of revenue into capital is another of those verbal sources of controversy. One man means by it that the capitalist lays out part of the profits he has made by his capital, in making additions to his capital, instead of spending it for his private use, as he might else have done. Another man means by it that a person lays out as capital something which he never got as profits, or any capital of his own, but received as rent, wages, salary. This last passage, another of those verbal sources of controversy, one man means by it, another man means by it, testifies to the method used by this smart aleck. Subsection B. An inquiry into those principles. The lack of understanding of the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production which cause crises. An inquiry into those principles, respecting the nature of demand and the necessity of consumption, lately advocated by Mr. Malthus, published in London, 1821. A Ricardian work, Good against Malthus, demonstrates the infinite narrow-mindedness to which the perspicacity of these fellows is reduced as soon as they examine not landed property but capital. Nevertheless, it is one of the best of the polemical works of the decade mentioned. If the capital employed in cutlery is increased as 100 to 101, and can only produce an increase of cutlery in the same proportion, the degree in which it will increase the command which its producers have over things in general, no increased production of them having by the supposition taken place, will be in a less proportion, and this and not the increase of the quantity of cutlery constitutes the employer's profits, or the increase of their wealth. But if the like addition of 1% had been making at the time to the capitals of all other trades, and with the like result as to produce, this would not follow, for the rate at which each article would exchange with the rest would remain unaltered, and therefore a given portion of each would give the same command as before over the rest. First of all, if there has been no increase of production, and of the capital devoted to production, except in the cutlery trade as is assumed, then the return will not be in a less proportion, but an absolute loss. There are then only three courses open to the cutlery producer. Either he must exchange his increased product as he would have done his smaller product, and his increased production would thus result in a positive loss. Or he must try to get new consumers. If, amongst the old circle, this could only be done by withdrawing customers from another trade and shifting his loss upon other shoulders, or he must enlarge his market beyond its former limits. But neither the one nor the other operation depends on his goodwill, nor on the mere existence of an increased quantity of knives. Or, in the last instance, he must carry over his production to another year and diminish his new supply for that year, which, if his addition of capital did exist not only in additional wages, but in additional fixed capital, will equally result in a loss. Furthermore, if all other capitals have accumulated at the same rate, it does not follow at all that their production has increased at the same rate. But if it has, it does not follow that they want 1% more of cutlery, as their demand for cutlery is not at all connected either with the increase of their own produce or with their increased power of buying cutlery. What follows is merely the tautology. If the increased capital used in each particular branch of production is proportionate to the rate in which the wants of society increase the demand for each particular commodity, then this increase of one commodity secures a market for the increased supply of other commodities. Here, therefore, is presupposed, firstly, capitalist production, in which the production of each particular industry and its increase are not directly regulated and controlled by the wants of society, but by the productive forces at the disposal of each individual capitalist, independent of the wants of society. Secondly, it is assumed that nevertheless production is proportional to the requirements, as though capital were employed in the different spheres of production directly by society in accordance with its needs. On this assumption, if capitalist production were entirely socialist production, a contradiction in terms, no overproduction could in fact occur. By the way, in the various branches of industry in which the same accumulation of capital takes place, and this too is an unfortunate assumption, that capital is accumulated at an equal rate in different spheres, the amount of products corresponding to the increased capital employed may vary greatly, since the productive forces in the different industries or the total use values produced in relation to the labor employed differ considerably. The same value is produced in both cases, but the quantity of commodities in which it is represented is very different. It is quite incomprehensible, therefore, why industry A, because the value of its output has increased by 1%, while the mass of its products has grown by 20%, must find a market in B where the value is likewise increased by 1%, but the quantity of its output only by 5%. Here, the author has failed to take into consideration the difference between use value and exchange value. Say's earth-shaking discovery that commodities can only be bought with commodities simply means that money itself is the converted form of the commodity. It does not prove by any means that because I can buy only with commodities, I can buy with my commodity, or that my purchasing power is related to the quantity of commodities I produce. The same value can be embodied in very different quantities of commodities, but the use value, consumption, depends not on value, but on the quantity. It's quite unintelligible why I should buy 6 knives because I can get them for the same price that I previously paid for one. Apart from the fact that the workers do not sell commodities but labor, a great number of people who do not produce commodities at all buy things with money. Buyers and sellers of commodities are not identical. The landlord, the moneyed capitalist, and others obtain in the form of money commodities produced by other people. They are buyers without being sellers of commodities. Buying and selling occurs not only between industrial capitalists, but they also sell to workers, and likewise to owners of revenue who are not commodity producers. Finally, the purchases and sales transacted by them as capitalists are very different from the purchases they make as revenue spenders. Mr. Ricardo, after quoting the doctrine of Smith about the cause of the fall of profits, adds, Mr. Say, however, has most satisfactorily shown that there is no amount of capital which may not be employed in a country because demand is only limited by production. This is very wise. Limited indeed. Nothing can be demanded which cannot be produced upon demand, or which the demand does not find ready-made in the market. Hence, because demand is limited by production, it by no means follows that production is or was limited by demand, and can never exceed the demand, particularly the demand at the market price. This is Say-like acumen. Quote, there cannot be accumulated in a country any amount of capital which cannot be employed productively, end quote. Meaning, I presume, with profit to the owner. Quote, until wages rise so high in consequence of the rise of necessaries, and so little consequently remains for the profits of stock, that the motive for accumulation ceases, end quote. Ricardo here equates productively and profitably, Whereas it is precisely the fact that in capitalist production, profitably alone is productively, that constitutes the difference between it and absolute production, as well as its limitations. In order to produce productively, production must be carried on in such a way that the mass of producers are excluded from the demand for a part of the product. Production has to be carried on in opposition to a class whose consumption stands in no relation to its production, since it is precisely in the excess of its production over its consumption that the profit of capital consists. On the other hand, production must be carried on for classes who consume without producing. It is not enough merely to give the surplus product a form in which it becomes an object of demand for these classes. On the other hand, the capitalist himself, if he wishes to accumulate, must not himself consume as much of his own products, insofar as they are consumer goods, as he produces. Otherwise, he cannot accumulate. That is why Malthus opposes to the capitalist classes whose task is not accumulation but expenditure. And while on the one hand, all these contradictions are assumed, it is assumed on the other that production proceeds without any friction, just as if these contradictions did not exist at all. Purchase is divorced from sale, commodity from money, use value from exchange value. It is assumed, however, that this separation does not exist, but that there is barter. Consumption and production are separated. There are producers who do not consume, and consumers who do not produce. It is assumed that consumption and production are identical. The capitalist directly produces exchange value in order to increase his profit, and not for the sake of consumption. It is assumed that he produces directly for the sake of consumption and only for it. If it is assumed that the contradictions existing in bourgeois production, which in fact are reconciled by a process of adjustment which at the same time, however, manifests itself as crises, violent fusion of disconnected factors operating independently of one another and yet correlated, if it is assumed that the contradictions existing in bourgeois production do not exist, then these contradictions obviously cannot come into play. In every industry, each individual capitalist produces in proportion to his capital, irrespective of the needs of society, and especially irrespective of the supply of competing capitalists in the same industry. It is assumed that he produces as if he were fulfilling orders placed by society. If there were no foreign trade, then luxuries could be produced at home, whatever their cost. In that case, labor, with the exception of the branches producing necessaries, would, in actual fact, be very unproductive. Hence, accumulation of capital would proceed at a low rate. Thus, every country would be able to employ all the capital accumulated there, since, according to the assumption, very little capital would have been accumulated. The latter sentence limits, not to say contradicts, the former if, which may not be employed in the former means employed productively, or rather profitably. And if it means simply employed, the proposition is useless, because neither Adam Smith nor anybody else, I presume, denied that it might be employed if you did not care what profit is brought. Ricardo says indeed that all capital in a given country, at whatever rate accumulated, may be employed profitably. On the other hand, he says that the very fact of the accumulation of capital checks its profitable employment, because it must result in lessening profits, that is, the rate of accumulation. The very meaning of an increased demand by the laborers is a disposition to take less themselves and leave a larger share for their employers. And if it be said that this, by diminishing consumption, increases glut, I can only answer that glut is synonymous with high profits. This is indeed the secret basis of glut. The laborers do not, considered as consumers, derive any benefit from machines, while flourishing, as Mr. Say says in his Treatise of Political Economy, 4th edition, volume 1, page 60, unless the article, which the machines cheapen, is one that can be brought by cheapening within their use. Threshing machines, windmills, may be a great thing for them in this view, but the invention of a veneering machine, or a block machine, or a lace frame does not mend their condition much. The habits of the laborers, where division of labor has been carried very far, are applicable only to the particular line they have been used to. They are a sort of machines. Then there is a long period of idleness, that is, of labor lost, of wealth cut off at its root. It is quite useless to repeat like a parrot that things have a tendency to find their level. We must look about us and see they cannot for a long time find a level, that when they do, it will be a far lower level than they set out from. This Ricardian, following Ricardo's example, recognizes correctly crises resulting from sudden changes in the channels of trade. This was the case in England after the War of 1815, and consequently, whenever a crisis occurred, all later economists declared that the most obvious cause of the particular crisis was the only possible cause of all crises. The author also admits that the credit system may be a cause of crises. as if the credit system itself did not arise out of the difficulty of employing capital productively, i.e., profitably. The English, for example, are forced to lend their capital to other countries in order to create a market for their commodities. Overproduction, the credit system, etc., are means by which capitalist production seeks to break through its own barriers and to produce over and above its own limits. Capitalist production, on the one hand, has this driving force. On the other hand, it only tolerates production commensurate with the profitable employment of existing capital. Hence, crises arise, which simultaneously drive it onward and beyond its own limits, and force it to put on 7-league boots in order to reach development of the productive forces which could only be achieved very slowly within its own limits. What the author writes about Say is very true. This should be dealt with in connection with Say. The worker will agree to work part of his time for the capitalist, or what comes to the same thing, to consider part of the whole produce, when raised and exchanged, as belonging to the capitalist. He must do so, or the capitalist would not have afforded him this assistance. Namely, capital. Very fine that it comes to the same thing whether the capitalist owns the whole produce and pays part of it as wages to the laborer, or whether the laborer leaves, makes over to the capitalist part of the laborer's produce. But as the capitalist's motive was gain, and as these advantages always depend in a certain degree on the will to save as well as on the power, the capitalist will be disposed to afford an additional portion of these assistances. And as he will find fewer people in want of this additional portion than were in want of the original portion, he must expect to have a less share of the benefit to himself. He must be content to make a present, as it were, to the laborers of part of the benefit his assistance occasions, or else he would not get the other part. The profit is reduced then by competition. This is very fine. If, as a consequence of the development of labor productivity, capital accumulates so quickly that the demand for labor increases wages, and the worker works for a shorter time gratis for the capitalist, and shares to some degree in the benefits of his more productive labor, the capitalist makes him a present. The same author demonstrates in great detail that high wages are bad, a discouragement for workers, although, speaking of the landlords, he considers that low profit is a discouragement for the capitalists. Adam Smith thought that accumulation, or increase of stock in general, lowered the rate of profit in general, on the same principle which makes the increase of stock in any particular trade lower the profits of that trade. But such increase of stock in a particular trade means an increase more in proportion than stock is at the same time increased in other trades. Again, Say, the immediate market for capital, or field for capital, may be said to be labor. The amount of capital which can be invested at the given moment, in a given country or the world, so as to return not less than a given rate of profits, seems principally to depend on the quantity of labor, which it is possible, by laying out that capital, to induce the then existing number of human beings to perform. Profits do not depend on price, they depend on price compared with outgoings. The proposition of Mr. Say does not at all prove that capital opens a market for itself, but only that capital and labor open a market for one another. Subsection C. Thomas de Quincey. Failure to overcome the real flaws in the Ricardian standpoint. Dialogues of the Three Templars on Political Economy, chiefly in relation to the principles of Mr. Ricardo, published in London Magazine, Volume 9, 1824. Attempted a refutation of all the attacks made on Ricardo. That he is aware of what is at issue is to be seen from this sentence. All difficulties of political economy will be found reducible to this. What is the ground of exchangeable value? In this work, the inadequacies of the Ricardian view are often pointedly set forth, although the dialectical depth is more affected than real. The real difficulties, which arise not out of the determination of value, but from Ricardo's inadequate elaboration of his ideas on this basis, and from his arbitrary attempt to make concrete relations directly fit the simple relation of value, are in no way resolved or even grasped. But the work is characteristic of the period in which it appeared. It shows that in political economy, consistency and thinking were still taken seriously at that time. A later work by the same author, The Logic of Political Economy, published in Edinburgh in 1844, is weaker. De Quincey very clearly outlines the differences between the Ricardian view and those which preceded it, and does not seek to mitigate them by reinterpretation or to abandon the essential features of the problems in actual fact while retaining them in a purely formal, verbal way, as happened later on, thus opening the door wide to easygoing, unprincipled eclecticism. One point in the Ricardian doctrine, which is especially emphasized by de Quincey, and which should be mentioned here because it plays a role in the polemic against Ricardo, to which we shall refer below, is that the command which one commodity has over other commodities Its purchasing power, in fact its value expressed in terms of another commodity, is altogether different from its real value. It is quite wrong to conclude that, quote, the real value is great because the quantity it buys is great, or small because the quantity it buys is small. If A doubles its value, it will not therefore command double the former quantity of B. It may do so, and it may also command 500 times more, or 500 times less. No man has ever denied that A, by doubling its own value, will command a double quantity of all things which have been stationary in value. But the question is whether universally from doubling its value, A will command a double quantity. Subsection D. Samuel Bailey. Part A. Superficial relativism on the part of the author of the Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes, and on the part of Bailey in treating the category of value. The problem of the equivalent. Rejection of the labor theory of value as the foundation of political economy. A critical dissertation on the nature, measures, and causes of value, chiefly in reference to the writings of Mr. Ricardo and his followers, by the author of Essays on the Formation and Publication of Opinions, Samuel Bailey, published in London in 1825. This is the main work directed against Ricardo, also aimed against Malthus. It seeks to overturn the foundation of the doctrine, value. It is definitely worthless, except for the definition of the measure of value, or rather of money in this function. Compare also the same author's A Letter to a Political Economist, occasioned by an article in the Westminster Review on the subject of value, etc., published in London in 1826. Since, as he has mentioned, this work basically agrees with Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes in Political Economy, it is here necessary to add the relevant passages from these observations. The author of the Observations accuses Ricardo of having transformed value from a relative attribute of commodities in their relationship to one another into something absolute. The only thing that Ricardo can be accused of in this context is that in elaborating the concept of value, he does not clearly distinguish between the various aspects, between the exchange value of the commodity as it manifests itself, appears in the process of commodity exchange, and the existence of the commodity as value as distinct from its existence as an object, product, use value. It is said in the Observations, if the absolute quantity of labor, which produces the greater part of commodities, or all except one, is increased, would you say that the value of that one is unaltered? In what sense? Since it will be exchanged for less of every commodity besides. If indeed it is meant to be asserted that the meaning of increase or diminution of value is increase or diminution in the quantity of labor that produced the commodity spoken of, the conclusions I have just been objecting to might be true enough. But to say, as Mr. Ricardo does, that the comparative quantities of labor that produce two commodities are the cause of the rate at which these two commodities will exchange with each other, i.e. of the exchangeable value of each understood in relation to the other, is very different from saying that the exchangeable value of either means the quantity of labor which produced it, understood without any reference to the other or to the existence of any other. Mr. Ricardo tells us indeed that the inquiry to which he wishes to draw the reader's attention relates to the effect of the variations in the relative value of commodities and not in their absolute value, as if be there considered that there is such a thing as an exchangeable value which is not relative. That Mr. Ricardo has departed from his original use of the term value and has made of it something absolute instead of relative is still more evident in his chapter entitled Value and Riches, Their Distinctive Properties. The question there discussed has been discussed also by others and is purely verbal and useless. Before dealing with this author, we shall add the following about Ricardo. In his chapter on Value and Riches, he argues that social wealth does not depend on the value of the commodities produced, although this latter point is decisive for every individual producer. It should have been all the more clear to him that a mode of production whose exclusive aim is surplus value, in other words, which is based on the relative poverty of the mass of the producers, cannot possibly be the absolute form of the production of wealth, as he constantly asserts. Now to the observations of the verbal wiseacre. If all commodities except one increase in value because they cost more labor time than they did before, smaller amounts of these commodities will be exchanged for the single commodity whose labor time remains unchanged. Its exchange value, insofar as it is realized in other commodities, that is, exchange value expressed in the use values of all other commodities, has been reduced. Quote, would you then say that the value of that one is unaltered? End quote. This is merely a formulation of the point at issue, and it calls neither for a positive nor for a negative reply. The same result would occur if the labor time required for the production of the one commodity were reduced, and that of all the others remained unchanged. A given quantity of this particular commodity would exchange for a reduced quantity of all the other commodities. The same phenomenon occurs in both cases, although from directly opposite causes. Conversely, if the labor time required for the production of commodity A remained unchanged, while that of all others were reduced, then it would exchange for larger amounts of all the other commodities. The same would happen for the opposite reason. If the labor time required for the production of commodity A increased, and that required for all other commodities remained unchanged. Thus, sometimes commodity A exchanges for smaller quantities of all the other commodities, and this for either of two different and opposite reasons. At other times, it exchanges for larger quantities of all the other commodities, again for two different and opposite reasons. But it should be noted that it is assumed that it always exchanges at its value, consequently for an equivalent. It always realizes its value in the quantity of use values of the other commodities for which it exchanges, no matter how much the quantity of these use values varies. From this, it obviously follows that the rate at which commodities exchange for one another as use values, although it is an expression of their realized value is not their value itself, since the same proportion of value can be represented by quite different quantities of use values. Value as an aspect of the commodity is not expressed in its own use value, or in its existence as use value. Value manifests itself when commodities are expressed in other use values, that is, it manifests itself in the rate at which these other use values are exchanged for them. If 1 ounce of gold equals a ton of iron, that is, if a small quantity of gold exchanges for a large quantity of iron, is therefore the value of gold expressed in iron greater than the value of iron expressed in gold? That commodities exchange for one another in proportion to the labor embodied in them means that they are equal, alike, insofar as they constitute the same quantity of labor. Consequently, it means likewise that every commodity considered in itself is something different from its own use value, from its own existence as use value. The value of the same commodity can, without changing, be expressed in infinitely different quantities of use values, always according to whether I express it in the use value of this or of that commodity. This does not alter the value, although it does alter the way it is expressed. In the same way, all the various commodities of different use values in which the value of commodity A can be expressed are equivalents and are related to one another not only as values but as equal values, so that when these very unequal quantities of use value replace one another, the value remains completely unchanged, as if it had not found expression in quite different use values. When commodities are exchanged in the proportion in which they represent equal amounts of labor time, then it is their aspect as materialized labor time, as embodied labor time, which manifests their substance, the identical element they contain. As such, they are qualitatively the same, and differ only quantitatively, according to whether they represent smaller or larger quantities of the same substance, i.e. labor time. They are values as expression of the same element, and they are equal values, equivalents, insofar as they represent an equal amount of labor time. They can only be compared as magnitudes because they are already homogeneous magnitudes, qualitatively identical. It is as manifestations of this substance that these different things constitute values and are related to one another as values. Their different magnitudes of value, their immanent measure of value are thus also given, and only because of this can the value of a commodity be represented, expressed in the use values of other commodities as its equivalents. Hence, the individual commodity as value, as the embodiment of this substance, is different from itself as use value, as an object, quite apart from the expression of its value in other commodities. As the embodiment of labor time, it is value in general. As the embodiment of a definite quantity of labor time, it is a definite magnitude of value. It is therefore typical of our wiseacre when he says, if we mean that, we do not mean that, and vice versa. Our meaning has nothing at all to do with the essential character of the thing that we consider. If we speak of the value in exchange of a thing, we mean, in the first instance, of course, the relative quantities of all other commodities that can be exchanged for the first commodity. But on further consideration, we shall find that for the proportion in which one thing exchanges for an infinite mass of other things, which have nothing in common with it, and even if there are natural or other similarities between those things, they are not considered in the exchange, for the proportion to be a fixed proportion, all those various heterogeneous things must be considered as proportionate representations, expressions of the same common unity, of an element quite different from their natural existence or appearance. We shall furthermore find that if our views have any sense, the value of a commodity is something which not only distinguishes it from or relates it to other commodities, but is a quality differentiating it from its own existence as a thing, a value in use. The rise of value of Article A only meant value estimated in Articles B, C, etc., i.e. value in exchange for Articles B, C, etc. To estimate the value of A, a book for instance, in B, coals, and C, wine, A, B, and C must be as value something different from their existence as books, coals, or wine. To estimate the value of A in B, A must have a value independent of the estimation of that value in B, and both must be equal to a third thing expressed in both of them. It is quite wrong to say that the value of a commodity is thereby transformed from something relative into something absolute. On the contrary, as a use value, the commodity appears as something independent. On the other hand, as value, it appears as something merely contingent, something merely determined by its relation to socially necessary, equal, simple labor time. It is to such an extent relative that when the labor time required for its reproduction changes, its value changes, although the labor time really contained in the commodity has remained unaltered. How deeply our wiseacre has sunk into fetishism, and how he transforms what is relative into something positive, is demonstrated most strikingly in the following passage. Value is a property of things, riches of men. Value in this sense necessarily implies exchange. Riches do not. Riches here are use values. These, as far as men are concerned, are of course riches. But it is through its own properties, its own qualities, that a thing is a use value, and therefore an element of wealth for men. Take away from grapes the qualities that make them grapes, and their use value as grapes disappears for men, and they cease to be an element of wealth for men. Riches, which are identical with use values, are properties of things that are made use of by men, and which express a relation to their wants. But value is supposed to be a property of things. As values, commodities are social magnitudes, that is to say, something absolutely different from their properties as things. As values, they constitute only relations of men in their productive activity. Value indeed implies exchanges, but exchanges are exchanges of things between men, exchanges which in no way affect the things as such. A thing retains the same properties, whether it be owned by A or by B. In actual fact, the concept of value presupposes exchanges of the products. Where labor is communal, the relations of men in their social production do not manifest themselves as values of things. Exchange of products as commodities is a method of exchanging labor. It demonstrates the dependence of the labor of each upon the labor of the others, and corresponds to a certain mode of social labor, or social production. In the first part of my book, I mentioned that it is characteristic of labor based on private exchange that the social character of labor manifests itself in a perverted form, as the property of things. That a social relation appears as a relation between things, between products, values in use, commodities. This appearance is accepted as something real by our fetish worshipper, and he actually believes that the exchange value of things is determined by their properties as things, and is altogether a natural property of things. No scientist to date has yet discovered what natural qualities make definite proportions of snuff tobacco and paintings equivalents for one another. Thus he, the wiseacre, transforms value into something absolute, a property of things, instead of seeing in it only something relative, the relation of things to social labor based on private exchange, in which things are defined not as independent entities, but as mere expressions of social production. But to say that value is not an absolute, is not conceived as an entity, is quite different from saying that commodities must impart to their exchange value a separate expression, which is different from and independent of their use value and of their existence as real products. In other words, that commodity circulation is bound to involve money. Commodities express their exchange value in money, first of all in the price, in which they all present themselves as materialized forms of the same labor, as only quantitatively different expressions of the same substance. The fact that the exchange value of the commodity assumes an independent existence in money is itself the result of the process of exchange, the development of the contradiction of use value and exchange value embodied in the commodity, and of another no less important contradiction embodied in it, namely that the definite particular labor of the private individual must manifest itself as its opposite, as equal, necessary, general labor, and in this form, social labor. The representation of the commodity as money implies not only that the different magnitudes of commodity values are measured by expressing the values in the use value of one exclusive commodity, but at the same time they are all expressed in a form in which they exist as the embodiment of social labor, and are therefore exchangeable for every other commodity. That they are all translatable at will into any use value desired. Their representation as money in the price therefore appears first as something nominal, a representation which is realized only through actual sale. Ricardo's mistake is that he is concerned only with the magnitude of value. Consequently, his attention is concentrated on the relative quantities of labor which the different commodities represent, or which the commodities as values embody, but the labor embodied in them must be represented as social labor, as alienated individual labor. In the price, this representation is nominal. It becomes reality only in the sale. This transformation of the labor of private individuals contained in the commodities into uniform social labor, consequently into labor which can be expressed in all use values and can be exchanged for them. This qualitative aspect of the matter, which is contained in the representation of exchange value as money, is not elaborated by Ricardo. This circumstance, the necessity of presenting the labor contained in commodities as uniform social labor, i.e. as money, is overlooked by Ricardo. For its part, the development of capital already presupposes the full development of the exchange value of commodities, and consequently its independent existence as money. The point of departure in the process of production and circulation of capital is the independent form of value which manifests itself, increases, measures the increase against the original amount, whatever changes the commodity in which it manifests itself may undergo, and quite irrespective of whether it presents itself in the most varied use values and moves from commodity to commodity. The relation between the value antecedent to production and the value which results from it, capital as antecedent value is capital in contrast to profit, constitutes the all-embracing and decisive factor in the whole process of capitalist production. It is not only an independent expression of value as in money, but dynamic value, value which manifests itself in a process in which use values pass through the most varied forms. Thus, in capital, the independent existence of value is raised to a higher power than in money. From this, we can judge the wisdom of our verbal wiseacre, who treats the independent existence of exchange value as a figure of speech, a manner of talking, a scholastic invention. Value, or valeur in French, is not only used absolutely instead of relatively as a quality of things, but is even used by some as a measurable commodity, possessing a value, transferring a portion of value. A very important factor with regard to fixed capital. The sum or totality of values. I do not know what this means. The fact that the value which has become independent acquires only a relative expression in money, because money itself is a commodity and hence has a changeable value, makes no difference but is a shortcoming which arises from the nature of the commodity and the necessity of expressing its exchange value as distinct from its use value. Our author has made it abundantly clear that he does not know this. This is shown by the kind of criticism which would like to talk out of existence the difficulties innate in the contradictory functions of things themselves, by declaring them to be the result of reflections or of conflicting definitions. The relative value of two things is open to two meanings: the rate at which the two things exchange or would exchange with each other, or the comparative portions of a third for which each exchanges or would exchange. To begin with, this is a fine definition. If 3 pounds of coffee exchange for 1 pound of tea today, or would do so tomorrow, it does not at all mean that equivalents have been exchanged for each other. According to this, a commodity could always be exchanged only at its value, for its value would constitute any quantity of some other commodity for which it had accidentally exchanged. This, however, is not what people generally mean when they say that 3 pounds of coffee have been exchanged for the equivalent in tea. They assume that after, as before the exchange, a commodity of the same value is in the hands of either of the exchangers. The rate at which two commodities exchange does not determine their value, but their value determines the rate at which they exchange. If value were nothing more than the quantity of commodities for which commodity A is accidentally exchanged, how is it possible to express the value of A in terms of commodity B or C, etc.? Because then, since there is no immanent measure common to the two commodities, the value of A could not be expressed in terms of B before it had been exchanged against B. Relative value means, first of all, magnitude of value in contradistinction to the quality of having value at all. For this reason, the latter is not something absolute. It means, secondly, the value of one commodity expressed in the use value of another commodity. This is only a relative expression of its value, namely, in relation to the commodity in which it is expressed. The value of a pound of coffee is only relatively expressed in tea. To express it absolutely, even in a relative way, that is to say, not in regard to labor time but to other commodities, it ought to be expressed in an infinite series of equations with all other commodities. This would be an absolute expression of its relative value. Its absolute expression would be its expression in terms of labor time, and this absolute expression would express it as something relative, but in the absolute relation by which it is value. Let us now turn to Bailey. His book has only one positive merit, that he was the first to give a more accurate definition of the measure of value, that is, in fact, of one of the functions of money, or money in a particular determinate form. In order to measure the value of commodities, to establish an external measure of value, it is not necessary that the value of the commodity in terms of which the other commodities are measured should be invariable. It must, on the contrary, be variable, as I have shown in the first part, because the measure of value is and must be a commodity, since otherwise it would have no immanent measure in common with the other commodities. If, for example, the value of money changes, it changes to an equal degree in relation to all other commodities. Their relative values are therefore expressed in it just as correctly as if the value of money had remained unchanged. The problem of finding an invariable measure of value is thereby eliminated. But this problem itself, the interest in comparing the value of commodities in different historical periods is indeed not an economic interest as such, but an academic interest, arose out of a misunderstanding and conceals a much more profound and important question. Invariable measure of value signifies primarily a measure of value which is itself of invariable value, and consequently, since value itself is a predicate of the commodity, a commodity of invariable value. For example, if gold and silver, or corn, or labor were such commodities, then it would be possible to establish by comparison with them the rate at which other commodities are exchanged for them. That is, to measure exactly the variations in the values of these other commodities by their prices in gold, silver, or corn, or their relation to wages. Stated in this way, the problem therefore presupposes from the outset that in the measure of value, we are dealing simply with the commodity in which the values of all other commodities are expressed, whether it be the commodity by which they are really represented, i.e. money, the commodity which functions as money, or a commodity which, because its value remains invariable, would function as the money in terms of which the theoretician makes its calculations. It thus becomes evident that in this context, it is, in any case, a question only of a kind of money, which, as the measure of value, either theoretically or practically, would itself not be subject to changes in value. But for commodities to express their exchange value independently in money, in a third commodity, the exclusive commodity, the values of commodities must already be presupposed. Now the point is merely to compare them quantitatively. A homogeneity which makes them the same, makes them values, which as values makes them qualitatively equal, is already presupposed in order that their value and their differences in value can be represented in this way. For example, if all commodities express their value in gold, then this expression in gold, their gold price, their equation with gold, is an equation on the basis of which it is possible to elucidate and compute their value in relation to one another. For they are now expressed in different quantities of gold, and in this way the commodities are represented in their prices, as comparable magnitudes of the same common denominator. But in order to be represented in this way, the commodities must already be identical as values. Otherwise, it would be impossible to solve the problem of expressing the value of each commodity in gold, if commodity and gold, or any two commodities as values, were not representations of the same substance, capable of being expressed in one another. In other words, this presupposition is already implicit in the problem itself. Commodities are already presumed as values distinct from their use values, before the question of representing this value in a special commodity can arise. In order that two quantities of different use values can be equated as equivalents, it is already presumed that they are equal to a third, that they are qualitatively equal, and only constitute different quantitative expressions of this qualitative equality. The problem of an invariable measure of value was simply a spurious name for the quest for the concept, the nature of value itself, the definition of which could not be another value, and consequently could not be subject to variations as value. This was labor time, social labor, as it presents itself specifically in commodity production. A quantity of labor has no value, is not a commodity, but is that which transforms commodities into values. It is their common substance. As manifestations of it, commodities are qualitatively equal and only quantitatively different. They appear as expressions of definite quantities of social labor time. Let us assume that gold has an invariable value. If the value of all commodities were then expressed in gold, one could measure variations in the values of commodities by their gold prices. But in order to express the value of commodities in gold, commodities and gold must be identical as values. Gold and commodities can only be considered to be identical as definite quantitative expressions of this value, as definite magnitudes of value. The invariable value of gold and the variable value of the other commodities would not prevent them, as value, from being the same, consisting of the same substance. Before the invariable value of gold can help us to make a step forward, the value of commodities must first be assessed in gold. That is, gold and commodities must be represented as equivalents, as expressions of the same substance. In order that the commodities may be measured according to the quantity of labor embodied in them, and the measure of the quantity of labor is time, the different kinds of labor contained in the different commodities must be reduced to uniform simple labor, average labor, ordinary unskilled labor. Only then can the amount of labor embodied in them be measured according to a common measure, according to time. The labor must be qualitatively equal so that its time differences become merely quantitative, merely differences of magnitude. This reduction to simple average labor is not, however, the only determinant of the quality of this labor to which, as a unity, the values of commodities are reduced. That the quantity of labor embodied in a commodity is the quantity socially necessary for its production, the labor time being thus necessary labor time, is a definition which concerns only the magnitude of value. But the labor which constitutes the substance of value is not only uniform, simple, average labor, it is the labor of a private individual, represented in a definite product. However, the product as value must be the embodiment of social labor, and as such be directly convertible from one use value into all others. The particular use value in which labor is directly represented is irrelevant, so that it can be converted from one form into another. Thus, the labor of individuals has to be directly represented as its opposite, social labor. This transformed labor is, as its immediate opposite, abstract general labor, which is therefore represented in a general equivalent. Only by its alienation does individual labor manifest itself as its opposite. The commodity, however, must have this general expression before it is alienated. This necessity to express individual labor as general labor is equivalent to the necessity of expressing a commodity as money. The commodity receives this expression insofar as the money serves as a measure and expresses the value of the commodity in its price. It is only through sale, through its real transformation into money, that the commodity acquires its adequate expression as exchange value. The first transformation is merely a theoretical process. The second is a real one. Thus, in considering the existence of the commodity as money, it is not only necessary to emphasize that in money, commodities acquire a definite measure of their value, since all commodities express their value in the use value of the same commodity, but that they all become manifestations of social, abstract, general labor, and as such, they all possess the same form. They all appear as the direct incarnation of social labor, and as such, they all act as social labor. That is to say, they can be directly exchanged for all other commodities in proportion to the size of their value. Whereas in the hands of the people whose commodities have been transformed into money, they exist not as exchange value in the form of a particular use value, but as use value, gold for example, which merely represents exchange value. A commodity may be sold either below or above its value. This is purely a matter of the magnitude of its value. But whenever a commodity is sold, transformed into money, its exchange value acquires an independent existence, separate from its use value. The commodity now exists only as a certain quantity of social labor time, and it proves that it is such by being directly exchangeable for any commodity whatsoever, and convertible, in proportion to its magnitude, into any use value whatsoever. This point must not be overlooked in relation to money, any more than the formal transformation undergone by the labor a commodity contains as its element of value. But an examination of money, of that absolute exchangeability which the commodity possesses as money, of its absolute effectiveness as exchange value, which has nothing to do with the magnitude of value, shows that it is not quantitatively but qualitatively determined, and that as a result of the very process through which the commodity itself passes, its exchange value becomes independent and is really represented as a separate aspect alongside its use value as it is already nominally in its price. This shows, therefore, that the verbal observer understands as little of the value and the nature of money as Bailey, since both regard the independent existence of value as a scholastic invention of economists. This independent existence becomes even more evident in capital, which, in one of its aspects, can be called value in process. And since value only exists independently in money, it can accordingly be called money in process, as it goes through a series of processes in which it preserves itself, departs from itself, and returns to itself increased in volume. It goes without saying that the paradox of reality is also reflected in paradoxes of speech, which are at variance with common sense and with what vulgarians mean and believe they are talking of. The contradictions which arise from the fact that on the basis of commodity production, the labor of the individual presents itself as general social labor, and the relations of people as relations between things and as things, these contradictions are innate in the subject matter, not in its verbal expressions. Ricardo often gives the impression, and sometimes indeed writes, as if the quantity of labor is the solution to the false or falsely conceived problem of an invariable measure of value, in the same way as corn, money, wages, etc. were previously considered and advanced as panaceas of this kind. In Ricardo's work, this false impression arises because for him, the decisive task is the definition of the magnitude of value. Because of this, he does not understand the specific form in which labor is an element of value, and fails in particular to grasp that the labor of the individual must present itself as abstract general labor, and in this form as social labor. Therefore, he has not understood that the development of money is connected with the nature of value and with the determination of this value by labor time. Bailey's book has rendered a good service insofar as the objections he raises help to clear up the confusion between measure of value expressed in money as a commodity along with other commodities and the immanent measure and substance of value. But if he had analyzed money as a measure of value, not only as a quantitative measure but as a qualitative transformation of commodities, he would have arrived at a correct analysis of value. Instead of this, he contents himself with a mere superficial consideration of the external measure of value, which already presupposes value and remains rooted in a purely frivolous approach to the question. There are, however, occasional passages in Ricardo in which he directly emphasizes that the quantity of labor embodied in a commodity constitutes the immanent measure of the magnitude of its value, of the differences in the amount of its value, only because labor is the factor the different commodities have in common, which constitutes their uniformity, their substance, the intrinsic foundation of their value. The thing, however, he failed to investigate is the specific form in which labor plays that role. In making labor the foundation of the value of commodities, and the comparative quantity of labor which is necessary to their production, the rule which determines the respective quantities of goods which shall be given in exchange for each other, we must not be supposed to deny the accidental and temporary deviations of the actual or market price of commodities from this, their primary and natural price. Destutt de Tracy says that to measure is to find how many times they, that is, the things measured, contain unities of the same description. A franc is not a measure of value for anything, but a quantity of the same metal of which francs are made, unless francs, and the thing to be measured, can be referred to some other measure which is common in both. This, I think, they can be, for they are both the result of labor, and therefore, because labor is their effective cause, labor is a common measure, by which their real as well as their relative value may be estimated. All commodities can be reduced to labor as their common element. What Ricardo does not investigate is the specific form in which labor manifests itself as the common element of commodities. That is why he does not understand money. That is why in his work the transformation of commodities into money appears to be something merely formal, which does not penetrate deeply into the very essence of capitalist production. He says, however, only because labor is the common factor of commodities, only because they are all mere manifestations of the same common element of labor, is labor their measure. It is their measure only because it forms their substance as values. Ricardo does not sufficiently differentiate between labor insofar as it is represented in use values or in exchange values. Labor, as the foundation of value, is not any particular labor, with particular qualities. Ricardo continuously confuses the labor which is represented in use value and that which is represented in exchange value. It is true that the latter species of labor is only the former species expressed in an abstract form. By real value, Ricardo, in the passage cited above, understands the commodity as the embodiment of a definite amount of labor time. By relative value, he understands the labor time the commodity contains expressed in the use values of other commodities. Now to Bailey. Bailey clings to the form in which the exchange value of the commodity, as commodity, appears, manifests itself. It manifests itself in a general form when it is expressed in the use value of a third commodity, in which all other commodities likewise express their value, a commodity which serves as money, that is, in the money price of the commodity. It manifests in a particular form when the exchange value of any particular commodity is expressed in the use value of any other, that is, as the corn price, cotton price, etc. In actual fact, the exchange value of the commodity always appears, manifests itself with regard to other commodities only in the quantitative relationship in which they exchange. The individual commodity as such cannot express general labor time, or it can only express it in its equation with the commodity which constitutes money, in its money price. But then the value of commodity A is always expressed in a certain quantity of the use value of the commodity which functions as money. This is how matters appear directly, and Bailey clings to this, the most superficial form of exchange value, that is, the quantitative relationship in which commodities exchange with one another, constitutes, according to Bailey, their value. The advance from the surface to the core of the problem is not permitted. He even forgets the simple consideration that if Y yards of linen equal X pounds of straw, this implies a parity between two unequal things, linen and straw, making them equal magnitudes. This existence of theirs as things that are equal must surely be different from their existence as straw and linen. It is not as straw and linen that they are equated, but as equivalents. The one side of the equation must therefore express the same value as the other. The value of straw and linen must therefore be neither straw nor linen, but something common to both, and different from both commodities considered as straw and linen. What is it? He does not answer this question. Instead, he wanders off into all the categories of political economy in order to repeat the same monotonous litany over and over again. Namely, that value is the exchange relation of commodities and consequently is not anything different from this relation. If the value of an object is its power of purchasing, there must be something to purchase. Value denotes consequently nothing positive or intrinsic, but merely the relation in which two objects stand to each other as exchangeable commodities. His entire wisdom is in fact contained in this passage. If value is nothing but power of purchasing, a very fine definition, since purchasing presupposes not only value, but the representation of value as money, it denotes, etc. However, let us first clear away from Bailey's proposition the absurdities which have been smuggled in. Purchasing means transforming money into commodities. Money already presupposes value and the development of value. Consequently, out with the expression purchasing first of all. Otherwise, we are explaining value by value. Instead of purchasing, we must say exchanging against other objects. It is quite superfluous to say that there must be something to purchase. If the object was to be consumed by its producers as a use value, if it was not merely a means of appropriating other objects, not a commodity, then obviously there could be no question of value. First, it is a matter of objects, but then the relation, quote, in which two objects stand to each other, unquote, is transformed into, quote, the relation in which two objects stand to each other as exchangeable commodities, end quote. After all, the objects stand only in relation of exchange or as exchangeable objects to each other. That is why they are commodities, which is something different from objects. On the other hand, the relation of exchangeable commodities is either nonsense, since not exchangeable objects are not commodities, or Mr. Bailey has beaten himself. The objects are not to be exchanged in any arbitrary proportion, but are to be exchanged as commodities. That is, they are to stand to one another as exchangeable commodities. That is, as objects, each of which has a value, and which are to be exchanged with one another in proportion to their equivalents. Bailey thereby admits that the rate at which they are exchanged, that is, the power of each of the commodities to purchase the other, is determined by its value. But this value, however, is not determined by this power, which is merely a corollary. If we strip the passage of everything that is wrong, nonsensical, or smuggled in, then it will read like this. But wait, we must dispose of yet another snare and piece of nonsense. We have two sorts of expression: an object's power of exchanging, etc., since the term purchasing is unjustified and makes no sense without the concept of money, and the relation in which an object exchanges with others. If power is to be regarded as something different from relation, then one ought not to say that the power of exchanging is merely the relation, etc. If it is meant to be the same thing, then it is confusing to describe the same thing with two different expressions which have nothing in common with each other. The relation of a thing to another is a relation of the two things, and cannot be said to belong to either. Power of a thing, on the contrary, is something intrinsic to the thing, although this, its intrinsic quality, may only manifest itself in its relation to other things. For instance, power of attraction is a power of the thing itself, although that power is latent so long as there are no things to attract. Here, an attempt is made to represent the value of the object as something intrinsic to it, and yet as something merely existing as a relation. That is why Bailey uses first the word power and then the word relation. Accurately expressed, it would read as follows. If the value of an object is the relation in which it exchanges with other objects, value denotes, consequently, nothing but the relation in which two objects stand to each other as exchangeable objects. Nobody will contest this tautology. What follows from it, by the way, is that the value of an object denotes nothing. For example, 1 pound of coffee equals 4 pounds of cotton. What then is the value of 1 pound of coffee? 4 pounds of cotton. And the value of 4 pounds of cotton? 1 pound of coffee. Since the value of 1 pound of coffee is 4 pounds of cotton, and on the other hand the value of 4 pounds of cotton is 1 pound of coffee, then it is clear that the value of 1 pound of coffee is 1 pound of coffee. A equals B, B equals A, hence A equals A. What arises from this explanation is therefore that the value of a use value is equal to a certain quantity of the same use value. Consequently, the value of 1 pound of coffee is nothing else than 1 pound of coffee. If 1 pound of coffee equals 4 pounds of cotton, then it is clear that 1 pound of coffee is greater than 3 pounds of cotton, and 1 pound of coffee is less than 5 pounds of cotton. To say that 1 pound of coffee is greater than 3 pounds of cotton and less than 5 pounds of cotton expresses a relation between coffee and cotton just as well as saying that 1 pound of coffee equals 4 pounds of cotton. The symbol equals does not express any more of a relation than does the symbol greater than or the symbol lesser than, but simply a different relation. Why is it then precisely the relation represented by the sign of equality by equals which expresses the value of the coffee in cotton and that of cotton in coffee? Or is this sign of equality the result of the fact that these two amounts exchange for one another at all? Does this sign equals merely express the fact of exchange? It cannot be denied that if coffee exchanges for cotton in any proportion whatever, they are exchanged for one another, and if the mere fact of their exchange constitutes the relation between the commodities, then the value of the coffee is equally well expressed in cotton whether it exchanges for 2, 3, 4, or 5 pounds of cotton. But what then is the word relation supposed to mean? Coffee in itself has no intrinsic positive quality which determines the rate at which it exchanges for cotton. It is not a relation which is determined by any kind of determinant intrinsic to coffee and separate from real exchange. What then is the purpose of the word relation? What is the relation? The quantity of cotton against which a quantity of coffee is exchanged. Then one could not speak of a relation in which it exchanges, but only of a relation in which it is or has been exchanged. For if the relation were determined before the exchange, then the exchange would be determined by the relation, and not the relation by the exchange. We must therefore drop the relation as signifying something which stands over and above the coffee and the cotton, and is distinct from them. Thus, the passage from Bailey cited above takes the following form. If the value of an object is the quantity of another object exchanged with it, value denotes, consequently, nothing but the quantity of the other object exchanged with it. As a commodity can only express its value in other commodities, since general labor time does not exist for it as a commodity. Bailey believes that if the value of one commodity is expressed in another commodity, the value of one commodity is nothing apart from this equation with another commodity. Bailey flaunts this piece of wisdom tirelessly, and all the more tiresomely. As he conceives it, it is a tautology, for he says in essence, if the value of any commodity is nothing but its exchange relation with another commodity, it is nothing apart from this relation. He reveals his philosophical profundity in the following passage. As we cannot speak of the distance of any object without implying some other object, between which and the former this relation exists, so we cannot speak of the value of a commodity, but in reference to another commodity compared with it. A thing cannot be valuable in itself without reference to another thing. Is social labor, to which the value of a commodity is related, not another thing? Any more than a thing can be distant in itself without reference to another thing. If a thing is distant from another, the distance is in fact a relation between the one thing and the other. But at the same time, the distance is something different from this relation between the two things. It is a dimension of space. It is a certain length which may as well express the distance of two other things besides those compared. But this is not all. If we speak of the distance as a relation between two things, we presuppose something intrinsic, some property of the things themselves, which enables them to be distant from each other. What is the distance between the syllable a and a table? The question would be nonsensical. In speaking of the distance of two things, we speak of their difference in space. Thus, we suppose both of them to be contained in space, to be points of space. Thus, we equalize them as being both existences of space, and only after having them equalize sub specie spati, we distinguish them as different points of space. To belong to space is their unity. But what is this unity of objects exchanged against each other? This exchange is not a relation which exists between them as natural things. It is likewise not a relation which they bear as natural things to human needs, for it is not the degree of their utility that determines the quantities in which they exchange. What is therefore their identity, which enables them to be exchanged in certain proportions for one another? As what do they become exchangeable? In fact, in all this, Bailey merely follows the author of the Verbal Observations. Value cannot alter as to one of the objects compared without altering as to the other. This again simply means that the expression of the value of one commodity in another commodity can only change as such an expression, and the expression as such presupposes not one but two commodities. Mr. Bailey is of the opinion that if one were to consider only two commodities in exchange with one another, one would automatically discover the mere relativity of value in his sense. The fool. As if it were not just as necessary to say, in connection with two commodities which exchange for one another, two products which are related to one another as commodities, in what they are identical, as it would be in the case of 1,000. For that matter, if only two products existed, the products would never become commodities, and consequently the exchange value of commodities would never revolve either. The necessity for the labor in product 1 to manifest itself as social labor would not arise. Because the product is not produced as an immediate object of consumption for the producers, but only as a bearer of value, as a claim, so to speak, to a certain quantity of all materialized social labor, all products as values are compelled to assume a form of existence distinct from their existence as use values. And it is this development of the labor embodied in them as social labor, it is the development of their value which determines the formation of money, the necessity for commodities to represent themselves in respect of one another as money, which means merely as independent forms of existence of exchange value. And they can only do this by setting apart one commodity from the mass of commodities, and all of them measuring their values in the use value of this excluded commodity, thereby directly transforming the labor embodied in this exclusive commodity into general social labor. Mr. Bailey, with his queer way of thinking which only grasps the surface appearance of things, concludes, on the contrary, only because, besides commodities, money exists, and we are so used to regarding the value of commodities not in their relation to one another but as a relation to a third, as a third relation distinct from the direct relation, is the concept of value evolved. And consequently, value is transformed from the merely quantitative relation in which commodities are exchanged for one another into something independent of this relation. And this, he thinks, transforms the value of commodities into something absolute, into a scholastic entity, existing in isolation from the commodities. According to Bailey, it is not the determination of the product as value which leads to the establishment of money, and which expresses itself in money, but it is the existence of money which leads to the fiction of the concept of value. Historically, it is quite correct that the search for value is at first based on money, the visible expression of the commodities as value, and that consequently the search for the definition of value is wrongly represented as a search for a commodity of invariable value, or for a commodity which is an invariable measure of value. Since Mr. Bailey now demonstrates that money, as an external measure of value, an expression of value, has fulfilled its purpose, even though it has a variable value, he thinks he has done away with the question of the concept of value, which is not affected by the variability of the magnitudes of value of commodities, and that in fact it is no longer necessary to attribute any meaning at all to value. Because the representation of the value of a commodity in money, in a third exclusive commodity, does not exclude variation in the value of this third commodity, because the problem of an invariable measure of value disappears, the problem of the determination of value itself disappears. Bailey carries on with this insipid rigmarole for hundreds of pages, with great self-satisfaction. The following passages, in which he constantly repeats the same thing, are, in part, illicitly copied from the Verbal Disputes. Supposing that only two commodities existed, both exchangeable in proportion to the amount of labor they contained, if A should at any subsequent period require double the quantity of labor for its production, while B continued to require only the same, A would become of double value to B. But although B continued to be produced by the same labor, it would not continue of the same value, for it would exchange for only half of the quantity of A, the only commodity by the supposition with which it could be compared. It is from this circumstance of constant reference to other commodities, instead of regarding value merely as a relation between two commodities, or to money when we are speaking of the relation between any two commodities, that the notion of value as something intrinsic and absolute has arisen. What I assert is that if all commodities were produced under exactly the same circumstances, as for instance by labor alone, any commodity which always required the same quantity of labor could not be invariable in value. That is, invariable when its value is expressed in other commodities, a tautology, while every other commodity underwent alteration. Value is nothing intrinsic or absolute. It is impossible to designate or express the value of a commodity except by a quantity of some other commodity. As impossible as it is to designate or express a thought except by a quantity of syllables. Hence Bailey concludes that a thought is syllables. Instead of regarding value as a relation between two objects, they, Ricardo and his followers, seem to consider it as a positive result produced by a definite quantity of labor. Because the values of A and B, according to their doctrine, are to each other as the quantities of producing labor, or are determined by the quantities of producing labor, they appear to have concluded that the value of A alone, without reference to anything else, is as the quantity of its producing labor. There is no meaning, certainly, in this last proposition. They speak of value as a sort of general and independent property. The value of a commodity must be its value in something. We can see why it is so important for Bailey to limit value to two commodities, to understand it as the relation between two commodities. But a difficulty now arises. Quote, the value of a commodity denoting its relation of exchange to some other commodity, end quote. What is, in this context, the purpose of the relation of exchange? Why not its exchange? But at the same time, exchange is intended to express a definite relation, not merely the fact of exchange. Hence, value is equal to relation in exchange. We may speak of it as money value, corn value, cloth value, according to the commodity with which it is compared. And hence there are 1,000 different kinds of value, as many kinds of value as there are commodities in existence, and all are equally real and equally nominal. Here we have it. Value equals price. There is no difference between them, and there is no intrinsic difference between money price and any other expression of price, although it is the money price and not the cloth price, etc., which expresses the nominal value, the general value of the commodity. But although the commodity has 1,000 different kinds of value, or 1,000 different prices, as many kinds of value as there are commodities in existence, all these 1,000 expressions always express the same value. The best proof of this is that all these different expressions are equivalents, which not only can replace one another in this expression, but do replace one another in exchange itself. This relation of the commodity, with the price of which we are concerned, is expressed in 1,000 different relations in exchange to all the different commodities, and yet always expresses the same relation. Thus, this relation, which remains the same, is distinct from its 1,000 different expressions, or value is different from price, and the prices are only expressions of value. Money price is its general expression, other prices are particular expressions. It is not even this simple conclusion that Bailey arrives at. In this context, Ricardo is not a fictionist, but Bailey is a fetishist, in that he conceives value, though not as a property of the individual object considered in isolation, but as a relation of objects to one another, while it is only a representation in objects, an objective expression of a relation between men, a social relation, the relationship of men to their reciprocal productive activity. Part B. Confusion with regard to profit and the value of labor. Bailey says the following about the value of labor. Hence, Mr. Ricardo, ingeniously enough, avoids a difficulty which, on a first view, threatens to encumber his doctrine, that value depends on the quantity of labor employed in production. If this principle is rigidly adhered to, it follows that the value of labor depends on the quantity of labor employed in producing it, which is evidently absurd. By a dexterous turn, therefore, Mr. Ricardo makes the value of labor depend on the quantity of labor required to produce wages. Or, to give him the benefit of his own language, he maintains that the value of labor is to be estimated by the quantity of labor required to produce wages, by which he means the quantity of labor required to produce the money or commodities given to the laborer. This is similar to saying that the value of cloth is to be estimated not by the quantity of labor bestowed on its production, but by the quantity of labor bestowed on the production of the silver for which the cloth is exchanged. This is a justified criticism of Ricardo's mistake of making capital exchange directly with labor, instead of with labor power. It is the same objection which we have already come across in another form, nothing else. Bailey's comparison cannot be applied to labor power. It is not cloth, but an organic product, such as mutton, that he ought to compare with living labor power. Apart from the labor involved in tending livestock and that required for the production of their food, the labor required for their production is not to be understood as meaning labor which they themselves perform in the act of consumption, the act of eating, drinking, in short, the appropriation of those products or means of subsistence. It is just the same with labor power. What does the labor required for its production consist of? Apart from the labor involved in developing a person's labor power, his education, his apprenticeship, and this hardly arises in relation to unskilled labor, its reproduction costs no labor apart from that involved in the reproduction of the means of subsistence which the laborer consumes. The appropriation of these means of subsistence is not labor, any more than the labor contained in the cloth, in addition to the labor of the weaver and the labor which is contained in the wool, the dye stuff, etc., comprises the chemical or physical action of the wool in absorbing the dye stuff, etc., an action which corresponds to the appropriation of the means of subsistence by the worker or the cattle. Bailey then seeks to invalidate Ricardo's law that the value of labor and profit stand in inverse proportion to one another. He seeks moreover to invalidate that part of it which is correct. Like Ricardo, he identifies surplus value with profit. He does not mention the one possible exception to this law, namely, when the working day is lengthened and the workers and capitalists share equally in that prolongation. But even then, since the value of the working power will be consumed more quickly, in fewer years, the surplus value rises at the expense of the working man's life, and his working power depreciates in comparison with the surplus value it yields to the capitalist. Bailey's reasoning is most superficial. Its starting point is his conception of value. The value of the commodity is the expression of its value in a certain quantity of other values in use, the use value of other commodities. The value of labor is thus equal to the quantity of other commodities, use values, for which it is exchanged. The real problem, how it is possible to express the value in exchange of A in the value in use of B, does not even occur to him. So long, therefore, as the worker receives the same quantity of commodities, the value of labor remains unchanged, because, as before, it is expressed in the same quantity of other useful things. Profit, on the other hand, expresses a relation to capital, or else to the total product. The portion received by the worker can, however, remain the same although the proportion received by the capitalist rises if the productivity of labor increases. It is not clear why, in dealing with capital, we suddenly come to a proportion and of what use this proportion is supposed to be to the capitalist, since the value of what he receives is determined not by the proportion, but by its expression in other commodities. The point he makes here has in fact already been mentioned by Malthus. Wages are equal to a quantity of use values. Profit, on the other hand, is, but Bailey must avoid saying so, a relation of value. If I measure wages according to use value and profit according to exchange value, it is quite evident that neither an inverse nor any other kind of relation exists between them, because I should then be comparing incommensurable magnitudes, things which have nothing in common. But what Bailey says here about the value of labor applies, according to his principle, to the value of every other commodity as well. It is nothing but a certain quantity of other things exchanged against it. If I receive 20 pounds of twist for 1 pound sterling, then according to this theory, the value of the 1 pound sterling always remains the same, and will therefore be always paid, although the labor required to produce 1 pound of twist can, on one occasion, be double that required on another. The most ordinary merchant does not believe that he is getting the same value for his 1 pound sterling when he receives 1/4 of wheat for it in a period of famine, and the same amount in a period of glut. But the concept of value ends here, and there remains only the unexplained and inexplicable fact that a quantity of A is exchanged against the quantity of B in an arbitrary proportion. And whatever that proportion may be, it is an equivalent. Even Bailey's formula, the value of A expressed in B, thus becomes quite meaningless. If the value of A is expressed in B, the same value is supposed to be expressed at one time in A and at another time in B, so that when it is expressed in B, the value of A remains the same as it was before. But according to Bailey, there is no value of A that could be expressed in B, because neither A nor B have a value apart from that expression. The value of A expressed in B must be something quite different from the value of A in C, as different as B and C are. It is not the same value, identical in both expressions, but there are two relations of A which have nothing in common with each other, and of which it would be nonsense to say that they are equivalent expressions. A rise or fall of labor implies an increase or decrease in the quantity of the commodity given in exchange for it. Nonsense. From Bailey's standpoint, there can be no rise or fall in the value of labor, nor in the value of any other thing. For 1 A, I get today for 3 Bs, tomorrow 6 Bs, and the day after tomorrow 2 Bs. But, according to Bailey, in all these cases, the value of A is nothing but the quantity of B for which it has been exchanged. It was 3 Bs, it is now 6 Bs. How can its value be said to have risen or fallen? The A expressed in 3 Bs had a different value from that expressed in 6 Bs or 2 Bs, but then it is not the identical A which, at the identical time, has been exchanged for 3 or 2 or 6 Bs. The identical A, at the identical time, has always been expressed in the same quantity of B. It is only with regard to different moments of time that it could be said that the value of A had changed. But it is only with contemporaneous commodities that A can be exchanged, and it is only the fact of exchange, not even the mere possibility of exchange, with other commodities which makes, according to Bailey, A a value. It is only the actual relation in exchange which constitutes its value, and the actual relation in exchange can of course only take place for the same A at the identical time. Bailey therefore declares the comparison of commodity values at different periods to be nonsense. But at the same time, he should also have declared that the rise or fall of value, which is impossible if there is no comparison between the value of a commodity at one time and its value at another time, to be nonsense, and consequently also the rise or fall in the value of labor. Labor is an exchangeable thing, or one which commands other things in exchange. But the term profits denotes only a share or proportion of commodities, not an article which can be exchanged against other articles. When we ask whether wages have risen, we mean whether a definite portion of labor exchanges for a greater quantity of other things than before. Thus, when corn becomes dearer, the value of labor falls because less corn is exchanged for it. On the other hand, if cloth becomes cheaper at the same time, the value of labor rises simultaneously, because more cloth can be exchanged for it. Thus, the value of labor both rises and falls at the same time, and the two expressions of its value in corn and in cloth are not identical, not equivalent, because its increased value cannot be equal to its reduced value. But when we ask whether profits have risen, we mean whether the gain of the capitalist bears a higher ratio to the capital employed. The value of labor does not entirely depend on the proportion of the whole produce which is given to the laborers in exchange for their labor, but also on the productiveness of labor. The proposition that when labor rises, profits must fall is true only when its rise is not owing to an increase in its productive powers. If this productive power be augmented, that is, if the same labor produce more commodities in the same time, labor may rise in value without a fall, nay, even with a rise of profits. Accordingly, it can also be said of every other commodity that a rise in its value does not imply a fall in the value of the other commodity with which it exchanges, nay, may even imply a rise in value on the other side. For instance, supposing the same labor which produced 1/4 of corn now produces 3/4. The 3/4 cost £1, as the 1/4 did before. If 2/4 are now exchanged for £1, the value of money has risen, because it is expressed in 2/4 instead of 1. Thus, the purchaser of corn gets a greater value for his money. But the seller, who sells for £1 what has cost him only 2/3 of £1, gains 1/3. And thus the value of his corn has risen at the same time that the money price of corn has fallen. Whatever the produce of the labor of 6 men might be, whether 100 or 200 or 300 quarters of corn, yet so long as the proportion of the capitalist was 1/4 of the produce, that 4th part estimated in labor would be invariably the same. And so would the 3/4 of the produce accruing to the laborers, if estimated in labor. Were the produce 100 quarters, then, as 75 quarters would be given to 6 men, the 25 accruing to the capitalist would command the labor of 2 men. And that given to the laborers would command the labor of 6 men. If the produce were 300 quarters, the 6 men would obtain 225 quarters, and the 75 falling to the capitalist would still command 2 men and no more. Likewise, the 225 quarters falling to the 6 men would still command 6 men and no more. Why does the almighty Bailey then forbid Ricardo to estimate the portion of the men, as well as that of the capitalist, in labor, and compare their mutual value as expressed in labor? Thus, a rise in the proportion which went to the capitalist would be the same as an increase in the value of profits estimated in labor. How can he speak of the value of profits and an increase in their value if profit does not denote an article which can be exchanged against other articles, see above, and consequently denotes no value? And on the other hand, is a rise in the proportion which went to the capitalist possible without a fall in the proportion that goes to the laborer? Or in other words, an increase in their power of commanding labor? And is this increase in the power of the capitalist to appropriate the labor of others not exactly identical with the decrease in the power of the laborer to appropriate his own labor? Should it be objected to the doctrine of profits and the value of labor rising at the same time, that as the commodity produced is the only source whence the capitalist and the laborer can obtain their remuneration, it necessarily follows that when one gains, the other loses? The reply is obvious. So long as the product continues the same, this is undeniably true. But it is equally undeniable that if the product be doubled, the portion of both may be increased, although the proportion of one is lessened and that of the other is augmented. This is just what Ricardo says. The proportion of both cannot increase, and if the portion of both increases, it cannot increase in the same proportion, as otherwise portion and proportion would be identical. The proportion of the one cannot increase without that of the other decreasing. However, Mr. Bailey calls the portion of the laborer value of wages and the proportion of the capitalist value of profits. In other words, that the same commodity has two values for him, one in the hands of the laborer and the other in the hands of the capitalist, is nonsense of his own. So long as the product continues the same, this is undeniably true, but it is equally undeniable that if the product be doubled, the portion of both may be increased, although the proportion of one is lessened and that of the other augmented. Now it is an increase in the portion of the product assigned to the laborer, which constitutes a rise in the value of his labor. Because here we understand by value a certain quantity of articles. But it is an increase in the proportion assigned to the capitalist, which constitutes a rise in profits. Because here we understand value by the same articles not estimated by their quantity, but by the labor worked up in them. Whence, that is, because of the absurd use of two measures, in the one case articles, in the other case the value of the same articles, it clearly follows that there is nothing inconsistent in the supposition of a simultaneous rise in both. This absurd argument against Ricardo is quite futile, since he merely declares that the value of the two portions must rise and fall in inverse proportion to one another. It merely amounts to a repetition by Bailey of his proposition that value is the quantity of articles exchanged for an article. In dealing with profit, he was bound to find himself in an embarrassing position. For here, the value of capital is compared with the value of the product. Here he seeks refuge in taking value to mean the value of an article estimated in labor, in the Malthusian manner. Value is a relation between contemporary commodities, because such only admit of being exchanged for each other. And if we compare the value of a commodity at one time with its value at another, it is only a comparison of the relation in which it stood at these different times to some other commodity. Consequently, as has been stated, value can neither rise nor fall. For this always involves comparing the value of a commodity at one time with its value at another. A commodity cannot be sold below its value any more than above it, for its value is what it is sold for. Value and market price are identical. In fact, one cannot speak either of contemporary commodities or of present values, but only of past ones. What is the value of 1 quarter of wheat? The 1 pound for which it was sold yesterday. For its value is only what one gets in exchange for it, and as long as it is not exchanged, its relation to money is only imaginary. But as soon as the exchange has been transacted, we have 1 pound instead of the quarter of wheat, and we can no longer speak of the value of the quarter of wheat. In comparing values at different periods, Bailey has in mind merely academic researches into the different values of commodities, for example in the 18th and the 16th centuries. There, the difficulty arises from the fact that the same monetary expression of value, owing to the vicissitudes of the value of money itself, denotes different values at different times. The difficulty here lies in reducing the money price to value. But what a fool he is! Is it not a fact that in the process of circulation, or the process of reproduction of capital, the value of one period is constantly compared with that of another period, an operation upon which production itself is based? Mr. Bailey does not understand at all what the expressions, to determine the value of commodities by labor time or by the value of labor, mean. He simply does not understand the difference. I beg not to be understood as contending either that the values of commodities are to each other as the quantities of labor necessary for their production, or that the values of commodities are to each other as the values of the labor. All that I intend to insist upon is that if the former is true, the latter cannot be false. The determination of the value of commodities by the value of another commodity, and insofar as they are determined by the value of labor, they are determined by another commodity, for value of labor presupposes labor as a commodity, and its determination by a third entity, which has neither value nor is itself a commodity, but is the substance of value, and that which turns products into commodities, are for Bailey identical. In the first case, it is a question of a measure of the value of commodities, that is, of money, of a commodity in which the other commodities express their value. In order that this can happen, the values of commodities must already be presupposed. The commodity which measures, as well as that to be measured, must have a third element in common. In the second case, this identity itself is first established, later it is expressed in the price, either money price or any other price. Bailey identifies the invariable measure of value with the search for an immanent measure of value, that is, the concept of value itself. So long as the two are confused, it is even a reasonable instinct, which leads to the search for an invariable measure of value. Variability is precisely the characteristic of value. The term invariable expresses the fact that the immanent measure of value must not itself be a commodity, a value, but rather something which constitutes value, and which is therefore also the immanent measure of value. Bailey demonstrates that commodity values can find a monetary expression, and that if the value relation of commodities is given, all commodities can express their value in one commodity, although the value of this commodity may change. But it nevertheless always remains the same for the other commodities at a given time, since it changes simultaneously in relation to all of them. From this, he concludes that no value relation between commodities is necessary, nor is there any need to look for one. Because he finds it reflected in the monetary expression, he does not need to understand how this expression becomes possible, how it is determined, and what, in fact, it expresses. These remarks in general apply to Bailey as they do to Malthus, since he believes that one is concerned with the same question on the same plane, whether one makes the quantity of labor or value of labor the measure of value. In the latter case, one presupposes the values whose measure is being sought. That is to say, their external measure, their representation as value. In the first case, one investigates the genesis and immanent nature of value itself. In the second, the development of the commodity into money, or the form which exchange value acquires in the process of the exchange of commodities. In the first, we are concerned with value, independent of this representation, or rather, antecedent to this representation. Bailey has this in common with the other fools. To determine the value of commodities means to find their monetary expression, an external measure of value. They say, however, impelled by an instinctive thought, that this measure then must have invariable value, and must itself therefore stand outside the category of value, whereas Bailey says that one does not need to understand it, since one does, in fact, find the expression of value in practice, and this expression itself has and can have variable value without prejudice to its function. In particular, he himself has informed us that 100, 200, or 300 quarters can be the product of the labor of 6 men, that is, of the same quantity of labor, whereas value of labor only means for him the portion of the 100, 200, or 300 quarters which the 6 men receive. This could be 50, 60, or 70 quarters per man. The quantity of labor and the value of the same quantity of labor are therefore, according to Bailey himself, very different expressions. And how can it be the same if the value is expressed first in one thing and then in something essentially different? If the same labor which formerly produced 3 quarters of corn now produces 1 quarter, while the same labor which formerly produced 20 yards of cloth, or 3 quarters of corn, still produces 20 yards, then reckoned according to labor time, 1 quarter of corn is now equal to 20 yards of cloth, or 20 yards of cloth to 1 quarter of corn, and 3 quarters of corn equal to 60 yards of cloth instead of 20. Thus, the values of the quarter of corn and the yard of linen have been altered relatively, but they have by no means been altered according to the value of labor, for 1 quarter of corn and 20 yards of cloth remain the same use values as before. And it is possible that 1 quarter of corn does not command a larger quantity of labor than before. If we take a single commodity, then Bailey's assertion makes no sense whatever. If the labor time required for the production of shoes decreases, and now only 1/10 of the labor time formerly required is necessary, then the value of shoes drops to 1/10 of the former value. And this also holds true when the shoes are compared with or expressed in other commodities, provided the labor required for their production has remained the same or has not decreased at the same rate. Nevertheless, the value of labor, for example the daily wages in shoemaking as well as in all other industries, may have remained the same, or it may have even increased. Less labor is contained in the individual shoe, hence also less paid labor. But when one speaks of the value of labor, one does not mean that for 1 hour's labor, i.e. for a smaller quantity of labor, less is paid than for a greater quantity. Bailey's proposition could have meaning only in relation to the total product of capital. Suppose 200 pairs of shoes are the product of the same capital and the same labor which formerly produced 100 pairs. In this case, the value of the 200 pairs is the same as previously that of 100 pairs. And it could be said that 200 pairs of shoes are to 1,000 yards of linen, say the product of 200 pounds of capital, as the value of the labor set in motion by the 2 amounts of capital. In what sense? In the sense in which it would also apply to the relation of the individual shoe to the single yard of linen? The value of labor is the part of the labor time contained in a commodity which the worker himself appropriates. It is the part of the product in which the labor time which belongs to the worker himself is embodied. If the entire value of a commodity is reduced to paid and unpaid labor time, and if the rate of unpaid to paid labor is the same, that is, if surplus value constitutes the same proportion of total value in all commodities, then it is clear that if the ratio of one commodity to another is proportional to the total quantity of labor they contain, they must also represent equal proportionate parts of these total quantities of labor, and their ratio must therefore also be as that of paid labor time in one commodity to the paid labor time in the other. C, being commodity, is to C prime as TLT, that is total labor time embodied in C, to TLT prime. TLT over X equals the paid labor time in C, and TLT prime over X equals the paid labor time in C prime, since it is presupposed that the paid labor time in both commodities constitutes the same proportional part of the total labor time. C is to C prime as TLT is to TLT prime. TLT is to TLT prime as TLT over X is to TLT prime over X. Therefore, C is to C prime as TLT over X is to TLT prime over X, or the commodities are to one another as the quantities of paid labor time contained in them, that is, as the values of the labor contained in them. The value of labor is then, however, not determined in the way Bailey would like, but by the labor time contained in the commodity. Further, disregarding the conversion of values into prices of production and considering only the values themselves, capitals consist of different proportions of variable and constant capital. Hence, as far as values are concerned, the surplus values are not equal, or the paid labor does not form the same proportion of the total labor advanced. In general, wages, or values of labor, would here be indices of the values of commodities, not as values, not insofar as wages rise or fall, but insofar as the quantity of paid labor represented by wages contained in a commodity would be an index of the total quantity of the labor contained in the corresponding commodities. In a word, the point is that if the values of the commodities are to one another as LT to LT prime, the amounts of labor time contained in them, then their ratio is likewise as LT over X to LT prime over X, i.e. the amounts of paid labor time embodied in them, if the proportion of the paid labor time to unpaid is the same in all commodities. That is, if the paid labor time is always equal to the total labor time, whatever this may be, divided by X. But the if does not correspond to the real state of affairs. Supposing that the workers in different industries work the same amount of surplus labor time, the relation of paid to actually employed labor time is nevertheless different in different industries, because the ratio of immediate labor employed to accumulated labor employed is different. Let us take two capitals, consisting, for example, the one of 50 variable and 50 constant, and the other of 10 variable and 90 constant. In both cases, let the unpaid labor amount to 1/10. The value of the first commodity would accordingly be 105, of the second, 101. The paid labor time would be equal to 1/2 of the labor advanced in the first case and only to 1/10 in the second. Bailey says, if commodities are to each other as the quantities, they must also be to each other as the values of the producing labor. For the contrary would necessarily imply that the two commodities A and B might be equal in value, although the value of the labor employed in one was greater or less than the value of the labor employed in the other, or that A and B might be unequal in value if the labor employed in each was equal in value. But this difference in the value of two commodities which were produced by labor of equal value would be inconsistent with the acknowledged equality of profits, which Mr. Ricardo maintains in common with other writers. In this last phrase, Bailey stumbles unconsciously on a real objection to Ricardo, who directly identifies profit with surplus value and values with cost prices. Correctly stated, it is, if the commodities are sold at their value, they yield unequal profits, for then profit is equal to the surplus value embodied in them. And this is correct. But this objection does not refer to the theory of value, but to a blunder of Ricardo's in applying this theory. How little Bailey himself in the above passage can have correctly understood the problem is shown in the following statement. Ricardo, on the other hand, maintains that labor may rise and fall in value without affecting the value of the commodity. This is obviously a very different proposition from the other, and depends in fact on the falsity of the other, or on the contrary proposition. The fool himself previously asserted that the result of the same labor may be 100, 200, or 300 quarters of corn. This determines the relation of a quarter to other commodities irrespective of the changing value of labor, that is, irrespective of how much of the 100, 200, or 300 quarters falls to the laborer himself. The fool would have shown some consistency if he had said, the values of labor may rise or fall, nevertheless the values of commodities are as the values of labor, because, according to a false assumption, the rise or fall of wages is general, and the value of wages always forms the same proportionate part of the total quantity of labor employed. Part C. Confusion of value and price. Bailey's subjective standpoint. Bailey says, the capability of expressing the values of commodities has nothing to do with the constancy of their values. Indeed not. But it has much to do with first finding the value before expressing it, finding in what way the values in use so different from each other fall under the common category and denomination of value, so that the value of one commodity may be expressed in the other. Either to each other or to the medium employed, neither has the capability of comparing these expressions of value anything to do with it. if the values of different commodities are expressed in the same third commodity, however variable its value may be, it is of course very easy to compare these expressions, which already have a common denomination. Whether A is worth 4B or 6B. The difficulty consists in equating A with a portion of B, and this is only possible if there exists a common element for A and B, or if A and B are different representations of the same element. If all commodities are to be expressed in gold or money, the difficulty remains the same. There must be an element common to gold and to each of the other commodities. And whether C is worth 8B or 12B are circumstances which make no difference in the power of expressing the value of A and C in B, and certainly no difference in the power of comparing the value of A and C when expressed. But how is it possible to express A in B or C? In order to express them in each other, or what amounts to the same thing, to treat them as equivalent expressions of the same unity, A, B, and C must all be considered as something different from what they are as things, as products, as values in use. A equals 4B. Then the value of A is expressed in 4B, and the value of 4B in A, so that both sides express the same. They are equivalents. They are both equal expressions of value. It would be the same if they were unequal ones, or A greater than 4B, A smaller than 4B. In all these cases, they are, insofar as they are values, only different or equal in quantity, but they are always quantities of the same quality. The difficulty is to find this quality. The requisite condition in the process is that the commodities to be measured should be reduced to a common denomination. For example, in order to compare a triangle with any of the other polygons, it is only necessary to transform the latter into triangles, to express them in triangles. But to do this, the triangle and the polygon are in fact supposed to be something identical, different figures of the same thing, space, which may be done at all times with equal facility, or rather, it is ready done to our hands, since it is the prices of commodities which are recorded, or their relations in value to money. Estimating value is the same thing as expressing it. We have the fellow here. We find the values measured, expressed in the prices. We can therefore, asserts Bailey, content ourselves with not knowing what value is. He confuses the development of the measure of value into money, and further the development of money as the standard of price, with the discovery of the concept of value itself in its development as the immanent measure of commodities in exchange. He's right in thinking that this money need not be a commodity of invariable value. From this, he concludes that no separate determination of value, independent of the commodity itself, is necessary. As soon as the value of commodities, as the element they have in common, is given, the measurement of their relative value and the expression of this value coincide. But we can never arrive at the expression so long as we do not find the common factor, which is different from the immediate existence of the commodities. This is shown by the very example he gives, the distance between A and B. When one speaks of their distance, one already presupposes that they are points or lines in space. Having been reduced to points and points of the same line, their distance may be expressed in inches or feet, etc. The element the two commodities A and B have in common is, at first sight, their exchangeability. They are exchangeable objects. As exchangeable objects, they are magnitudes of the same denomination. But their existence as exchangeable objects must be different from their existence as values in use. Money is already a representation of value, and presupposes it. As the standard of price, money, for its part, already presupposes the hypothetical transformation of the commodity into money. If the values of all commodities are represented in money prices, then one can compare them. They are, in fact, already compared. But for the value to be represented as price, the value of commodities must have been expressed previously as money. Money is merely the form in which the value of commodities appears in the process of circulation. But how can one express X cotton in Y money? This question resolves itself into this. How is it at all possible to express one commodity in another, or how to present commodities as equivalents? Only the elaboration of value, independent of the representation of one commodity in another, provides the answer. It is a mistake that the relation of value can exist between commodities at different periods, which is in the nature of the case impossible, and if no relation exists, there can be no measurement of it. We have already had the same nonsense before. The, quote, relation of value between commodities at different periods, end quote, already exists when money acts as means of payment. The whole circulation process is a perpetual comparison of values of commodities at different periods. If money is not a good medium of comparison between commodities at different periods, it asserts its incapability of performing a function in a case where there is no function for it to perform. Money has this function to perform as means of payment and as treasure. All this is simply copied from the Verbal Observer, and in fact the secret of the whole nonsense oozes out in the following phrase, which has also convinced me that the verbal observations, which were carefully concealed by Bailey, were used by him in the manner of a plagiarist. Riches are the attribute of men. Value is the attribute of commodities. A man or a community is rich. A pearl or diamond is valuable. A pearl or a diamond is valuable as a pearl or a diamond, that is, by their qualities, as values in use for men, that is, as riches. But there is nothing in a pearl or diamond by which a relation of exchange between them is given, etc. Bailey now becomes a profound philosopher. Difference between labor as cause and measure, and in general between cause and measure of value. There is, in actual fact, a very significant difference, which Bailey does not notice, between measure, in the sense of money, and cause of value. The cause of value transforms use values into value. The external measure of value already presupposes the existence of value. For example, gold can only measure the value of cotton if gold and cotton as values possess a common factor which is different from both. The cause of value is the substance of value, and hence also its immanent measure. Whatever circumstances act with assignable influence, whether mediately or immediately, on the mind in the interchange of commodities, may be considered as causes of value. This in fact means nothing more than the cause of the value of a commodity, or of the fact that two commodities are equivalent, are the circumstances which cause the seller, perhaps both the buyer and the seller, to consider something to be the value, or the equivalent, of a commodity. The circumstances which determine the value of a commodity are by no means further elucidated by being described as circumstances which influence the mind of those engaging in exchange, as circumstances which as such likewise exist, or perhaps they do not, or perhaps they are incorrectly conceived, in the consciousness of those engaging in exchange. The same circumstances, independent of the mind but influencing it, which compel the producers to sell their products as commodities, circumstances which differentiate one form of social production from another, provide their products with an exchange value which, also in their mind, is independent of their use value. Their mind, their consciousness, may be completely ignorant of, unaware of the existence of, what in fact determines the value of their products, or their products as values. They are placed in relationships which determine their thinking, but they may not know it. Anyone can use money as money without necessarily understanding what money is. Economic categories are reflected in the mind in a very distorted fashion. Bailey transfers the problem into the sphere of consciousness because his theory has got stuck. Instead of explaining what he himself understands by value or cause of value, Bailey tells us that it is something which buyers and sellers imagine in the act of exchange. In fact, however, the following considerations are the basis of the would-be philosophical proposition. Firstly, the market price is determined by various circumstances which express themselves in the relation of demand and supply, and which as such influence the mind of the operators in the market. This is a very important discovery. Secondly, in connection with the conversion of commodity values into cost prices, various circumstances are taken into account which, as reasons for compensation, influence the mind or are reflected in the mind. All these reasons for compensation, however, affect only the mind of the capitalist as capitalist, and stem from the nature of capitalist production itself, and not from the subjective notions of buyers and sellers. In their mind, they exist rather as self-evident, eternal truths. Like his predecessors, Bailey catches hold of Ricardo's confusion of values and cost prices in order to prove that value is not determined by labor, because cost prices are deviations from values. Although this is quite correct in relation to Ricardo's identification of values with cost prices, it is incorrect as far as the question itself is concerned. In this context, Bailey quotes first from Ricardo himself about the change in the relative values of commodities in consequence of a rise in the value of labor. He quotes further the effect of time, different times of production though the labor time remains unchanged, the same case which aroused scruples in Mill. He does not notice the real general contradiction, the very existence of an average rate of profit, despite the different composition of capital in different industries, its different times of circulation, etc. He simply repeats the particular forms in which the contradiction appears, and which Ricardo himself and his followers had already noticed. Here, he merely echoes what has been previously said, but does not advance criticism a step forward. He emphasizes further that the costs of production are the main cause of value, and therefore the main element in value. However, he stresses correctly, as was done by other writers after Ricardo, that the concept of production costs itself varies. He himself in the last analysis expresses his agreement with Terens that value is determined by the capital advanced, which is correct in relation to cost prices, but meaningless if it is not evolved on the basis of value itself. That is, if the value of a commodity is to be derived from a more developed relationship, the value of capital, and not the other way around. His last objection is this: the value of commodities cannot be measured by labor time if the labor time in one trade is not the same as in the others, so that the commodity in which, for example, 12 hours of an engineer's labor is embodied has perhaps twice the value of the commodity in which 12 hours of the labor of an agricultural labor is embodied. What this amounts to is the following. A simple working day, for example, is not a measure of value if there are other working days which, compared with days of simple labor, have the effect of composite working days. Ricardo showed that this fact does not prevent the measurement of commodities by labor time if the relation between unskilled and skilled labor is given. He has indeed not described how this relation develops and is determined. This belongs to the definition of wages, and in the last analysis can be reduced to the different values of labor power itself, that is, its varying production costs, determined by labor time. The passages in which Bailey expresses what has been summarized above are: it is not indeed disputed that the main circumstance which determines the quantities in which articles of this class, that is, where no monopoly exists and where it is possible to increase output by expanding industry, are exchanged, is the cost of production. But our best economists do not exactly agree on the meaning to be attached to this term, some contending that the quantity of labor expended on the production of an article constitutes its cost, others that the capital employed upon it is entitled to that appellation. What the laborer produces without capital costs him his labor. What the capitalist produces costs him his capital. This is the factor which determines Terens's views. The labor which the capitalist employs costs him nothing apart from the capital he lays out in wages. The mass of commodities are determined in value by the capital expended upon them. Bailey raises the following objections to the determination of the value of commodities simply by the quantity of labor contained in them. Now, this cannot be true if we find any instances of the following nature. 1. Cases in which two commodities have been produced by an equal quantity of labor and yet sell for different quantities of money. 2. Cases in which two commodities, once equal in value, have become unequal in value without any change in the quantity of labor respectively employed in each. It is no answer, with regard to the cases of the first kind, to say with Mr. Ricardo that the estimation in which different qualities of labor are held comes soon to be adjusted in the market with sufficient precision for all practical purposes, or with Mr. Mill that in estimating equal quantities of labor, an allowance would of course be included for different degrees of hardness and skill. Instances of this kind entirely destroy the integrity of the rule. There are only two possible methods of comparing one quantity of labor with another. One is to compare them by the time expended, the other by the results produced. The latter is done in the piece rate system. The former is applicable to all kinds of labor. The latter can be used only in comparing labor bestowed on similar articles. If, therefore, in estimating two different sorts of work, the time spent will not determine the proportion between the quantities of labor, it must remain undetermined and undeterminable. With reference to 2, take any two commodities of equal value, A and B, one produced by fixed capital and the other by labor, without the intervention of machinery, and suppose that without any change whatever in the fixed capital or the quantity of labor, there should happen to be a rise in the value of labor. According to Mr. Ricardo's own showing, A and B would be instantly altered in their relation to each other. That is, they would become unequal in value. To these cases, we may add the effect of time on value. If a commodity takes more time than another for its production, although no more capital and labor, its value will be greater. The influence of this cause is admitted by Mr. Ricardo, but Mr. Mill contends, and so on. Finally, Mr. Bailey remarks, and this is the only new contribution he makes in this respect, although we have arranged commodities under 3 divisions, this, i.e. the 3 divisions, is again taken from the author of the Verbal Observations. These 3 divisions depend on the existence of absolute monopoly, limited monopoly, as is the case with corn, or completely free competition. Yet they are all not only promiscuously exchanged for each other, but blended in production. A commodity, therefore, may owe part of its value to monopoly and part to those causes which determine the value of unmonopolized products. An article, for instance, may be manufactured amidst the freest competition out of a raw material, which a complete monopoly enables its producer to sell at 6 times the actual cost. In this case, it is obvious that although the value of the article might be correctly said to be determined by the quantity of capital expended upon it by the manufacturer, yet no analysis could possibly resolve the value of the capital into quantity of labor. This remark is correct, but monopoly does not concern us here, where we are dealing with 2 things only, value and cost price. It is clear that the conversion of value into cost price works in 2 ways. First, the profit which is added to the capital advanced may be either above or below the surplus value which is contained in the commodity itself. That is, it may represent more or less unpaid labor than the commodity itself contains. This applies to the variable part of capital and its reproduction in the commodity. But apart from this, the cost price of constant capital, or of the commodities which enter into the value of the newly produced commodity as raw materials, auxiliary materials, and machinery, or labor conditions, may likewise be either above or below its value. Thus, the commodity comprises a portion of the price which differs from value, and this portion is independent of the quantity of labor newly added, or of the labor whereby these conditions of production, with given cost prices, are transformed into a new product. It is clear that what applies to the difference between the cost price and the value of the commodity as such, as a result of the production process, likewise applies to the commodity insofar as, in the form of constant capital, it becomes an ingredient, a precondition of the production process. Variable capital, whatever difference between value and cost price it may contain, is replaced by a certain quantity of labor, which forms a constituent part of the value of the new commodity, irrespective of whether its price expresses its value correctly or stands above or below the value. On the other hand, the difference between cost price and value, insofar as it enters into the price of the new commodity independently of its own production process, is incorporated into the value of the new commodity as an antecedent element. The difference between the cost price and the value of the commodity is thus brought about in 2 ways. By the difference between the cost price and the values of commodities which constitute the preconditions of the process of production of the new commodity, or by the difference between the surplus value which is really added to the conditions of production and the profit which is calculated on the capital advanced. But every commodity which enters into another commodity as constant capital itself emerges as the result, the product of another production process. And so the commodity appears alternately as a precondition for the production of other commodities and as the result of a process in which the existence of other commodities is the precondition for its own production. In agriculture, cattle breeding, the same commodity appears at one point of time as a product and at another as a condition of production. This important deviation of cost prices from values brought about by capitalist production does not alter the fact that cost prices continue to be determined by values. Section 4. McCulloch. Subsection A. Vulgarization and complete decline of the Ricardian system under the guise of its logical completion. Cynical apologia for capitalist production. Unprincipled eclecticism. McCulloch, the vulgarizer of Ricardian political economy and simultaneously the most pitiful embodiment of its decline. He vulgarizes not only Ricardo, but also James Mill. He is, moreover, a vulgar economist in everything and an apologist for the existing state of affairs. His only fear, driven to ridiculous extremes, is the tendency of profit to fall. He is perfectly contented with the position of the workers and, in general, with all the contradictions of bourgeois economy which weigh heavily upon the working class. Here, everything is green. He even knows that, quote, the introduction of machines into any employment necessarily occasions an equal or greater demand for the disengaged laborers in some other employment, end quote. In this question, he deviates from Ricardo, and in his later writings, he also becomes very mealy-mouthed about the landowners. But his whole tender anxiety is reserved for the poor capitalists, in view of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Mr. McCulloch, unlike other exponents of science, seems to look not for characteristic differences, but only, quote, for resemblances, and proceeding upon this principle, he is led to confound material with immaterial objects, productive with unproductive labor, capital with revenue, the food of the laborer with the laborer himself, production with consumption, and labor with profits. End quote from Malthus, Definitions in Political Economy, published in London in 1827. Mr. McCulloch, in his Principles of Political Economy, divides value into real and exchangeable. The former, he says, is dependent on the quantity of labor required for the production of any commodity, and the latter on the quantity of labor or of any other commodity for which it will exchange. And these 2 values are, he says, identical, in the ordinary state of things, that is, when the supply of commodities on the market is exactly proportioned to the effectual demand for them. Now, if they be identical, the two quantities of labor which he refers to must be identical also. But at page 221, he tells us that they are not, for that the one includes profits, while the other excludes them. End quote from John Cazenove, Outlines of Political Economy, published in London in 1832. McCulloch says, in a note on page 221 of his Principles of Political Economy, in point of fact, the commodity will always exchange for more labor than has been required for its production, and it is this excess that constitutes profits. This is a brilliant example of the methods used by this arch-humbug of a Scotsman. The arguments of Malthus, Bailey, etc. compel him to differentiate between real value and exchangeable or relative value, but he does so basically in the way he finds the difference dealt with by Ricardo. Real value means the commodity examined with regard to the labor required for its production. Relative value implies the consideration of the proportion of different commodities which can be produced in the same amount of time, which are consequently equivalents, and the value of one of which can therefore be expressed in the quantity of use value of the other, which costs the same amount of labor time. The relative value of commodities, in this Ricardian sense, is only another expression for their real value, and means nothing more than that the commodities exchange with one another in proportion to the labor time embodied in them. In other words, that the labor time embodied in both is equal. If, therefore, the market price of a commodity is equal to its exchange value, as is the case when supply and demand are in equilibrium, then the commodity bought contains as much labor as that which is sold. It merely realizes its exchange value, or it is only sold at its exchange value when one receives the same amount of labor in exchange for it as one hands over. McCulloch relates all this, correctly repeating what has already been said. But he goes too far here, since the Malthusian definition of exchange value, the quantity of wage labor which a commodity commands, already sticks in his throat. He therefore defines relative value as, quote, the quantity of labor or of any other commodity for which it, a commodity, will exchange. Ricardo, in dealing with relative value, always speaks only of commodities and does not include labor, since in the exchange of commodities a profit is only realized because in the exchange between commodity and labor, unequal quantities of labor are exchanged. By putting the main emphasis right at the beginning of his book on the fact that the determination of the value of a commodity by the labor time embodied in it differs immensely from the determination of this value by the quantity of labor which it can buy, Ricardo, on the one hand, establishes the difference between the quantity of labor contained in a commodity and the quantity of labor which it commands. On the other hand, he excludes the exchange of a commodity and labor from the relative value of a commodity. For if a commodity is exchanged for a commodity, equal quantities of labor are exchanged. But if a commodity is exchanged for labor, unequal quantities of labor are exchanged, and capitalist production rests on the inequality of this exchange. Ricardo does not explain how this exception fits in with the concept of value. This is the reason for the arguments amongst his followers. But his instinct is sound when he makes the exception. In actual fact, there is no exception. It exists only in his formulation. Thus, McCulloch goes farther than Ricardo and is apparently more consistent than he. There is no flaw in his system. It is all of a piece. Whether a commodity is exchanged for a commodity or for labor, this ratio of exchange is the relative value of the commodity. And if the commodities exchanged are sold at their value, i.e. if demand and supply coincide, this relative value is always the expression of the real value. That is, they are equal quantities of labor at both poles of the exchange. Thus, in the ordinary state of things, a commodity only exchanges for a quantity of wage labor equal to the quantity of labor contained in it. The workman receives in wages just as much materialized labor as he gives back to the capitalist in the form of immediate labor. With this, the source of surplus value disappears, and the whole Ricardian theory collapses. Thus, Mr. McCulloch first destroys it under the appearance of making it more consistent. And what next? He then flits shamelessly from Ricardo to Malthus, according to whom the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor which it buys, and which must always be greater than that which the commodity itself contains. The only difference is that in Malthus, this is plainly stated to be what it is, opposition to Ricardo, and Mr. McCulloch adopts this opposite viewpoint after he has adopted the Ricardian formula with an apparent consistency, that is, with the consistency of incogitancy, which destroys the whole sense of the Ricardian theory. McCulloch, therefore, does not understand the essential kernel of Ricardo's teaching, how profit is realized because commodities exchange at their value, and abandons it. Since exchangeable value, which, in the ordinary state of the market, is, according to McCulloch, equal to the real value, but in point of fact is always greater, since profit is based on this surplus, a fine contradiction and a fine discourse based on a point of fact, is the quantity of labor or of any other commodity for which the commodity is exchanged, hence what applies to labor applies to any other commodity. This means that the commodity is not only exchanged for a greater amount of immediate labor than it itself contains, but for more materialized labor in the other commodities than it itself contains. In other words, profit is profit upon expropriation. And with this, we are back again amongst the mercantilists. Malthus draws this conclusion. With McCulloch, this conclusion follows naturally, but with the pretense that this constitutes an elaboration of the Ricardian system. And this total decline of the Ricardian system into twaddle, a decline which prides itself on being its most consistent exposition, has been accepted by the mob, especially by the mob on the continent, with Herr Roscher naturally amongst them. As the conclusion of the Ricardian system carried too far to its extreme limit, they thus believe, Mr. McCulloch, that the Ricardian mode of coughing and spitting, which he uses to conceal his helpless, thoughtless, and unprincipled eclecticism, is in fact a scientific attempt to set forth Ricardo's system consistently. McCulloch is simply a man who wanted to turn Ricardian economics to his own advantage, an aim in which he succeeded in a most remarkable degree. In the same way Say used Smith, but Say at least made a contribution by bringing Smith's theories into a certain formal order, and apart from his conceptions, he occasionally also ventured to advance theoretical objections. Since McCulloch first obtained a professional chair in London on account of Ricardian economics, in the beginning he had to come forward as a Ricardian, and especially to participate in the struggle against the landlords. As soon as he had obtained a foothold and climbed to a position on Ricardo's shoulders, his main effort was directed to expounding political economy, especially Ricardian economics, within the framework of Whiggism, and to eliminate all conclusions which were distasteful to the Whigs. His last works on money, taxes, etc. are mere pleas on behalf of the Whig cabinet of the day. In this way, the man secured lucrative jobs. His statistical writings are merely catchpenny efforts. The incogitant decline and vulgarization of the theory likewise reveal the fellow himself as a vulgarian, a matter to which we shall have to return before we are done with that speculating Scotsman. In 1828, McCulloch published Smith's Wealth of Nations, and the fourth volume of this edition contains his own Notes and Dissertations, in which, to pad out the volume, he reprints in part some mediocre essays which he had published previously, for example on entail, and which have absolutely nothing to do with the matter, and in part his lectures on the history of political economy repeated almost verbatim. He himself says that he largely draws upon them. In part, however, he tries in his own way to assimilate the new ideas advanced in the interim by Mill and Ricardo's opponents. In his Principles of Political Economy, Mr. McCulloch presents us with nothing more than a copy of his Notes and Dissertations, which he had already copied from his earlier scattered manuscripts. But things turned out slightly worse in the Principles, for inconsistencies are of less importance in notes than in an allegedly methodical treatment. Thus the passages quoted above, though they are in part taken verbatim from the notes, look rather less inconsistent in these notes than they do in the Principles. In addition, the Principles contain plagiarisms of Mill amplified by absurd illustrations, and reprints of articles on corn trade, etc., which he has repeatedly published, maybe verbatim, under 20 different titles in different periodicals, often even in the same periodical at different periods. In the above-mentioned Volume 4 of his edition of Adam Smith, published in London in 1828, McCulloch says, he repeats the same thing word for word in his Principles of Political Economy, but without making the distinction which he still felt to be necessary in the notes. It is necessary to distinguish between the exchangeable value and the real or cost value of commodities or products. By the first, or the exchangeable value of a commodity or product, is meant its power or capacity of exchanging, either for other commodities or for labor. And by the second, or its real or cost value, is meant the quantity of labor which is required for its production or appropriation, or rather, the quantity which would be required for the production or appropriation of a similar commodity at the time when the investigation is made. A commodity produced by a certain quantity of labor will, when the supply of commodities is equal to the effectual demand, uniformly exchange for or buy any other commodity produced by the same quantity of labor. It will never, however, exchange for or buy exactly the same quantity of labor that produced it, but though it will not do this, it will always exchange for or buy the same quantity of labor as any other commodity produced under the same circumstances, or by means of the same quantity of labor as itself. In point of fact, this phrase is repeated literally in the Principles, since, in point of fact, this in point of fact constitutes the whole of his deduction. It, the commodity, will always exchange for more, viz. For more labor than that by which it was produced. And it is this excess that constitutes profits. No capitalist could have any motive, as if the motive of the buyer was the point in question when dealing with the exchange of commodities and the investigation of their value, to exchange the produce of a given quantity of labor already performed for the produce of the same quantity of labor to be performed. This would be to lend, to exchange would be to lend, without receiving any interest on the loan. Let us start at the end. If the capitalist did not get back more labor than the amount he advances in wages, he would lend without receiving a profit. What has to be explained is how profit is possible if commodities, labor or other commodities, are exchanged at their value. And the answer is that no profit would be possible if equivalents were exchanged. It is assumed, first of all, that capitalist and worker exchange. And then, in order to explain profit, it is assumed that they do not exchange, but that one of the parties lends, i.e. gives commodities, and the other borrows, that is, pays only after he has received the commodities. In other words, in order to explain profit, it is said that the capitalist secures no interest if he makes no profit. This is putting the thing wrongly. The commodities in which the capitalist pays wages and the commodities which he gets back as a result of the labor are different use values. He does not, therefore, receive back what he advanced, any more than he does when he exchanges one commodity for another. Whether he buys another commodity, or whether he buys the specific commodity, labor, which produces the other commodity for him, amounts to the same. For the use value he advances, he receives back another use value, as happens in all exchanges of commodities. If, on the other hand, one pays attention only to the value of the commodity, then it is no longer a contradiction to exchange a given quantity of labor already performed for the same quantity of labor to be performed, although the capitalist, in fact, pays only after the labor has been performed. Nor is it a contradiction to exchange a quantity of labor performed for the same quantity of labor performed. This latter is an insipid tautology. The first part of the passage implies that the labor to be performed will be embodied in a use value different from that in which the labor performed is embodied. In this case, there is thus a difference between the objects to be exchanged, and consequently a motive for exchange arising out of the relationship itself. But this is not so in the other case, since A only exchanges for A, insofar as in this exchange it is a matter of the quantity of labor. This is why Mr. McCulloch has recourse to the motive. The motive of the capitalist is to receive back a greater quantity of labor than he advances. Profit is here explained by the fact that the capitalist has the motive to make profit. But the same thing can be said about the sale of goods by the merchant, and about every sale of commodities not for consumption but for gain. The seller has no motive to exchange a quantity of performed labor for the same quantity of performed labor. His motive is to get in return more performed labor than he gives away. Hence, he must get more performed labor in the form of money or commodities than he gives away in the form of a commodity or money. He must therefore buy cheaper than he sells and sell dearer than he has bought. Profit upon alienation is thus explained not by the fact that it corresponds to the law of value, but by declaring that buyers and sellers have no motive for buying and selling in accordance with the law of value. This is Mach's first sublime discovery. It fits beautifully into the Ricardian system, which seeks to show how the law of value asserts itself despite the motives of seller and buyer. For the rest, McCulloch's presentation in the notes differs from the one in the principles only in the following. In the principles, he makes a distinction between real value and relative value, and says that both are equal under ordinary circumstances, but in point of fact, they cannot be equal if there is to be a profit. He therefore says merely that the fact contradicts the principle. In the notes, he distinguishes three sorts of value: real value, the relative value of a commodity in its exchange with other commodities, and the relative value of a commodity exchanged with labor. The relative value of a commodity in its exchange with another commodity is its real value expressed in another commodity, or in an equivalent. On the other hand, its relative value in exchange with labor is its real value expressed in another real value that is greater than itself. That means its value is the exchange with a greater value, with a non-equivalent. If it were exchanged for an equivalent in labor, then there would be no profit. The value of a commodity in its exchange with labor is a greater value. Problem: the Ricardian definition of value conflicts with the exchange of commodities with labor. Mach's solution: in the exchange of a commodity with labor, the law of value does not exist, but its contrary. Otherwise, profit could not be explained. Profit for him, the Ricardian, is to be explained by the law of value. Solution: the law of value in this case is profit. In point of fact, Mach only reiterates what the opponents of the Ricardian theory say, namely that there would be no profit if the law of value applied to exchange between capital and labor. Consequently, they say, the Ricardian theory of value is invalid. He, McCulloch, says that in this case, which he must explain by the Ricardian law, the law does not exist. and that in this case, value means something else. From this, it is obvious how little he understands of the Ricardian law. Otherwise, he would have had to say that profit arising in exchange between commodities which are exchanged in proportion to the labor time embodied in them is due to the fact that unpaid labor is contained in the commodities. In other words, the unequal exchange between capital and labor explains the exchange of commodities at their value and the profit which is realized in the course of this exchange. Instead of this, he says, commodities which contain the same amount of labor time command the same amount of surplus labor, which is not contained in them. He believes that in this way he has reconciled Ricardo's propositions with those of Malthus by establishing an identity between the determination of value of the commodities by labor time and the determination of value of commodities by their command over labor. But what does it mean when he says that commodities which contain the same amount of labor time command the same amount of surplus labor in addition to the labor contained in them? It means nothing more than that a commodity in which a definite amount of labor time is embodied commands a definite quantity of surplus labor, that is, more labor than it itself contains. That this applies not only to commodity A, in which X hours of labor time are embodied, but also to commodity B, in which X hours of labor time are likewise embodied, follows by definition from the Malthusian formula itself. The contradiction is therefore solved by Mack in this way. If the Ricardian theory of value were really a valid one, then profit, and consequently capital and capitalist production, would be impossible. This is exactly what Ricardo's opponents assert, and this is what Mack answers them, how he refutes them. And in so doing, he does not notice the beauty of an explanation of exchangeable value in exchange with labor, which amounts to saying that value is exchanged for something which has no value. Subsection B. Distortion of the concept of labor through its extension to processes of nature. Confusion of exchange value and use value. After Mr. Mack has thus abandoned the basis of Ricardian political economy, he proceeds even further and destroys the basis of this basis. The first difficulty of the Ricardian system was to present the exchange of capital and labor so that it corresponded to the law of value. The second difficulty was that capitals of equal magnitude, no matter what their organic composition, yield equal profits or their general rate of profit. This is indeed the unrecognized problem of how values are converted into cost prices. The difficulty arose because capitals of equal magnitude but of unequal composition, it is immaterial whether the unequal composition is due to the capitals containing unequal proportions of constant and variable capital or of fixed and circulating capital, or to the unequal period of circulation of the capitals, set in motion unequal quantities of immediate labor, and therefore unequal quantities of unpaid labor. Consequently, they cannot appropriate equal quantities of surplus value or surplus product in the process of production. Hence, they cannot yield equal profit if profit is nothing but the surplus value calculated on the value of the whole capital advanced. If, however, the surplus value were something different from unpaid labor, then labor could after all not be the foundation and measure of the value of commodities. The difficulties arising in this context were discovered by Ricardo himself, although not in their general form, and set forth by him as exceptions to the law of value. Malthus used these exceptions to throw the whole law overboard on the grounds that the exceptions constituted the rule. Terens, who also criticized Ricardo, indicated the problem at any rate when he said that capitals of equal size set unequal quantities of labor in motion and nevertheless produce commodities of equal values. Hence, value cannot be determined by labor. Ditto Bailey, etc. Mill, for his part, accepted the exceptions noted by Ricardo as exceptions, and he had no scruples about them except with regard to one single form. One particular cause of the equalization of the profits of the capitalists he found incompatible with the law. It was the following. Certain commodities remain in the process of production, for example wine in the cellar, without any labor being applied to them. There is a period during which they are subject to certain natural processes. For example, prolonged breaks in labor occur in agriculture and in tanning before certain new chemicals are applied. These cases are not mentioned by Mill. These periods are nevertheless considered as profit-yielding. The period of time during which the commodity is not being worked on by labor is regarded as labor time. The same thing in general applies where there is a longer period of circulation time involved. Mill lied his way, so to speak, out of the difficulty by saying that one can consider the time in which the wine, for example, is in the cellar as a period when it is soaking up labor, although according to the assumption, this is in point of fact not the case. Otherwise, one would have to say that time creates profit, and according to Mill, time as such is sound and fury. McCulloch uses this balderdash of Mill as a starting point, or rather, he reproduces it in his customary affected plagiarist manner, in a general form in which the latent nonsense becomes apparent, and the last vestiges of the Ricardian system, as of all economic thinking whatsoever, are happily discarded. On closer consideration, all the difficulties mentioned above resolve themselves into the following difficulty. That part of capital which enters into the production process in the form of commodities, i.e. as raw materials or tools, does not add more value to the product than it possessed before production. For it only has value insofar as it is embodied labor, and the labor contained in it is in no way altered by its entry into the production process. It is to such an extent independent of the production process into which it enters, and dependent on the socially determined labor required for its own production, that its own value changes when more or less labor than itself contains is required for its reproduction. As value, this part of capital therefore enters unchanged into the production process and emerges from it unchanged. Insofar as it really enters into the production process and is changed, this change affects only its use value, i.e. it undergoes a change as use value. And all operations undergone by the raw material or carried out by the instrument of labor are merely processes to which they are submitted as specific kinds of raw material, etc., and particular tools, spindles, etc., processes which affect their use value, but which, as processes, have nothing to do with their exchange value. Exchange value is maintained in this change. That is all. It is different with that part of capital which is exchanged against labor power. The use value of labor power is labor, the element which produces exchange value. Since the labor provided by labor power in industrial consumption is greater than the labor which is required for the reproduction of the labor power, i.e. it provides more than an equivalent of the wages the worker receives, the value which the capitalist receives from the worker in exchange is greater than the price he pays for this labor. It follows from this that if equal rates of exploitation are assumed, of two capitals of equal size, that which sets living labor in motion, whether this is due to the fact that the proportion of variable capital is less from the start, or to the fact that it has a longer period of circulation, or period of production during which it is not exchanged against labor, does not come into contact with it, does not absorb it, will produce less surplus value, and in general commodities of less value. How then can the values created be equal and the surplus values proportional to the capital advanced? Ricardo was unable to answer this question because, put in this way, it is absurd, since in fact neither equal values nor equal surplus values are produced. Ricardo, however, did not understand the genesis of the general rate of profit, nor consequently the transformation of values into cost prices which differ specifically from them. Mack, however, eliminates the difficulty by basing himself on Mill's insipid evasion. One gets round the inconvenience by talking out of existence by means of a phrase the characteristic difference out of which it arose. This is the characteristic difference. The use value of labor power is labor. It consequently produces exchange value. The use value of the other commodities is use value as distinct from exchange value. Therefore, no change which this use value undergoes can change the predetermined exchange value. McCulloch gets around this difficulty by calling the use values of commodities labor. For after all, in ordinary life we speak of laboring animals, working machines, and even say poetically that the iron works in the furnace, or works under the blows of the hammer. It even screams, and nothing is easier than to prove that every operation is labor, for labor is an operation. In the same way one can prove that every material experiences sensation, for everything which experiences sensation is material. Labor may be properly defined to be any sort of action or operation, whether performed by man, the lower animals, machinery, or natural agents, that tends to bring about any desirable result. And this does not by any means apply solely to instruments of labor. It is in the nature of things that this applies equally to raw materials. Wool undergoes a physical action or operation when it is dyed. In general, nothing can be acted upon physically, mechanically, chemically, etc. in order to bring about any desirable result without the thing in itself reacting. It cannot therefore be worked upon without itself working. Thus, all commodities which enter into the production process bring about an increase in value not only by retaining their own value, but by creating new value, because they work and are not merely materialized labor. In this way, all the difficulties are naturally eliminated. In reality, this is merely a paraphrase, a new name for, say, productive services of capital, productive services of land, etc., which Ricardo attacked continuously, and against which Mack, strange to say, himself polemizes in the same dissertation or note where he pompously presents his discovery. borrowed from Mill and embellished still further. In criticizing Say, McCulloch makes lavish use of recollected passages from Ricardo and remembers that these productive services are in fact only the attributes displayed by things as use values in the production process. But naturally, all this is changed when he calls these productive services by the sacramental name of labor. After Mack has happily transformed commodities into workers, it goes without saying that these workers also draw wages, and that in addition to the value they possess as accumulated labor, they must be paid wages for their operations or action. These wages of the commodities are pocketed by the capitalists on procurement. They are wages of accumulated labor, alias profit. And this, according to McCulloch, is proof that equal profit on equal capitals, whether they set large or small amounts of labor in motion, follows directly from the determination of value by labor time. The most extraordinary thing about all this, as we have already noted, is the way Mack, at the very moment when he is basing himself on Mill and appropriating Say, hurls Ricardian phrases against Say. How literally he copies Say, except that where Say speaks of action, he calls this action labor, can best be seen from the following passages from Ricardo, where the latter is criticizing Say. Mr. Say imputes to Adam Smith as an error that he attributes to the labor of man alone the power of producing value. A more correct analysis shows us that value is owing to the action of labor, or rather the industry of man, combined with the action of those agents which nature supplies, and with that of capital. His ignorance of this principle prevented him from establishing the true theory of the influence of machinery in the production of riches. In contradiction to the opinion of Adam Smith, Mr. Say speaks of the value which is given to commodities by natural agents. But those natural agents, though they add greatly to value in use, never add exchangeable value, of which Mr. Say is speaking. Machines and natural agents might very greatly add to the riches of a country, but they do not add anything to the value of those riches. Like all economists worth naming, including Adam Smith, although in a fit of humor he once called the ox a productive laborer, Ricardo emphasizes that labor is human activity. Ricardo emphasizes that labor as human activity, even more as socially determined human activity, is the sole source of value. It is precisely through the consistency with which he treats the value of commodities as merely representing socially determined labor that Ricardo differs from the other economists. All these economists understand more or less clearly, but Ricardo more clearly than the others, that the exchange value of things is a mere expression, a specific social form of the productive activity of men, something entirely different from things and their use as things, whether in industrial or in non-industrial consumption. For them, value is, in fact, simply an objectively expressed relation of the productive activity of men, of the different types of labor to one another. When he argues against Say, Ricardo explicitly quotes the words of Destutt de Tracy as expressing his own views. As it is certain that our physical and moral faculties are alone our original riches, the employment of those faculties, labor of some kind, is our only original treasure, and that it is always from this employment that all those things are created which we call riches. It is certain, too, that all those things only represent the labor which has created them, and if they have a value, or even two distinct values, they can only derive them from that of the labor which they emanate. Thus commodities, things in general, have value only because they represent human labor, not insofar as they are things in themselves, but insofar as they are incarnations of social labor. And yet, some persons have had the temerity to say that the miserable Mack has taken Ricardo to extremes. He who in his incogitant efforts to utilize the Ricardian theory eclectically along with those opposed to it, identifies its basic principle, and that of all political economy, labor itself as human activity and as socially determined human activity, with the physical action, etc., which commodities possess as use values, as things. He who abandons the very concept of labor itself. Rendered insolent by Mill's evasion, he plagiarizes Say while arguing against him with Ricardian phrases and copies precisely those phrases of Say which Ricardo in chapter 20 of his book, entitled Value and Riches, attacks as being fundamentally opposed to his own ideas and those of Smith. Rocher naturally repeats that Mack has carried Ricardo to extremes. Mack, however, is sillier than Say, who does not call the action of fire, machinery, etc., labor, and more inconsistent. While Say attributes the creation of value to wind, fire, etc., Mack considers that only those use values, things, which can be monopolized, create value, as if it were possible to utilize the wind or steam or water as motive power without the possession of windmills, steam-driven machinery, or water wheels. As if those who own monopolize the things whose possession alone enables them to employ the natural agents did not also monopolize the natural agents. I can have as much air, water, etc. as I like, but I possess them as productive agents only if I have the commodities, the things by the use of which these agents will operate as such. Thus, Mack is even lower than Say. This vulgarization of Ricardo represents the most complete and most frivolous decline of Ricardo's theory. Insofar, however, as that result, i.e. the result produced by the actions or operation of anything, is effected by the labor or operation of natural agents that can neither be monopolized nor appropriated by a greater or smaller number of individuals to the exclusion of others, it has no value. What is done by these agents is done gratuitously, as if what is done by cotton, wool, iron, or machinery were not also done gratuitously. The machine costs money, but the operation of the machine is not paid for. No use value of any kind of commodity costs anything after its exchange value has been paid. The man who sells oil makes no charge for its natural qualities. In estimating its cost, he puts down the value of the labor employed in its pursuit, and such is its value. End quote from H.C. Carey, Principles of Political Economy, Part 1, published in Philadelphia in 1837. In arguing against Say, Ricardo emphasizes precisely that the action of the machine, for example, costs just as little as that of wind and water. The services which natural agents and machinery perform for us are serviceable to us by adding to value in use, but as they perform their work gratuitously, the assistance which they afford us adds nothing to value in exchange. End quote from David Ricardo, Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 3rd edition, published in London in 1821. Thus, Mack has not understood the most elementary propositions of Ricardo, but the sly dog thinks, if the use value of cotton, machinery, etc. costs nothing, is not paid for apart from its exchange value, then on the other hand, this use value is sold by those who use cotton, machinery, etc. They sell what costs them nothing. The brutal thoughtlessness of this fellow is evident, for after accepting Say's principle, he sets forth rent with great emphasis, plagiarizing extensively from Ricardo. Land is a, quote, natural agent that can be, quote, monopolized or appropriated by a greater or smaller number of individuals to the exclusion of others, and its natural vegetative action, or labor, its productive power, consequently has value, and rent is thus ascribed to the productive power of land, as is done by the physiocrats. This is an outstanding example of Mack's way of vulgarizing Ricardo. On the one hand, he copies Ricardo's arguments, which only make sense if they are based on the Ricardian assumptions, and on the other hand, he takes from others the direct negation of these assumptions, with the reservation that he uses his nomenclature or makes some small changes in the propositions. He should have said, rent is the wages of land, pocketed by the landowner. If a capitalist expends the same sum in paying the wages of laborers in maintaining horses or in hiring a machine, and if the men, the horses, and the machine can all perform the same piece of work, its value will obviously be the same by whichever of them it may have been performed. In other words, the value of the product depends on the value of the capital laid out. This is the problem to be solved. The formulation of the problem is, according to Mack, obviously the solution of it. But since the machine, for example, performs a greater piece of work than the men displaced by it, it is even more obvious that the product of the machine will not fall but rise in value compared with the value of the product of the men who perform the same work. Since the machine can produce 10,000 units of work where man can only produce one, and every unit has the same value, the product of the machine should be 10,000 times as dear as that of man. Moreover, in his anxiety to distinguish himself from Say by stating that value is produced not by the action of natural agents but only by the action of monopolized agents, or agents produced by labor, Mack gets into difficulties and falls back on Ricardian phrases. For example, the labor of the wind produces the desired effect on the ship, produces a change in it. But the value of that change is not increased by, and is in no degree dependent on, the operation or labor of the natural agents concerned, but on the amount of capital, or the product of previous labor, that cooperated in the production of the effect, just as the cost of grinding corn does not depend on the action of the wind or water that turns the mill, but on the amount of capital wasted in the operation. Here, all of a sudden, grinding is viewed as adding value to the corn, insofar as only capital, the produce of previous labor, is wasted in the act of grinding. That is, it is not due to the millstone working, but to the fact that along with the waste of the millstone, the value contained in it, the labor embodied in it, is also wasted. After these pretty arguments, Mack sums up the wisdom, borrowed from Mill and Say, in which he brings the concept of value into harmony with all kinds of contradictory phenomena, in the following way. The word labor means, in all discussions respecting value, either the immediate labor of man or the labor of the capital produced by man, or both. Hence, labor is to be understood as meaning the labor of man, then his accumulated labor, and finally, the practical application, that is, the physical, etc., properties of use values evolved in industrial consumption. Apart from these properties, use value means nothing at all. Use value operates only in consumption. Consequently, by the exchange value of the products of labor, we are to understand the use value of these products, for this use value consists only in its action, or as Mack called it, labor in consumption, regardless of whether this is industrial consumption or not. However, the types of operation, action, or labor of use values, as well as their physical measures, are as varied as the use values themselves. But what is the unity, the measure by means of which we compare them? This is established by the general word labor, which is substituted for these quite different applications of use values, after labor itself has been reduced to the words operation or action. Thus, with the identification of use value and exchange value ends this vulgarization of Ricardo, which we must therefore consider as the last and most sordid expression of the decline of the Ricardian school as such. The profits of capital are only another name for the wages of accumulated labor. That is, for the wages paid to commodities for the services they render as use values and production. In addition, these wages of accumulated labor have their own mysterious connotation as far as Mr. McCulloch is concerned. We have already mentioned that, apart from his plagiarism of Ricardo, Mill, Malthus, and Say, which constitutes the real basis of his writings, he himself continually reprints and sells his accumulated labor under various titles, always largely drawing upon writings for which he has been paid before. This method of drawing the wages of accumulated labor was discussed at great length as early as 1826 in a special work. And what has not McCulloch done since then, from 1826 to 1862, with regard to drawing wages for accumulated labor? This miserable phrase has also been adopted by Rocher in his role of Thucydides. The book referred to is called Some Illustrations of Mr. McCulloch's Principles of Political Economy, published in Edinburgh, 1826, by Mordecai Mullion. It traces how our Chevalier d'Industrie made a name for himself. 9/10 of his work is copied from Adam Smith, Ricardo, and others, the remaining 10th being culled repeatedly from his own accumulated labor, which he repeats most shamelessly and contemptibly. Mullion shows, for example, not only that McCulloch sold the same articles to the Edinburgh Review and the Scotsman and the Encyclopaedia Britannica as his own dissertations and as new works, but also that he published the same articles word for word and with only a few transpositions and under new titles in different issues of the Edinburgh Review over the years. In this respect, Mullion says the following about this most incredible cobbler, this most economical of all economists. Mr. McCulloch's articles are as unlike as may be to the heavenly bodies, but in one respect they resemble such luminaries. They have stated times of return. No wonder he believes in the wages of accumulated labor. Mr. McCulloch's fame illustrates the power of fraudulent baseness. In order to perceive how McCulloch exploits some of Ricardo's propositions to give himself airs, see inter alia the Edinburgh Review for March of 1824, where this friend of the wages of accumulated labor gives vent to a veritable Jeremiad about the fall in the rate of profit. This claptrap is called Considerations on the Accumulation of Capital. The author expresses the fears in him by the decline in profit as follows. The condition of England, however prosperous in appearance, is had and unsound at bottom. The plague of poverty is secretly creeping on the mass of her citizens. The foundations of her power and greatness have been shaken. Where the rate of interest is low, as in Holland and England, the profits of stock are also low. Those are countries that are approaching the termination of their career. These observations must surprise everybody acquainted with England's splendid situation. There was no need for Mr. Mack to distress himself over the fact that land gets better wages than iron, bricks, etc. The cause must be that it labors harder. Even a blind sow sometimes finds an acorn, and so does McCulloch in the following passages. But even this, as he presents it, is only an inconsistency, since he does not distinguish surplus value from profit. Secondly, it is again one of his thoughtless eclectic acts of plagiarism. According to fellows like Terens, for whom value is determined by capital, and the same applies to Bailey, profit is proportionate to the capital advanced. Unlike Ricardo, they do not consider that profit and surplus value are identical concepts, but only because they have no need whatsoever to explain profit on the basis of value, since they regard the visible form of surplus value, profit, as the relation of surplus value to the capital advanced, as the original form, and in fact, they merely translate the apparent form into words. The passages in Mac's work, who is firstly a Ricardian and secondly plagiarizes Ricardo's opponents, without attempting to reconcile the conflicting ideas, read, Ricardo's law that a rise in profits can be brought about in no other way than by a fall in wages, and a fall in profits only by a rise in wages, is only true, quote, in those cases in which the productiveness of industry remains constant. That is, the productiveness of the industry which produces constant capital. Profits depend upon the proportion which they bear to the capital by which they are produced, and not on the proportion to wages. If the productivity in industry is doubled, and the additional product thus obtained is divided between capitalists and workers, then the proportion of the share of the capitalist to that of the workers remains unchanged, although the rate of profit calculated on the capital advanced has risen. Even in this case, as Mac also notes, one can say that wages have fallen relatively as compared with the product, because profits have risen. But in this case, it is the rise in profits which is the cause of the fall in wages. This calculation, however, rests on the incorrect method of calculating wages as a share in the product, and as we saw previously, Mr. John Stuart Mill seeks to generalize the Ricardian law in this sophistical manner. Section 5. Wakefield. Some objections to Ricardo's theory regarding the value of labor and rent. Wakefield's real contribution to the understanding of capital has already been dealt with in the previous section on the conversion of surplus value into capital. Here, we shall only deal with what is directly relevant to the topic. Quote, treating labor as a commodity, and capital, the produce of labor, as another, then, if the value of these two commodities were regulated by equal quantities of labor, a given amount of labor would, under all circumstances, exchange for that quantity of capital which had been produced by the same amount of labor. Antecedent labor would always exchange for the same amount of present labor. The value of labor in relation to other commodities, insofar at least as wages depend upon share, is determined not by equal quantities of labor, but by the proportion between supply and demand. End quote from Wakefield's edition of Adam Smith, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, published in London in 1835. Thus, according to Wakefield, profit would be inexplicable if wages corresponded to the value of labor. In Volume 2 of his edition of Adam Smith's work, Wakefield remarks, surplus produce always constitutes rent. Still, rent may be paid which does not consist of surplus produce. If, as in Ireland, the bulk of people be brought to live upon potatoes, and in hovels and rags, and to pay for permission so to live, all that they can produce beyond hovels, rags, and potatoes then, in proportion as they put up with less, the owner of the land on which they live obtains more, even though the return to capital or labor should remain unaltered. What the miserable tenants give up, the landlord gathers. A fall in the standard of living amongst the cultivators of the earth is another cause of surplus produce. When wages fall, the effect upon surplus produce is the same as a fall in the standard of living. The whole produce remaining the same, the surplus part is greater, the producers have less, and the landlord more. In this case, profit is called rent, just as it is called interest when, for example, as in India, the worker, although nominally independent, works with advances he receives from the capitalist, and has to hand over all the surplus produce to the capitalist. Section 6. Sterling. Vulgarized explanation of profit by the interrelation of supply and demand. Patrick James Sterling, The Philosophy of Trade, etc., published in Edinburgh, 1846. The quantity of every commodity must be so regulated that the supply of each commodity shall bear a less proportion to the demand for it than the supply of labor bears to the demand for labor. The difference between the price or value of the commodity and the price or value of the labor worked up in it constitutes the profits. The same author informs us, when the values of commodities are exchanged with one another according to their production costs, the value of these commodities may be said to be at par. Thus, if demand and supply of labor correspond with one another, then labor would be sold at its value, whatever Sterling may understand by value. and if demand and supply of the commodities in which the labor is worked up do correspond, then the commodities would be sold at their production costs, by which Sterling understands the value of labor. The price of the commodity would then be equal to the value of the labor worked up in it, and the price of labor would be on par with its own value. The price of the commodity would therefore be equal to the price of the labor worked up in it. Consequently, there would be no profit or surplus. Sterling explains profit, or the surplus, in this way. The supply of labor in relation to the demand for it must be greater than the supply of commodities in which the labor is worked up is in relation to the demand for them. The matter must be so arranged that the commodity is sold at a higher price than that paid for the labor contained in it. This is what Mr. Sterling calls explaining the phenomenon of the surplus, whereas it is, in fact, nothing but a paraphrase of what is supposed to be explained. If we go into it further, then there are only three possibilities. 1. The price of labor is on par with value, that is, the demand for and supply of labor balance. The price of labor is equal to the value of labor. In these circumstances, the commodities must be sold above their value, or things must be arranged in such a way that the supply is below the demand. This is pure profit upon alienation, except that the condition is stated under which it is possible. 2. Or the demand for labor is greater than the supply, and the price of labor is higher than its value. In these circumstances, the capitalist has paid the worker more than the value of the commodity, and the buyer must then pay the capitalist a twofold surplus, first to replace the amount he, the capitalist, has already paid to the worker, and then his profit. 3. Or the price of labor is below its value, and the supply of labor above the demand for it. The surplus would then arise from the fact that labor is paid below its value, and is sold, embodied in commodities, at its value, or at least above its price. If one strips this of all nonsense, then Sterling's surplus is here due to the fact that labor is bought by the capitalist below its value, and is sold again above its price in the form of commodities. The other cases, divested of their ridiculous form, according to which the producer has to arrange matters in such a way that he is able to sell his commodity above its value, or above the par of value, mean nothing but that the market price of a commodity rises above its value if the demand for it is greater than the supply. This is certainly not a new discovery, and explains one sort of surplus which never caused Ricardo or anyone else the slightest difficulty. Section 7. John Stuart Mill. Unsuccessful attempts to deduce the Ricardian theory of the inverse proportionality between the rate of profit and the level of wages directly from the law of value. Subsection A. Confusion of the rate of surplus value with the rate of profit. Elements of the conception of profit upon alienation. Confused conception of the profits advanced by the capitalist. In the booklet mentioned above, which in fact contains all that is original in Mr. John Stuart Mill's writings about political economy, in contrast to his bulky compendium, he says in Essay 4, on profits and interest, tools and materials, like other things, have originally cost nothing but labor. The labor employed in making the tools and materials being added to the labor afterwards employed in working up the materials by the aid of tools. The sum total gives the whole of the labor employed in the production of the completed commodity. To replace capital is to replace nothing but the wages of labor employed. This in itself is quite wrong, because the employed labor and the wages paid are by no means identical. On the contrary, the employed labor is equal to the sum of wages and profit. To replace capital means to replace the labor for which the capitalist pays, that is wages, and the labor for which he does not pay, but which he nevertheless sells, that is profit. Mr. Mill is here confusing employed labor and that portion of the employed labor which is paid for by the capitalist who employs it. This confusion is itself no recommendation for his understanding of the Ricardian theory, which he claims to teach. Incidentally, it should be noted in relation to constant capital that though each part of it can be reduced to previous labor, and therefore one can imagine that at some time it represented profit or wages or both, but once it exists as constant capital, one part of it, for example seeds, etc., can no longer be transformed into profit or wages. Mill does not distinguish surplus value from profit. He therefore declares that the rate of profit, and this is correct for the surplus value which has already been transformed into profit, is equal to the ratio of the price of the product to the price of its means of production, the labor included. At the same time, he seeks to deduce the laws governing the rate of profit directly from the Ricardian law, in which Ricardo confuses surplus value and profit, and to prove that, quote, profits depend upon wages, rising as wages fall, and falling as wages rise, end quote. Mr. Mill is himself not quite clear about the question which he seeks to answer. We will therefore formulate his question briefly before we hear his answer. The rate of profit is the ratio of surplus value to the total amount of the capital advanced, constant and variable capital taken together, while surplus value itself is the excess of the quantity of labor performed by the laborer over the quantity of labor which is advanced to him as wages. That is, surplus value is considered only in relation to the variable capital, or to the capital which is laid out in wages, not in relation to the whole capital. Thus, the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit are two different rates, although profit is only surplus value considered from a particular point of view. It is correct to say, with regard to the rate of surplus value, that it exclusively depends, quote, upon wages rising as wages fall and falling as wages rise, end quote. But it would be wrong with regard to the total amount of surplus value, for this depends not only on the rate at which the surplus labor of the individual worker is appropriated, but likewise on the number of workers exploited at the same time. Since the rate of profit is the ratio of surplus value to the total amount of capital advanced, it is naturally affected and determined by the fall or rise of surplus value, and hence by the rise or fall of wages. But in addition to this, the rate of profit includes factors which are independent of it, and not directly reducible to it. Mr. John Stuart Mill, who on the one hand directly identifies profit and surplus value, like Ricardo, and on the other hand, moved by considerations concerning the polemic against the anti-Ricardians, does not conceive the rate of profit in the Ricardian sense, but in its real sense, as the ratio of surplus value to the total value of the capital advanced, variable capital plus constant capital, goes to great lengths to prove that the rate of profit is determined directly by the law which determines surplus value, and can be simply reduced to the fact that the smaller the portion of the working day in which the worker works for himself, the greater the portion going to the capitalist and vice versa. We will now observe his torment, the worst part of which is that he is not sure which problem he really wants to solve. If he had formulated the problem correctly, it would have been impossible for him to solve it wrongly in this way. He says then, though tools, materials, and buildings are themselves the produce of labor, yet the whole of their value is not resolvable into the wages of the laborers by whom they were produced. He says above that the replacement of capital is the replacement of wages. The profits which the capitalist makes on these wages need to be added. The last capitalist has replaced from his product not only the wages paid both by himself and by the toolmaker, but also the profit of the toolmaker, advanced by him himself out of his own capital. Hence, profits do not compose merely the surplus after replacing the outlay, they also enter into the outlay itself. Capital is expended partly in paying or reimbursing wages and partly in paying the profits of other capitalists, whose concurrence was necessary in order to bring together the means of production. An article, therefore, may be the produce of the same quantity of labor as before, and yet, if any portion of the profits which the last producer has to make good to previous producers can be economized, the cost of production of the article is diminished. It is therefore strictly true that the rate of profit varies inversely as the cost of production of wages. We are naturally always working on the assumption here that the price of a commodity is equal to its value. It is on this basis that Mr. Mill himself carries on the investigation. Profit, in the passages quoted, appears first of all to bear a very strong resemblance to profit upon alienation. But let us proceed. Nothing is more wrong than to say that if it is sold at its value, an article is, quote, the produce of the same quantity of labor as before, end quote, and at the same time that by some circumstance or other, the cost of production of the article can be diminished, unless it is in the sense I first advanced, i.e. when I distinguish between the real production cost of the article and the production cost to the capitalist, since he does not pay a part of the production costs. In this case, it is indeed true that the capitalist makes his profit out of the unpaid surplus labor of his own workers, just as he may also make it by underpaying the capitalist who supplies him with his constant capital, that is, by not paying this capitalist for a part of the surplus labor embodied in the commodity and not paid for by this capitalist, and which precisely for that reason constitutes his profit. This amounts to the fact that he always pays for the commodity less than its value. The rate of profit, that is, the ratio of surplus value to the total value of the capital advanced, can increase either because the quantity of capital, goods, advanced by the capitalist becomes objectively cheaper, due to the increased productivity of labor in those spheres of production which produce constant capital, or because it becomes subjectively cheaper for the buyer, since he pays for the goods at less than their value. For him, it is then always the result of a smaller quantity of labor. What Mill says, first of all, is that the constant capital of the capitalist who manufactures the last commodity resolves not into wages alone, but also into profit. His line of reasoning is as follows. If it were resolvable into wages alone, then profit would be the surplus accruing to the last capitalist after he has reimbursed himself for all wages paid, and the whole paid cost of the product could be reduced to wages, which would constitute the whole of the capital advanced. The total value of the capital advanced would be equal to the total value of the wages embodied in the product. Profit would be the surplus over this. And since the rate of profit is equal to the ratio of this surplus to the total value of the capital advanced, then the rate of profit would obviously rise and fall in proportion to the total value of the capital advanced. That is, in proportion to the value of wages, the aggregate of which constitutes the capital advanced. This objection is in fact silly if we consider the general relation of profits and wages. Mr. Mill needed only to put on one side that part of the whole product which is resolvable into profit, irrespective of whether it is paid to the last or to the previous capitalists, the co-functionaries in the production of the commodity, and then put that part which resolves into wages on the other, and the amount of profit would still be equal to the surplus over the total amount of wages, and it could be asserted that the Ricardian inverse ratio applied directly to the rate of profit. It is not true, however, that the whole of the capital advanced can be resolved into profit and wages. But the capital advanced does not resolve itself into wages alone, but also into profits advanced. Profit, therefore, is a surplus not only over and above the wages advanced, but also over the profits advanced. The rate of profit is therefore determined not only by the surplus over wages, but by the last capitalist surplus over the total sum of wages plus profits, the sum of which, according to this assumption, constitutes the whole of the capital advanced. Hence, this rate can obviously be altered not only as a result of a rise or fall in wages, but also as a result of a rise or fall in profit. And if we disregarded the changes in the rate of profit arising from the rise or fall in wages, that is, if we assumed, as is done innumerable times in practice, that the value of the wages, in other words, the cost of their production, the labor time embodied in them, remained the same, remained unchanged, then, following the path outlined by Mr. Mill, we would arrive at the pretty law that the rise or fall in the rate of profit depends on the rise or fall of profit. If any portion of the profits which the last producer has to make good to previous producers can be economized, the cost of production of the article is diminished. This is in fact very true. If we assume that no portion of the previous producer's profit was a mere surcharge, profit upon alienation as James Stewart says, then every economy in one portion of profit, so long as it is not achieved by the latter producer swindling the previous one, that is, by not paying him for the whole of the value contained in his commodity, is an economy in the quantity of labor required for the production of the commodity. Here, we disregard the profit paid, for instance, for that time during the period of production, etc., when capital lies idle. For example, if 2 days were required to bring raw materials, coal for instance, from the pit to the factory, and now only 1 day is required, then there is an economy of 1 day's work. But this applies as much to that part of it which resolves into wages as to that which resolves into profit. After Mr. Mill has made it clear to himself that the rate of surplus of the last capitalist, or the rate of profit in general, depends not only on the direct ratio of wages to profits, but on the ratio of the last profit, or the profit on every particular capital, to the whole value of the capital advanced, which is equal to the variable capital, that laid out in wages, plus the constant capital, that, in other words, the rate of profit is determined not only by the ratio of profit to that part of the capital laid out in wages, that is, not only by the cost of production or the value of wages, he continues, it is therefore true that the rate of profits varies inversely as the cost of production of wages. Although it is false, it is nevertheless true. The illustration which he now gives can serve as a classical example of the way in which economists use illustrations, and it is all the more astonishing since its author has also written a book about the science of logic. Suppose, for example, that 60 agricultural laborers receiving 60 quarters of corn for their wages consume fixed capital and seed amounting to the value of 60 quarters more, and that the result of their operations is a produce of 180 quarters. When we analyze the price of the seed and tools into its elements, we find that they must have been the produce of the labor of 40 men. For the wages of those 40, together with profit at the rate previously supposed, 50%, make up 60 quarters. The produce, therefore, consisting of 180 quarters, is the result of the labor altogether of 100 men. Now, supposing that the amount of labor required remained the same, but as a result of some discovery, no fixed capital and seed were needed. Whereas previously the outlay of 120 quarters was required to obtain a product of 180 quarters, now an outlay of only 100 quarters is necessary to achieve this result. The produce, 180 quarters, is still the result of the same quantity of labor as before, the labor of 100 men. A quarter of corn, therefore, is still, as before, the produce of 10/18ths of a man's labor. A quarter of corn, which is the remuneration of a single laborer, is indeed the produce of the same quantity of labor as before, but its cost of production is nevertheless diminished. It is now the produce of 10/18ths of a man's labor, and nothing else, whereas formerly it required for its production the conjunction of that quantity of labor with an expenditure, in the form of reimbursement of profit, amounting to 1/5 more. If the cost of production of wages had remained the same as before, profits could not have risen. Each laborer received 1/4 of corn, but 1/4 of corn at that time was the result of the same cost of production as 1 1/5 quarter now. In order, therefore, that each laborer should receive the same cost of production, each must now receive 1/4 of corn plus 1/5. Assuming, therefore, that the laborer is paid in the very article he produces, it is evident that when any saving of expense takes place in the production of that article, if the laborer still receives the same cost of production as before, he must receive an increased quantity, in the very same ratio in which the productive power of capital has been increased. But if so, the outlay of the capitalist will bear exactly the same proportion to the return as it did before, and profits will not rise. The variations, therefore, in the rate of profits and those in the cost of production of wages go hand in hand, and are inseparable. Mr. Ricardo's principle is strictly true. If, by low wages, be meant not merely wages which are the produce of a smaller quantity of labor, but wages which are produced at less cost, reckoning labor and previous profits together. With regard to this wonderful illustration, we note first of all that as a result of a discovery, corn is supposed to be produced without seeds, or raw materials, and without fixed capital. That is, without raw materials and without tools, by means of mere manual labor, out of air, water, and earth. This absurd presupposition contains nothing but the assumption that a product can be produced without constant capital, that is, simply by means of newly applied labor. In this case, what he set out to prove has of course been proved, namely that profit and surplus value are identical, and consequently that the rate of profit depends solely on the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor. The difficulty arose precisely from the fact that the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit are two different things because there exists a ratio of surplus value to the constant part of capital, and this ratio we call the rate of profit. Thus, if we assume constant capital to be zero, we solve the difficulty arising from the existence of constant capital by abstracting from the existence of this constant capital, or we solve the difficulty by assuming that it does not exist. Probatum est. Let us now arrange the problem, or Mill's illustration of the problem, correctly. According to the first assumption, we have constant capital, 60 quarters, variable capital, 60 quarters for 60 workmen, total product, 180 quarters, profit, 60 quarters. It is assumed in this example that the labor which is added to the constant capital amounts to 120 quarters, and that since every quarter represents the wages of a working day, or of a year's labor, which is merely a working day of 365 working days, the 180 quarters contain only 60 working days, 30 of which account for the wages of the workers and 30 constitute profit. We thus assume, in fact, that one working day is embodied in 2 quarters, and that consequently the 60 working days of the 60 workmen are embodied in 120 quarters, 60 of which constitute their wages and 60 constitute the profit. In other words, the worker works 1/2 of the working day for himself to make up his wages and 1/2 for the capitalist, thus producing the capitalist surplus value. The rate of surplus value is therefore 100% and not 50%. On the other hand, since the variable capital constitutes only half of the total capital advanced, the rate of profit is not 60 quarters to 60 quarters, that is, not 100%, but 60 quarters to 120 quarters, and therefore only 50%. If the constant part of the capital had equaled 0, then the whole of the capital advanced would have consisted of only 60 quarters, i.e. only of the capital advanced in wages, equaling 30 working days. In this case, profit and surplus value, and therefore also their rates, would be identical. Profit would then amount to 100% and not 50%. 2 quarters of corn would be the product of 1 working day, and 120 quarters the product of 60 working days, even though 1 quarter of corn would only be the wages of 1 working day and 60 quarters the wages of 60 working days. In other words, the worker would only receive half, 50% of his product, while the capitalist would receive twice as much, 100% calculated on his outlay. What is the position with regard to the constant capital, the 60 quarters? These were likewise the product of 30 working days, and if it is assumed with regard to this constant capital that the elements which went into its production are so made up that 1/3 consists of constant capital and 2/3 of newly added labor, and that the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit are also the same as before, we get the following calculation. Constant capital, 20 quarters, variable capital, 20 quarters, total product, 60 quarters, profit, 20 quarters. Here again, the rate of profit would be 50%, and the rate of surplus value 100%. The total product would be the product of 30 working days, 10 of which, however, equaling 20 quarters, would represent the pre-existing labor, the constant capital, and 20 working days the newly added labor of 20 workers, each of whom would only receive half his product as wages. 2 quarters would be the product of one man's labor as in the previous case, although again as previously, 1 quarter would represent the wages of one man's labor, and 1 quarter the capitalist's profit, the capitalist thus appropriating half of the man's labor. The 60 quarters which the last capitalist producer makes as surplus value mean a rate of profit of 50%, because these 60 quarters of surplus value are calculated not only on the 60 quarters advanced in wages, but also on the 60 quarters expended in seed and fixed capital, which together amount to 120 quarters. If Mill calculates that the capitalist who produces the seed in the fixed capital, a total of 60 quarters, makes a profit of 50%, if he assumes further that the constant and variable capital enter into the product in the same proportion as in the case of the production of the 180 quarters, then it will be correct to say that the profit equals 20 quarters, wages 20 quarters, and the constant capital 20 quarters. Since wages equal 1 quarter, a day, then 60 quarters contain 30 working days in the same way as 120 quarters contain 60 working days. But what does Mill say? When we analyze the price of the seed and tools into its elements, we find that they must have been the produce of labor of 40 men. For the wages of those 40, together with the profit at the rate previously supposed, 50%, make up 60 quarters. In the case of the first capitalist, who employed 60 workers, each of whom paid 1 quarter per day as wages, so that he paid out 60 quarters in wages, and laid out 60 quarters in constant capital, the 60 working days resulted in 120 quarters, of which, however, the workers only received 60 in wages. In other words, wages amounted to only half the product of the labor of 60 men. Thus, the 60 quarters of constant capital were only equal to the product of the labor of 30 men. If they consisted only of profit and wages, then wages would amount to 30 quarters and profit to 30 quarters. Thus, wages would equal the labor of 15 men and profit as well. But the profit amounted to only 50%, since it is assumed that of the 30 days embodied in the 60 quarters, 10 represent pre-existing labor, constant capital, and only 10 are allocated to wages. Thus, 10 days are embodied in constant capital, 20 are newly added working days, of which, however, the workers only work 10 for themselves, the other 10 being for the capitalist. But Mr. Mill asserts that these 60 quarters are the product of 40 men, while just previously he said that 120 quarters were the product of 60 men. In the latter case, 1 quarter contains half a working day, although it is the wages paid for a whole working day. In the former, 3/4 of a quarter would equal half a working day, whereas 1/3 of the product, i.e. the 60 quarters, which is laid out in constant capital, has just as much value, that is, it contains just as much labor time as any other third part of the product. If Mr. Mill desired to convert the constant capital of 60 quarters wholly into wages and profit, then this would not make the slightest difference as far as the quantity of labor time embodied in it is concerned. It would still be 30 working days as before, but now, since there would be no constant capital to replace, profit and surplus value would coincide. Thus, profit would amount to 100%, not to 50% as previously. Surplus value also amounted to 100% in the previous case, but the profit was only 50% precisely because constant capital entered into the calculation. We have here, therefore, a doubly false maneuver on the part of Mr. Mill. In the case of the first 180 quarters, the difficulty consisted in the fact that surplus value and profit did not coincide, because the 60 quarters surplus value had to be calculated not only on 60 quarters, that part of the total product which represented wages, but on 120 quarters, i.e. 60 quarters constant capital plus 60 quarters wages. Surplus value, therefore, amounted to 100%, and profit only to 50%. With regard to the 60 quarters which constituted constant capital, Mr. Mill disposes of this difficulty by assuming that in this case the whole product is divided between capitalist and worker, i.e. that no constant capital is required to produce the constant capital, that is, the 60 quarters consisting of seed and tools. The circumstance which had to be explained in the case of Capital 1 is assumed to have disappeared in the case of Capital 2, and in this way the problem ceases to exist. But secondly, after he has assumed that the value of the 60 quarters which constitute the constant capital of Capital 1 contains only immediate labor, but no pre-existing labor, no constant capital, that profit and surplus value therefore coincide, and consequently also the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value, that no difference exists between them, he then assumes, on the contrary, that just as in the case of Capital 1, a difference between them does exist, and that therefore the profit is only 50% as in the case of Capital 1. If a third of the product of Capital 1 had not consisted of constant capital, then profit would have been the same as surplus value. The whole product consisted only of 120 quarters, equal to 60 working days, 30 of which, equal to 60 quarters, are appropriated by the workers, and 30, equal to 60 quarters, by the capitalist. The rate of profit was the same as the rate of surplus value, that is 100%. It was 50% because the 60 quarters of surplus value were not calculated on 60 quarters of wages, but on 120 quarters, wages, seed, and fixed capital. In the case of capital 2, he assumes that it contains no constant capital. He also assumes that wages remain the same in both cases, a quarter of corn. But he nevertheless assumes that profit and surplus value are different, that profit amounts only to 50%, although surplus value amounts to 100%. In actual fact, he assumes that the 60 quarters, 1/3 of the total product, contain more labor time than another third of the total product. He assumes that these 60 quarters are the product of 40 working days, while the other 120 quarters were the product of only 60. In actual fact, however, there peeps out the old delusion of profit upon alienation, which has nothing whatever to do with the labor time contained in the product, and likewise nothing to do with the Ricardian definition of value. For Mill assumes that the wages a man receives for working for a day are equal to what he produces in a working day, i.e. that they contain as much labor time as he works. If 40 quarters are paid out in wages, and if the profit amounts to 20 quarters, then 40 quarters embody 40 working days. The payment for the 40 working days is equal to the product of the 40 working days. If 50% profit, or 20 quarters, is made on 60 quarters, it follows that 40 quarters are the product of the labor of 40 men. For, according to the assumption, 40 quarters constitute the wages and each man receives 1 quarter per day. But in that case, where do the other 20 quarters come from? The 40 men work 40 working days because they receive 40 quarters. A quarter is therefore the product of 1 working day. The product of 40 working days is consequently 40 quarters, and not a bushel more. Where then do the 20 quarters which make up the profit come from? The old delusion of profit upon alienation, of a merely nominal price increase on the product over and above its value, is behind all this. But here it is quite absurd and impossible, because the value is not represented in money but in a part of the product itself. Nothing is easier than to imagine that if 40 quarters of grain are the product of 40 workers, each one of whom receives 1 quarter per day or per year, they therefore receive the whole of their product as wages, and if 1 quarter of grain in terms of money is 3 pounds, 40 quarters are therefore 120 pounds, the capitalist sells these 40 quarters for 180 pounds and makes 60 pounds, i.e. 50% profit, equal to 20 quarters. But this notion is reduced to absurdity if out of 40 quarters, which have been produced in 40 working days and for which he pays 40 quarters, the capitalist sells 60 quarters. He has in his possession only 40 quarters, but he sells 60 quarters, 20 quarters more than he has to sell. Thus, first of all, Mill proves the Ricardian law, that is, the false Ricardian law, which confuses surplus value and profit by means of the following convenient assumptions. Firstly, he assumes that the capitalist who produces constant capital does not himself in his turn need constant capital, and thus he assumes out of existence the whole difficulty which is posed by constant capital. Secondly, he assumes that although the capitalist does not need constant capital, the difference between surplus value and profit caused by constant capital nevertheless continues to exist, although no constant capital exists. Thirdly, he assumes that a capitalist who produces 40 quarters of wheat can sell 60 quarters, because his total product is sold as constant capital to another capitalist, whose constant capital equals 60 quarters, and because capitalist number 2 makes a profit of 50% on these 60 quarters. This latter absurdity resolves itself into the notion of profit upon alienation, which appears here so absurd only because the profit is supposed to stem not from the nominal value expressed in money, but from a part of the product which has been sold. Thus, Mr. Mill, in seeking to defend Ricardo, has abandoned his basic concepts and fallen far behind Ricardo, Adam Smith, and the physiocrats. His first defense of Ricardo's teachings therefore consists in his abandoning them from the outset, namely abandoning the basic principle that profit is only a part of the value of the commodity, i.e. merely that part of the labor time embodied in the commodity which the capitalist sells in his product, although he has not paid the worker for it. Mill makes the capitalist pay the worker for the whole of his working day and still derive a profit. Let us see how he proceeds. He does away with the need for seed and agricultural implements in the production of corn by means of an invention. That is, he does away with the need for constant capital in the case of the last capitalist, in the same way as he abandoned seed and fixed capital in the case of the producer of the first 60 quarters. Now he ought to have argued as follows. Capitalist number 1 does not now need to lay out 60 quarters in seed and fixed capital, for we have stated that his constant capital equals 0. He therefore has to lay out only 60 quarters for the wages of 60 workers who work 60 working days. The product of these 60 working days amounts to 120 quarters. The workers receive only 60 quarters. The capitalist therefore makes 60 quarters profit, i.e. 100%. his rate of profit is exactly equal to the rate of surplus value. That is, it is exactly equal to the ratio of the labor time the workers worked for themselves to the labor time they worked not for themselves, but for the capitalist. They worked 60 days. They produced 120 quarters. They received 60 quarters in wages. They thus received the product of 30 working days as wages, although they worked for 60 days. The quantity of labor time which 2 quarters cost is still equal to 1 working day. The working day for which the capitalist pays is still equal to 1 quarter, i.e. it is equal to half the working day worked. The product has fallen by a third, from 180 quarters to 120 quarters, but the profit has nevertheless risen by 50%, namely from 50% to 100%. Why? Of the total of 180 quarters, a third merely replaced constant capital. It did not, therefore, constitute a part of either profit or wages. On the other hand, the 60 quarters, or the 30 working days during which the workers produced or worked for the capitalist, were calculated not on the 60 quarters spent on wages, that is, the 30 days during which they worked for themselves, but on the 120 quarters, i.e. the 60 working days, which were expended on wages, seed, and fixed capital. Thus, although out of the total of 60 days, they worked 30 days for themselves and 30 for the capitalist, and although a capital outlay of 60 quarters on wages yielded 120 quarters to the capitalist, his rate of profit was not 100%, but only 50%, because it was calculated differently in the one case on 2 times 60 and in the other on 60. The surplus value was the same, but the rate of profit was different. How does Mill tackle the problem? He does not assume that the capitalist, who as a result of an invention spends nothing on constant capital, with an outlay of 60 quarters obtains 120 quarters, 30 out of 60 working days, but that he now employs 100 men who produce 180 quarters for him, always on the supposition that the wage for 1 working day is 1 quarter of wheat. The calculation is therefore as follows. The capital expended, only variable, only on wages, 100 quarters, wages for 100 working days. Total product, 180 quarters. Profit, 80 quarters. This means that the capitalist makes a profit of 80%. Profit is here equal to surplus value. Therefore, the rate of surplus value is likewise only 80%. Previously, it was 100%, i.e. 20% higher. Thus, we have the phenomenon that the rate of profit has risen by 30%, while the rate of surplus value has fallen by 20%. If the capitalist had only expended 60 quarters on wages as he did previously, we would have the following calculation. 100 quarters yield 80 quarters surplus value, 10 quarters yield 8 quarters surplus value, 60 quarters yield 48 quarters surplus value. But 60 quarters previously yielded 60 quarters of surplus value. That means it has fallen by 20%. Or to put it another way, previously, the capital expended being 60 quarters, the total product was 120 quarters, and profit was 60 quarters. The capital expended being 100 quarters, the total product was 200 quarters, and the profit was 100 quarters. Thus, the surplus value has fallen by 20%, from 100 to 80. We must take 100 as the basis of the calculation in both cases. 60 is to 48 as 100 is to 80. 60 is to 48 as 10 is to 8. 60 is to 48 as 5 is to 4. 4 times 60 equals 240, and 48 times 5 equals 240. Further, let us consider the labor time, or the value, of a quarter. Previously, 2 quarters were equal to 1 working day, or 1 quarter was equal to half a working day, or 9/18ths of a man's labor. As against this, 180 quarters are now the product of 100 working days. 1 quarter is therefore the product of 100 180ths, or 10/18ths of a working day. That is, the product has become dearer by 1/18th of a working day, or the labor has become less productive, since previously a man required 9/18ths of a working day to produce a quarter, whereas he now requires 10/18ths of a working day. The rate of profit has risen, although the surplus value has fallen, and consequently the productivity of labor has fallen, or the real value, the cost of production of wages, has risen by 1/18th, or by 5 5/9%. 180 quarters were previously the product of 90 working days. 1 quarter, 90 over 180, equals half a working day, or 9/18ths of a working day. Now they are the product of 100 working days. 1 quarter equals 100 over 180, equals 10 over 18 of a working day. Let us assume that the working day lasts 12 hours, i.e. 60 times 12 or 720 minutes. 1/18th part of a working day, that is 720 divided by 18, therefore amounts to 40 minutes. In the first case, the worker gives the capitalist 9/18ths or half of these 720 minutes, that is 360 minutes. 60 workers will therefore give him 360 times 60 minutes. In the second case, the worker gives the capitalist only 8/18ths, that is 320 minutes out of the 720. But the first capitalist employs 60 men, and therefore obtains 360 times 60 minutes. The second employs 100 men, and therefore obtains 100 times 320, 32,000 minutes. The first gets 21,600 minutes. Thus, the second capitalist makes a larger profit than the first because 100 workers at 320 minutes a day amounts to more than 60 workers at 360 minutes. His profit is bigger only because he employs 40 more men, but he obtains relatively less from each worker. He has a higher profit, although the rate of surplus value has declined, that is, the productivity of labor has declined. The production costs of real wages have therefore risen. In other words, the quantity of labor embodied in them has risen. But Mr. Mill wanted to prove the exact opposite. Assuming that capitalist number 1, who has not discovered how to produce corn without seed or fixed capital, likewise uses 100 working days, like capitalist number 2, whereas he only uses 90 days in the above calculation. He must therefore use 10 more working days, 3 1/3 of which are accounted for by his constant capital, seed and fixed capital, and 3 1/3 by wages. The product of these 10 working days on the basis of the old level of production would be 20 quarters, 6 2/3 quarters of which, however, would replace constant capital, while 12 4/3 quarters would be the product of 6 2/3 working days. Of this, wages would take 6 2/3 quarters and surplus value 6 2/3 quarters. We would thus arrive at the following calculation. Constant capital, 66 2/3 quarters, 33 1/3 working days. Wages, 66 2/3 quarters, wages for 66 2/3 working days. Total product, 200 quarters, 100 working days. Surplus value, 66 2/3 quarters, 33 1/3 working days. Rate of surplus value, 100%. He makes a profit of 33 1/3 working days on the total product of 100 working days, or 66 2/3 quarters on 200 quarters. Or, if we calculate the capital he lays out in quarters, he makes a profit of 66 2/3 quarters on 133 1/3 quarters, the product of 66 2/3 working days, whereas capitalist number 2 makes a profit of 80 quarters on an outlay of 100 quarters. Thus, the profit of the second capitalist is greater than that of the first. Since the first capitalist produces 200 quarters in the same labor time that it takes the second to produce 180, for the first capitalist, 1 quarter is equal to half a working day, and for the second capitalist, 1 quarter is equal to 10/18, or 5/9 of a working day. That is, it contains 1/18 more labor time and would consequently be dearer, and the first capitalist would drive the second out of business. The latter would have to give up his discovery and accommodate himself to using seed and fixed capital in corn production as before. Let us assume that the profit of capitalist 1 amounted to 60 quarters on an outlay of 120 quarters, or to 50%. The same as 66 2/3 quarters on 133 1/3 quarters. The profit of capitalist 2 amounted to 80 quarters on 100 quarters, or to 80%. The profit of the second capitalist compared to that of the first is 80 to 50, or 8 to 5, or 1 to 5/8. As against this, the surplus value of the second capitalist compared to that of the first is 80 to 100, or 8 to 10, or 1 to 10/8, or 1 to 1 2/8, or 1 1/4. The rate of profit of the second capitalist is 30% higher than that of the first. The surplus value of the second capitalist is 20% smaller than that of the first. The second capitalist employs 66 2/3% more workers, while the first one appropriates only 1/8, or 12 1/2% more labor in a single day. Mr. Mill has therefore proved that capitalist number 1, who uses a total of 90 days, 1/3 of which is embodied in constant capital, seed, machinery, etc., and employs 60 workers, whom, however, he pays only the product of 30 days, produces 1 quarter of corn in half a day, or in 9/18 of a day, so that in 90 working days he produces 180 quarters, 60 quarters of which represent the 30 working days contained in the constant capital, 60 quarters the wages for 60 working days, or the product of 30 working days, and 60 quarters the surplus value, or the product of 30 working days. The rate of surplus value of this capitalist is 100%. His rate of profit is 50%, for the 60 quarters of surplus value are not calculated on the 60 quarters of the capital laid out in wages, but on 120 quarters, i.e. both parts of capital, that is, variable capital plus constant capital. He has proved further that capitalist number 2, who uses 100 working days and lays out nothing in constant capital by virtue of his discovery, produces 180 quarters. 1 quarter is therefore equal to 10/18 of a day, i.e. it is 1/18 of a day, 40 minutes, dearer than that of number 1. His labor is 1 quarter less productive. Since the worker receives a daily wage of 1/4, as he did previously, his wages have risen by 1/18 in real value, that is, in the labor time required for their production. Although the production cost of wages has now risen by 1/18, and the total product is smaller in relation to labor time, and the surplus value produced by him amounts to only 80%, whereas that of number 1 was 100%, his rate of profit is 80%, while that of the first was 50. Why? Because although the cost of wages has risen for capitalist number 2, he employs more labor, and because the rate of surplus value is equal to the rate of profit in the case of number 2, since his surplus value is calculated only on the capital laid out in wages, the constant capital amounting to 0. But Mill wanted, on the contrary, to prove that the rise in the rate of profit was due to a reduction in the production cost of wages, according to the Ricardian law. We have seen that this rise took place despite the increase in the production cost of wages, that consequently the Ricardian law is false if profit and surplus value are directly identified with one another, and the rate of profit is understood as the ratio of surplus value, or gross profit, which is equal to the surplus value, to the total value of the capital advanced. Mr. Mill continues. A return of 180 quarters could not before be obtained but by an outlay of 120 quarters. It can now be obtained by an outlay of not more than 100. Mr. Mill forgets that in the first case, the outlay of 120 quarters represents an outlay of 60 working days, and that in the second case, the outlay of 100 quarters represents an outlay of 55 and 6/9 working days. That is, a quarter equals 9/18 of a working day in the first case and 10/18 in the second. The produce, 180 quarters, is still the result of the same quantity of labor as before, namely the labor of 100 men. Pardon me, the 180 quarters were previously the result of 90 working days. Now they are the result of 100. A quarter of corn, therefore, is still the produce of 10/18 of a man's labor. Pardon me, it was previously the produce of 9/18 of a man's labor. A quarter of corn, which is the remuneration of a single laborer, is indeed the produce of the same labor as before. Pardon me. Firstly, now a quarter of corn is indeed the produce of 10/18 of a working day, whereas previously it was the produce of 9/18. It therefore costs 1/18 of a day more labor. And secondly, whether the quarter costs 9/18 or 10/18 of his working day, the remuneration of an individual worker should never be confused with the product of his labor, since it is always only a part of that product. It is now the produce of 10/18 of a man's labor and nothing else. This is correct. Whereas formerly, it required for its production the conjunction of that quantity of labor with an expenditure in the form of reimbursement of profit amounting to 1/5 more. Stop. First of all, it is wrong, as has been emphasized repeatedly, to say that 1/4 previously cost 10/18 of a working day. It only cost 9/18. It would be even more wrong, if a gradation in absolute falsehood were possible, if there were added to these 9/18 of a working day the conjunction of reimbursement of profit amounting to 1/5 more. In 90 working days, taking constant and variable capital together, 180 quarters are produced. 180 quarters are equal to 90 working days. 1/4 equals 90 over 180, which equals 9/18, which equals 1/2 of a working day. Consequently, no conjunction whatsoever is added to these 9/18 of a working day, or to the half of a working day which a quarter costs in number 1. We here discover the real delusion, which is the center around which the whole of this nonsense revolves. Mill first of all made a fool of himself by supposing that if 120 quarters are the product of 60 days of labor, and this product is equally divided between the 60 laborers and the capitalist, the 60 quarters, which represent the constant capital, could be the product of 40 days of labor. They could only be the product of 30 days, in whatever proportion the capitalist and the laborers producing the 60 quarters might happen to share in them. But let us proceed. In order to make the delusion quite clear, let us assume that not 1/3, i.e. 20 quarters of the 60 quarters of constant capital, would be converted into profit, but the whole amount of the 60 quarters. We can make this assumption all the more readily, since it is not in our interest, but in Mill's, and simplifies the problem. Moreover, it is easier to believe that the capitalist who produces 60 quarters of constant capital discovers that 30 workers who produce 60 quarters or an equivalent value in 30 days can be made to work for nothing, without being paid any wages at all, as happens in the case of statute labor, than to believe in the ability of Mill's capitalist to produce 180 quarters of corn without seed or fixed capital, simply by means of a discovery. Let us therefore assume that the 60 quarters contain only the profit of capitalist number 2, the producer of constant capital for capitalist number 1, since capitalist number 2 has the product of 30 working days to sell without having paid a single farthing to the 30 workers, each of whom worked 1 day. Would it then be correct to say that these 60 quarters, which can be entirely resolved into profit, enter into the production cost of wages on the part of capitalist 1 in conjunction with the labor time worked by these workers? Of course, the capitalist and the workers in case number 1 could not produce 120 quarters or even one single quarter without the 60 quarters which constitute constant capital and which are resolvable into profit only. These are conditions of production necessary for them, and conditions of production, moreover, which have to be paid for. Thus, the 60 quarters were necessary to produce 180. 60 of these 180 quarters replace the 60 quarters, constant capital. Their 120 quarters, the product of 60 working days, are not affected by this. If they had been able to produce the 120 quarters without the 60, then their product, the product of the 60 working days, would have been the same, but the total product would have been smaller, precisely because the 60 pre-existing quarters would not have been reproduced. The capitalist's rate of profit would have been greater because his production costs would not have included the expenditure on or the cost of the means of production which enable him to make a surplus value of 60 quarters. The absolute amount of profit would have been the same, 60 quarters. These 60 quarters, however, would have required an outlay of only 60 quarters. Now they require an outlay of 120. This outlay on constant capital, therefore, enters into the production costs of the capitalist, but not into the production costs of wages. Let us assume that capitalist number 3, also without paying his workers, can produce 60 quarters in 15 working days instead of 30, by means of some discovery, partly because he uses better machines and so on. This capitalist number 3 would drive capitalist number 2 out of the market and secure the custom of capitalist number 1. The capitalist's outlay would now have fallen from 60 to 45 working days. The workers would still require 60 working days to transform their 60 quarters into 180, and they would need 30 working days in order to produce their wages. For them, 1 quarter would be equal to half a working day. But the 180 quarters would only cost the capitalist an outlay of 45 working days instead of 60. Since, however, it would be absurd to suggest that corn under the name of seed costs less labor time than it does under the name of corn pure and simple, we would have to assume that in the case of the first 60 quarters, seed corn costs just as much as it did previously, but that less seed is necessary, or that the fixed capital which forms part of the value of the 60 quarters has become cheaper. Let us write down the results so far obtained from the analysis of Mill's illustration. First, it has emerged that, supposing the 120 quarters were produced without any constant capital and were the product of 60 working days as they were previously, whereas formerly, the 180 quarters, 60 quarters of which were constant capital, were the product of 90 working days. In this case, the capital of 60 quarters laid out in wages, equal to 30 working days but commanding 60 working days, would produce the same product as formerly, namely 120 quarters. The value of the product would likewise remain unchanged, that is, 1 quarter would be equal to half a working day. Previously, the product was equal to 180 instead of 120 as at present, but these 60 additional quarters represented only the labor time embodied in the constant capital. The cost of production of wages has thus remained unchanged, and the wages themselves, in terms of both use value and exchange value, have also remained unchanged, 1 quarter being equal to half a working day. Surplus value would similarly remain unchanged, namely 60 quarters for 60 quarters, or half a working day for half a working day. The rate of surplus value in both cases was 100%. Nevertheless, the rate of profit was only 50% in the first case, while it is now 100%, simply because 60 to 60 is 100%, while 60 to 120 is 50%. The increase in the rate of profit in this case is not due to any change in the production costs of wages, but merely to the fact that constant capital has been assumed to be zero. The position is similar when the value of the constant capital diminishes, and with it the value of the capital advanced. That is, the proportion of surplus value to capital increases, and this proportion is the rate of profit. To obtain the rate of profit, surplus value is not only calculated on that part of capital which really increases and creates surplus value, namely the part laid out in wages, but also on the value of the raw materials and machinery, whose value only reappears in the product. It is calculated, moreover, on the value of the whole of the machinery, not only on the part which really enters into the process of creating value, i.e. the part whose wear and tear has to be replaced, but also on that part which enters only into the labor process. Secondly, in the second example, it was assumed that capital 1 yields 180 quarters equal to 90 working days, so that 60 quarters, being 30 working days, represent constant capital. 60 quarters are variable capital, representing 60 working days, for 30 of which the workers are paid. Thus, wages amount to 60 quarters, being 30 working days, and surplus value to 60 quarters, being 30 working days. On the other hand, the product of capital 2 represents 100 working days, although it likewise comes to 180 quarters, 100 quarters of which are wages and 80 surplus value. In this case, the whole of the capital advanced is laid out in wages. Here, constant capital is at 0. The real value of wages has risen, although the use value the workers receive has remained the same, 1/4. But a quarter is now equal to 10/18 of a working day, whereas previously it was only worth 9/18. The rate of surplus value has declined from 100% to 80%, that is, by 1/5, or 20%. The rate of profit has increased from 50% to 80%, that is, by 3/5, or by 60%. In this case, therefore, the real production cost of wages has not simply remained unchanged, but has risen. Labor has become less productive, and consequently the surplus labor has diminished, and yet the rate of profit has risen. Why? First of all, because in this case there is no constant capital, and the rate of profit is consequently equal to the rate of surplus value. In all cases where capital is not exclusively laid out on wages, an almost impossible contingency in capitalist production, the rate of profit must be smaller than the rate of surplus value, and it must be smaller in the same proportion as the total value of the capital advanced is greater than the value of the part of the capital laid out in wages. Secondly, the rate of profit has risen because capitalist number 2 employs a considerably greater number of workers than capitalist number 1, thus more than counterbalancing the difference in the productivity of the labor they respectively employ. Thirdly, from one point of view, the cases outlined under the headings firstly and secondly are a conclusive proof that variations in the rate of profit can take place quite independently of the cost of production of wages. For under the heading firstly, it was determined that the rate of profit can rise although the cost of production of labor remains the same. Under secondly, it was demonstrated that the rate of profit for capital 2 compared with that for capital 1 rises although the productivity of labor declines. In other words, although the production cost of wages rises. This case therefore proves that if, on the other hand, we compare capital 1 with capital 2, the rate of profit falls although the rate of surplus value rises, the productivity of labor increases, and consequently the production costs of wages fall. They amount to only 9/18 of a working day per quarter for capital 1, whereas for capital 2 they amount to 10/18 of a working day. But despite this, the rate of profit is 60% higher in the case of capital 2 than in the case of capital 1. In all these cases, not only are variations in the rates of profit not determined by variations in the production costs of wages, but they take place in the same proportions. Here, it must be noted that it does not follow from this that the movement of one is the cause of movement of the other. For example, that the rate of profit does not fall because the costs of wages fall, or that it does not rise because the production costs of wages rise, but only that different circumstances paralyze the opposite movements. Nevertheless, the Ricardian law that variations in the rate of profit take place in the opposite direction to variations in wages, that one rises because the other falls and vice versa, is false. This law applies only to the rate of surplus value. At the same time, there exists, however, a necessary connection, although not always, in the fact that the rate of profit and the value of wages rise and fall not in the opposite but in the same direction. More manual labor is employed where the labor is less productive. More constant capital is applied where the labor is more productive. Thus, in this context, the same circumstances which bring about an increase or a decline in the rate of surplus value must, as a consequence, bring about a decline or an increase in the rate of profit, i.e., a movement in the opposite direction. Subsection B. Apparent variation in the rate of profit, where the production of constant capital is combined with its working up by a single capitalist. But we shall now outline the case as Mill himself conceived it, although he did not formulate it correctly. This will at the same time clarify the real meaning of his talk about the profits advanced by the capitalist. Despite any kind of discovery and any possible conjunction, the example cannot be left in the form in which Mill puts it forward, because it contains absolute contradictions and absurdities, and the various presuppositions he makes cancel one another out. Of the 180 quarters, 60 quarters, seed and fixed capital, are supposed to consist of 20 quarters for profit and 40 quarters for wages for 40 working days, so that if the 20 quarters are omitted, the 40 working days still remain. According to this presupposition, the workers therefore receive the whole product for their labor, and consequently it is absolutely impossible to see where the 20 quarters of profit and their value come from. If it is assumed that they are merely nominal additions to the price, if they do not constitute labor time appropriated by the capitalist, their omission would be just as profitable as if 20 quarters wages for the workers who had not done any work were included in the 60 quarters. Furthermore, the 60 quarters here simply express the value of the constant capital. They are, however, supposed to be the product of 40 working days. On the other hand, it is assumed that the remaining 120 quarters are the product of 60 working days. But here, working days must be understood as equal average labor, The assumption is therefore absurd. Thus, one must assume firstly that in the 180 quarters, only 90 working days are embodied, and in the 60 quarters, that is the value of the constant capital, only 30 working days. The assumption that the profit, amounting to 20 quarters or to 10 working days, can be omitted is once again absurd, for it must then be assumed that the 30 workers employed in the production of constant capital, although not working for a capitalist, are nevertheless so obliging that they are content to pay themselves wages which only amount to half their labor time, and not to reckon the other half in their commodity. In a word, that they sell their working day 50% below its value. Hence, this assumption too is absurd. But let us assume that capitalist number 1, instead of buying his constant capital from capitalist number 2 and then working it up, combines both the production and the working up of constant capital in his own undertaking. He thus supplies seed, agricultural implements, etc. to himself. Let us likewise ignore the discovery, which makes seed and fixed capital unnecessary. Supposing that he expends 20 quarters, equal to 10 working days, on constant capital, for the production of his constant capital, and 10 quarters on wages for 10 working days, of which the workers work 5 days for nothing, the calculation would then be as follows. Constant capital, 20 quarters, 10 working days. Variable capital for 80 workers, 60 plus 20 being 80 quarters. Wages for 80 working days, being 40 working days. Surplus value, 60 plus 20 equals 80 quarters, being 40 working days. And total product, 180 quarters, being 90 working days. The actual production costs of wages have remained the same, and consequently the productivity of labor too. The total product has remained the same, that is 180 quarters, and the value of the 180 quarters also remained unchanged. The rate of surplus value has remained the same, 80 quarters over 80 quarters. The total amount or quantity of surplus value has risen from 60 quarters to 80 quarters, that is, by 20 quarters. The capital advanced has fallen from 120 to 100 quarters. Previously, 60 quarters were made on 120 quarters, or a rate of profit of 50%. Now, 80 quarters are made on 100 quarters, or a rate of profit of 80%. The total value of the capital advanced has fallen from 120 quarters by 20 quarters, and the rate of profit has risen from 50% to 80%. The profit itself, irrespective of its rate, now amounts to 80 quarters, whereas previously it was 60 quarters. That is, it has risen by 20 quarters, or as much as the amount, not the rate, of the surplus value. Thus, there has been no change here, no variation in the production costs of real wages. The rise in the rate of profit is due firstly to the fact that although the rate of surplus value has not risen, the total amount has increased from 60 quarters to 80 quarters, that is by a third, and it has risen by a third, by 33 1/3%, because the capitalist now employs 80 workers and not 60 as previously. That is, he exploits a third, or 33 1/3% more living labor, and obtains the same rate of surplus value from the 80 workers he now employs as previously when he employed only 60 workers. Secondly, while the absolute magnitude of surplus value, that is, the total profit, has risen by 33 1/3%, i.e. from 60 to 80 quarters, the rate of profit has risen from 50% to 80%, by 30, that is, by 3/5, since 1/5 of 50 is 10 and 3/5 30, i.e. by 60%. That is to say, the value of the capital laid out has fallen from 120 quarters to 100, although the value of the part of the capital laid out in wages has risen from 60 to 80 quarters, from 30 to 40 working days. This part of the capital has increased by 10 working days, 20 quarters. On the other hand, the constant portion of capital has decreased from 60 to 20 quarters, from 30 working days to 10, that is, by 20 working days. If we subtract the 10 working days by which the part of the capital laid out in wages has increased, then the total capital expended decreases by 10 working days, being 20 quarters. Previously, it amounted to 120 quarters, 60 working days. Now it amounts to only 100 quarters, 50 working days. It has therefore decreased by a sixth, that is, by 16 2/3%. Incidentally, this whole variation in the rate of profit is only an illusion, only a transfer from one account book to another. Capitalist number 1 has 80 quarters profit instead of 60 quarters, that is, an additional profit of 20 quarters. This, however, is the exact amount of profit that the producer of constant capital made previously, and which he has now lost because capitalist number 1, instead of buying his constant capital, now produces it himself. That is, instead of paying capitalist number 2 the surplus value of 20 quarters, 10 working days, which the producer of constant capital obtained from the 20 workers employed by him, capitalist number 1 now keeps it for himself. 80 quarters profit is made on 180 quarters as previously, the only difference being that previously it was divided between two people. The rate of profit appears to be bigger because previously capitalist number 1 regarded the 60 quarters as constant capital only, which in fact they were for him. He therefore disregarded the profit accruing to the producer of the constant capital. The rate of profit has not altered, any more than the surplus value or any factor in production, including the productivity of labor. Previously, the capital laid out by the producer of constant capital amounted to 40 quarters, 20 working days. That variable capital laid out by capitalist number 1 amounted to 60 quarters, 30 working days, making a total of 100 quarters, 50 working days. And the profit of the first capitalist came to 20 quarters, that of the other to 60, together 80 quarters, 40 working days. The whole product, amounting to 90 working days, 180 quarters, yielded 80 quarters profit on 100 laid out in wages and constant capital. For society, the revenue deriving from the profit has remained the same as before, and so has the ratio of surplus value to wages. The difference arises from the fact that when the capitalist enters the commodity market as a buyer, he is simply a commodity owner. He has to pay the full value of a commodity, the whole of the labor time embodied in it, irrespective of the proportions in which the fruits of the labor time were divided or are divided between the capitalist and the worker. If, on the other hand, he enters the labor market as a buyer, he buys in actual fact more labor than he pays for. If, therefore, he produces his raw materials and machinery himself instead of buying them, he himself appropriates the surplus labor he would otherwise have had to pay out to the seller of the raw materials and machinery. It certainly makes a difference to the individual capitalist, although not to the rate of profit, whether he himself derives a profit or pays it out to someone else. In calculating the reduction in the rate of profit as a result of the growth of constant capital, the social average is always taken as the basis, that is, the aggregate amount of constant capital employed by society at a particular moment, and the proportion of this amount to the amount of capital laid out directly in wages. But this point of view is seldom decisive, and can seldom be decisive even for the individual capitalist with regard to such complex enterprises which do occur, for example, when the capitalist is at the same time engaged in spinning and weaving, making his own bricks, etc. What is decisive here is the real saving in production costs through saving of time on transport, savings on buildings, on heating, on power, etc., greater control over the quality of the raw materials, etc. If he himself decided to manufacture the machines he required, he would then produce them on a small scale like a small producer who works to supply his own needs or the individual needs of a few customers, and the machines would cost him more than they would if he bought them from a machine manufacturer who produced them for the market. Or, if he wished at the same time to spin and to weave and to make machines not only for himself but also for the market, he would require a greater amount of capital, which he could probably invest to greater advantage, division of labor, in his own enterprise. This point of view can only apply when he provides for himself a market sufficient to enable him to produce his constant capital himself on an advantageous scale. His own demand must be large enough to achieve this. In this case, even if his work is less productive than that of the proper producers of constant capital, he appropriates a share of the surplus labor for which he would otherwise have to pay another capitalist. It can be seen that this has nothing to do with the rate of profit. If, as in the example cited by Mill, 90 working days and 80 workers were involved previously, then nothing is saved from the production cost by the fact that the surplus labor of 40 days, or 80 quarters, contained in the product is now pocketed by one capitalist instead of by two, as was the case previously. The 20 quarters profit, 10 working days, simply disappears from one account book in order to appear again in another. This saving on previous profit, if it does not coincide with a saving in labor time, and thus with the saving in wages, is therefore a pure delusion. Subsection C. On the influence a change in the value of constant capital exerts on surplus value, profit, and wages. Fourthly, there remains the case in which the value of constant capital decreases as a result of the increased productivity of labor, and it remains for us to investigate whether or not, and to what extent, this case is related to the real production cost of wages or to the value of labor. The question is, therefore, to what extent a real change in the value of constant capital causes, at the same time, a variation in the ratio of profit to wages. The value of constant capital, its production costs, can remain constant, yet more or less of it can be embodied in the product. Even if its value is assumed to be constant, the constant capital will increase in the measure that the productivity of labor and production on a large scale develop. Variations in the relative amount of constant capital employed, while the production costs of the constant capital remain stable or rise, variations which all affect the rate of profit, are excluded in advance from this investigation. Furthermore, All branches of production whose products do not enter directly or indirectly into the consumption of the workers are likewise excluded. But variations in the real rate of profit, that is, the ratio of the surplus value really produced in these branches of industry to the capital expended, in these branches of industry affect the general rate of profit, which arises as a result of the leveling of profits, just as much as variations in the rate of profit in branches of industry whose products enter directly or indirectly into the consumption of the workers. The question, moreover, must be reduced to the following. How can a change in the value of constant capital retrospectively affect the surplus value? For once surplus value is assumed as given, the ratio of surplus to necessary labor is given, and therefore also the value of wages, i.e. their production cost. In these circumstances, no change in the value of constant capital can have any effect on the value of wages, any more than on the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor, although it must always affect the rate of profit, the cost of production of the surplus value for the capitalist, and in certain circumstances, namely when the product enters into the consumption of the worker, it affects the quantity of use values into which wages are resolved, although it does not affect the exchange value of wages. Let us assume that wages are given, and that, for example, in a cotton factory they come to 10 working hours and surplus value to 2 working hours. The price of raw cotton falls by half as a result of a good harvest. The same quantity of cotton, which previously cost the manufacturer 100 pounds, now only costs him 50 pounds. The same amount of cotton requires just the same amount of spinning and weaving as it did before. With an expenditure of 50 pounds for cotton, the capitalist can now acquire as much surplus labor as he did previously with an expenditure of 100 pounds. Or, should he continue to spend 100 pounds on cotton, he will now receive, for the same amount of money as he spent before, a quantity of cotton from which he will be able to acquire twice the amount of surplus labor. In both cases, the rate of surplus value, that is, the ratio of surplus value to wages, will be the same. But in the second case, the amount of surplus value will rise, since twice as much labor will be employed at the same rate of surplus labor. The rate of profit will rise in both cases, although there has been no change in the production cost of wages. It will rise because, to obtain the rate of profit, the surplus value is calculated on the production costs of the capitalist, that is, on the total value of the capital he expends, and this has fallen. He now needs a smaller outlay in order to produce the same amount of surplus value. In the second case, not only the rate, but also the amount of profit will rise, because surplus value itself has risen as a consequence of the increased employment of labor, without this increase resulting in an additional cost for raw material. Here again, increases in the rate and the amount of profit will take place without any kind of change in the value of labor. Suppose, on the other hand, that cotton doubles its value as a result of a bad harvest, so that the same amount of cotton which formerly cost 100 pounds now costs 200. In this case, the rate of profit will fall at all events, but in certain circumstances, the amount or absolute magnitude of profit may fall as well. If the capitalist employs the same number of workers who do the same amount of work as they did before, under exactly the same conditions as before, the rate of profit will fall, although the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor, and therefore the rate and yield of surplus value, will remain the same. The rate of profit falls because the production costs of surplus value have risen, i.e. the capitalist has to spend 100 pounds more on raw material in order to appropriate the same amount of other people's labor time as before. However, if the capitalist is now forced to allocate a part of the money which he formerly spent on wages to buying cotton, for example, to spend 150 pounds on cotton, of which sum 50 pounds formerly went on wages, then the rate and the amount of profit fall. The amount decreases because less labor is being employed, even though the rate of surplus value remains the same. The result would be the same if, owing to a bad harvest, there were not enough cotton available to absorb the same amount of living labor as formerly. In both cases, the amount and rate of profit would fall, although the value of labor would remain the same. In other words, the rate of surplus value, or the quantity of unpaid labor which the capitalist receives in relation to the labor for which he pays wages, remains unchanged. Thus, when the rate of surplus value, that is, the value of labor, remains unchanged, a change in the value of constant capital must produce a change in the rate of profit, and may be accompanied by a change in the total amount of profit. On the other hand, as far as the worker is concerned, if the value of cotton, and therefore the value of the product into which it enters, falls, he still receives the same amount of wages, equal to 10 hours of labor. But he can now buy the cotton goods which he himself uses more cheaply, and can therefore spend part of the money he previously spent on cotton goods on other things. It is only in this proportion that the necessities of life available to him increase in quantity, that is, in the proportion in which he saves money on the price of cotton goods. For apart from this, he now receives no more for a greater quantity of cotton goods than he did previously for a smaller quantity. Other goods have risen in the same proportion as cotton goods have fallen, In short, a greater quantity of cotton goods now has no more value than the smaller quantity had previously. In this case, therefore, the value of wages would remain the same, but it would represent a greater quantity of other commodities, use values. Nevertheless, the rate of profit would rise, although, given the same circumstances, the rate of surplus value could not rise. The opposite is the case when cotton becomes dearer. If the worker is employed for the same amount of time and still receives a wage equal to 10 hours as he did previously, the value of his labor would remain the same, but its use value would fall insofar as the worker himself is a consumer of cotton goods. In this case, the use value of wages would fall. Its value, however, would remain unchanged, although the rate of profit would also fall. Thus, whereas surplus value and real wages always fall and rise in inverse ratio, with the exception of the case where the worker participates in the yield of the absolute lengthening of his working day, but when this happens, the worker uses up his labor power all the more quickly, it is possible for the rate of profit to rise or fall in the first case, although the value of wages remains the same and their use value increases. In the second case, although the value of wages remains the same while their use value falls. Consequently, a rise in the rate of profit resulting from a fall in the value of constant capital has no direct connection whatever with any kind of variation in the real value of wages, that is, in the labor time contained in the wages. If we assume, as in the above case, that cotton falls in value by 50%, then nothing could be more incorrect than to say that either the production costs of wages have fallen, or that if the worker is paid in cotton goods and receives the same value as he did previously, that is, if he receives a greater amount of cotton goods than he did previously, since although 10 hours, for example, still equals 10 shillings, I can buy more cotton goods for 10 shillings than I could before, because the value of raw cotton has fallen, the rate of profit would remain the same. The rate of surplus value remains the same, but the rate of profit rises. The production costs of the product fall because an element of the product, its raw material, now costs less labor time than previously. The production costs of wages remain the same as before, since the worker works the same amount of labor time for himself and the same for the capitalist as he did before. The production costs of wages do not depend, however, on the labor time, which means the production used by the worker cost, but on the time he works in order to reproduce his wages. According to Mr. Mill, the production costs of a worker's wages would be greater if, for example, he worked up copper instead of iron or flax instead of cotton. They would be greater if he sowed flaxseed rather than cottonseed, or if he worked with an expensive machine rather than with no machine at all, but simply with tools. The production costs of profit would fall because the aggregate value, the total amount of the capital advanced in order to produce the surplus value, would fall. The cost of surplus value is never greater than the cost of the part of capital spent on wages. On the other hand, the cost of profit is equal to the total cost of the capital advanced in order to create this surplus value. It is therefore determined not only by the value of the portion of capital which is spent on wages and which creates the surplus value, but also by the value of the elements of capital necessary to bring into action the one part of capital which is exchanged against living labor. Mr. Mill confuses the production costs of profit with the production costs of surplus value, that is, he confuses profit and surplus value. This analysis shows the importance of the cheapness or dearness of raw materials for the industry which works them up, not to speak of the relative cheapening of machinery, even assuming that the market price is equal to the value of this commodity, that is, that the market price of the commodity falls in exactly the same ratio as do the raw materials embodied in it. Colonel Terens is therefore correct when he says, with regard to England, in relation to a country and the condition of England, the importance of a foreign market must be measured not by the quantity of finished goods which it receives, but by the quantity of the elements of reproduction which it returns. The way Terens seeks to prove this, however, is bad. The usual talk about supply and demand. According to him, it would appear that if, for example, English capital, which manufactures cotton goods, grows more rapidly than capital which grows cotton, in the United States, for instance, then the price of cotton rises, and then he says, the value of cotton fabrics will decline in relation to the elementary cost of their production. That is to say, while the price of the raw material is rising due to the growing demand from England, the price of the cotton fabrics, raised by the rising price of the raw material, will fall. We can indeed observe at the present time, for instance, the spring of 1862, that cotton twist is scarcely more expensive than raw cotton, and woven cotton hardly any dearer than yarn. Terens, however, assumes that there is an adequate supply of cotton, though at a rather high price, available for consumption by English industry. The price of cotton rises above its value. Consequently, if cotton fabrics are sold at their value, this is only possible provided the cotton grower secures more surplus value from the total product than is his due, by actually taking part of the surplus value due to the cotton manufacturer. The latter cannot replace this portion by raising the price, because demand would fall if prices rose. On the contrary, his profit may decline even more as a consequence of falling demand than it does as a consequence of the cotton grower's surcharge. The demand for raw materials, raw cotton for example, is regulated annually not only by the effective demand existing at a given moment, but by the average demand throughout the year. That is, not only by the demand from the mills that are working at the time, but by this demand increased by the number of mills, which, experience shows, will start operating during the course of the coming year. That is, by the relative increase in the number of mills taking place during the year, or by the surplus demand corresponding to this relative increase. Conversely, if the price of cotton, etc. should fall, for example as a result of an especially good harvest, then in most cases, the price falls below its value, again through the law of demand and supply. The rate of profit, and possibly, as we saw above, the total amount of profit, increases. Consequently, not only in the proportion in which it would have increased had the cotton which had become cheaper been sold at its value, but it increases because the finished article has not become cheaper in the total proportion to which the cotton grower sold his raw cotton below its value. That is, because the manufacturer has pocketed part of the surplus value due to the cotton grower. This does not diminish the demand for his product, since its price falls in any case due to the decrease in the value of cotton. However, its price does not fall as much as the price of raw cotton falls below its value. In addition, demand increases at such times because the workers are fully employed and receive full wages, so that they themselves act as consumers on a significant scale, consumers of their own product. In cases in which the price of the raw material declines, not as a result of a permanent or continuous fall in its average production costs, but because of either an especially good or an especially bad year, weather conditions, the workers' wages do not fall. The demand for labor, however, grows. The effect produced by this demand is not merely proportionate to its growth. On the contrary, when the product suddenly becomes dearer, on the one hand, many workers are dismissed, and on the other hand, the manufacturer seeks to recoup his loss by reducing wages below their normal level. Thus, the normal demand on the part of the workers declines, intensifying the now general decline in demand, and worsening the effect this has on the market price of the product. It was mainly his Ricardian conception of the division of the product between worker and capitalist which led Mill to the idea that changes in the value of constant capital alter the value of labor or the production cost of labor. For example, that a fall in the value of constant capital advanced results in a decline in the value of labor, in its production costs, and therefore also of wages. The value of yarn falls as a result of a decrease in the value of its raw material, raw cotton for example. Its costs of production decline. The amount of labor time embodied in it is reduced. If, for example, a pound of cotton twist were the product of one man working a 12-hour day, and if the value of the cotton contained in this twist fell, then the value of the pound of twist would fall in the precise degree that the cotton required for spinning fell. For example, the price of 1 pound of number 40 mule yarn, second quality, was 1 shilling on May 22, 1861. It was 11 pence on May 22, 1855, 11 6/8 pence in actual fact, since its price did not fall to the same extent as that of raw cotton. But in the first case, a pound of fair raw cotton cost 8 pence, and 7 pence in the second. In these cases, the value of the yarn fell in exactly the same degree as the value of cotton, its raw material. Consequently, says Mill, the amount of labor remains the same as it was previously. If it was 12 hours, the product is the result of the same 12 hours of labor. But there was 1 pence less worth of the pre-existing labor in the second case than in the first. The labor time is the same, but the production costs of labor have been reduced by 1 pence. Now, although 1 pound of cotton twist, as a use value, remains the product of 12 hours labor as it was previously, the value of the pound of twist is neither now, nor was it previously, the product of 12 hours work by the spinner. The value of the raw cotton, which in the first case amounted to 2/3 of 1 shilling, i.e. 8 pence, was not the product of the spinner. In the second case, 2/3 of 11 pence, that is, 7 pence, was not his product. In the first case, the remaining 4 pence is the product of 12 working hours, and just the same amount, 4 pence, is produced in the second. In both cases, his labor adds only 1/3 to the value of the twist. Thus, in the first case, only 1/3 pound of twist out of 1 pound of yarn was the product of the spinner, disregarding machinery, and it was the same in the second case. The worker and the capitalist have only 4 pence to divide between them, the same as previously, that is, 1/3 a pound of twist. If the worker buys cotton twist with the 4 pence, he will receive a greater quantity of it in the second case than in the first. Now, however, a bigger quantity of twist is worth the same as a smaller quantity of twist was previously. But the division of the 4 pence between the worker and capitalist remains the same. If the time worked by the worker to reproduce or produce his wages is 10 hours, his surplus labor amounts to 2 hours, as it did previously. He receives 5/6 of 4 pence, or 1/3 a pound of cotton twist, as he did previously, and the capitalist receives 1/6. Therefore, no change has taken place in respect of the division of the product of the cotton twist. Nonetheless, the rate of profit has risen because the value of the raw material has fallen, and consequently, the ratio of surplus value to the total capital advanced, that is, to the production costs of the capitalist, has increased. If, for the sake of simplification, we abstract from the machines, etc., then the two cases stand as follows. The first case, price of 1 pound of twist, is 12 pence. Constant capital is 8 pence, and the labor added is 4 pence. In the second case, the price of 1 pound of twist is 11 pence, the constant capital is 7 pence, and the labor added is 4 pence. The wages in the first case amount to 13 1/3 farthings, the total expenditure to 11 pence and 4/3 farthings, the surplus value to 2 2/3 farthings, and the rate of profit to 5 15/17%. The wages in the second case amount to 13 2/3 farthings, the total expenditure to 10 pence and 4/3 farthings, the surplus value to 2 2/3 farthings, and the rate of profit to 6 14/31%. Thus, the rate of profit has risen, although the value of the labor has remained the same, and the use value of the labor as expressed in cotton twist has risen. The rate of profit has risen without any kind of variation in the labor time which the worker appropriates for himself, solely because the value of the cotton, and consequently the total value of the production cost of the capitalist, has fallen. 2 2/3 farthings on 11 pence and 4/3 farthings expenditure is naturally less than 2 2/3 farthings on 10 pence and 4/3 farthings expenditure. In the light of what has been said above, the fallaciousness of the following passages with which Mill concludes his illustration become clear. If the cost of production of wages had remained the same as before, profits could not have risen. Each laborer received 1/4 of corn, but 1/4 of corn at that time was the result of the same cost of production as 1 1/5 quarter now. In order, therefore, that each laborer should receive the same cost of production, each must receive 1/4 of corn plus 1/5. Assuming, therefore, that the laborer is paid in the very article he produces, it is evident that when any saving of expense takes place in the production of that article, if the laborer still receives the same cost of production as before, he must receive an increased quantity in the very same ratio in which the productive power of capital has been increased. But, if so, the outlay of the capitalist will bear exactly the same proportion to the return as it did before, and profits will not rise. This is wrong. The variations, therefore, in the rate of profits and those in the cost of production of wages go hand in hand and are inseparable. Mr. Ricardo's principle is strictly true, if by low wages be meant not merely wages which are the product of a smaller quantity of labor, but wages which are produced at less cost, reckoning labor and previous profits together. Thus, according to Mill's illustration, Ricardo's view is strictly true if low wages, or the production costs of wages in general, are taken to mean not only the opposite of what he said they mean, but if they are taken to mean absolute nonsense, namely, that the production costs of wages are taken to mean not that portion of the working day which the worker works to replace his wages, but also the production costs of the raw material he works up and the machinery he uses. That is, labor time which has not expended at all, neither for himself nor for the capitalist. Fifthly, now comes the real question. How far can a change in the value of constant capital affect the surplus value? If we say that the value of the average daily wage is equal to 10 hours, or what amounts to the same thing, that from the working day of, let us say, 12 hours in which the worker labors, 10 hours are required in order to produce and replace his wages, and that only the time he works over and above this is unpaid labor time, in which he produces values which the capitalist receives without having paid for them, this means nothing more than that 10 hours of labor are embodied in the total quantity of means of subsistence which the worker consumes. These 10 hours of labor are expressed in a certain sum of money with which he buys the food. The value of commodities, however, is determined by the labor time embodied in them, irrespective of whether this labor time is embodied in the raw material, the machinery used up, or the labor newly added by the worker to the raw material by means of the machinery. Thus, if there were to be a constant, not temporary, change in the value of the raw material or of the machinery which enter into this commodity, a change brought about by a change in the productivity of labor which produces this raw material and this machinery, in short, the constant capital embodied in this commodity, and if, as a result, more or less labor time were required in order to produce this part of the commodity itself would consequently be dearer or cheaper, provided both the productivity of the labor which transforms the raw material into the commodity and the length of the working day remained unchanged. This would lead either to a rise or fall in the production costs, i.e., the value of labor power. In other words, if previously out of the 12 hours the worker worked 10 hours for himself, he must now work 11 hours, or in the opposite case, only 9 hours for himself. In the first case, his labor for the capitalist, i.e. the surplus value, would have declined by half, from 2 hours to 1. In the second case, it would have risen by half, from 2 hours to 3. In this latter case, the rate of profit and the total profit of the capitalist would rise, the former because the value of constant capital would have fallen, and both because the rate of surplus value and its amount in absolute figures would have increased. This is the only way in which a change in the value of the constant capital can affect the value of labor, the production costs of wages, or the division of the working day between capitalist and worker, hence also the surplus value. However, this simply means that for the capitalist, who for example spins cotton, the necessary labor time of his own workers is determined not only by the productivity of labor in the spinning industry, but likewise by the productivity of labor in the production of cotton, of machinery, etc., just as it is also determined by the productivity in all branches of industry whose products, although they do not enter as constant capital, that is, either as raw material or as machinery, etc., into his product, a product which, it is assumed, enters into the consumption of the worker, constitutes a part of the circulating capital which is expended in wages, that is, by the productivity in the industries producing food, etc. What appears as the product in one industry appears as raw material or instrument of labor in another. The constant capital of one industry thus consists of the products of another industry. In the latter, it does not constitute constant capital, but is the result of the production process within this branch. To the individual capitalist, it makes a great deal of difference whether the increased productivity of labor, and therefore also the fall in the value of labor power, takes place within his own branch of industry or amongst those which supply his industry with constant capital. For the capitalist class, for capital as a whole, it is all the same. Thus, this case, in which a fall or a rise in the value of constant capital is not due to the fact that the industry employing this constant capital produces on a large scale, but to the fact that the production costs of constant capital itself have changed, concurs with the laws elaborated for surplus value. When in general we speak about profit or rate of profit, then surplus value is supposed to be given. The influences, therefore, which determine surplus value have all operated. This is the presupposition. Sixthly, in addition, one could have set forth how the ratio of constant capital to variable capital, and hence the rate of profit, is altered by a particular form of surplus value, namely by the lengthening of the working day beyond its normal limits. This results in the diminution of the relative value of the constant capital, or of the proportionate part of value which it constitutes in the total value of the product. But we will leave this till Chapter 3, where the greater part of what has been dealt with here really belongs. Mr. Mill, basing himself on his brilliant illustration, advances the general Ricardian proposition. The only expression of the law of profits is that they depend on the cost of production of wages. On the contrary, one should say, the rate of profit, and this is what Mr. Mill is talking about, depends exclusively on the cost of production of wages only in one single case. And this is when the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit are identical. But this can only occur if the whole of the capital advanced is laid out directly in wages, so that no constant capital, be it raw material, machinery, factory buildings, etc., enters into the product, or that the raw material, etc., insofar as it does enter, is not the product of labor and costs nothing, a case which is virtually impossible in capitalist production. Only in this case are the variations in the rate of profit identical with the variations in the rate of surplus value, or what amounts to the same thing with the variations in the production costs of wages. In general, however, and this also includes the exceptional case mentioned above, the rate of profit is equal to the ratio of surplus value to the total value of the capital advanced. If we call the surplus value S and the value of the capital advance C, then profit works out at S to C, or S over C. This ratio is determined not only by the size of S, and all the factors which determine the production costs of wages enter into the determination of S, but also by the size of C. But C, the total value of the capital advance, consists of the constant capital, small c, and the variable capital, small v, laid out in wages. The rate of profit is therefore S to small v plus small c, equaling S to C. But S itself, the surplus value, is determined not only by its own rate, i.e. by the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor, in other words, by the division of the working day between capital and labor, that is, its division into paid and unpaid labor time. The quantity of surplus value, i.e. the total amount of surplus value, is likewise determined by the number of working days which capital exploits simultaneously. And for a particular capital, the amount of labor time employed at a definite rate of unpaid labor depends on the time in which the product remains in the actual production process without labor being applied or without the same amount of labor as was required formerly. For example, wine before it has matured, corn once it has been sown, skins and other materials which are subjected to chemical treatment for a certain period, etc., as well as on the length of time involved in the circulation of the commodity, the length of time required for the metamorphosis of the commodity, that is, the interval between its completion as a product and its reproduction as a commodity. How many days can be worked simultaneously, if the value of wages and therefore the rate of surplus value is given, depends in general on the amount of capital expended on wages. But on the whole, the factors mentioned above modify the total amount of living labor time which a capital of a given size can employ during a definite period, during a year for example. These circumstances determine the absolute amount of labor time which a given capital can employ. This does not, however, alter the fact that surplus value is determined exclusively by its own rate multiplied by the number of days worked simultaneously. These circumstances only determine the operation of the last factor, the amount of labor time employed. The rate of surplus value is equal to the ratio of surplus labor in one working day. That is, it is equal to the surplus value yielded by a single working day. For example, if the working day is 12 hours and the surplus labor 2 hours, then these 2 hours constitute 1/6 of the total labor time of 12 hours. But we must calculate them on the necessary labor, or on the wages paid for it. They represent the same quantity of labor time in materialized form. Therefore, it is 1/5, being 1/5 of 10 hours, being 2 hours, being 20%. In this case, the amount of surplus value yielded in a single day is determined entirely by the rate. If the capitalist operates on a scale of 100 such days, then the surplus value, that is its total amount, will be 200 labor hours. The rate has remained the same. 200 hours for 1,000 hours of necessary labor will give 1/5 or 20%. If the rate of surplus value is given, its amount depends entirely on the number of workers employed, that is, on the total amount of capital expended on wages, variable capital. If the number of workers employed is given, that is, the amount of capital laid out in wages, the variable capital, then the amount of surplus value depends entirely on its rate, that is, on the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor, on the production costs of wages, on the division of the working day between capitalist and worker. If 100 workers, working 12 hours a day, provide me with 200 labor hours, then the total amount of surplus value will be 200, the rate 1/5 of a paid working day, or 2 hours. And the surplus value comes to 2 hours multiplied by 100, being 200. If 50 workers provide me with 200 labor hours, then the total amount of the surplus value is 200 hours. The rate is 2/5 of a paid working day, that is 4 hours, and the surplus value amounts to 4 hours multiplied by 50, being 200. Since the total amount of surplus value is equal to the product of its rate and the number of working days, it can remain the same although the factors change in an inverse ratio. The rate of surplus value is always expressed in the ratio of surplus value to variable capital. For variable capital is equal to the total amount of the paid labor time, surplus value is equal to the total amount of unpaid labor time. Thus, the ratio of surplus value to variable capital always expresses the ratio of the unpaid part of the working day to the paid part. For example, in the case mentioned previously, let the wage for 10 hours be 1 thaler, where 1 thaler represents a quantity of silver which contains 10 hours of labor. 100 working days are consequently paid for with 100 thaler. Now, if the surplus value amounts to 20 thaler, the rate is 20 over 100, or 1/5, or 20%. Or what amounts to the same thing, the capitalist receives 2 hours for every 10 working hours, equal to 1 thaler. For 100 times 10 working hours, that is 1,000 hours, he receives 200 hours, or 20 thaler. Thus, although the rate of surplus value is determined exclusively by the ratio of surplus labor time to necessary time, in other words, by the corresponding part of the working day which the worker requires to produce his wages, that is, by the production cost of wages, the amount of surplus value is moreover determined by the number of working days, by the total quantity of labor time which is employed at this definite rate of surplus value, that is, by the total amount of capital expended on wages, if the rate of surplus value is given. But since profit is the ratio not of the rate of surplus value, but of the total amount of surplus value to the total value of the capital advanced, then clearly its rate is determined not only by the rate, but also the total amount of surplus value, an amount which depends on the compound ratio of the rate and the number of working days, on the amount of capital expended on wages and the production costs of wages. If the rate of surplus value is given, then its amount depends exclusively on the amount of capital advanced laid out in wages. Now, the average wage is the same. In other words, it is assumed that workers in all branches of industry receive a wage of 10 hours, for example. In those branches of industry where wages are higher than the average, this, from our point of view, and for the matter under consideration, would amount to the capitalist employing a greater number of unskilled workers. Thus, if it is assumed that the surplus labor is equal, and this means that the entire normal working day is equal, the inequalities cancel each other out in part, since 1 hour of skilled labor, for example, is equal to 2 hours of unskilled labor, then the amount of the surplus value depends entirely on the amount of capital expended on wages. It can therefore be said that the amounts of surplus value are proportional to the amounts of capital laid out in wages. This does not, however, apply to profit. since profit expresses the ratio of surplus value to the total value of the capital expended, and the portion which capitals of equal size lay out in wages, or the ratio of variable capital to the total capital, can be and is very different. The amount of profit, as regards the different capitals, here depends on the ratio between the variable capital and the total capital, that is, on V over C plus V. Thus, if the rate of surplus value is given, and it is always expressed by S over V, by the ratio of surplus value to variable capital, then the rate of profit is determined entirely by the ratio of variable capital to the total capital. The rate of profit is thus determined firstly by the rate of surplus value, that is, by the ratio of unpaid labor to paid labor, and it changes, rises or falls, insofar as this action is not rendered ineffectual by movements of the other determining factors, with changes in the rate of surplus value. This, however, rises or falls in direct proportion to the productivity of labor, and in inverse proportion to the value of labor, that is, to the production costs of wages or the quantity of necessary labor. Secondly, however, the rate of profit is determined by the ratio of variable capital to the total capital, by V over C plus V. The total amount of surplus value, where its rate is given, depends of course only on the size of the variable capital, which, on the assumption made, is determined by, or simply expresses, the number of working days worked simultaneously, that is, the total amount of labor time employed. But the rate of profit depends on the ratio of this absolute magnitude of surplus value, which is determined by the variable capital, to the total capital, that is, on the ratio between variable capital and total capital, on V over C plus V. Since S, surplus value, has been assumed as given in calculating the rate of profit, and therefore V is likewise assumed as given, any variations occurring can only be due to variations in small c, that is, in constant capital. For if V is given, the sum of small c plus small v equal to c can only change if small c changes, and the ratio of small v over small c plus small v, or V over c, changes with changes in the sum. If small v equals 100, small c equals 400, then the sum equals 500, and V over V plus c equals 100 over 500, or 1/5, or 20%. Therefore, if the rate of surplus value came to 5/10, or 1/2, the amount of surplus value would be 50. But since the variable capital is only equal to 1/5 the total capital, the profit is therefore half of a fifth, that is, 1/10 of the total capital, and in fact, 1/10 of 500, which is 50, that is, 10%. The ratio, V over C plus V, changes with every change in the constant capital, but naturally not by the same numerical quantity. If we assume that V and C amount originally to 10 each, that is to say that the total capital consists of half variable and half constant capital, then V over V plus C equals 10 over 10 plus 10, equaling 10 over 20, being 1/2. If the rate of surplus value is 1/2 of V, then it is equal to 1/4 of the total capital. In other words, if the surplus value is 50%, then in this case, where the variable capital is the total capital divided by 2, the rate of profit comes to 25%. If we now assume that the constant capital is doubled, i.e. it increases from 10 to 20, then V over C plus V equals 10 over 20 plus 10, or 10 over 30, or 1/3. The rate of surplus value, 1/2 of 10, would now be 1/2 of 1/3 of the total capital, that is 1/6 of 30, that is 5. Thus, 1/2 of 10 equals 5. 5 calculated on 10 is 50%. 5 calculated on 30 is 16 2/3%. On the other hand, 5 calculated on 20 was 25%. The constant capital has doubled, that is, it has increased from 10 to 20. But the sum of constant capital plus variable capital has only increased by half, namely from 20 to 30. The constant capital is increased by 100%, the sum C plus V only by 50%. The ratio V over C plus V, originally 10 over 20, has fallen to 10 over 30, that is, from a half to a third. Thus it has fallen by only 1/6, whereas the constant capital has been doubled. How the growth or decline in the constant capital affects the ratio V over C plus V depends evidently on the proportion in which constant capital and variable capital originally constitute parts of the whole capital. The constant capital, that is its value, can firstly rise or fall, although the amounts of raw material, machinery, etc. employed remain the same. In this case, therefore, the variations in constant capital are not determined by the conditions of production prevailing in the industrial process into which it enters as constant capital, but are independent of them. Whatever the causes bringing about the change in value may be, they always influence the rate of profit. In this case, the same amount of raw material, machinery, etc. has more or less value than it did previously, because more or less labor time was required to produce them. The variations, then, are determined by the conditions of production of the processes from which the component parts of constant capital emerge as products. We have already examined how this affects the rate of profit. As far as the rate of profit is concerned, whether in a particular industry, constant capital, raw material, for example, rises or falls in value because its own production has become dearer, etc., amounts to the same thing as if in some branches of industry, or even in the same branch, more expensive raw material were used for the production of one type of commodity than that for another type, while the outlay on wages remained unchanged. When there is equal expenditure on wage labor, but the raw material worked up by one kind of capital, corn for example, is dearer than the raw material worked up by another, oats for example, or for that matter, silver and copper, etc., or wool and cotton, etc., the rate of profit for the two capitals must be in inverse proportion to the dearness of the raw material. Thus, if on the average the same profit is made in both branches of industry, then this is only possible because the surplus value is shared between the capitalists, not in accordance with the ratio of surplus value which each capitalist produces in his own particular sphere of production, but in relation to the size of the capital they employ. This can happen in two ways. A, who works up the cheaper material, sells his commodity at its real value. He thereby also pockets the surplus value he himself has produced. The price of his commodity is equal to its value. B, who works up dearer material, sells his commodity above its value and charges as much in his price, in order that his commodity should yield a corresponding profit, as if he had been working up a cheaper material. If A and B exchange their products, then it is the same for A as if he had included a smaller amount of surplus value in the price of his commodity than it actually contains, or as if both A and B from the very beginning charged a rate of profit commensurate with the size of the capital invested, that is, had divided the joint surplus value between them on the basis of the amount of capital they had invested. And this is what the term general rate of profit denotes. Naturally, this equalization does not take place when the constant element in a particular capital, such as raw materials for example, falls or rises temporarily under the influence of the seasons, etc. Although the extraordinary profits made by the cotton spinners, for example, in years of especially good cotton crops, undoubtedly lead to an influx of new capital into this branch of industry, and give rise to the building of a large number of new factories and of textile machinery. If a bad year for cotton ensues, then the loss, because of the sudden rise in the price of cotton, will be all the greater. Secondly, the production costs of machinery, raw materials, in short, of constant capital, remain the same, but larger amounts of them may be required. Their value, therefore, grows in proportion to the growing amount used as a result of the changed conditions of production in the processes in which those elements enter as means of production. In this case, as in the previous example, the increase in the value of constant capital results, of course, in a fall in the rate of profit. On the other hand, however, these variations in the conditions of production themselves indicate that labor has become more productive, and thus that the rate of surplus value has risen. For more raw material is now being consumed by the same amount of living labor, only because it can now work up the same amount in less time, and more machinery is now being used only because the cost of machinery is smaller than the cost of the labor it replaces. Thus, it is a question here of making up to a certain extent the fall in the rate of profit by increasing the rate of surplus value, and therefore also the total amount of surplus value. Finally, the two factors responsible for the change in value can operate together in very different combinations. For example, the average value of raw cotton has fallen, but simultaneously the value of the amount of cotton which can be worked up in a certain time has increased even more. Or the value of cotton has risen, and so has the value of the total amount of it which can be worked up in a given time. Machinery with increased productive capacity has become dearer in absolute terms, but has become cheaper in relation to its efficiency, and so forth. It has been assumed hitherto that the variable capital remains unchanged. Variable capital, however, can also decline not only relatively but absolutely, as for example in agriculture. That is, it can decline not only relative to the size of the constant capital. Alternatively, variable capital can increase absolutely. In this case, however, it is the same as if it remained unchanged, insofar as the constant capital grows in a greater or in the same ratio, the reasons mentioned above. If the constant capital remains unchanged, then any rise or fall of it in relation to the variable capital is accounted for only by a relative rise or fall of the constant capital due to an absolute fall or rise in the amount of variable capital. If the variable capital remains unchanged, then every rise or fall in the constant capital can be explained only by its own absolute rise or fall. If variations take place in both variable and constant capital simultaneously, then after deducting the variations which are identical in both, the result is the same as if one had remained unchanged while the other had risen or fallen. Once the rate of profit is given, the amount of profit depends on the size of the capital employed. A large capital with a low rate of profit yields a larger profit than a small capital with a high rate of profit. So much for this digression. Apart from this, only the two following passages from John Stuart Mill require comment. Capital, strictly speaking, has no productive power. The only productive power is that of labor. assisted no doubt by tools and acting upon raw materials. Strictly speaking, he here confuses capital with the material elements of which it is constituted. However, the passage is valuable for those who do the same thing and who nevertheless assert that capital has productive power. Of course, here too, the matter is only stated correctly insofar as the production of value is considered. After all, nature also produces, insofar as it is only a question of use values. Productive power of capital can only mean the quantity of real productive power which the capitalist by means of his capital can command. Here, capital is conceived correctly as a production relation. In a previous notebook, I have traced in detail how Mill violently attempts to derive Ricardo's law of the rate of profit, in inverse proportion to wages, directly from the law of value without distinguishing between surplus value and profit. Section 8. Conclusion. This whole account of the Ricardian school shows that it declines at 2 points. Firstly, exchange between capital and labor corresponding to the law of value. Secondly, elaboration of the general rate of profit, identification of surplus value and profit, failure to understand the relation between values and cost prices. The following has to be added with regard to Bailey's insipidity. When he says that A is distant from B, he does not thereby compare them with one another, equalize them, but separates them in space. They do not occupy the same space. Nevertheless, he still declares that both are spatial things and are differentiated in virtue of being things which belong in space. He therefore makes them equal in advance, gives them the same unity. However, here it is a question of equation. If I say that the area of triangle A is equal to that of parallelogram B, this means not only that the area of the triangle is expressed in the parallelogram and that of the parallelogram in the triangle, but it means that if the height of the triangle is equal to h and the base equal to b, then A equals h times b over 2, a property which belongs to itself just as it is a property of the parallelogram that is likewise equal to h times b over 2. As areas, the triangle and the parallelogram are here declared to be equal, to be equivalent, although as a triangle and a parallelogram they are different. In order to equate these different things with one another, each must represent the same common element, regardless of the other. If geometry, like the political economy of Mr. Bailey, contented itself with saying that the equality of the triangle and of the parallelogram means that the triangle is expressed in the parallelogram and the parallelogram in the triangle, it would be of little value. Chapter 21. Opposition to the Economists, based on the Ricardian theory. During the Ricardian period of political economy, its antithesis, communism of Owen and socialism of Fourier and Saint-Simon, the latter only in its first beginnings, comes also into being. According to our plan, we are here concerned only with that opposition, which takes as its starting point the premises of the economists. It will be seen from the works which we quote that in fact they all derive from the Ricardian form. Section 1. The pamphlet. The sources and remedy of the national difficulties. Subsection A. Profit, rent, and interest regarded as surplus labor of the workers. The interrelation between the accumulation of capital and the so-called labor fund. The source and remedy of the national difficulties, deduced from Principles of Political Economy in a letter to Lord John Russell, published in London in 1821 by Anonymous. This scarcely known pamphlet, about 40 pages, which appeared at a time when McCulloch, this incredible cobbler, began to make a stir, contains an important advance on Ricardo. It bluntly describes surplus value, or profit as Ricardo calls it, or interest as the author of the pamphlet terms it, as surplus labor, the labor which the worker performs gratis, the labor he performs over and above the quantity of labor by which the value of his labor power is replaced, i.e. by which he produces an equivalent for his wages. Important as it was to reduce value to labor, it was equally important to present surplus value, which manifests itself in surplus product, as surplus labor. This was in fact already stated by Adam Smith and constitutes one of the main elements in Ricardo's argumentation. But nowhere did he clearly express it and record it in an absolute form. Whereas the only concern of Ricardo and others is to understand the conditions of capitalist production and to assert them as the absolute forms of production, the pamphlet and other works of this kind to be mentioned seize on the mysteries of capitalist production which have been brought to light in order to combat the latter, from the standpoint of the industrial proletariat. We read in the pamphlet, "Whatever may be due to the capitalist, from the viewpoint of the capitalist, he can only receive the surplus labor of the laborer, for the laborer must live." To be sure, these conditions of life, the minimum on which the worker can live, and consequently also the quantity of surplus labor which can be squeezed out of him, are relative magnitudes. If capital does not decrease in value as it increases in amount, the capitalists will exact from the laborers the produce of every hour's labor beyond what it is possible for the laborer to subsist on. And however horrid and disgusting it may seem, the capitalist may eventually speculate on the food that requires the least labor to produce it, and eventually say to the laborers, "You shan't eat bread, because barley meal is cheaper. You shan't eat meat, because it is possible to subsist on beetroot and potatoes. And to this point have we come. If the laborer can be brought to feed on potatoes instead of bread, it is indisputably true that more can be exacted from his labor. That is to say, if when he fed on bread he was obliged to retain for the maintenance of himself and family the labor of Monday and Tuesday, he will, on potatoes, require only the half of Monday, and the remaining half of Monday and the whole of Tuesday are available either for the service of the state or the capitalist. Here, profit is reduced directly to appropriation of the labor time for which the worker receives no equivalent. It is admitted that the interest paid to the capitalists, whether in the nature of rents, interests of money, or profits of trade, is paid out of the labor of others. Rent, money interest, industrial profit are thus merely different forms of interest of capital, which again is reduced to the surplus labor of the laborer. This surplus labor takes the form of surplus produce. The capitalist is the owner of the surplus labor or of the surplus produce. The surplus produce is capital. Suppose there is no surplus labor, consequently, nothing that can be allowed to accumulate as capital. And immediately after this, he says, "The possessors of the surplus produce, or capital," the author says in a quite different sense from the whining Ricardians, "the natural and necessary consequence of an increased capital is its decreasing value." And in reference to Ricardo, "Why set out by telling us that no accumulation of capital will lower profits, because nothing will lower profits but increased wages, when it appears that if population does not increase with capital, wages would increase from the disproportion between capital and labor, and if population does increase, wages would increase from the difficulty of producing food?" If the value of capital, that is, the interest of capital, i.e. the surplus labor which it commands, which it appropriates, did not decrease when the amount of capital increases, the accumulation of interest from interest would follow in geometrical progression. And just as calculated in money, see the works of Price, this presupposes an impossible accumulation. So, reduced to its real element, labor, it would swallow up not only the surplus labor, but also the necessary labor as being due to capital. We shall return to Price's fantasy in the section on revenue and its sources. If it were possible to continue to increase capital and keep up the value of capital, which is proved by the interest of money continuing the same, the interest to be paid for capital would soon exceed the whole produce of labor. Capital tends in more than arithmetical progression to increase capital. It is admitted that the interest paid to the capitalists, whether in the nature of rents, interests of money, or profits of trade, is paid out of the labor of others. If then capital go on accumulating, the labor to be given for the use of capital must go on increasing. Interest paid for capital continuing the same, till all the labor of all the laborers of the society is engrossed by the capitalist. That it is impossible to happen, for whatever may be due to the capitalist, he can only receive the surplus labor of the laborer, for the laborer must live. But it is not clear to him how the value of capital decreases. He himself says, when dealing with Ricardo, that this recurs because wages rise when capital accumulates more rapidly than the population grows, or because the value of wages, not the quantity, increases when the population grows more rapidly than capital accumulates, or even if the population increases simultaneously as a result of decreasing productivity of agriculture. But how does he explain it? He does not accept the latter alternative. He assumes that wages are reduced more and more to the minimum possible. A reduction of interest on capital can only take place, he says, because the portion of capital which is exchanged for living labor declines relatively, although the worker is exploited more than or just as much as before. In any case, it is a step forward that the nonsense about the geometrical progression of interest is reduced to its true sense, that is, nonsense. There are, by the way, according to the pamphleteer, two methods which, in spite of the growth of surplus product or surplus labor, prevent capital from being forced to give a greater share of its plunder back to the workers. The first is the conversion of surplus product into fixed capital, which prevents the labor fund, or the part of the product consumed by the worker, from necessarily increasing with the accumulation of capital. The second is foreign trade, which enables the capitalist to exchange the surplus product for foreign luxury articles and thus to consume it himself. In this way, even that part of the product which exists as necessaries may quite well increase without the need for it to be returned to the worker in the form of a proportionate increase in wages. It should be noted that the first method, which is only effective for a time and then neutralizes its own effect, at least as regards the fixed capital consisting of machinery, etc., which itself is used in the production of necessaries, implies the transformation of surplus product into capital, whereas the second method implies consumption of an ever-increasing portion of the surplus product by the capitalists, increasing consumption on the part of the capitalists and not the reconversion of surplus product into capital. If the same surplus product were to remain in the form in which it immediately exists, a greater part of it would have to be exchanged with the workers as variable capital. The result would be an increase in wages and a reduction in the amount of absolute or relative surplus value. Here is the real secret of the necessity for increasing consumption by the rich, advocated by Malthus, in order that the part of the product which is exchanged for labor and converted into capital should have great value, yield large profits, absorb a large amount of surplus labor. He does not, however, propose that the industrial capitalists themselves should increase their consumption, but allots this function to landlords, sinecures, etc., because the urge for accumulation and the urge for expenditure, if united in the same person, would play tricks on each other. It is here also that the erroneousness of the view of Barton, Ricardo, and others stands out. Wages are not determined by that portion of the total product that is either consumed as or can be converted into variable capital, but by that part of it which is actually converted into variable capital. A part can be consumed by retainers, even in its natural form. Another can be consumed in the shape of luxury products by means of foreign trade, etc. Our pamphleteer overlooks two things. As a result of the introduction of machinery, a mass of workers is constantly being thrown out of employment. A section of the population is thus made redundant. The surplus product, therefore, finds fresh labor for which it can be exchanged without any increase in population, and without any need to extend the absolute working time. Let us assume that 500 workers were employed previously, whereas now there are 300 workers who perform relatively more surplus labor. The other 200 can be employed by the surplus product as soon as it is increased sufficiently. One portion of the old variable capital is converted into fixed capital. The other gives employment to fewer workers but extracts from them more surplus value in relation to their number, and in particular also more surplus product. The remaining 200 are material created for the purpose of capitalizing additional surplus product. The transformation of necessaries into luxuries by means of foreign trade, as interpreted in the pamphlet, is important in itself, firstly, because it puts an end to the nonsensical idea that wages depend on the amount of necessaries produced, as if these necessaries had to be consumed in this form by the producers, or even by the whole body of people engaged in production. In other words, that they must be transformed again into variable capital or circulating capital, as it is termed by Barton and Ricardo. Secondly, because it determines the whole social pattern of backward nations. For example, the slave-holding states in the United States of North America, see Cairns, or Poland, etc., as was already understood by old Bush, unless he stole the idea from Stuart, which are associated with the world market based on capitalist production. No matter how large the surplus product they extract from the surplus labor of their slaves in the simple form of cotton or corn, they can adhere to this simple, undifferentiated labor because foreign trade enables them to convert these simple products into any kind of use value. The assertion that the portion of the annual product which must be expended as wages depends on the size of the circulating capital is equal to the assertion that when a large part of the product consists of buildings, houses for workers are built in large numbers relative to the size of the working population, and that consequently the workers must live in cheap and well-built houses because the supply of houses increases more quickly than the demand for them. It is correct, on the other hand, that if the surplus product is large, and the greater part of it is to be employed as capital, then there must be an increase in the demand for labor, and therefore also in that part of the surplus product which is exchanged for wages, provided large number of workers did not have to be thrown out of work in order to obtain a surplus product of this size. At all events, it is not the absolute size of the surplus product, in whatever form it may exist, even that of necessaries, which necessarily requires it to be expended as variable capital, and which consequently causes an increase in wages, but it is the desire to capitalize, which results in a large part of the surplus product being laid out in variable capital, and this would consequently make wages grow with the accumulation of capital if machinery did not constantly make a section of the population redundant, and if an ever greater portion of capital, in particular as a result of foreign trade, were not exchanged for capital, not for labor. The portion of surplus product which is already produced directly in a form in which it can only serve as capital, and that portion of it which acquires this form as a result of foreign trade, grows more rapidly than the portion which must be exchanged against immediate labor. The proposition that wages depend on existing capital, and that therefore a rapid accumulation of capital is the sole means by which wages are made to rise, amounts to this. On the one hand, to a tautology if we disregard the form in which the conditions of labor exist as capital. How rapidly the number of workers can be increased without worsening their living conditions depends on the productivity of labor which a given number of workers perform. The more raw materials, tools, and means of subsistence they produce, the greater the means at their disposal not only to bring up their children, so long as these cannot work themselves, but to realize the labor of the new growing generation, and consequently to make the growth of production keep up with, and even outdo, the growth of population. Since with the growth of the population, the worker's skill increases, division of labor grows, the possibility for using machinery grows, constant capital grows. In short, the productivity of labor grows. While the growth of population depends on the productivity of labor depends on the growth of the population. It is a case of reciprocity. But this, expressed in capitalist terms, signifies that the means of subsistence of the working population depend on the productivity of capital, on the largest possible portion of their product confronting them as a force which commands their labor. Ricardo himself expresses the matter, correctly, the tautology, when he makes wages depend on the productivity of capital, and the latter dependent on the productivity of labor. That labor depends on the growth of capital signifies nothing more than, on the one hand, the tautology that the increase in the means of subsistence and the means of employment of the population depends on the productivity of the population's own labor, and secondly, expressed in capitalist terms, that it depends on the fact that the population's own product confronts them as alien property, and that as a consequence their own productivity confronts them as the productivity of the things which they create. In practice, this means that the worker must appropriate the smallest possible part of his product in order that the largest possible part of it may confront him as capital. He must surrender as much as possible to the capitalist gratis in order that the latter's means for purchasing his labor, with what has been taken away from the worker without compensation, may increase as much as possible. In this case, it can happen that if the capitalist has made the worker work a great deal for nothing, he may then, in exchange for what he has received for nothing, allow the worker to do a little less work for nothing. However, since this prevents the achievement of what is aimed at, namely accumulation of capital as rapidly as possible, the worker must live in such circumstances that this reduction in the amount of labor he performs for nothing is in turn counteracted by a growth of the working population, either relatively as a result of the use of machinery or absolutely as a result of early marriage. It is the same relationship which is derided by the Ricardians when the Malthusians preach it between landlords and capitalists. The workers must relinquish the largest possible part of their product to the capitalist without receiving anything in return, so as, when conditions are more favorable, to buy back with new labor a part of the product so relinquished. However, since the conditions for the favorable change are at the same time counteracted by this favorable change, it can only be temporary and must turn again into its own opposite. Thirdly, what applies to the transformation of necessaries into luxuries by means of foreign trade applies in general to luxury production, whose unlimited diversification and expansion depends, however, on foreign trade. Although the workers engaged in luxury production produce capital for their employers, their product, in the form in which it exists, cannot be transformed into capital, either constant or variable capital. Luxury products, apart from those which are sent abroad to be exchanged for necessaries, which enter into variable capital, either in whole or in part, simply constitute surplus labor, and moreover, surplus labor which is immediately in the shape of surplus products which the rich consume as revenue. But they do not represent only the surplus labor of the workers who produce them. On the average, these perform the same surplus labor as the workers in other branches of industry, but in the same way as 1/3 of the product, which contains 1/3 of the surplus labor, can be considered as the embodiment of this surplus labor, and the remaining 2/3 as reproduction of the capital advanced, so the surplus labor of the producers of those necessaries which constitute the wages of the producers of luxuries can also be considered as the necessary labor of the working class as a whole. Their surplus labor consists firstly of that part of the necessaries which is consumed by the capitalists and their retainers, and secondly of the total amount of luxuries. With regard to the individual capitalist, or a particular branch of industry, the matter appears quite different. For the capitalist, one part of the luxuries created by him represents merely an equivalent for the capital laid out. If too large a part of surplus labor is embodied directly in luxuries, then clearly accumulation and the rate of reproduction will stagnate, because too small a part of it is reconverted into capital. If too small a part of surplus labor is embodied in luxuries, then the accumulation of capital, that is, on the part of the surplus product which can in kind serve as capital again, will proceed more rapidly than increase in population, and the rate of profit will fall unless a foreign market for necessaries exists. Subsection B. on the exchange between capital and revenue in the case of simple reproduction and of the accumulation of capital. In the exchange between capital and revenue, I've regarded wages too as revenue and have merely examined the relationship of constant capital to revenue. The fact that the revenue of the worker is at the same time variable capital is important only insofar as in the accumulation of capital, the formation of new capital, the surplus consisting of means of subsistence, that is necessaries, in the possession of the capitalist producing them, can be exchanged directly for the surplus consisting of raw materials or machinery in the possession of the capitalist producing constant capital. Here, one form of revenue is exchanged for the other, and once the exchange is effected, the revenue of A is converted into the constant capital of B, and the revenue of B into the variable capital of A. In considering this circulation, reproduction, and manner of replacement of the different capitals, etc., one must first of all disregard foreign trade. Secondly, it is necessary to distinguish between the two aspects of this phenomenon. 1. Reproduction on the existing scale, and 2. Reproduction on an extended scale, or accumulation, transformation of revenue into capital. With regard to 1, I have shown that what the producers of necessaries have to replace is firstly their constant capital, secondly their variable capital. The part of their product in excess of these two constitutes the surplus product, the material existence of surplus value, which in its turn only represents surplus labor. Variable capital, that part of their product which represents it, is made up of wages, the revenue of the workers. This part already exists here in the natural form in which it serves as variable capital once again. With this part, the equivalent reproduced by the worker, the labor of the worker is bought once again. This is the exchange of capital for immediate labor. The worker receives this part in the form of money with which he buys back his own product, or other products of the same category. This is the exchange of the different portions of the variable part of capital for one another, after the worker has in the form of money received an assignment to his quota. This is exchange of one part of newly added labor for another part within the same category, necessaries. The part of the surplus product, newly added labor, consumed by the capitalists, who produce necessaries themselves, is either consumed by them in kind, or they exchange one type of surplus product, existing in consumable form, against another type. This is exchange of revenue for revenue, both of them consisting of newly added labor. We cannot really speak of exchange between revenue and capital in the above transaction. Capital, necessaries, is exchanged against labor, labor power. This is therefore not an exchange of revenue for capital. It is true that as soon as the worker receives his wages, he consumes them, but what he exchanges for capital is not his revenue but his labor. The third part of the product of the producers of necessaries, which constitutes constant capital, is exchanged for a part of the product of those manufacturers who produce constant capital, namely for that part which represents newly added labor. This consists of an equivalent for the wages, that is, of variable capital, and of the surplus product, the surplus value, the revenue of the capitalist, which exists in a form in which it can only be consumed industrially and not individually. On the one hand, this is therefore exchange of the variable capital of those producers for a part of the necessaries which constitute the constant capital of the producers of necessaries. In fact, they exchange a part of their product which constitutes variable capital, but exists in the form of constant capital, for a part of the product of those manufacturers who produce necessaries, a part which constitutes constant capital, but exists in the form of variable capital. Here, newly added labor is exchanged for constant capital. On the other hand, that part of the product which represents surplus product, but exists in the form of constant capital, is exchanged for a portion of necessaries which represents constant capital for its producers. Here, revenue is exchanged for capital. The revenue of the capitalists who produce constant capital is exchanged for necessaries and replaces the constant capital of the capitalists who produce necessaries. Finally, a part of the product of the capitalists who produce constant capital, namely that part which itself represents constant capital, is replaced partly in kind, partly through barter, concealed by money, between the producers of constant capital. It is assumed in all this that the scale of reproduction is the same as the original scale of production. If we inquire what part of the total annual product is made up of newly added labor, then the calculation is quite simple. A. Consumable articles for individual consumption. These consist of three parts. Firstly, the revenue of the capitalist, which equals the surplus labor added during the year. Secondly, wages, i.e. variable capital, which is equal to the newly added labor by which the workers have reproduced their wages. Finally, the third part, raw materials, machinery, etc. This is constant capital, that part of the value of the product which is only retained, not produced. That is, it is not labor newly added during the course of the year. If we call constant capital in this category C prime, variable capital V prime, and surplus product, the revenue R prime, then this category consists of C prime and V prime plus R prime. C prime, which constitutes a part of the product, is merely retained value and does not consist of newly added labor. On the other hand, V prime plus R prime consists of labor newly added during the course of the year. The total product of this category A, or its value, P sub A, after deduction of C prime, therefore, consists of newly added labor. Thus, the product of category A, namely P sub A minus C prime, is equal to the labor newly added during the course of the year. B. Articles for industrial consumption. Here also, V prime prime plus R prime prime are made up of newly added labor, but not C prime prime, the constant capital which operates in this sphere. But V prime prime plus R prime prime equals C prime, for which they are exchanged. C prime is transformed into variable capital and revenue for B. On the other hand, V prime prime and R prime prime are transformed into C prime, into constant capital for A. The product of category B is P sub B. P sub B minus C prime prime is equal to the labor newly added during the course of the year. But P sub B minus C prime prime is equal to C prime. For the whole product of P sub B after deduction of C prime prime, the constant capital employed in this category is exchanged for C prime. After V prime prime plus R prime prime have been exchanged for C prime, the matter can be presented as follows. P sub A consists solely of newly added labor, the product of which is divided between profits and wages. That is, it constitutes the equivalent of necessary labor and the equivalent of surplus labor. For the V prime prime plus R prime prime, which now replace C prime, are equal to the newly added labor in category B. Thus, the whole product of P sub A, not only its surplus product but also its variable capital and its constant capital, consists of the products of labor newly added during the course of the year. On the other hand, P sub B can be regarded in such a way that it does not represent any part of the newly added labor, but merely old labor which is retained. For its part, C prime prime does not represent newly added labor. Neither does the part C prime which it has received in exchange for V prime prime plus R prime prime. For this, C prime represents the constant capital laid out in A and not newly added labor. The whole part of the annual product, which as variable capital constitutes the revenue of the workers and as surplus product constitutes the consumption fund of the capitalist, therefore consists of newly added labor, whereas the remaining part of the product, which represents constant capital, consists merely of old labor which has been retained and simply replaces constant capital. Consequently, just as it is correct to say that the whole portion of the annual product which is consumed as revenue, wages and profits, together with the branches of profit, rent, interest, etc., as well as the wages of the unproductive laborers, consists of newly added labor, so it is false to assert that the total annual product resolves itself into revenue, wages, and profits, and thus merely into portions of newly added labor. A part of the annual product resolves itself into constant capital, which, regarded as value, does not comprise newly added labor, and as regards use, does not form part of either wages or profits. Its value represents accumulated labor in the real sense of the word, and its use value the utilization of this accumulated past labor. On the other hand, it is equally correct that the labor added during the year is not represented entirely by that part of the product which constitutes wages and profits, for these wages and profits also buy services, that is, labor which does not enter into the product of which wages and profits form a part. These services are labor which is used up in the consumption of the product and does not enter into its immediate production. With regard to case number 2, it is a different matter with regard to accumulation, transformation of revenue into capital, reproduction on an extended scale, insofar as this latter does not simply result from more productive employment of the old capital. Here, the whole new capital consists of newly added labor, that is, of surplus labor in the form of profit, etc. But although it is correct that here the entire element in new production arises from and consists of newly added labor, which is a part of the surplus labor of the laborers, it is wrong to assume, as the economists do, that when it is converted into capital, it constitutes only variable capital, that is, wages. Let us suppose, for example, that a part of the surplus product of the farmer is exchanged for a part of the surplus product of the machine manufacturer. It is then possible that the latter will convert the corn into variable capital and employ more workers, directly or indirectly. On the other hand, the farmer has converted a part of his surplus product into constant capital, and it is possible that as a result of this conversion, he will discharge some of his old workers instead of taking on new ones. The farmer may cultivate more land. In this case, a part of his corn will be converted not into wages, but into constant capital, etc. It is precisely accumulation which reveals clearly that everything, i.e. revenue, variable capital, and constant capital, is nothing but appropriated alien labor, and that both the means of labor with which the worker works and the equivalent he receives for his labor consist of labor performed by the worker and appropriated by the capitalist, who has not given any equivalent for it. The same applies even to original accumulation. Let us assume that I have saved £500 from my wages. In fact, therefore, this sum represents not only accumulated labor, but in contrast to the accumulated labor of the capitalist, my own labor, accumulated by me and for me. I convert the £500 into capital, buy raw material, etc., and take on workers. Profit is, say, 20%, that is £100 in a year. In 5 years, I shall have eaten up my capital in the form of revenue, provided new accumulation does not continually take place and the £100 profit is assumed. In the 6th year, my capital of £500 itself consists of other people's labor, appropriated without any equivalent. If, on the other hand, I had always accumulated half of the profit made, the process of eating up my original capital would have been slower, for I would not have consumed so much, and the process of appropriating other people's labor more rapid. The following table will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult Section 1, Subsection B of Chapter 21 of a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. My capital will have almost doubled in 8 years, although I have consumed more than my original capital. The capital of £972 does not contain a single farthing of paid labor or of labor for which I have returned any kind of equivalent. I have consumed my entire original capital in the form of revenue. That is, I have received an equivalent for it which I have consumed. The new capital consists solely of the appropriated labor of other people. In considering surplus value as such, the original form of the product, hence of the surplus product, is of no consequence. It becomes important when considering the actual process of reproduction, partly in order to understand its forms, and partly in order to grasp the influence of luxury production, etc., on reproduction. Here is another example of how use value as such acquires economic significance. Subsection C. The merits of the author of the pamphlet and the theoretical confusion of his views. The importance of the questions he raises about the role of foreign trade in capitalist society and of free time as real wealth. Now to return to our pamphlet. Suppose the whole labor of the country to raise just sufficient for the support of the whole population. It is evident there is no surplus labor. Consequently, nothing that can be allowed to accumulate as capital. Suppose the whole labor of the country to raise as much in 1 year as would maintain it in 2 years. It is evident 1 year's consumption must perish, or for 1 year, men must cease from productive labor. But the possessors of the surplus produce or capital will neither maintain the population the following year in idleness, nor allow the produce to perish. They will employ them upon something not directly and immediately productive, for instance, in the erection of machinery, etc., etc., etc. But the 3rd year, the whole population may again return to productive labor, and the machinery erected in the last year coming now into operation, it is evident the produce will be greater than the 1st year's produce, and the produce of the machinery in addition. This surplus labor must perish, or be put to use as before, and this usage again adds to the productive power of the society till men must cease from productive labor for a time, or the produce of their labor must perish. This is the palpable consequence in the simplest state of society. The demand of other countries is limited not only by our power to produce, but by their power to produce. This is the answer to Say's assertion that we do not produce too much, but they produce too little. Their power to produce is not necessarily equal to our power to produce. For do what you will, in a series of years, the whole world can take little more of us than we take of the world, so that all your foreign trade, of which there is so much talking, never did, never could, nor ever can add 1 shilling to the wealth of the country. As for every bale of silk, chest of tea, pipe of wine that was ever imported, something of equal value was exported, and even the profits made by our merchants in their foreign trade are paid by the consumer of the return goods here. Foreign trade is mere barter and exchange for the convenience and enjoyment of the capitalist. He has not 100 bodies, nor 100 legs. He cannot consume in cloth and cotton stockings all the cloth and cotton stockings that are manufactured. Therefore, they are exchanged for wines and silks, but those wines and silks represent the surplus labor of our own population, as much as the cloths and cottons, and in this way, the destructive power of the capitalist is increased beyond all bounds. By foreign trade, the capitalists contrive to outwit nature, who had put 1,000 natural limits to their exactions, and to their wishes to exact, There is no limit now, either to their power or desires. One sees that he accepts Ricardo's teaching on foreign trade. In Ricardo's work, its only purpose is to support his theory of value, or to demonstrate that his views on foreign trade are not at variance with it. But the pamphlet stresses that it is not only national labor, but also national surplus labor, which is embodied in the outcome of foreign trade. If surplus labor or surplus value were represented only in the national surplus product, then the increase of value for the sake of value, and therefore the exaction of surplus labor, would be restricted by the limited, narrow circle of use values in which the value of the national labor would be represented. But it is foreign trade which develops the surplus product's real nature as value by developing the labor embodied in it as social labor, which manifests itself in an unlimited range of different use values, and this in fact gives meaning to abstract wealth. It is the infinite variety of wants and of the kinds of commodities, and therefore also the infinite variety of real labor which produces those different kinds of commodities, necessary to their gratification, which alone renders the passion for wealth indefinite and insatiable, and hence the passion for appropriating other people's labor. End quote from Wakefield's edition of Adam Smith, An Inquiry into the Nature and Source of the Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, published in London in 1835. But it is only foreign trade, the development of the market to a world market, which causes money to develop into world money, and abstract labor into social labor. Abstract wealth, value, money, hence abstract labor, develop in the measure that concrete labor becomes a totality of different modes of labor embracing the world's market. Capitalist production rests on the value or the transformation of the labor embodied in the product into social labor. But this is only possible on the basis of foreign trade and of the world market. This is at once the precondition and the result of capitalist production. The pamphlet is no theoretical treatise. It is a protest against the false reasons given by the economists for the distress and the national difficulties of the times. It does not consequently make the claim that its conception of surplus value as surplus labor carries with it a general criticism of the entire system of economic categories, nor can this be expected of it. The author stands rather on Ricardian ground, and is only consistent in stating one of the consequences inherent in the system itself, and he advances it in the interests of the working class against capital. For the rest, the author remains a captive of the economic categories as he finds them. Just as in the case of Ricardo, the confusion of surplus value with profit leads to undesirable contradictions, so in his case, the fact that he christens surplus value the interest of capital. To be sure, he is in advance of Ricardo in that he first of all reduces all surplus value to surplus labor, and when he calls surplus value interest of capital, he at the same time emphasizes that by this he understands the general form of surplus labor, in contrast to its special forms, rent, interest of money, and industrial profit. Interests paid to the capitalists, whether in the nature, it should be shape or form, of rents, interests of money, or profits of trade. He thus distinguishes the general form of surplus labor, or surplus value, from their particular forms, something which neither Ricardo nor Adam Smith does, at least not consciously or consistently. But on the other hand, he applies the name of one of these particular forms, interest, to the general form. And this suffices to make him relapse into economic slang. The progress of increasing capital would, in established societies, be marked by the decreasing interest of money, or, which is the same thing, the decreasing quantity of the labor of others that would be given for its use. This passage reminds one of Carey. But with him, it is not the laborer who uses capital, but capital which uses the laborers. Since by interest he understands surplus labor in any form, the matter of the remedy of our national difficulties amounts to an increase in wages, for the reduction of interest means a reduction of surplus labor. However, what he really means is that in the exchange of capital for labor, the appropriation of alien labor should be reduced, or that the worker should appropriate more of his own labor and capital less. Reduction of surplus labor can mean two things. Less work should be performed over and above the time which is necessary to reproduce the labor power, that is, to create an equivalent for wages, or less of the total quantity of labor should assume the form of surplus labor, that is, the form of time worked gratis for the capitalist. Therefore, less of the product in which labor manifests itself should take the form of surplus product. In other words, the worker should receive more of his own product and less of it should go to the capitalist. The author is not quite clear about this himself, as can be seen from the following passage, which is really the last word in this matter as far as the pamphlet is concerned. He says, "A nation is really rich only if no interest is paid for the use of capital. When only 6 hours instead of 12 hours are worked, wealth is disposable time and nothing more." Since what is understood by interest here is profit, rent, and interest, in short, all the forms of surplus value, and since, according to the author himself, capital is nothing but the produce of labor, i.e. accumulated labor which is able to extract in exchange for itself not only an equal quantity of labor, but surplus labor. According to him, the phrase capital bears no interest therefore means that capital does not exist. The product is not transformed into capital. No surplus product and no surplus labor exist. Only then is a nation really rich. This can mean, however, there is no product and no labor over and above the product and the labor required for the reproduction of the workers. Or the workers themselves appropriate this surplus either of the product or of the labor. That the author does not simply mean the latter is, however, clear from the fact that the words "no interest is paid for the use of capital" are juxtaposed to the proposition that a nation is really rich when only 6 hours, not 12 hours, are worked. Quote, "Wealth is disposable time and nothing more," end quote. This can now mean if everybody has to work, if the contradiction between those who have to work too much and those who are idlers disappears, and this would in any case be the result of capital ceasing to exist, of the product ceasing to provide a title to alien surplus labor, and if in addition the development of the productive forces brought about by capitalism is taken into account, society will produce the necessary abundance in 6 hours, producing more than it does now in 12. And moreover, all will have 6 hours of disposable time, that is, real wealth, time which will not be absorbed in direct productive labor, but will be available for enjoyment, for leisure, thus giving scope for free activity and development. Time is scope for the development of man's faculties, etc. The economists themselves justify the slave labor of the wage laborers by saying that it creates leisure, free time for others, for another section of society, and thereby also for the society of wage laborers. Or it can also mean the workers now work 6 hours more than the time now required for their own reproduction. This can hardly be the author's view, since he describes what they use now as an inhuman minimum. If capital ceases to exist, then the workers will work for 6 hours only, and the idlers will have to work for the same amount of time. The material wealth of all would thus be depressed to the level of the workers, but all would have disposable time, that is, free time for their development. The author himself is obviously not clear about this. Nevertheless, there remains the fine statement, "A nation is really rich when 6 hours instead of 12 hours are worked. Wealth is disposable time and nothing more." Ricardo himself, in the chapter entitled "Value and Riches, Their Distinctive Properties," also says that real wealth consists in producing the greatest possible amount of values in use having the least possible exchange value. This means, in other words, that the greatest possible abundance of material wealth is created in the shortest possible labor time. Here also the disposable time and the enjoyment of that which is produced in the labor time of others appear as the real wealth. But like everything in capitalist production, and consequently in its interpreters, it appears in the form of a contradiction. In Ricardo's work, the contradiction between riches and value later appears in the form that the net product should be as large as possible in relation to the gross product, which again, in this contradictory form, amounts to saying that those classes in society whose time is only partly or not at all absorbed in material production, although they enjoy its fruits, should be as numerous as possible in comparison with those classes whose time is totally absorbed in material production, and whose consumption is, as a consequence, a mere item in production costs, a mere condition for their existence as beasts of burden. There is always the wish that the smallest possible portion of society should be doomed to the slavery of labor, to forced labor. This is the utmost that can be accomplished from the capitalist standpoint. The author puts an end to this. Labor time, even if exchange value is eliminated, always remains the creative substance of wealth and the measure of the cost of its production. But free time, disposable time, is wealth itself, partly for the enjoyment of the product, partly for free activity, which, unlike labor, is not dominated by the pressure of an extraneous purpose which must be fulfilled, and the fulfillment of which is regarded as a natural necessity or a social duty, according to one's inclination. It is self-evident that if labor time is reduced to a normal length, and furthermore labor is no longer performed for someone else but for myself, and at the same time the social contradictions between master and men, etc., being abolished, it acquires a quite different, a free character. It becomes real social labor, and finally, the basis of disposable time, the labor of a man who has also disposable time, must be of a much higher quality than that of the beasts of burden. Section 2. Ravenstone. The view of capital as the surplus product of the worker. Confusion of the antagonistic form of capitalist development with its content. This leads to a negative attitude towards the results of the capitalist development of the productive forces. Percy Ravenstone, M.A. Thoughts on the Funding System and its Effects, published in London in 1824. A most remarkable work. The author of The Source and Remedy of the National Difficulties, discussed above, understands surplus value in its original form, i.e. that of surplus labor. Consequently, his attention is mainly centered on the extent of labor time. In particular, the conception of surplus labor or surplus value in its absolute form, the extension of labor time beyond that required for the reproduction of the laborer himself, not the reduction of necessary labor as a result of the development of the productive power of labor. The reduction of this necessary labor is the principal aspect examined by Ricardo, but in the way it is carried out in capitalist production, namely as a means for extending the amount of labor time accruing to capital. This pamphlet, on the contrary, declares that the final aim is the reduction of the producer's labor time and the cessation of labor for the possessor of surplus product. Ravenstone seems to assume the working day as given. Hence, what he is particularly interested in, just as was also the author of the pamphlet previously discussed, so that the theoretical questions only crop up incidentally, is relative surplus value, or the surplus product which accrues to capital as a result of the development of the productive power of labor. As is usual with those who adopt this standpoint, surplus labor is conceived here more in the form of surplus product, whereas in the previous pamphlet, surplus product is conceived more in the form of surplus labor. To teach that the wealth and power of a nation depend on its capital is to make industry ancillary to riches, to make men subservient to property. The opposition evoked by the Ricardian theory on the basis of its own assumptions has the following characteristic feature. To the same extent as political economy developed, and this development finds its most trenchant expression in Ricardo, as far as fundamental principles are concerned, it presented labor as the sole element of value and the only creator of use values, and the development of the productive forces as the only real means for increasing wealth. The greatest possible development of the productive power of labor as the economic basis of society. This is, in fact, the foundation of capitalist production. Ricardo's work in particular, which demonstrates that the law of value is not invalidated either by landed property or by capitalist accumulation, etc., is, in reality, only concerned with eliminating all contradictions or phenomena which appear to run counter to this conception. But in the same measure as it is understood that labor is the sole source of exchange value and the active source of use value, capital is likewise conceived by the same economists, in particular by Ricardo and even more by Terens, Malthus, Bailey, and others after him, as the regulator of production, the source of wealth and the aim of production, whereas labor is regarded as wage labor, whose representative and real instrument is inevitably a pauper, to which Malthus's theory of population contributed, a mere production cost, an instrument of production dependent on a minimum wage and forced to drop even below this minimum as soon as the existing quantity of labor is superfluous for capital. In this contradiction, political economy merely expressed the essence of capitalist production, or, if you like, of wage labor, of labor alienated from itself, which stands confronted by the wealth it has created as alien wealth, by its own productive power as the productive power of its product, by its enrichment as its own impoverishment, and by its social labor as the power of society. But this definite, specific, historical form of social labor, which is exemplified in capitalist production, is proclaimed by these economists as the general, eternal form, as a natural phenomenon, and these relations of production as the absolutely, not historically, necessary, natural, and reasonable relations of social labor. Their thoughts being entirely confined within the bounds of capitalist production, they assert that the contradictory form in which social labor manifests itself there is just as necessary as labor itself freed from this contradiction. Since, in the selfsame breath, they proclaim on the one hand labor as such, for them labor is synonymous with wage labor, and on the other capital as such, that is, the poverty of the workers and the wealth of the idlers, to be the sole source of wealth, they are perpetually involved in absolute contradictions without being in the slightest degree aware of them. Sismondi was epoch-making in political economy because he had an inkling of this contradiction. Ricardo's phrase, labor or capital, reveals in a most striking fashion both the contradiction inherent in the terms and the naivete with which they are stated to be identical. Since the same real development which provided bourgeois political economy with this striking theoretical expression unfolded the real contradictions contained in it, especially the contradictions between the growing wealth of the English nation and the growing misery of the workers, and since, moreover, these contradictions are given a theoretically compelling, if unconscious expression in the Ricardian theory, etc., it was natural for those thinkers who rallied to the side of the proletariat to seize on this contradiction, for which they found the theoretical ground already prepared. Labor is the sole source of exchange value, and the only active creator of use value. This is what you say. On the other hand, you say that capital is everything, and the worker is nothing or a mere production cost of capital. You have refuted yourselves. Capital is nothing but defrauding of the worker, labor is everything. This, in fact, is the ultimate meaning of all the writings which defend the interests of the proletariat from the Ricardian standpoint, basing themselves on his assumptions. Just as little as Ricardo understands the identity of capital and labor in his own system, do they understand the contradiction they describe. That is why the most important among them, Hodgkin, for example, accept all the economic preconditions of capitalist production as eternal forms, and only desire to eliminate capital, which is both the basis and necessary consequence of these preconditions. Ravenstone's main idea is as follows. The development of the productive power of labor creates capital or property, in other words, a surplus product for idlers, non-workers. And indeed, the more the productive power of labor develops, the more it produces this, its parasitical excrescence, which sucks it dry. Whether the title to this surplus product or the power to appropriate the product of other people's labor accrues to the non-worker because he already possesses wealth, or because he possesses landed property, does not affect the case. Both are capital, that is, mastery over the product of other people's labor. For Ravenstone, property is merely appropriation of the products of other people's labor, and this is only possible insofar as and in the degree that productive industry develops. By productive industry, Ravenstone understands industry which produces necessaries. Unproductive industry, the industry of consumption, is a consequence of the development of capital or property. Ravenstone appears ascetic, like the author of the pamphlet discussed above. In this respect, he himself remains a captive of the notions set forth by the economists. Without capital, without property, the necessaries of the workers would be produced in abundance, but there would be no luxury industry. Or it can be said that Ravenstone, like the author of the pamphlet discussed above, understands, or at least in fact admits, the historical necessity of capital, since capital, according to the author of the pamphlet, produces surplus labor over and above the labor strictly necessary for the maintenance of the worker, and at the same time leads to the creation of machinery, what he calls fixed capital, and gives rise to foreign trade, the world market, in order to utilize the surplus product filched from the workers, partly to increase productive power, partly to give this surplus product the most diverse forms of use value, far removed from those required by necessity. Similarly, according to Ravenstone, no conveniences, no machinery, no luxury products would be produced without capital and property. Neither would the development of the natural sciences have taken place, nor the literary and artistic productions which owe their existence to leisure, nor the urge of the wealthy to receive an equivalent for their surplus product from the non-workers. Ravenstone and the pamphleteer do not say this in justification of capital, but simply seize on it as a point of attack, because all this is done in opposition to the interests of the workers and not for them. But in fact, they thus admit that this is a result of capitalist production, which is therefore a historical form of social development, even though it stands in contradiction to the part of the population which constitutes the basis of that whole development. In this respect, they share the narrow-mindedness of the economists, although from a diametrically opposite position, for they confuse the contradictory form of this development with its content. The latter wish to perpetuate the contradiction on account of its results. The former are determined to sacrifice the fruits which have developed within the antagonistic form in order to get rid of the contradiction. This distinguishes their opposition to bourgeois political economy from that of contemporary people like Owen, likewise from that of Sismondi, who harks back to antiquated forms of the contradiction in order to be rid of it in its acute form. Ravenstone writes, "It is the wants of the poor which constitute the rich man's wealth. When all were equal, none would labor for another. The necessaries of life would be overabundant, whilst its comforts would be entirely wanting. The industry which produces is the parent of property. That which aids consumption is its child. It is this growth of property, this greater ability to maintain idle men and unproductive industry, that in political economy is called capital. As the destination of property is expense, as without that it is wholly useless to its owner, its existence is intimately connected with that of the industry of consumption. If each man's labor were but enough to procure his own food, there could be no property, and no part of a people's industry could be turned away to work for the wants of the imagination. In every subsequent stage of society, as increased numbers and better contrivances add to each man's power of production, the number of those who labor is gradually diminished. Property grows from the improvement of the means of production. Its sole business is the encouragement of idleness. When each man's labor is barely sufficient for his own subsistence, as there can be no property, there will be no idle man. When one man's labor can maintain 5, there will be 4 idle men, for one employed in production. In no other way can the produce be consumed. The object of society is to magnify the idle at the expense of the industrious, to create power out of plenty." With regard to rent, he says what applies to surplus value in general, insofar as it develops as a result of the increase in the productivity of labor. Not quite correctly, for it is precisely here that it is necessary to explain why rent accrues to the landlord and not to the farmer, the industrial capitalist. In the early stages of society, When men have no artificial assistance to their powers of industry, the proportion of their earnings which can be afforded to rent is exceedingly small. For land has no natural value. It owes all its produce to industry. But every increase of skill adds to the proportion which can be reserved for rent. Where the labor of 9 is required for the maintenance of 10, only 1/10 of the gross produce can be given to rent. Where one man's labor is sufficient for the maintenance of 5, 4/5 will go to rent, or the other charges of the state, which can only be provided for out of the surplus produce of industry. The first proportion seems to have prevailed in England at the time of the conquest. The last is that which actually takes place now, since only 1/5 part of the people are employed in the cultivation of the land. So true it is that society turns every improvement but to the increase of idleness. Amongst other things, he says, the history of the last 30 years has achieved no higher adventure than the turning of a few Jews into gentlemen and a few blockheads into political economists. The funding system, he says, has one beneficial consequence, although the ancient gentry of the land are robbed of a large portion of their property in order to transfer it to these newfangled hidalgos as a reward for their skill in the arts of fraud and peculation. If it encourage fraud and meanness, if it clothe quackery and pretension in the garb of wisdom, if it turn a whole people into a nation of jobbers, if it break down all the prejudices of rank and birth to render money the only distinction among men, it destroys the perpetuity of property. Section 3. Hodgkin. Labor defended against the claims of capital, or the unproductiveness of capital proved by a laborer, published in London, 1825, with reference to the present combinations amongst journeymen. Thomas Hodgkin, Popular Political Economy, 4 lectures delivered at the London Mechanics' Institution, London, 1827. The anonymous first work is also by Hodgkin. Whereas the pamphlets mentioned previously, and a series of similar ones, have disappeared without a trace, these writings, especially the first one, made a considerable stir and are still regarded as belonging to the most important works of English political economy. See John Laylor, Money and Morals, London, 1852. We shall consider each of these works in turn. Subsection A. The thesis of the unproductiveness of capital as a necessary conclusion from Ricardo's theory. Labor defended, etc. As the title indicates, the author wishes to prove the unproductiveness of capital. Ricardo does not assert that capital is productive of value. It only adds its own value to the product, and its own value depends on the labor time required for its reproduction. It only has value as accumulated labor, or rather materialized labor, and it only adds this, its value, to the product in which it is embodied. It is true that he is inconsistent when discussing the general rate of profit, but this is precisely the contradiction which his opponents attacked. As far as the productivity of capital in relation to use value is concerned, this is construed by Smith, Ricardo, and others, and by political economists in general, as meaning nothing else than that products of previous useful work serve anew as means of production, as objects of labor, instruments of labor, and means of subsistence for the workers. The objective conditions of labor do not face the worker, as in the primitive stages, as mere natural objects. As such, they are never capital, but as natural objects already transformed by human activity. But in this sense, the word capital is quite superfluous and meaningless. Wheat is nourishing not because it is capital, but because it is wheat. The use value of wool derives from the fact that it is wool, not capital. In the same way, the action of steam-powered machinery has nothing in common with its existence as capital. It would do the same work if it were not capital, and if it belonged not to the factory owner but to the workers. All these things serve in the real labor process because of the relationship which exists between them as use values, not as exchange values and still less as capital, and the labor which sets them in motion. Their productivity in the real labor process, or rather the productivity of the labor materialized in them, is due to their nature as objective conditions of real labor, and not to their social existence as alienated independent conditions, which confront the worker and are embodied in the capitalist, the master over living labor. It is as wealth, as Hopkins, not our Hodgkin, rightly says, and not as net wealth, as product and not as net product, that they are here consumed and used. It is true that the particular social form of these things in relation to labor and their real determinateness as factors of the labor process are as confused and inseparably interwoven with one another in the minds of the economists as they are in the mind of the capitalist. Nevertheless, as soon as they analyze the labor process, they are compelled to abandon the term capital completely and to speak of material of labor, and means of subsistence. But the determinate form of the product as material instrument, and means of subsistence of the worker expresses nothing but the relationship of these objective conditions to labor. Labor itself appears as the activity which dominates them. It says, however, nothing at all about the relationship of labor and capital, only about the relationship of the purposeful activity of men to their own products in the process of reproduction. They neither cease to be products of labor, nor mere objects which are at the disposal of labor. They merely express the relationship in which labor appropriates the objective world which it has created itself, at any rate in this form. But they do not by any means express any other domination of these things over labor, apart from the fact that activity must be appropriate to the material, otherwise it would not be purposeful activity, labor. One can only speak of the productivity of capital if one regards it as the embodiment of definite social relations of production. But if it is conceived in this way, then the historical transitory character of this relationship becomes at once evident, and the general recognition of this fact is incompatible with the continued existence of this relationship, which itself creates the means for its abolition. But the economists do not regard capital as such a relationship, because they cannot admit its relative character, and do not understand it either. They simply express, in theoretical terms, the notions of the practical men who are engrossed in capitalist production, dominated by it, and interested in it. In his polemic with the bourgeois economists, Hodgkin himself starts out from a standpoint which is economically narrow-minded. Insofar as the economists define capital as an eternal production relation, they reduce it to the general relations of labor to its material conditions, relations which are common to all modes of production and do not express the specific nature of capital. Insofar as they hold that capital produces value, the best of them, and especially Ricardo, admit that it does not produce any value which it has not received and constantly continues to receive from labor, since the value of a product is determined by the labor time necessary to reproduce it. That is, its value is the result of living present labor and not of past labor. And as Ricardo emphasizes, increase in the productivity of labor is marked by the continuous devaluation of the products of past labor. On the other hand, the economists continually mix up the definite specific form in which these things constitute capital with their nature as things and as simple elements of every labor process. The mystification contained in capital, as employer of labor, is not explained by them, but it is constantly expressed by them unconsciously, for it is inseparable from the material aspect of capital. The first pamphlet draws the correct conclusions from Ricardo and reduces surplus value to surplus labor. This is in contrast to Ricardo's opponents and followers who continue to adhere to his confusion of surplus value with profit. In opposition to them, the second pamphlet defines relative surplus value more exactly as being dependent on the level of development of the productive power of labor. Ricardo says the same thing, but he avoids the conclusion drawn by the second pamphlet, that by Ravenstone, namely that the increase in the productive power of labor only increases capital, the wealth of others which dominates labor. Finally, the third pamphlet bursts forth with the general statement, which is the inevitable consequence of Ricardo's presentation, that capital is unproductive. This is in contrast to Terence, Malthus, and others, who, taking one aspect of the Ricardian theory as their point of departure, turn Ricardo's statement that labor is the creator of value into the opposite, that capital is the creator of value. The pamphlet, moreover, disputes the statement, which recurs in all of them, from Smith to Malthus, especially in the latter where it is elevated into an absolute dogma, ditto in the case of James Mill, that labor is absolutely dependent on the amount of capital available, as this is the condition of its existence. Pamphlet number 1 ends with the statement, "Wealth is disposable time and nothing more." Subsection B. Polemic against the Ricardian definition of capital as accumulated labor. The concept of coexisting labor. Underestimation of the importance of materialized past labor. Available wealth in relation to the movement of production. According to Hodgkin, circulating capital is nothing but the juxtaposition of the different kinds of social labor, coexisting labor, and accumulation is nothing but the amassing of the productive powers of social labor, so that the accumulation of the skill and knowledge, scientific power, of the workers themselves is the chief form of accumulation, and infinitely more important than the accumulation of the existing objective conditions of this accumulated activity. These objective conditions are only nominally accumulated and must be constantly produced anew and consumed anew. Productive capital and skilled labor are one. Capital and a laboring population are precisely synonymous. These are simply further elaborations of Galgani's thesis. The real wealth is man. The whole objective world, the world of commodities, vanishes here as a mere aspect, as the merely passing activity, constantly performed anew, of socially producing men. Compare this idealism with the crude material fetishism into which the Ricardian theory develops in the writings of this incredible cobbler, McCulloch, where not only the difference between man and animal disappears, but even the difference between a living organism and an inanimate object. And then let them say that as against the lofty idealism of bourgeois political economy, the proletarian opposition has been preaching a crude materialism directed exclusively towards the satisfaction of coarse appetites. In his investigations into the productivity of capital, Hodgkin is remiss in that he does not distinguish between how far it is a question of producing use values or exchange values. Further, but this has historical justification, he takes capital as it is defined by the economists. On the one hand, insofar as it operates in the real process of production as a merely physical condition of labor, and therefore of importance only as a material element of labor, and, in the process of the production of value, nothing more than the quantity of labor measured by time, that is, nothing different from this quantity of labor itself. On the other hand, although in fact, insofar as it appears in the real process of production, it is a mere name for and rechristening of labor itself, it is represented as the power dominating and engendering labor, as the basis of the production of labor, and as wealth alien to labor. And this without any intermediate links. This is how he found it, and he counterposes the real aspect of economic development to this bourgeois humbug. Capital is a sort of Kabbalistic word, like church or state, or any other of those general terms which are invented by those who fleece the rest of mankind to conceal the hand that shears them. In accordance with the tradition he found prevailing among the economists, he distinguishes between circulating and fixed capital. Circulating capital, moreover, is described as that part which mainly consists of or is used as means of subsistence for the workers. It is maintained that division of labor is a consequence of previous accumulation of capital, but the effects attributed to a stock of commodities under the name of circulating capital are caused by coexisting labor. Faced with the crude conception of the economists, it is quite correct to say that circulating capital is only the name for a stock of certain commodities. Since the economists have not analyzed the specific social relationship which is represented in the metamorphosis of commodities, they can understand only the material aspect of circulating capital. All the differentiations in capital arising from the circulation process, in fact, the circulation process itself, are actually nothing but the metamorphosis of commodities, determined by their relationship to wage labor as capital, as an aspect of the reproduction process. Division of labor is, in one sense, nothing but coexisting labor, that is, the coexistence of different kinds of labor which are represented in different kinds of products, or rather commodities. The division of labor in the capitalist sense, as the breaking down of the particular labor which produces a definite commodity into a series of simple and coordinated operations divided up amongst different workers, presupposes the division of labor within society outside the workshop, as separation of occupations. On the other hand, it increases the separation of occupations. The product is increasingly produced as a commodity in the strict sense of the word. Its exchange value becomes all the more independent of its immediate existence as use value. In other words, its production becomes more and more independent of its consumption by the producers and of its existence as use value for the producers. The more one-sided it itself becomes, and the greater the variety of commodities for which it is exchanged, the greater the kinds of use values in which its exchange value is expressed, and the larger the market for it becomes. The more this happens, the more the product can be produced as a commodity, therefore also on an increasingly large scale. The producer's indifference to the use value of his product is expressed quantitatively in the amounts in which he produces it, which bear no relation to his own consumption needs, even when he is at the same time a consumer of his own product. The division of labor within the workshop is one of the methods used in this mass production, and consequently in the production of the product as a commodity. Thus, the division of labor within the workshop is based on the division of occupations in society. The size of the market has two aspects. First, the mass of consumers, their numbers. But secondly also, the number of occupations which are independent of one another. The latter is possible without the former. For example, when spinning and weaving become divorced from domestic industry and agriculture, all those engaged in agriculture become a market for spinners and weavers. They likewise form markets for one another as a consequence of the separation of their occupations. What the division of labor in society presupposes, above all, is that the different kinds of labor have become independent of one another in such a way that their products confront one another as commodities and must be exchanged, that is, undergo the metamorphosis of commodities and stand in relation to one another as commodities. This is why in the Middle Ages the towns prohibited the spread of as many professions as possible to the countryside, not merely for the purpose of preventing competition, the only aspect seen by Adam Smith, but in order to create markets for themselves. On the other hand, the proper development of the division of labor presupposes a certain density of the population. The development of the division of labor in the workshop depends even more on this density of population. This latter division is, to a certain extent, a precondition for the former, and in turn intensifies it still further. It does this by splitting formerly correlated occupations into separate and independent ones, also by differentiating and increasing the indirect preliminary work they require, and as a result of the increase in both production and the population, and the freeing of capital and labor, it creates new wants and new modes of satisfying them. Therefore, when Hodgkin says division of labor is the effect not of a stock of commodities called circulating capital, but of coexisting labor, it would be tautologous if in this context he understood by division of labor the separation of trades. It would only mean that the division of labor is the cause, or the effect, of the division of labor. He can therefore only mean that division of labor within the workshop depends on the separation of occupations, the social division of labor, and is in a certain sense its effect. It is not a stock of commodities which gives rise to this separation of occupations, and with it the division of labor in the workshop, but it is the separation of occupations and division of labor that is manifested in the stock of commodities, or rather, in the fact that a stock of products becomes a stock of commodities. The properties, the characteristic features of the capitalist mode of production, and therefore of capital itself insofar as it expresses a definite relation of the producers to one another and to their products, are inevitably always described by the economists as properties of the objects. If, however, previous accumulation of capital is being discussed from an economic standpoint, see Turgot, Smith, etc., as a condition for the division of labor, then what is understood by this is the previous concentration of a stock of commodities as capital in the possession of the buyer of labor, since the kind of cooperation characteristic of the division of labor presupposes a conglomeration of workers, consequently, accumulation of the means of subsistence necessary for them while they are working, increased productivity of labor, consequently, increase in the amount of raw materials, tools, and auxiliary materials which must be available in order that labor proceeds continuously, since it constantly requires large amounts of these things, in short, of the objective conditions of production on a large scale. Here, accumulation of capital cannot mean increase in the amount of means of subsistence, raw materials, and instruments of labor as a condition for the division of labor, for insofar as the accumulation of capital is taken to mean this, it is a consequence of the division of labor, not its precondition. Similarly, accumulation of capital cannot here mean that means of subsistence for the workers must be available in general before new necessaries are reproduced, or that products of their labor must constitute the raw material and means of labor for the new production which they carry out. For this is the precondition of labor in general, and was just as true before the development of the division of labor as it is after it. On the other hand, if we consider the material element of accumulation, it means nothing more than that the division of labor requires the concentration of means of subsistence and means of labor at particular points, whereas formerly these were scattered and dispersed as long as the workers in individual trades, which could not have been very numerous under these conditions, themselves carried out all the manifold and consecutive operations required for the production of one or more products. Not an increase in absolute terms is presupposed, but concentration, the gathering together of more at a given point, and of relatively more means of labor compared with the number of workers brought together there. More flax, for example, is used by the workers in manufacture in proportion to their numbers than the relative amount of flax required in proportion to all the peasants, both men and women, who used to spin flax as a sideline. Here, conglomeration of workers, concentration of raw materials, instruments, and means of subsistence. On the other hand, if we consider the historical foundation on which this process develops, from which manufacture arises, the industrial mode of production whose characteristic feature is the division of labor, then this concentration can only take place in the form that these workers are assembled together as wage workers, that is, as workers who must sell their labor power because their conditions of labor confront them as alien property, as an independent alien force. This implies that these conditions of labor confront them as capital. In other words, these means of subsistence and means of labor, or what amounts to the same thing, the disposal of them through the intermediary of money, are in the hands of individual owners of money or of commodities, who as a result become capitalists. The loss of the conditions of labor by the workers is expressed in the fact that these conditions become independent as capital, or as things at the disposal of the capitalists. Thus, primitive accumulation, as I have already shown, means nothing but the separation of labor and the worker from the conditions of labor, which confront him as independent forces. The course of history shows that this separation is a factor in social development. Once capital exists, the capitalist mode of production itself evolves in such a way that it maintains and reproduces this separation on a constantly increasing scale until the historical reversal takes place. It is not the ownership of money which makes the capitalist a capitalist. For money to be transformed into capital, the prerequisites for capitalist production must exist, whose first historical presupposition is that separation. The separation, and therefore the existence of the means of labor as capital, is given in capitalist production. This separation, which constantly reproduces itself and expands, is the foundation of production. Accumulation by means of the reconversion of profit, or surplus product, into capital now becomes a continuous process, as a result of which the increased products of labor, which are at the same time its objective conditions of reproduction, continuously confront labor as capital, i.e. as forces personified in the capitalist, which are alienated from labor and dominate it. Consequently, it becomes a specific function of the capitalist to accumulate, that is, to reconvert a part of the surplus product into conditions of labor. And the stupid economist concludes from this that if this operation did not proceed in this contradictory specific way, it could not take place at all. Reproduction on an extended scale is inseparably connected, in his mind, with accumulation, the capitalist form of this reproduction. Accumulation merely presents as a continuous process what in primitive accumulation appears as a distinct historical process, as the process of the emergence of capital, and as a transition from one mode of production to another. The economists, caught as they are in the toils of the notions proper to the agents of the capitalist mode of production, advance a double quid pro quo, each side of which depends on the other. On the one hand, they transform capital from a relationship into a thing, a stock of commodities, already forgetting that commodities themselves are not things, which, insofar as they serve as conditions of production for new labor, are called capital, and with regard to their mode of reproduction, are called circulating capital. On the other hand, they transform things into capital. That is, they consider the social relationship which is represented in them and through them as an attribute which belongs to the thing as such, as soon as it enters as an element into the labor process or the technological process. On the one hand, the concentration in the hands of non-workers of raw materials and of the disposition over the means of subsistence, i.e. the powers dominating labor, the preliminary condition for the division of labor. Later on, the division of labor increases not only concentration, but also the amount available for concentration by increasing the productivity of labor. In other words, the preliminary accumulation of capital, as the condition for the division of labor, therefore means for them the augmentation or concentration, they do not differentiate between the two, of means of subsistence and means of labor. On the other hand, these necessaries and means of labor would not operate as objective conditions of production if these things did not possess the attribute of being capital, if the product of labor, the condition of labor, did not absorb labor itself, if past labor did not absorb living labor, and if these things did not belong to themselves, or by proxy to the capitalist, instead of to the worker. As if the division of labor was not just as possible if its conditions belonged to the associated workers, although historically it could not at first appear in this form, but can only achieve it as a result of capitalist production, and were regarded by the latter as their own products and the material elements of their own activity, which they are by their very nature. Furthermore, because in the capitalist mode of production, capital appropriates the surplus product of the worker, consequently, because it has appropriated the products of labor, and these now confront the worker in the form of capital, it is clear that the conversion of the surplus product into conditions of labor can only be initiated by the capitalist, and only in the form that he turns the products of labor, which he has appropriated without any equivalent, into means of production of new labor performed without receiving an equivalent. Consequently, the extension of reproduction appears as the transformation of profit into capital, and as a saving by the capitalist, who instead of consuming the surplus product which he has acquired gratis, converts it anew into a means of exploitation, but is able to do this only insofar as he converts the surplus product again into productive capital. This entails the conversion of surplus product into means of labor. As a result, the economists conclude that the surplus product cannot serve as an element of new production if it has not been transformed previously from the product of the worker into the property of his employer, in order to serve as capital once again and to repeat the old process of exploitation. The more inferior economists add to this the idea of hoarding and the accumulation of treasure. Even the better ones, Ricardo for example, transfer the notion of renunciation from the hoarder to the capitalist. The economists do not conceive capital as a relation. They cannot do so without at the same time conceiving it as historically transitory, i.e. a relative, not an absolute, form of production. Hodgkin himself does not share this concept. Insofar as it justifies capital, he does not justify its justification by the economists, but on the contrary refutes it. Thus, Hodgkin is not concerned in all this. As far as matters stood between him and the economists, the kind of polemic he had to wage seemed to be mapped out beforehand and quite simple. To put it simply, he had to vindicate the one aspect which the economists elaborate scientifically against the fetishistic conception they accept without thinking, naively and unconsciously, from the capitalist way of looking at things. The utilization of the products of previous labor, of labor in general, as materials, tools, and means of subsistence, is necessary if the worker wants to use his products for new production. This particular mode of consumption of his products is productive. But what on earth has this kind of utilization, this mode of consumption of his product, to do with the domination of his product over him, with its existence as capital, with the accumulation in the hands of individual capitalists of the right to dispose of raw materials and means of subsistence, and the exclusion of the workers from ownership of their products? What has it to do with the fact that, first of all, they have to hand over their products gratis to a third party in order to buy it back again with their own labor? And what is more, they have to give him more labor in exchange than is contained in the product, and thus have to create more surplus product for him. Past labor exists here in two forms. In one, as product, use value. The process of production requires that the workers consume one portion of this product as means of subsistence and use another portion as raw materials and instruments of labor. This applies also to the technological process and merely demonstrates the relations that have to exist in industrial production between the workers and the products of their own labor, their own products, in order to turn them into means of production. Or, past labor exists as value. This only shows that the value of their new product represents not only their present, but also their past labor, and that by increasing it they retain the old value because they increase it. The claim put forward by the capitalist has nothing to do with this process as such. It is true that he has appropriated the products of labor, of past labor, and that he therefore possesses a means for acquiring new products and living labor. This, however, is precisely the kind of procedure against which protests are made. The preliminary concentration and accumulation necessary for the division of labor must not take the form of accumulation of capital. It does not follow that because this concentration is necessary, the capitalist must inevitably have the disposal of the conditions of labor of today created by the labor of yesterday. If accumulation of capital is supposed to be nothing but accumulated labor, it by no means implies the accumulation of other people's labor has to take place. Hodgkin, however, does not follow this simple path, and at first this seems strange. In his polemic against the productivity of capital, to begin with, against circulating and then even more against fixed capital, he seems to oppose or to reject the importance of past labor, or of its product for the reproduction process as a condition of new labor. From this follows the importance of past labor embodied in products for labor as present energy. Why this change? Since the economists identify past labor with capital, past labor being understood in this case not only in the sense of concrete labor embodied in the product, but also in the sense of social labor, materialized labor time, it is understandable that they, the Pindars of capital, emphasize the objective elements of production and overestimate their importance as against the subjective element, living immediate labor. For them, labor only becomes efficacious when it becomes capital and confronts itself, the passive element confronting its active counterpart. The producer is therefore controlled by the product, the subject by the object, labor which is being embodied by labor embodied in an object, etc. In all these conceptions, past labor appears not merely as an objective factor of living labor subsumed by it, but vice versa, not as an element of the power of living labor, but as a power over this labor. The economists ascribe a false importance to the material factors of labor compared with labor itself, in order to have also a technological justification for the specific social form, i.e. the capitalist form, in which the relationship of labor to the conditions of labor is turned upside down, so that it is not the worker who makes use of the conditions of labor, but the conditions of labor which make use of the worker. It is for this reason that Hodgkin asserts, on the contrary, that this physical factor, that is, the entire material wealth, is quite unimportant compared with the living process of production, and that in fact this wealth has no value in itself, but only insofar as it is a factor in the living production process. In doing so, he underestimates somewhat the value which the labor of the past has for the labor of the present. But in opposing economic fetishism, this is quite all right. If in capitalist production, hence in political economy its theoretical expression, past labor were met with only as a pedestal, etc., created by labor itself, then such a controversial issue would not have arisen. It only exists because in the real life of capitalist production, as well as in its theory, materialized labor appears as a contradiction to itself, to living labor. In exactly the same way as in religious reasoning, the product of thought not only claims, but exercises domination over thought itself. The proposition, the effects attributed to a stock of commodities under the name of circulating capital are caused by coexisting labor, means first of all, the simultaneous coexistence of living labor brings about a large part of the effects which are attributed to the product of previous labor called circulating capital. For example, a part of circulating capital consists of the stock of means of subsistence which the capitalist is supposed to have stored up to support the laborer while working. The formation of a reserve stock is by no means a feature peculiar to capitalist production, although since, under it, production and consumption are greater than ever before, the amount of commodities on the market, the amount of commodities in the sphere of circulation, is likewise greater than ever before. Here, memories of hoarding, of accumulation of treasure by hoarders, are still discernible. The consumption fund must be disregarded first of all because we are speaking here of capital and of industrial production. What has reached the sphere of individual consumption, whether it is consumed more quickly or more slowly, has ceased to be capital. Do all the capitalists of Europe possess at this moment 1 week's food and clothing for all the laborers they employ? Let us first examine the question as to food. One portion of the food of the people is bread, which is never prepared till within a few hours of the time when it is eaten. The produce of the baker cannot be stored up. In no case can the material of bread, whether it exists as corn or as flour, be preserved without continual labor. His conviction that he will obtain bread when he requires it, and his master's conviction that the money he pays him will enable him to obtain it, arise simply from the fact that the bread has always been obtained when required. Another article of the laborer's food is milk, and milk is manufactured twice a day. If it be said that the cattle to supply it are already there, why the answer is they require constant attention and constant labor, and their food, through the greater part of the year, is of daily growth. The fields in which they pasture require the hand of man. The meat also. It cannot be stored up, for it begins instantly to deteriorate after it is brought to market. Because of moths, even of clothing, only a very small stock is ever prepared, compared to the general consumption. Mr. Mill says, and says justly, what is annually produced is annually consumed, so that in fact, to enable men to carry on all these operations which extend beyond a year, there cannot be any stock of commodities stored up. Those who undertake them must rely, therefore, not on any commodities already created, but that other men will labor and produce what they are to subsist on till their own products are completed. Thus, should the laborer admit that some accumulation of circulating capital is necessary for operations terminated within the year, it is plain that in all operations which extend beyond a year, the laborer does not, and he cannot, rely on accumulated capital. It is by the command the capitalist possesses over the labor of some men, not by his possessing a stock of commodities, that he is enabled to support and consequently employ other laborers. The only thing which can be said to be stored up, or previously prepared, is the skill of the laborer. All the effects usually attributed to accumulation of circulating capital are derived from the accumulation and storing up of skilled labor, and this most important operation is performed, as far as the great mass of the laborers is concerned, without any circulating capital whatever. The number of laborers must at all times depend on the quantity of circulating capital, or, as I should say, on the quantity of the products of coexisting labor, which laborers are allowed to consume. Circulating capital is created only for consumption, while fixed capital is made not to be consumed, but to aid the laborer in producing those things which are to be consumed. Thus, first of all, the success and productive power of every different species of labor is at all times more dependent on the coexisting productive labor of other men than on any accumulation of circulating capital, that is, of commodities already created. These already created commodities confront the products of coexisting labor. The part of capital which consists of instruments and materials of labor is, as commodities already created, always a precondition in each particular branch of production. It is impossible to spin cotton which has not yet been produced, to operate spindles which have yet to be manufactured, or to burn coal which has not yet been brought up from the mine. These always enter the production process as forms of existence of previous labor. Existing labor thus depends on antecedent labor, and not only on coexisting labor, although this antecedent labor, whether in the form of means of labor or materials of labor, can only be of any use, that is productive use, when it is in contact with living labor as a material element of it. Only as an element of industrial consumption, i.e. consumption by labor. But when considering circulation and the reproduction process, we have seen that it is only possible to reproduce the commodity after it is finished and converted into money, because simultaneously all its elements have been produced and reproduced by means of coexisting labor. A twofold regression takes place in production. Cotton, for example, advances from one phase of production to another. It is produced first of all as raw material, then it is subjected to a number of operations until it is fit to be exported, or if it is further worked up in the same country, it is handed over to a spinner. It then goes on from the spinner to the weaver, and from the weaver to the bleacher, dyer, finisher, and thence to various workshops where it is worked up for definite uses, i.e. articles of clothing, bed linen, etc. Finally, it leaves the last producer for the consumer and enters into individual consumption if it does not enter into industrial consumption as means, not material, of labor. But whether it is to be consumed industrially or individually, it has acquired its final form as use value. What emerges from one sphere of production as a product enters another as a condition of production, and in this way goes through many successive phases until it reaches its last finish as use value. Here, previous labor appears continually as the condition for existing labor. Simultaneously, however, While the product is advancing in this way from one phase to another, while it is undergoing this real metamorphosis, production is being carried on at every stage. While the weaver spins the yarn, the spinner is simultaneously spinning cotton, and fresh quantities of raw cotton are in the process of production. Since the continuous, constantly repeated process of production is at the same time a process of reproduction, it is therefore equally dependent on the coexisting labor which produces the various phases of the product simultaneously, while the product is passing through metamorphosis from one phase to another. Raw cotton, yarn, fabric are not only produced one after the other and from one another, but they are produced and reproduced simultaneously alongside one another. What appears as the effect of antecedent labor, if one considers the production process of the individual commodity, presents itself at the same time as the effect of coexisting labor, if one considers the reproduction process of the commodity. That is, if one considers this production process in its continuous motion, and in the entirety of its conditions, and not merely as an isolated action or a limited part of it. There exists not only a cycle comprising various phases, but all the phases of the commodity are simultaneously produced in the various spheres and branches of production. If the same peasant just plants flax, then spins it, then weaves it, these operations are performed in succession, but not simultaneously, as the mode of production based on the division of labor within society presupposes. No matter what phase of the production process of an individual commodity is considered, the antecedent labor only acquires significance as a result of the living labor which it provides with the necessary conditions of production. On the other hand, however, these conditions of production, without which living labor cannot realize itself, always appear as the result of antecedent labor. Thus, the cooperating labor of the contributing branches of labor always appear as a passive factor, and as such a passive factor, it is a precondition. The economists emphasize this aspect. In production and circulation, on the other hand, the mediating social labor, on which the production process of the commodity in each particular phase depends and by which it is determined, appears as present, coexisting, contemporaneous labor. The early forms of the commodity and its successive or completed forms are produced simultaneously. Unless this happened, it would not be possible, after it has undergone its real metamorphosis, to reconvert it from money into its conditions of existence. A commodity is thus the product of antecedent labor only insofar as it is the product of contemporaneous living labor. From the capitalist point of view, therefore, all material wealth appears only as a fleeting aspect of the flow of production as a whole, which includes the process of circulation. Subsection C. So-called accumulation as a mere phenomenon of circulation. Stock, etc., circulation reservoirs. Hodgkin examines only one of the constituent parts of circulating capital. One part of circulating capital is, however, continuously converted into fixed capital and auxiliary materials, and only the other part is converted into articles of consumption. Moreover, even that part of circulating capital which is ultimately transformed into commodities intended for individual consumption always exists alongside the final form in which it emerges from the finishing phase as an end product, simultaneously in the earlier phases of production in its rudimentary forms, as raw material or semi-manufactured goods removed in various degrees from the final form of the product, in which it cannot as yet enter into consumption. The problem Hodgkin is concerned with is, what is the relation of present labor performed by the worker for the capitalist to the labor embodied in his articles of consumption, the labor contained in those articles on which his wages are spent, which, in actual fact, are the use values of which variable capital consists? It is admitted that the worker cannot labor without finding these articles ready for consumption, and that is why the economists say that circulating capital, the previous labor, commodities already created which the capitalist has stored up, is the condition for labor, and amongst other things, also the condition for the division of labor. When the conditions of production, and especially circulating capital in Hodgkin's sense of the term, are being discussed, it is usual to declare that the capitalist must have accumulated the food which the worker has to consume before his new commodity is finished, while the commodity he produces is only in statu nascendi. This is shot through with the notion that the capitalist either gathers things like a hoarder or that he stores up a supply of food like the bees their honey. This, however, is merely a modus loquendi. First of all, we are not speaking here of the shopkeepers who sell means of subsistence. These must naturally have a full stock in trade. Their stores, shops, etc. are simply reservoirs in which the various commodities are stored up once they are ready for circulation. This kind of storing is merely an interim period in which the commodity remains until it leaves the sphere of circulation and enters that of consumption. It is its mode of existence as a commodity on the market. Strictly speaking, as a commodity, it exists only in this form. It does not affect the matter whether instead of being in the possession of the first seller, that is the producer, the commodity is in the possession of the third or fourth and finally passes into the possession of the seller who sells it to the real consumer. It merely means that in the intermediate stage, exchange of capital for capital is taking place. really of capital plus profit, for the producer sells not only the capital in the commodity, but also the profit made on the capital. And in the last stage, exchange of capital for revenue, provided the commodity is intended not for industrial but for individual consumption, as is assumed here. The commodity which is a finished use value and marketable enters the market as a commodity, in the phase of circulation. All commodities enter this phase when they undergo their first metamorphosis, the transformation into money. If this is called storing up, then it means nothing more than circulation, or the existence of commodities as commodities. This kind of storing is exactly the opposite of treasure hoarding, the aim of which is to retain commodities permanently in the form in which they are capable of entering into circulation, and it achieves this only by withdrawing commodities in the form of money from circulation. If production, and therefore also consumption, is varied and on a mass scale, then a greater quantity of the most diverse commodities will be found continually at this stopping place, at this intermediate station, in a word, in circulation, or on the market. Regarded from the standpoint of quantity, storing on a large scale in this context means nothing more than production and consumption on a large scale. The stop made by commodities, their sojourn at this state of the process, their presence on the market instead of in the mill or in a private house as articles of consumption, or in the shop or the store of the shopkeeper, is only a tiny fraction of time in their life process. The immobile, independent existence of this world of commodities, of things, is only illusory. The station is always full, but always full of different travelers. The same commodities of the same kind, are constantly produced anew in the sphere of production, available on the market and absorbed in consumption. Not the identical commodities, but commodities of the same type can always be found in these three stages simultaneously. If the intermediate stage is prolonged so that the commodities which emerge anew from the sphere of production find the market still occupied by the old ones, then it becomes overcrowded. A stoppage occurs, the market is glutted, the commodities decline in value, there is overproduction. Where, therefore, the intermediate stage of circulation acquires independent existence so that the flow of the stream is not merely slowed down, where the existence of the commodities in the circulation phase appears as storing up, then this is not brought about by a free act on the part of the producer. It is not the aim or an imminent aspect of production, any more than the flow of blood to the head leading to apoplexy is an imminent aspect of the circulation of blood. Capital as commodity capital, and this is the form in which it appears in the circulation phase on the market, must not become stationary. It must only constitute a pause in the movement. Otherwise, the reproduction process is interrupted, and the whole mechanism is thrown into confusion. This materialized wealth, which is concentrated at a few points, is and can only be very small in comparison to the continuous stream of production and consumption. Wealth, therefore, according to Smith, is the annual reproduction. It is not, that is to say, something out of the dim past. It is always something which emerges from yesterday. If, on the other hand, reproduction were to stagnate due to some disturbance or others, then the stores, etc., would soon empty. There would be shortages, and it would soon be evident that the permanency which the existing wealth appears to possess is only the permanency of its being replaced, of its reproduction, that it is a continuous materialization of social labor. The movement C to M to C also takes place in the transactions of the shopkeeper. Insofar as he makes a profit, it is a matter which does not concern us here. He sells goods and buys the same type of goods over again. He sells them to the consumer and buys them again from the producer. Here, the same type of commodity is converted perpetually into money and money back again continuously into the same commodity. This movement, however, simply represents continuous reproduction, continuous production and consumption, for reproduction includes consumption. The commodity must be sold, must reach the sphere of consumption in order that it can be reproduced. It must be accepted as a use value. For C to M for the seller is M to C for the buyer, that is, the conversion of money into a commodity as use value. The reproduction process, since it is a unity of circulation and production, includes consumption, which is itself an aspect of circulation. Consumption is itself both an aspect and a condition of the reproduction process. If one considers the process in its entirety, the shopkeeper in fact pays the producer of the commodities with the same sum of money as the consumer pays him when he buys from him. He represents the consumer in his dealings with the producer, and the producer in his dealings with the consumer. He is both seller and buyer of the same commodity. The money with which he pays is in fact considered from a purely formal standpoint the final metamorphosis of the consumer's commodity. The latter transforms his money into the commodity as a use value. The passing of the money into the shopkeeper's hands thus signifies the consumption of the commodity, or considered formally, the transition of the commodity from circulation into consumption. Insofar as he buys again from the producer with the money, this constitutes the first metamorphosis of the producer's commodity and signifies the transition of the commodity into the intermediate stage, where it remains as a commodity in the sphere of circulation. C to M to C insofar as it concerns the transformation of the commodity into the consumer's money, and the transformation back again of the money, whose owner is now the shopkeeper, into the same commodity, a commodity of the same kind, expresses merely the constant passing over of commodities into consumption, for the vacuum left by the commodity reaching the sphere of consumption must be filled by the commodity emerging from the production process and now entering this stage. The period during which the commodity stays in circulation and is replaced by new commodities naturally depends also on the length of time in which the commodities remain in the production sphere, that is, on the duration of their reproduction time, and varies in accordance with their different length. For example, the reproduction of corn requires a year. The corn harvested in the autumn, for example, of 1862, insofar as it is not used again for seed, must suffice for the whole coming year until autumn of 1863. It is thrown all at once into circulation. It is already in circulation when it is placed in the farmers' granaries, and absorbed in the various reservoirs of circulation, storehouses, corn merchants, millers, etc. These reservoirs serve as channels both for the commodities issuing from production and those going to the consumer. As long as the commodities remain in one of them, they are commodities and are therefore on the market, in circulation. They are withdrawn only piecemeal, in small quantities, by the annual consumption. The replacement, the stream of new commodities which are to displace them, arrives only in the following year. Thus, the reservoirs are only depleted gradually, in the measure that their replacements move forward. If there is a surplus, and if the new harvest is above the average, then a stoppage takes place. The space which these particular commodities were to have occupied in the market is overstocked. In order to permit the whole quantity to find a place in the market, the price of the commodities is reduced, and this causes them to move again. If the total quantity of use values is too large, they accommodate themselves to the space they have to occupy by a reduction of their prices. If the quantity is too small, it is expanded by an increase of their prices. On the other hand, commodities which quickly deteriorate as use values remain only for a very short time in the reservoirs of circulation. The period of time during which they have to be converted into money and reproduced is prescribed by the nature of their use value, which, if it is not consumed daily or almost daily, is spoiled and consequently ceases to be a commodity. For exchange value, along with its basis, use value, disappears provided the disappearance of use value is not itself an act of production. In general, it is clear that although in absolute terms the quantity of the commodities which have been stored up in the reservoirs of circulation increases as a result of the development of industry, because production and consumption increase, this same quantity represents a decrease in comparison with the total annual production and consumption. The transition of commodities from circulation to consumption takes place more rapidly, and for the following reasons. The speed of reproduction increases, firstly, when the commodity passes rapidly through its various production phases, that is, when each production phase of the production process is reduced in length. This is due to the fact that the labor time necessary to produce the commodity in each one of its forms is reduced. This is a result, therefore, of the development of the division of labor, use of machinery, application of chemical processes, etc. The development of chemistry makes it possible to speed up the transition of commodities from one state of aggregation to another, their combination with other material which, for instance, occurs in dyeing, their separation from other substances as in bleaching. In short, both modifications in the form of the same substance, its state of aggregation, as well as changes to be brought about in the substance, are artificially accelerated quite apart from the fact that for vegetative and organic reproduction, plants, animals, etc., are supplied with cheaper substances, that is, substances which cost less labor time. Secondly, partly as a result of the combination of various branches of industry, that is, the establishment of centers of production for particular industrial branches, partly through the development of means of communication, the commodity proceeds rapidly from one phase to another. In other words, the interim period, the interval during which the commodity remains in the intermediate station between one production phase and another, is reduced. That is, the transition from one phase of production to another is shortened. Thirdly, this whole development, the shortening both of the various phases of the production process and of the transition from one phase to another, presupposes production on a large scale, mass production, and at the same time, production based on a large amount of constant capital, especially fixed capital. It requires, therefore, a continuous flow of production, but not in the sense in which we have earlier considered the flow, that is, not as the closing of and overlapping of the separate production phases, but in the sense that there are no deliberate breaks in production. These occur as long as work is done to order, as in the handicrafts, and continue even in manufacture properly so called, insofar as this has not been reshaped by large-scale industry. In modern industry, however, work is carried out on the scale allowed by the capital. This process does not wait on demand, but is a function of capital. Capital works on the same scale continuously, if one disregards accumulation or expansion, and constantly develops and extends the productive forces. Production is, therefore, not only rapid, so that the commodity quickly acquires the form in which it is suitable for circulation, but is continuous. production here appears only as constant reproduction, and at the same time it takes place on a mass scale. Thus, if the commodities remain in the circulation reservoirs for a long time, if they accumulate there, then they will soon glut them as a result of the speed with which the waves of production follow one another and the huge amounts of goods which they deposit continually in the reservoirs. It is in this sense that Courbet, for example, says the market is always overstocked. But the same circumstances which produce this speed and mass scale of reproduction likewise reduce the necessity for the accumulation of commodities in the reservoirs. In part, insofar as it is concerned with industrial consumption, this is already implied by the close succession of the production phases which the commodity itself or its ingredients have to undergo. If coal is produced daily on a mass scale and brought to the manufacturer's door by railways, steamships, etc., he does not need to have a stock of coal, or at most only a very small one. Or what amounts to the same thing, if a merchant acts as an intermediary, he only needs to keep a small amount of stock over and above the amount he sells daily, and which is daily delivered to him. The same applies to yarn, iron, etc. But apart from industrial consumption, in which the stock of commodities, that is, the stock of the ingredients of commodities, must decline in this way, the shopkeeper likewise enjoys the benefits of the speed of communications, first of all, and secondly, the certainty of a continuous and rapid renewal and delivery. Although his stock of commodities may grow in size, each element of it will remain in his reservoir in a state of transition for a shorter period of time. In relation to the total amount of commodities which he sells, that is, in relation to the scale of both production and consumption, the stock of commodities which he accumulates and keeps in store will be small. It is different in the less developed stages of production, where reproduction proceeds slowly, where therefore more commodities must remain in the circulation reservoirs. The means of transport are slow, the communications difficult, and as a consequence, the renewal of stock can be interrupted, and a great deal of time elapses as a result between the emptying and the refilling of the reservoir. That is, the renewal of the stock in hand. The position is then similar to that of products whose reproduction takes place yearly or half-yearly, in short, in more or less prolonged periods of time owing to the nature of their use values. For example, cotton is an illustration of how transport and communications affect the emptying of the reservoir. Since ships continually ply between Liverpool and the United States, speed of communications is one factor, continuity another, all the cotton supply is not shipped at once. It comes onto the market gradually. The producer likewise does not want to flood the market all at once. It lies at the docks in Liverpool, that is already in a kind of circulation reservoir, but not in such quantities, in relation to the total consumption of the article, as would be required if the ship from America arrived only once or twice a year, after a journey of 6 months. The cotton manufacturer in Manchester and other places stocks his warehouse roughly in accordance with his immediate consumption needs, since the electric telegraph and the railway make the transfer from Liverpool to Manchester possible at a moment's notice. Special filling of the reservoirs, insofar as this is not due to the overstocking of the market, which can happen much more easily in these circumstances than under archaically slow conditions, occurs only for speculative reasons, and merely in exceptional cases because of a real or suspected fall or rise of prices. Regarding this relative decline in stock, that is, the commodities which are in circulation, compared with the amount of production and consumption, see Laylor, The Economist. Courbet. Sismondi wrongly saw something lamentable in all this. On the other hand, there is indeed a continuous extension of the market, and in the degree that the interval of time decreases in which the commodity remains on the market, its flow in space increases. That is, the market expands spatially, and the periphery in relation to the center, the production sphere of the commodity, is circumscribed by a constantly extending radius. The fact that consumption lives from hand to mouth, changes its linen and its coat as rapidly as does its opinions, and does not wear the same coat 10 years running, etc., is connected with the speed of reproduction, or is another expression of it. To an increasing extent, consumption, even of articles where this is not demanded by the nature of their use value, takes place almost simultaneously with production, and becomes therefore more and more dependent on the present coexisting labor, since it is in fact exchange of coexisting labor. This takes place in the same degree in which past labor becomes an ever more important factor of production, even though this past itself is after all a very recent and only relative one. The following example demonstrates how closely the keeping of a stock is linked with deficiencies of production. As long as it is difficult to keep cattle throughout the winter, there is no fresh meat in winter. As soon as stock farming is able to overcome this difficulty, the stock previously made up of substitutes for fresh meat, pickled or smoked varieties, ceases of itself. The product only becomes a commodity where it enters into circulation. The production of goods as commodities, hence circulation, expands enormously as a result of capitalist production for the following reasons. 1. Production takes place on a large scale. The quantity, the large amounts produced, therefore, do not stand in any kind of quantitative relationship to the producer's needs of his own product. In fact, it is pure chance whether he consumes any, even a small part of his own product. He only consumes his own product on a mass scale, where he produces some of the ingredients of his own capital. On the other hand, in the earlier stages of economic development, only those products which exceed the amount required by the producer himself become commodities, or at any rate, this is mainly the case. 2. The narrow range of goods produced stands in inverse ratio to the increased variety of needs. This is due to previously combined branches of production becoming increasingly separated and independent. In short, to increasing division of labor within society. A contributing factor is the establishment of new branches of production and the increasing variety of commodities produced. This increased variety and differentiation of commodities arises in two ways. The different phases of one and the same product, as well as the auxiliary operations, that is, the labor connected with various constituent parts, etc., are separated and become different branches of production, independent of one another, or various phases of one product become different commodities. But secondly, owing to labor and capital, or labor and surplus product, becoming free. On the other hand, to the discovery of new practical applications of the same use value, either because new needs arise as a result of the modification of number one, for example, the need for more rapid and universal means of transport and communication, arising with the application of steam in industry, and therefore new means of satisfying them, or new possibilities of utilizing the same use value are discovered, or new substances or new methods, plastic galvanization, for instance, for treating well-known substance in different ways. All this amounts to the following. Successive phases or states of one product are converted into separate commodities. New products or new values in use are created and become commodities. 3. Transformation of the majority of the population who formerly consumed a mass of products in natural form into wage workers. 4. Transformation of the tenant farmer into an industrial capitalist, and with it the conversion of rent into money rent, and generally all payments in kind, taxes, rent, etc., into money payments. In general, industrial exploitation of the land, with the result that it is no longer confined to its own muck heap as previously, but that both its chemical and mechanical conditions of production, even seeds, fertilizers, cattle, etc., are subjected to the process of exchange. 5. Mobilization of a mass of previously inalienable possessions by conversion into commodities, and the creation of forms of property which only exist in negotiable papers. On the one hand, alienation of landed property, the lack of property of the masses causes them, for example, to regard the dwelling in which they live as a commodity. On the other hand, railway shares, in short, all kinds of shares. Subsection D. Hodgkin's polemic against the conception that the capitalists store up means of subsistence for the workers. His failure to understand the real causes of the fetishism of capital. Back again to Hodgkin now. It is obvious that by storing up means of subsistence for the workers by the capitalists, one cannot understand that commodities which are passing from production into consumption are in the circulation reservoirs, in the circulation system, on the market. This would mean that the products circulate for the benefit of the worker and become commodities for his sake, and that in general the production of products as commodities is undertaken for his sake. The worker shares with every other commodity owner the need to transform the commodity he sells, which in actual fact, though not in form, is his labor, at first into money in order to convert the money back again into commodities which he can consume. It is perfectly obvious that no division of labor, insofar as it is based on commodity production, no wage labor, and in general no capitalist production can take place without commodities, whether they be means of consumption or means of production, being available on the market. That this kind of production is impossible without commodity circulation, without the commodity spending a period of time in the circulation reservoir. For the product is a commodity in the strict sense of the word only within the framework of circulation. It is as true for the worker as for anybody else that he must find his means of subsistence in the form of commodities. The worker, moreover, does not confront the shopkeeper as a worker confronts a capitalist, but as money confronts the commodity, as a buyer faces a seller. There is no relationship of wage labor to capital here, except of course where the shopkeeper is dealing with his own workers. But even they, insofar as they buy things from him, do not confront him as workers. They confront him as workers only insofar as he buys from them. Let us therefore leave this circulation agent. But as far as the industrial capitalist is concerned, his stock, his accumulation consists of, first, his fixed capital, i.e. buildings, machinery, etc., which the worker does not consume, or insofar as he does consume them, does so through labor, and thus consumes them industrially for the capitalist, and although they are means of labor, they are not means of subsistence for him. Secondly, his raw materials and auxiliary materials, the stock of which, insofar as it does not enter directly into production, declines, as we have seen. This likewise does not consist of means of subsistence for the workers. This accumulation by the capitalist for the workers means nothing more than that he does the worker the favor of depriving the latter of his conditions of labor and converting the means of his labor, which are themselves merely the transformed product of his labor, into means for the exploitation of labor. In any case, the worker, while he uses the machine and the raw materials, does not live on them. Thirdly, the commodities, which he keeps in the storehouse or warehouse before they enter into circulation. These are products of labor, not means of subsistence stored in order to maintain labor during the course of production. Thus, the accumulation of means of subsistence by the capitalist for the worker means merely that he must possess enough money in order to pay wages, with which the worker withdraws the articles of consumption he needs from the circulation reservoir, and if we consider the working class as a whole, with which he buys back part of his own product. This money, however, is simply the transformed form of the commodity which the worker has sold and handed over. In this sense, the means of subsistence are stored up for him in the same way as they are stored up for his capitalist, who likewise buys consumption goods, etc., with money, the transformed form of the same commodity. This money may be a mere token of value. It therefore does not have to be a representation of previous labor, but in the hands of whoever possesses it, simply expresses the realized price not of past labor or previously sold commodities, but of the contemporaneous labor or commodities which he sells. Money has merely a formal existence. Or, since in previous modes of production, the worker also had to eat and consume during the course of production, irrespective of the period of time required for the production of his product, storing up may mean that the worker must first of all transform the product of his labor into the product of the capitalist, into capital, in order to receive back a portion of it in the form of money in lieu of payment. What interests Hodgkin about this whole process, with regard to the process as such, it is indeed a matter of indifference whether the worker receives the product of contemporaneous or previous labor, just as it does not matter whether he receives the product of his own previous labor or the product of labor performed simultaneously in a different branch, is this. A great part, or the greatest part of the products consumed daily by the worker, which he must consume, whether his own product is finished or not, represent by no means stored up labor of bygone time. On the contrary, he uses, to a large extent, products of labor performed the same day or during the same week in which the worker produces his own commodity. For example, bread, meat, beer, milk, newspapers, etc. Hodgkin could also have added that they are partly the products of future labor, for the worker who buys an overcoat with what he has saved out of 6 months' wages buys one which has only been made at the end of the 6 months, etc. We have seen that the whole of production presupposes simultaneous reproduction of the required constituent parts and products in their different forms as raw materials, semi-manufactured goods, etc. But all fixed capital presupposes future labor for its reproduction and for the reproduction of its equivalent, without which it cannot be reproduced. Hodgkin says that during the course of the year, the worker must rely to some degree on previous labor because of the nature of corn, vegetable raw materials, etc. This does not apply to a house, for example. As regards use values, which by their nature only wear out slowly, are not consumed at once, but gradually used up, it is not due to any action specially devised for the benefit of the workers that these products of previous labor are available on the market. The worker also used to have a dwelling before the capitalist piled up deadly stinkholes for him. See Lang on this. Apart from the enormous mass of day-to-day needs, which are of decisive importance especially to the worker, who, at best, can only satisfy his everyday needs, we have seen that in general, consumption becomes more and more contemporaneous with production, and therefore if one considers society as a whole, consumption depends more and more on simultaneous production, or rather on the products of simultaneous production. But when operations extend over several years, the worker must depend on his own production, on the simultaneous and future producers of other commodities. The worker always has to find his means of subsistence in the form of commodities on the market. The services he buys are ipso facto only brought into being at the moment they are bought. As far as he is concerned, they must therefore be the products of antecedent labor, that is, of labor which is antecedent to their existence as products, but which is by no means antecedent to his own labor with whose price he buys these products. They can be, and mostly are, contemporaneous products, especially for those who live from hand to mouth. Taking it all in all, the storing up of means of subsistence for the workers by the capitalist comes to this. 1. Commodity production presupposes that articles of consumption which one does not produce oneself are available on the market as commodities, or that in general, commodities are produced as commodities. 2. The majority of the commodities consumed by the worker, in the final form in which they confront him as commodities, are in fact products of simultaneous labor. They are therefore by no means stored up by the capitalist. 3. In capitalist production, the means of labor and the means of subsistence produced by the worker himself confront him as capital. The one is constant, the other is variable capital. These, the worker's conditions of production, appear as the property of the capitalist. Their transfer from the worker to the capitalist, and the partial return of the worker's product to the worker, or of the value of his product to the worker, is called the storing up of circulating capital for the worker. These means of subsistence, which the worker must always consume before his product is finished, become circulating capital, because the worker, instead of buying them direct or paying for them with the value of either his past or of his future product, must first of all receive a draft on it. A draft, moreover, which the capitalist is entitled to issue only thanks to the worker's past, present, or future product. Hodgkin is concerned here with demonstrating the dependence of the worker on the coexisting labor of other workers as against his dependence on previous labor. Firstly, in order to do away with the phrase about storing up. Secondly, because present labor confronts capital, whereas the economists always consider previous labor as such to be capital, that is, an alienated and independent form of labor which is hostile to labor itself. To grasp the all-round significance of contemporaneous labor as against previous labor is, however, in itself a very important achievement. Hodgkin thus arrives at the following. Capital is either a mere name and pretext, or it does not express a thing. The social relation of the labor of one person to the coexisting labor of another, and the consequences, the effects of this relationship, are ascribed to the things which make up so-called circulating capital. Despite the fact that the commodity exists as money, its realization in use values depends on contemporaneous labor. The labor performed in the course of a year is itself contemporaneous labor. Only a small portion of the commodities entering into direct consumption are the product of more than 1 year's labor, and when they are, such as cattle, etc., they require renewed labor every year. All operations requiring more than a year depend on continuous annual production. It is by the command the capitalist possesses over the labor of some men, not by his possessing a stock of commodities, that he is enabled to support and consequently employ other laborers. Money, however, gives everyone command over the labor of some men, over the labor contained in their commodities, as well as over the reproduction of this labor, and to that extent, therefore, over labor itself. What is really stored up, not however as a dead mass, but as something living, is the skill of the worker, the level of development of labor. It is true, however, that the stage of development of the productivity of labor which exists at any particular time, and serves as the starting point, comprises not only the skill and capacity of the worker, but likewise the material means which this labor has created, and which it daily renews. Hodgkin does not emphasize this because, in opposing the crude views of the economists, it is important for him to lay the stress on the subject, so to speak, on the subjective in the subject, in contrast to the object. This is really the primary factor, the point of departure, and it is the result of a process of development. Accumulation, in this context, means assimilation, continual preservation, and at the same time, transformation of what has already been handed over and realized. In this way, Darwin makes accumulation through inheritance the driving principle in the formation of all organic things, of plants and animals. Thus, the various organisms themselves are formed as a result of accumulation, and are only inventions, gradually accumulated inventions of living beings. But this is not the only prerequisite of production. Such a prerequisite in the case of animals and plants is external nature, that is, both inorganic nature and their relationship with other animals and plants. Man, who produces in society, likewise faces an already modified nature, and in particular natural factors which have been transformed into means of his own activity, and definite relations existing between the producers. This accumulation is in part the result of the historical process, in part, as far as the individual worker is concerned, transmission of skill. Hodgkin says that as far as the majority of workers are concerned, circulating capital plays no part in this accumulation. He has demonstrated that the stock of commodities, means of subsistence, prepared, is always small in comparison with the total amount of consumption and production. On the other hand, the degree of skill of the existing population is always the precondition of production as a whole. It is therefore the principal accumulation of wealth and the most important result of antecedent labor. Its form of existence, however, is living labor itself. All the effects usually attributed to accumulation of circulating capital are derived from the accumulation and storing up of skilled labor. And this most important operation is performed, as far as the great mass of laborers is concerned, without any circulating capital whatever. With regard to the assertion of the economists that the number of workers, and therefore the well-being or poverty of the existing working population, depends on the amount of circulating capital available, Hodgkin comments correctly as follows. The number of laborers must at all times depend on the quantity of circulating capital, or as I should say, on the quantity of products of coexisting labor, which laborers are allowed to consume. What is attributed to circulating capital, to a stock of commodities, is the effect of coexisting labor. In other words, Hodgkin says that the effects of a certain social form of labor are ascribed to objects, to the products of labor. The relationship itself is imagined to exist in a material form. We have already seen that this is a characteristic of labor based on commodity production, on exchange value, and this quid pro quo is revealed in the commodity, in money. Hodgkin does not see this, and to a still higher degree in capital. The effects of things as materialized aspects of the labor process are attributed to them in capital, in their personification, their independence in respect of labor. They would cease to have these effects if they were to cease to confront labor in this alienated form. The capitalist, as capitalist, is simply the personification of capital, that creation of labor endowed with its own will and personality which stands in opposition to labor. Hodgkin regards this as a pure subjective illusion which conceals the deceit and the interests of the exploiting classes. He does not see that the way of looking at things arises out of the actual relationship itself. The latter is not an expression of the former, but vice versa. In the same way, English socialists say we need capital, but not the capitalists. But if one eliminates the capitalists, the means of production cease to be capital. The verbal observer, Bailey, and others remark that value express a property of things. In fact, the terms originally express nothing but the use value of things for people, those qualities which make them useful or agreeable, etc. to people. It is in the nature of things that value can have no other etymological origin. Use value expresses the natural relationship between things and men, in fact, the existence of things for men. Exchange value, as the result of the social development which created it, was later superimposed on the word value, which was synonymous with use value. Exchange value is the social existence of things. Hodgkin now turns to fixed capital. It is productive power which has been produced, and in its development in large-scale industry is an instrument which social labor has created. As far as fixed capital is concerned, all instruments and machines are the produce of labor. As long as they are merely the result of previous labor and are not applied to their respective uses by laborers, they do not repay the expense of making them. Most of them diminish in value from being kept. Fixed capital does not derive its utility from previous, but present labor, and does not bring its owner a profit because it has been stored up, but because it is a means of obtaining command over labor. Here at last, the nature of capital is understood correctly. After any instruments have been made, what do they effect? Nothing. On the contrary, they begin to rust or decay unless used or applied by labor. Whether an instrument shall be regarded as productive capital or not depends entirely on its being used or not by some productive laborer. One easily comprehends why the road maker should receive some of the benefits accruing only to the road user, but I do not comprehend why all these benefits should go to the road itself and be appropriated by a set of persons who neither make nor use it under the name of profit for their capital. Its vast utility does not depend on stored-up iron and wood, but on that practical and living knowledge of the powers of nature which enables some men to construct it and others to guide it. Without knowledge, the machines could not be invented. Without manual skill and dexterity, they could not be made, and without skill and labor, they could not be productively used. But there is nothing more than knowledge, skill, and labor requisite on which the capitalist can found a claim to any share of the produce. After man has inherited the knowledge of several generations, and when he lives congregated in great masses, he is enabled by his mental faculties to complete the work of nature. It is not the quantity, but the quality of the fixed capital on which the productive industry of a country depends. Fixed capital, as a means of nourishing and supporting men, depends for its efficiency altogether on the skill of the laborers, and consequently, the productive industry of a country, as far as the fixed capital is concerned, is in proportion to the knowledge and skill of the people.
Subsection E. Compound interest. Fall in the rate of profit based on this. A mere glance must satisfy every mind that simple profit does not decrease but increase in the progress of society. That is, the same quantity of labor, which at any former period produced 100 quarters of wheat and 100 steam engines, will now produce somewhat more. In fact, also, we find that a much greater number of persons now live in opulence on profit in this country than formerly. It is clear, however, that no labor, no productive power, no ingenuity, and no art can answer the overwhelming demands of compound interest. But all saving is made from the revenue, that is, from simple profit, of the capitalist, so that actually these demands are constantly made, and as constantly the productive power of labor refuses to satisfy them. A sort of balance is therefore constantly struck.
For example, if the profit were always accumulated, a capital of 100 at 10% would amount to something like 673, or since a little more or less makes no difference here, say 700, in 20 years. Thus, the capital will have multiplied itself sevenfold over a period of 20 years. According to this yardstick, if only simple interest were paid, it would have to be 30% per annum instead of 10%, that is 3 times as much profit. And the more we increase the number of years that elapse, the more the rate of interest or the rate of profit calculated at simple interest per annum will increase. And this increase is the more rapid the larger the capital becomes. In fact, however, capitalist accumulation is nothing but the reconversion of interest into capital, since interest and profit for our purpose, i.e. for the purpose of our calculation, are identical. Thus, it is compound interest. First, there is a capital of 100. It yields 10% profit, or interest. This is added to the capital, which is now 110. This now becomes the capital. The interest on this amount is therefore not simply interest on a capital of 100, but interest on 100 capital plus 10 interest. That is compound interest. Thus, at the end of the second year, we have 100 capital plus 10 interest plus 10 interest plus 1 interest equals 121. This is the capital at the beginning of the third year. In the third year, we get 100 capital plus 10 interest plus 11 interest plus 12 and 1/10 interest, so that at the end of it, the capital is 133 and 1/10, etc. In other words, more than half of the capital is made up of interest in the ninth year, and the portion of capital consisting of interest thus increases in geometrical progression. We have seen that over 20 years, capital increased sevenfold, whereas even according to the most extreme assumption of Malthus, the population can only double itself every 25 years. But let us assume that it doubles itself in 20 years, and therefore the working population as well. Taking one year with another, the interest would have to be 30%, 3 times greater than it is. If one assumes, however, that the rate of exploitation remained unchanged, in 20 years the doubled population would only be able to produce twice as much labor as it did previously, and the new generation would be unfit for work during a considerable part of these 20 years. Scarcely during half this period would it be able to work, in spite of the employment of children. It would therefore produce only twice as much surplus labor, but not 3 times as much. The rate of profit, and consequently the rate of interest, is determined, firstly, if the rate of exploitation is assumed to be constant, by the number of workers in employment, by the absolute mass of workers employed, that is, by the growth of the population. Although this number increases, its ratio to the total amount of capital employed declines with the accumulation of capital and with industrial development. Consequently, the rate of profit declines if the rate of exploitation remains the same. Likewise, the population does not by any means increase in the same geometrical progression as the computed compound interest. The growth of the population at a given stage of industrial development is the explanation for the increase in the amount of surplus value and of profit, but also for the fall in the rate of profit. Secondly, by the absolute length of the normal working day, that is, by increasing the rate of surplus value. Thus, the rate of profit can increase as a result of the extension of labor time beyond the normal working day. However, this has its physical and, by and large, its social limits. That in the same measure as workers set more capital in motion, the same capital commands more absolute labor time is out of the question. Thirdly, if the normal working day remains the same, surplus labor can be increased relatively by reducing the necessary labor time and reducing the prices of the necessaries which the worker consumes, in comparison with the development of the productive power of labor. But this very development of productive power reduces variable capital relative to constant. It is physically impossible that the surplus labor time of, say, 2 men who displace 20 can by any conceivable increase of the absolute or relative surplus labor time equal that of the 20. If each of the 20 men only work 2 hours of surplus labor a day, the total will be 40 hours of surplus labor, whereas the total lifespan of the 2 men only amounts to 48 hours in 1 day. The value of labor power does not fall in the same degree as the productivity of labor or of capital increases. This increase in productive power likewise increases the ratio between constant and variable capital in all branches of industry which do not produce necessaries, either directly or indirectly, without giving rise to any kind of alteration in the value of labor. The development of productive power is not even. It is in the nature of capitalist production that it develops industry more rapidly than agriculture. This is not due to the nature of the land, but to the fact that in order to be exploited really in accordance with its nature, land requires different social relations. Capitalist production turns towards the land only after its influence has exhausted it and after it has devastated its natural qualities. An additional factor is that as a consequence of land ownership, agricultural products are expensive compared with other commodities because they are sold at their value and are not reduced to their cost price. They form, however, the principal constituent of the necessaries. Furthermore, if 1/10 of the land is dearer to exploit than the other 9/10, these latter are likewise hit artificially by this relative barrenness as a result of the law of competition. the rate of profit would in fact have to grow if it is to remain constant while accumulation of capital is taking place. The same worker, as long as capital yields 10 of surplus labor, must, as soon as interest accumulates on interest and thus increases the capital employed, produce threefold, fourfold, fivefold in progression of compound interest, which is nonsense. The amount of capital which the worker sets in motion, and whose value is maintained and reproduced by his labor, is something quite different from the value which he adds, and therefore from the surplus value. If the amount of capital is 1,000, and the labor added equals 100, then the capital reproduced amounts to 1,100. If the capital is 100 and the labor added is 20, then the capital reproduced is 120. The rate of profit in the first case is 10%, and in the second it is 20%. Nevertheless, more can be accumulated from 100 than from 20. Thus, the flow of capital, or its accumulation, continues, apart from the reduction in its value as a result of the increase in productive power, in proportion to the force it already possesses, but not in proportion to the size of the rate of profit. This explains that accumulation, its amount, may increase in spite of a falling rate of profit, apart from the fact that while productivity rises, a larger portion of the revenue can be accumulated, even when the rate of profit declines, than when there is a higher rate of profit together with lower productivity. A high rate of profit, insofar as it is based on a high rate of surplus value, is possible if very long hours are worked, although the labor is unproductive. It is possible because the worker's needs, and therefore the minimum wage, are small, although the labor is unproductive. The lack of energy with which the labor is performed will correspond to the low level of the minimum wage. Capital is accumulated slowly in both cases despite the high rate of profit. The population is stagnant and the labor time which the product costs is high, although the wages received by the workers are small. I have explained the decline in the rate of profit, in spite of the fact that the rate of surplus value remains the same or even rises, by the decrease of the variable capital in relation to the constant, that is, of the living present labor in relation to the past labor which is employed and reproduced. Hodgkin, and the man who wrote The Source and Remedy of the National Difficulties, explain it by the fact that it is impossible for the worker to fulfill the demands of capital, which accumulates like compound interest. No labor, no productive power, no ingenuity, and no art can answer the overwhelming demands of compound interest. But all saving is made from the revenue of the capitalist, that is, from simple profit. So that actually, these demands are constantly made, and as constantly, the productive power of labor refuses to satisfy them. A sort of balance is therefore constantly struck. In its general sense, this amounts to the same thing. If I say that as capital accumulates, the rate of profit declines because constant capital increases in relation to variable capital, it means that disregarding the specific form of the different portions of capital, the capital employed increases in relation to the labor employed. The rate of profit falls not because the worker is exploited less, but because altogether less labor is employed in relation to the capital employed. For example, let us assume that the ratio of variable to constant capital is 1:1. Then, if the total capital amounts to 1,000, constant capital will be 500 and variable capital likewise 500. If the rate of surplus value is 50%, then 50% of 500 is 50 times 5, or 250. Thus, the rate of profit on 1,000 yields a profit of 250, or 250 over 1,000 being 25%. If the total capital is 1,000, and if constant capital equals 750 and variable capital 250, then at a rate of surplus value of 50%, 250 will yield 125. But 125 over 1,000 comes to 12.5%. But in comparison with the first case, less living labor is employed in the second case. If we assume that the annual wage of workers is £25, then in the first case, £500 wages will employ 20 workers. In the second case, £250 wages will employ 10 workers. The same capital, £1,000, employs 20 workers in one case and only 10 in the other. In the first case, the ratio of the total capital to the number of working days is as 1,000 to 20. In the second, as 1,000 to 10. In the first case, for each of the 20 workers, 50 pounds of capital, constant and variable, is used. In the second case, the capital employed per individual worker is 100 pounds. Nevertheless, in both cases, the capital which is allocated to wages is, pro rata, the same. The formula I have given provides new ground for explaining why, with accumulation, less workers are employed by the same amount of capital, or what amounts to the same thing, why a greater amount of capital has to be used for the same amount of labor. It comes to the same thing if I say that one worker is employed for a capital outlay of 50 in the one case and one worker for a capital outlay of 100 in the other, that therefore only half the number of workers is employed by a capital of 50. In other words, if I say that in one case there is one worker for 50 capital and only half a worker for 50 capital in the other, or if I say that in the one case 50 capital is used by one worker and in the other case 50 times 2 capital is used by one worker. This latter formula is the one used by Hodgkin and others, According to them, accumulation means in general the demand for compound interest. In other words, that more capital is expended on one worker, and that he has therefore to produce more surplus labor proportionally to the amount of capital expended on him. Since the capital expended on him increases at the same rate as compound interest, but on the other hand his labor time has very definite limits, which even relatively, no development of productive powers can reduce in accordance with the demands of this compound interest, a sort of balance is constantly struck. Simple profit remains the same, or rather it grows. This is in fact the surplus labor or surplus value. But as the result of the accumulation of capital, it is compound interest which is disguised in the form of simple interest. It is clear furthermore that if compound interest equals accumulation, then apart from the absolute limits of accumulation, the growth of this interest depends on the extent, the intensity, etc. of the accumulation process itself, that is, on the mode of production. Otherwise, compound interest is nothing but appropriation of the capital of others in the form of interest, as was the case in Rome and in general with usurers. Hodgskin's view is as follows. Originally, 50 pounds capital, for example, falls to the share of one worker, on which he produces, let us say, a profit of 25 pounds. Later, as a result of the conversion of a part of the interest into capital, and of the fact that this process repeats itself again and again, a capital of 200 pounds is allocated to the worker. If the entire interest of 50% received per annum was always capitalized, the process would be complete in less than 4 years. Just as the worker produced a profit of 25 on a capital of 50, he is now expected to produce a profit of 100 on a capital of 200, or 4 times as much. But that is impossible. To do that, either the worker would have to work 4 times as long, that is 48 hours a day if he worked 12 hours previously, or the value of labor would have to fall by 75% as a result of increased productivity of labor. If the working day is 12 hours, 25 pounds the annual wage, and the worker produces 25 pounds profit per annum, then he has to work as much for the capitalist as he does for himself, that is, for 6 hours or half the working day. In order to produce 100, he would have to work 4 times 6 hours for the capitalist in a 12-hour working day, which is nonsense. Let us assume that the working day is lengthened to 15 hours. Then the worker still cannot produce 24 hours work in 15 hours. And still less can he work for 30 hours, which is what would be necessary since he would have to work 24 hours for the capitalist and 6 for himself. If he worked the whole of his working time for the capitalist, he would be able to produce only 50 pounds. He would only double the amount of interest. That is, he would produce 50 profit on a capital of 200, whereas he produced 25 for 50 capital. The rate of profit is 50% in the second case and 25% in the first. But even this is impossible, since the worker must live, no matter how much productive power increases. If, as in the above example, the value of 12 hours is 75, then that of 24 hours adds up to 2 times 75, or 150. And since the worker must live, he can never produce 150 profit, still less 200. His surplus labor is always a part of his working day, from which it does not at all follow, as Mr. Robertus thinks, that profit can never reach 100%. It can never be 100% if it is calculated on the working day as a whole, for it is itself included in it. But it can most certainly be 100% in relation to that part of the working day which is paid for. Let us take the above example of 50%. Constant capital at 25, variable capital at 25, surplus value at 25. The rate of surplus value is 100% and the rate of profit is 50%. If the worker worked 3/4 of the day for the capitalist, then we have constant capital at 25, variable capital at 12.5, surplus value at 37.5, the rate of surplus value is 300%, and the rate of profit is 100%. The total capital is 37.5. Calculated on a capital of 100, constant capital is 66 2/3, variable capital is 33 1/3, surplus value is 100, the rate of surplus value is 300%, and the rate of profit is 100%. Let us examine this a little more closely and see what is implied by the view that the rate of profit falls because, in consequence of progressive accumulation, it does not constitute simple profit but compound profit, and that it is impossible for labor to keep pace with the demands of compound interest. Consequently, the rate of exploitation of the worker does not decline, but as Hodgkin says, increases. It has to be noted, first of all, that this has to be defined in more detail if it is to make any sense at all. Regarded as a product of accumulation, that is, of the appropriation of surplus labor, and this approach is necessary if one considers reproduction as a whole, all capital is made up of profit, or of interest if this word is considered to be synonymous with profit, and not with interest in the strict sense. If the rate of profit is 10%, then this is compound interest, compound profit, and it would be impossible to see how 10 to 100 could, in economic terms, differ from 11 to 110. So what emerges is that simple profit, too, is impossible, or at least that simple profit must also decline because, in fact, simple profit is made up in exactly the same way as compound profit. If one narrows the problem, that is, considers solely interest-bearing capital, then compound interest would swallow up profit and more than profit. And the fact that the producer, capitalist or not, has to pay the lender compound interest means that sooner or later, in addition to profit, he has to pay him part of his capital as well. Thus, it should be noted, first of all, that Hodgkin's view only has meaning if it is assumed that capital grows more rapidly than population, that is, than the working population. Even this latter is a relative growth. It is in the nature of capitalism to overwork one section of the working population while it turns another into paupers. If the population grows at the same rate as capital, then there is no reason whatsoever why I should not be able to extract from 8x workers with 800 pounds the same rate of surplus labor that I can extract from x workers with 100 pounds. 8 times 100 capital makes no greater demand on 8 times x workers than 100 capital on x workers. Thus, Hodgkin's argument becomes groundless. In reality, things turn out differently. Even if the population grows at the same rate as capital, capitalist development nevertheless results in one part of the population being made redundant, because constant capital develops at the expense of variable capital. Quote, "It is very material, with reference to labor, whether you distribute goods so as to induce a greater supply of labor or a less, whether you distribute them where they will be conditions for labor or where they will be opportunities for idleness. That increased supply of labor is promoted by the increased numbers of mankind. The not being able to command so much labor as before, too, is only important where that labor would produce no more than before. If labor has been rendered more productive, production will not be checked, though the existing mass of commodities should command less labor than before." This is directed against Malthus. True, production would not be checked, but the rate of profit would. These cynical propositions, stating that a mass of commodities commands labor, reflect the same cynicism which finds expression in Malthus's explanation of value. Command of the commodity over labor is very good and is absolutely characteristic of the nature of capital. The same author makes the following correct observation directed against West. The author of the essay observes that more will be given for labor when there is most increase of stock, and that will be when profits on stock are highest. The greater the profits of stock, he adds, the higher will be the wages of labor. The fault of this is that a word or two is left out. The greater have been the profits of stock, the higher will be the wages of labor. The high profits and the high wages are not simultaneous. They do not occur in the same bargain. The one counteracts the other and reduces it to a level. It might as well be argued the supply of a commodity is most rapid when the price is highest. Therefore, large supply and large price go together. It is a mixing up of cause and effect. Hodgkin's proposition, therefore, has meaning only if, as a result of the process of accumulation, more capital is set in motion by the same workers, or if the capital grows in relation to labor. That is, if, for example, the capital was 100 and becomes 110 by accumulation, and if the same worker who produced a surplus value of 10 is to produce a surplus value of 11, corresponding to the growth of capital, i.e. compound interest. So that it is not simply the same capital he set in motion previously, which after its reproduction is to yield the same profit, simple profit, but this capital has been increased by his surplus labor, so that he has to provide surplus labor for the original capital, or its value, and also for his own accumulated, capitalized surplus labor. And since this capital increases every year, the same worker would constantly have to furnish more labor. It is, however, only under the following conditions possible for more capital to be applied per worker. First, if the productive power of labor remains the same, then this is only possible if the worker prolongs his working time absolutely, i.e., for example, if he works 15 hours instead of 12, or if he works more intensively and performs 15 hours labor in 12 hours, does 5 hours labor in 4 hours, or 1 hour's labor in 4/5 of an hour. Since he reproduces his means of subsistence in a definite number of hours, then in this case, 3 hours of labor are won for the capitalist in the same way as if the productive power of labor had been increased, while in fact, it is labor which has been increased, not its productive power. If the intensification of labor were to become general, then the value of commodities would fall in proportion to the reduced labor time which they cost. The degree of intensity would become the average intensity of labor, its natural quality. If, however, this only occurs in particular spheres, then it amounts to more complex labor, simple labor raised to a higher power. Less than an hour of more intensive labor then counts as much and creates as much value as an hour of the more extensive labor. For example, in the above case, 4/5 of an hour produces as much as 5/5, or an hour. Both the extension of labor time and the increase of labor through its greater intensification, by means of the compression of the pores of labor as it were, have their limits, although the London bakers, for example, regularly work 17 hours a day, if not more. Very definite, physical limitations, and it is when encountering these that compound interest, composite profit, ceases. Within these limitations, the following applies. If the capitalist pays nothing for the extension or intensification of labor, then his surplus value, his profit as well, provided there is no change in the value of the constant capital, for we assume that the mode of production remains the same, and in accordance with this, his profit increases more rapidly than his capital. He pays no necessary labor for the capital which has been added. If he pays for the surplus labor at the same rate as previously, then the growth of the surplus value is proportionate to the increase in capital. The profit grows more rapidly, for there is a more rapid turnover of fixed capital, while the more intensive use of the machinery does not cause the wear and tear to increase at the same rate. There is a reduction of expenditure on fixed capital, for less machinery, workshops, etc. are required for 100 workers who work longer hours than for 200 workers employed simultaneously. Likewise, fewer overseers, etc. This gives rise to a most satisfactory situation for the capitalist, who is able to expand or contract his production without hindrance in accordance with the market conditions. In addition, his power grows, since that portion of labor which is overemployed has its counterpart in an unemployed or semi-employed reserve army, so that competition amongst the workers increases. Although there is, in this case, no change in the purely numerical ratio between necessary labor and surplus labor, this is, however, the only case where both can simultaneously increase in the same proportion, the exploitation of labor has nevertheless grown, both by means of an extension of the working day and by its intensification, condensation, provided the working day is not shortened at the same time, as with the 10 hours bill. The period for which the worker is fit to work is reduced and his labor power is exhausted in a much greater measure than his wages increase, and he becomes even more of a work machine. But disregarding the latter aspect, if he lives for 20 years working a normal working day, and only 15 years when his working day is extended and intensified, then he sells the value of his labor power in 15 years in the latter case and in 20 years in the former. In one case, it has to be replaced in 15 years, in the other in 20. A value of 100, which lasts for 20 years, is replaced if 5% is paid on it annually, for 5 times 20 is 100. A value of 100 which lasts 15 years is replaced if 6 2/3% is paid on it annually. But in the given case, the worker receives for 3 hours of additional labor only an amount equivalent to the daily value of his labor calculated over 20 years. Assuming that he works 8 hours necessary labor and 4 hours surplus labor, then he receives 2/3 of each hour, for 12 times 2 over 3 being 8. And in the same way, he receives 2 out of the 3 hours overtime that he works, or 2/3 of each hour. But this is only the value of his hourly labor power on the assumption that it will last for 20 years. If he uses it up in 15 years, its value per hour increases. Anticipation of the future, real anticipation, occurs in the production of wealth only in relation to the worker and to the land. The future can indeed be anticipated and ruined in both cases by premature overexertion and exhaustion, and by the disturbance of the balance between expenditure and income. In capitalist production, this happens to both the worker and the land. As far as so-called anticipation is concerned, in relation to the national debt, for example, Ravenstone marks with justice, "In pretending to stave off the expenses of the present hour to a future day, in pretending that you can burden posterity to supply the wants of the existing generation, they in reality assert the monstrous proposition that you can consume what does not yet exist, that you can feed on provisions before their seeds have been sown in the earth." All the wisdom of our statesmen will have ended in a great transfer of property from one class of persons to another, in creating an enormous fund for the reward of jobs and peculation. It is different in the case of the worker and the land. What is expended here exists as power, and the lifespan of this power is shortened as a result of accelerated expenditure. Finally, if the capitalist is forced to pay more for overtime than for normal working time, then according to the facts outlined above, this is by no means an increase in wages, but only compensation for the increased value of overtime. And in reality, overtime pay is rarely sufficient to cover this. In fact, in order to pay for the increased wear and tear of the labor power, when overtime is worked, a higher rate ought to be paid for every working hour, not merely for the additional hours. Thus, there is, in any case, an increased exploitation of labor. At the same time, as a result of the accumulation of capital, a reduction in surplus value takes place at all events, and also a decline in the rate of profit, insofar as this is not counteracted by saving on constant capital. This is therefore a situation where, in consequence of the accumulation of capital, of the appearance of compound profit, the rate of profit must decline. If on a capital of £300, the original amount, the rate of profit was 10%, that is, profit came to £30, and if for an additional £100 it is 6%, then profit is £36 for 400. Thus, on the whole, it is 9 for 100, and the rate of profit has fallen from 10% to 9%. But as has been stated, on this basis, if the productivity of labor remains the same, not only must the profit on additional capital fall, but at a certain point it must cease altogether. Thus, the whole accumulation based on this compound profit would be stopped. In this case, the decline in profit is linked with increased exploitation of labor, and the cessation of profit at a certain point is not due to the worker or someone else receiving the whole product of his labor, but to the fact that it is physically impossible to work over and above a certain amount of labor time or to increase the intensity of labor beyond a certain degree. Secondly, the only other case where with the number of workers remaining constant, more capital is applied per worker, and therefore the additional capital can be laid out and used for the increased exploitation of the same number of workers, occurs when the productivity of labor increases, i.e. the method of production is changed. This presupposes a change in the organic ratio between constant and variable capital. In other words, the increase in the capital in relation to labor is here identical with the increase of constant capital as compared with the variable capital, and in general with the amount of living labor employed. This is where Hodgkin's view merges with the general law which I have outlined. The surplus value, i.e. the exploitation of the worker, increases, but at the same time the rate of profit falls because the variable capital declines as against the constant capital, because in general the amount of living labor falls relatively in comparison with the amount of capital which sets it in motion. A larger portion of the annual product of labor is appropriated by the capitalist under the signboard of capital, and a smaller portion under the signboard of profit. Hence the fantasy of Reverend Thomas Chalmers to the effect that the smaller the amount of the annual product laid out by the capitalists as capital, the larger the profit they pocket. The established church then comes to their assistance and sees to it that a large part of the surplus product is consumed instead of being capitalized. The miserable priest confuses cause with effect. Moreover, with a smaller rate of profit, the amount of profit increases as the size of the capital laid out grows. In addition, the quantity of use value which this smaller proportion represents increases. At the same time, however, this leads to the centralization of capital, since the conditions of production now demand the application of capital on a mass scale. It brings about the swallowing up of the smaller capitalists by the bigger ones, and the decapitalization of the former. This is, once again, only in a different form, the separation of the conditions of labor from labor, for there is still a great deal of self-employment amongst the smaller capitalists. In general, the labor done by the capitalist stands in inverse proportion to the size of his capital, that is, to the degree in which he is a capitalist. This process would soon bring capitalist production to a head if it were not for the fact that alongside the centripetal forces, counteracting tendencies exist, which continuously exert a decentralizing influence. This need not be described here, for it belongs to the chapter dealing with the composition of capitals. It is this separation which constitutes the concept of capital and of primitive accumulation, which then appears as a continual process in the accumulation of capital and here finally takes the form of the centralization of already existing capitals in a few hands, and of many being divested of capital. The fact that the proportionally declining quantity of labor is not fully offset by increased productivity, or that the ratio of surplus labor to the capital expended does not increase at the same rate as the relative amount of labor employed declines, is due partly to the fact that the development of the productive power of labor reduces the value of labor, the necessary labor, only in certain capital investment spheres, and that even in these spheres it does not develop uniformly, and that factors exist which nullify this effect. For example, the workers themselves, although they cannot prevent reductions in real wages, will not permit them to be reduced to the absolute minimum. On the contrary, they achieve a certain quantitative participation in the general growth of wealth. But this growth of surplus labor too is relative, and is only possible within certain limits. In order to make this growth correspond to the demands of the compound interest, the necessary labor time in this case would have to be reduced to zero, in the same way as the surplus labor time had to be extended endlessly in the case considered previously. The rise and fall in the rate of profit, insofar as it is determined by the rise or fall of wages resulting from the conditions of demand and supply in the labor market, or caused by the temporary rise or fall in the prices of necessaries compared with those of luxuries as a result of the changes in demand and supply, and the rise or fall in wages to which this leads, has as little to do with the general law of the rise or fall in the profit rate as the rise or fall in the market prices of commodities has to do with the determination of value in general. This has to be analyzed in the chapter on the real movement of wages. If the conditions of demand and supply are favorable to the workers and wages rise, then it is possible, but by no means certain, that the prices of certain necessaries, especially food, will rise correspondingly for a time. The author of the Inquiry into Those Principles, etc., rightly remarks in this connection, in this case, there will be an increase of demand for necessaries in proportion to that for superfluities, as compared with what would have been the proportion between these two sorts of demand if he had exerted that command, i.e. the capitalist, his command over commodities, to procure things for his own consumption. Necessaries will thereby exchange for more of things in general, and in part at least, these necessaries will be food. He then correctly expresses the Ricardian view as follows. At all events then, the increased price of corn was not the original cause of that rise of wages which made profits fall, but on the contrary, the rise of wages was the cause of the increased price of corn at first, and the nature of land, yielding less and less proportional returns to increased tillage, made that part of the increase of price permanent, prevented a complete reaction from taking place through the principle of population. Hodgkin, and the author of The Source and Remedy, etc., since they explain the fall of profits by the impossibility of living labor to fulfill the demands of compound interest, and although they do not analyze this, are much nearer to the truth than Smith and Ricardo, who explain the fall of profits by the rise in wages, one of them by the rise in real and nominal wages, the other by the rise in nominal wages, with rather a decrease of real wages. Hodgkin and all the other proletarian opponents have enough common sense to emphasize the fact that the proportional number of those who live on profit has increased with the development of capital. Subsection F. Hodgkin on the social character of labor and on the relation of capital to labor. Now a few concluding passages from Hodgkin's Labor Defended, etc. The treatment of the exchange value of the product, hence of the labor embodied in the commodity, as social labor. Almost every product of art and skill is the result of joint and combined labor. This is the result of capitalist production. So dependent is man on man, and so much does this dependence increase as society advances, that hardly any labor of any single individual is of the least value but as forming part of the great social task. This passage has to be quoted, and in doing so it is necessary to emphasize that it is only on the basis of capitalism that commodity production, or the production of products as commodities, becomes all-embracing and affects the nature of the products themselves. Wherever the division of labor is introduced, the judgment of other men intervenes before the laborer can realize his earnings, and there is no longer anything which we can call natural reward of individual labor. Each laborer produces only some part of a whole, and each part having no value or utility of itself, there is nothing on which the laborer can seize and say, "This is my product, this I will keep to myself." Between the commencement of any joint operation, such as that of making cloth, and the division of its product among the different persons whose combined exertions have produced it, the judgment of men must intervene several times, and the question is, how much of this joint product should go to each of the individuals whose united labor produced it? I know no way of deciding this but by leaving it to be settled by the unfettered judgments of the laborers themselves. I must add that it is doubtful whether one species of labor is more valuable than another. Certainly, it is not more necessary. Finally, Hodgkin writes about the relation of capital and labor. Masters are laborers as well as their journeymen. In this character, their interest is precisely the same as that of their men. But they are also either capitalists or the agents of the capitalist, and in this respect, their interest is decidedly opposed to the interest of their workmen. The widespread of education among the journeyman mechanics of this country diminishes daily the value of the labor and the skill of almost all masters and employers by increasing the number of persons who possess their peculiar knowledge. But put the capitalist, the oppressive middleman, out of view, then it is plain that capital, or the power to employ labor, and coexisting labor are one, and productive capital and skilled labor are also one. Consequently, capital and a laboring population are precisely synonymous. In the system of nature, mouths are united with hands and with intelligence. The capitalist mode of production disappears with the form of alienation which the various aspects of social labor bear to one another, and which is represented in capital. This is the conclusion arrived at by Hodgkin. The primitive accumulation of capital includes the centralization of the conditions of labor. It means that the conditions of labor acquire an independent existence in relation to the worker and to labor itself. This historical act is the historical genesis of capital, the historical process of separation which transforms the conditions of labor into capital, and labor into wage labor. This provides the basis for capitalist production. Accumulation of capital on the basis of capital itself, and therefore also on the basis of the relationship of capital and wage labor, reproduces the separation and the independent existence of material wealth as against labor on an ever-increasing scale. Concentration of capital. Accumulation of large amounts of capital by the destruction of the smaller capitals. Attraction. Decapitalization of the intermediate links between capital and labor. This is only the last degree in the final form of the process, which transforms the conditions of labor into capital, then reproduces capital and the separate capitals on a larger scale, and finally separates from their owners the various capitals which have come into existence at many points of society, and centralizes them in the hands of big capitalists. It is in this extreme form of the contradiction and conflict that production, even though in alienated form, is transformed into social production. There is social labor, and in the real labor process, the instruments of production are used in common. As functionaries of the process which at the same time accelerates this social production, and thereby also the development of the productive forces, the capitalists become superfluous in the measure that they, on behalf of society, enjoy the usufruct, and that they become overbearing as owners of this social wealth and commanders of social labor. Their position is similar to that of the feudal lords, whose exactions, in the measure that their services became superfluous with rise of bourgeois society, became mere outdated and inappropriate privileges, and who therefore rushed headlong to destruction. Subsection G. Hodgkin's basic propositions, as formulated in his book, Popular Political Economy. Easy labor is only transmitted skill, but as all the advantages derived from the division of labor naturally center in and belong to the laborers, if they are deprived of them, and in the progress of society those are only enriched by the improved skill who never labor, this must arise from unjust appropriation, from usurpation and plunder in the party enriched, and from consenting submission in the party impoverished. The laborers, to be sure, multiply too rapidly when that multiplication is only compared with the want of the capitalist for their services. Mr. Malthus points out the effects which an increase in the number of laborers has in lessening the share which each one receives of the annual produce, the portion of that distributed amongst them being a definite and determinate quantity, not regulated in any degree by what they annually create. Labor is the exclusive standard of value, but labor, the creator of all wealth, is not a commodity. Regarding the influence of money on the expansion of wealth, Hodgkin remarks correctly, "As a man can dispose of small portions of produce that is corruptible for what is incorruptible, he is under no temptation to throw it away, and thus the use of money adds to wealth by preventing waste." The chief advantage of retail trade derives from the fact that the quantity in which commodities are best produced is not that in which they are best distributed. Both the theory relative to capital and the practice of stopping labor at that point where it can produce, in addition to the subsistence of the laborer, a profit for the capitalist seem opposed to the natural laws which regulate production. With regard to the accumulation of capital, Hodgkin advances roughly the same ideas as those contained in his first book. Nevertheless, for the sake of completeness, we will reproduce the main passages. Taking only fixed capital into consideration, the subject most favorable to the idea of capital aiding production, for this purpose, we may distinguish three classes of circumstances under which the effects of an accumulation of capital will be very different. First, if it is made and used by the same persons, every accumulation in his possession of the instruments he makes and uses facilitates his labor. The limit to such an accumulation is the power of the laborers to make and use the instruments in question. Second, if it be made and used by different persons, who share between them in just proportion the produce of their combined labor, capital may be made by one laborer and used by another. Both may divide the commodity in proportion as each has contributed by his labor to produce it. I should rather express this fact, however, by saying that a part of the society employed in making instruments, while another part uses them, is a branch of division of labor which aids productive power and adds to the general wealth. As long as the produce of the two classes of laborers be divided between them, the accumulation or increase of such instruments as they can make and use is as beneficial as if they were made and used by one person. Third, if it be owned by a class of persons who neither make nor use it, the capitalist, being the mere owner of the instruments, is not as such a laborer. He in no manner assists production. In other words, production is assisted by the instrument, but not by the title which A holds to the instrument, i.e. not by the circumstance that the instrument is owned by a non-laborer. He acquires possession of the produce of one laborer which he makes over to another, either for a time, as is the case with most kinds of fixed capital, or forever, as is the case with wages, whenever he thinks it can be used or consumed for his advantage. He never does allow the produce of one laborer, when it comes into his possession, to be either used or consumed by another unless it is for his benefit. He employs or lends his property to shore the produce, or natural revenue, of laborers, and every accumulation of such property in his hands is a mere extension of his power over the produce of labor, and retards the progress of national wealth. This is at present the case. When the capitalist, being the owner of all the produce, will allow laborers neither to make nor use instruments unless he obtains a profit over and above the subsistence of the laborer, it is plain that bounds are set to productive labor much within what nature prescribes. In proportion as capital in the hands of a third party is accumulated, so the whole amount of profit required by the capitalist increases, and so there arises an artificial check to production and population. In the present state of society, the laborers being in no case owners of capital, every accumulation of it adds to the amount of profit demanded from them, and extinguishes all that labor which would only procure the laborer his comfortable subsistence. when it is admitted that labor produces all things, even capital, it is nonsense to attribute productive power to the instruments labor makes and uses. Wages do not, like instruments, facilitate production. Labor, not capital, pays all wages. The greater part of the advances of the capitalists consists of such promises. The invention and employment of paper money had done nothing else but show the incorrectness of the notion that capital is something saved. As long as the capitalist, to realize his wealth or command over other people's labor, was obliged to have in his possession an actual accumulation of the precious metals or of commodities, we might have continued to suppose that accumulation of capital was the result of an actual saving and that it depended on the progress of society. But when paper money and parchment securities were invented, when the possessor of nothing but such a piece of parchment received an annual revenue in pieces of paper with which he obtained whatever was necessary for his own use and consumption, and not giving away all the pieces of paper, was richer at the end of the year than at the beginning, or was entitled next year to receive a still greater number of pieces of paper, obtaining a still greater command over the produce of labor, it became evident that capital was not anything saved, and that the individual capitalist did not grow rich by an actual and material saving, but by doing something which enabled him to obtain more of the produce of other men's labor. The master manufacturer has either money or paper with which he pays wages. Those wages his laborer exchanges for the produce of other laborers, who will not keep the wages, whether money or paper, and that is returned to the manufacturer, who gives in exchange for it the cloth which his own laborers have made. With it he again pays wages, and the money or paper again goes the same round. It ascribes to the capitalist's property, merely whether he employs it to pay wages or whether it consists in useful instruments, all that vast assistance which knowledge and skill, when realized in machinery, give to labor. The united labors of the miner, the smelter, the smith, the engineer, the stoker, and of numberless other persons, and not the lifeless machines, perform whatever is done by steam engines. By the common mode of speaking, the productive power of this skill is attributed to its visible products, the instruments, the mere owners of which, who neither make nor use them, imagine themselves to be very productive persons. As their numbers are increased, both increased production and consumption take place, which is all that is ever meant by the terms accumulation or increase of national wealth. Subsection H. Hodgkin on the power of capital and on the upheaval in the right of property. At present, all the wealth of society goes first into the possession of the capitalist, and even most of the land has been purchased by him. He pays the landowner his rent, the laborer his wages, the tax and tithe gatherer their claims, and keeps a large, indeed the largest and continually augmenting share of the annual produce of labor for himself. The capitalist may now be said to be the first owner of all the wealth of the community, though no law has conferred on him the right to this property. This change has been effected by the taking of interest on capital and by the process of compound interest, and it is not a little curious that all the lawgivers of Europe endeavored to prevent this by statutes, viz., statutes against usury. The power of the capitalist over all the wealth of the country is a complete change in the right of property, and by what law or series of laws was it effected? Section 4. Bray as an opponent of the economists. J.F. Bray, Labor's Wrongs and Labor's Remedy, etc., published in Leeds in 1839. Since human existence is determined by labor, and labor presupposes instruments of labor, quote, the great field for all exertion and the raw material of all wealth, the earth, is the common property of all its inhabitants. Life is dependent upon food, food upon labor. Those dependencies are absolute. Therefore, if labor be evaded by any human being, it can be thus evaded by individuals only on the condition of increased labor by the mass. All the wrongs and the woes which man has ever committed or endured may be traced to the assumption of a right in the soil by certain individuals and classes to the exclusion of other individuals and classes. The next step which man has ever taken, after having claimed property in land, has been to claim property in man. Bray declares that his purpose is fighting them, the economists, upon their own ground and with their own weapons, in order to prove that poverty need not be the lot of the workers under every social system. Before the conclusions arrived at by such a course of proceeding can be overthrown, the economists must unsay or disprove those established truths and principles on which their arguments are founded. According to the economists, the production of wealth requires firstly, labor, secondly, accumulation of previous labor, or capital, and thirdly, exchange. These are, according to the economists themselves, the universal conditions of production. They are applied to society at large, and from their nature cannot exempt any individual or any class from their operation. The ban, thou shalt labor, rests alike on all created beings. Man can only escape this law, and from its nature it can be evaded by one man only at the expense of another. From the very nature of labor and exchange, strict justice not only requires, in this context, Bray refers to the economic definitions of the exchange value of commodities, that all exchangers should be mutually, but that they should likewise be equally benefited. If a just system of exchanges were acted upon, the value of all articles would be determined by the entire cost of production, and equal values should always exchange for equal values. The workmen have given the capitalist the labor of a whole year in exchange for the value of only half a year, and from this has arisen the inequality of wealth and power which at present exists around us. It is an inevitable condition of inequality of exchanges, of buying at one price and selling at another, that capitalists shall continue to be capitalists, and working men be working men, the one a class of tyrants and the other a class of slaves, to eternity. By the present system, exchanges are not only not mutually beneficial to all parties, as the political economists have asserted, but it is plain that there is, in most transactions between the capitalist and the producer, no exchange whatever. What is it that the capitalist, whether he be manufacturer or banded proprietor, gives for the labor of the working man? The capitalist gives no labor, for he does not work. He gives no capital, for his store of wealth is being perpetually augmented. The capitalist cannot make an exchange with anything that belongs to himself. The whole transaction, therefore, plainly skews that the capitalist and proprietors do no more than give the working man for his labor of 1 week a part of the wealth which they obtained from him the week before, which just amounts to giving him nothing for something. The wealth which the capitalist appears to give in exchange for the workman's labor was generated neither by the labor nor the riches of the capitalist, but it was originally obtained by the labor of the workman, and it is still daily taken from him by a fraudulent system of unequal exchanges. The whole transaction between the producer and the capitalist is a palpable deception, a mere farce. The law which says there shall be accumulation is only half fulfilled and is made to subserve the interests of a particular class to the detriment of all the rest of the community. Under the present social system, the whole of the working class are dependent upon the capitalist or employer for the means of labor, and where one class, by its position in society, is thus dependent upon another class for the means of labor, it is dependent likewise for the means of life. And this is a condition so contrary to the very intention of society, so revolting to reason, that it cannot for one moment be palliated or defended. It confers on man a power which ought to be vested in nothing mortal. Our daily experience teaches us that if we take a slice from a loaf, the slice never grows on again. The loaf is but an accumulation of slices, and the more we eat of it, the less will there remain to be eaten. Such is the case with the loaf of the working man, but that of the capitalist follows not this rule. His loaf continually increases instead of diminishing. With him, it is cut and come again forever. If exchanges were equal, would the wealth of the present capitalists gradually go from them to the working classes? Every shilling that the rich man spent would leave him a shilling less rich. Bray also shows in his work that it is impossible that any capitalist can have derived even £1,000 sterling from the actual hoarded labor of his working class progenitors. It follows from the teachings of the economists themselves that there can be no exchanges without accumulations, no accumulations without labor. Under the present system, every working man gives to an employer at least 6 days' labor for an equivalent worth only 4 or 5 days' labor. The gains of the last man are necessarily the losses of the first man. Thus, in whatever light the genesis of wealth is examined, whether as a gift, individual accumulation, exchange, inheritance, there is proof upon proof that there is a flaw in the rich man's title which takes away at once its very show of justice and its value. This wealth has all been derived from the bones and sinews of the working classes during successive ages, and it has been taken from them by the fraudulent and slavery-creating system of unequal exchanges. If a working man under the present system would become wealthy, he, instead of exchanging his own labor, must become a capitalist or exchanger of the labor of other people, and thus by plundering others in the same manner as he was plundered, through the medium of unequal exchanges, he will be enabled to acquire great gains from the small losses of other people. The political economists and capitalists have written and printed many books to impress upon the working man the fallacy that the gain of the capitalist is not the loss of the producer. We are told that labor cannot move one step without capital, that capital is as a shovel to the man who digs, that capital is just as necessary to production as labor itself is. This mutual dependency between capital and labor has nothing to do with the relative position of the capitalist and the working man, nor does it show that the former should be maintained by the latter. It is the capital, and not the capitalist, that is essential to the operations of the producer, and there is as much difference between the two as there is between the actual cargo and the bill of lading. From the relation which capital and labor bear to each other, it is evident that the more capital or accumulated produce there is in a country, the greater will be the facilities for production, and the less labor will it require to obtain a given result. Thus, the people of Great Britain, with the aid of their present vast accumulations of capital, their buildings, machinery, ships, canals, and railways, can produce more manufactured wealth in 1 week than their ancestors of 1,000 years since could have created in half a century. It is not our superior physical powers, but our capital, which enables us to do this. For wherever there is a deficiency of capital, production will progress slowly and laboriously, and vice versa. From these considerations, then, it is apparent that whatever is gained to capital is likewise gained to labor, that every increase of the former tends to diminish the toil of the latter, and that therefore every loss to capital must also be a loss to labor. This truth, though long since observed by the political economists, has never yet been fairly stated by them. In fact, the fellows argue in the following way. Accumulated products of labor, i.e. products not consumed, lighten labor and make it more productive. As a consequence, the fruits of this lightening, and so on, must go not to labor itself, but to accumulation. Consequently, it is not accumulation which must be the property of labor, but labor must be the property of accumulation. That is, it must be the property of its own products. Consequently, the worker must not accumulate for himself, but for someone else, and the accumulation must confront him as capital. For the economists, the material element of capital is so integrated with its social form as capital, with its antagonistic character as the product of labor dominating labor, that they cannot write a single sentence without contradicting themselves. They have even identified capital with one class of the community and labor with another class, although the two powers have naturally, and should have artificially, no such connection. The economists always attempt to make the prosperity, if not the very existence of the working man, dependent upon the condition of maintaining the capitalist in luxury and idleness. They would not have the working man to eat a meal unless he has produced two, one for himself and the other for his master, the latter receiving his portion indirectly by unequal exchanges. When the workman has produced a thing, it is his no longer. It belongs to the capitalist. It has been conveyed from one to the other by the unseen magic of unequal exchanges. Under the present social system, capital and labor, the shovel and the digger, are two separate and antagonistic powers. But even if all the land and the machinery and the houses did belong to the capitalists, and the working class were not in being, the former would not thereby be enabled to evade the great contradiction that there shall be labor. Their wealth would leave them in the choice only of working or starving. They cannot eat the land and the houses, and the land will not yield sustenance, nor the machinery make clothing without the application of human labor. Therefore, when the capitalists and proprietors say that the working class must support them, they likewise say in effect that the producers belong to them as well as the houses and lands do, that the working man was created only for the rich man's use. The producer receives, in exchange for what he gives to the capitalist, not the labor nor the produce of the labor of the capitalist, but work. Through the instrumentality of money, the working class are not only compelled to perform the labor which the preservation of existence naturally imposes upon them, but they are likewise saddled with the labor of other classes. It matters not whether the producers now receive gold or silver or other commodities from a non-producing class. It all amounts to this, that the working class performs their own labor and support themselves, and likewise perform the labor of the capitalist, and maintain him into the bargain. Whatever may be the nominal receipts which the producers receive from the capitalists, their actual receipts are the transfer of that labor which ought to be rendered by the capitalists. We will suppose the population of the United Kingdom to be 25 million of human beings. We may estimate the entire maintenance of the 25 millions of people to be worth, on the average, at least £15 per head annually. This gives £375 million as the yearly value of the maintenance of the whole people of the United Kingdom. We do not, however, employ ourselves merely in producing articles of subsistence, for our labor creates likewise many unconsumable articles. We every year add to our stock of accumulation, or capital, by increasing the number of our houses, ships, implements, machines, roads, and other assistants to further production, beside making good all wear and tear. Thus, although our subsistence may be worth but 375 million sterling a year, the total annual value of the wealth created by the people will not be less than 500 million sterling. We cannot calculate upon having above 1/4 of our population, or about 6 millions of men, that is, those between the ages of 14 and 50, as effective producers. Of this number, scarcely 5 millions can be said, under the present arrangements, to assist in production. Bray writes later on that only 4 millions are directly employed in actual production. For thousands of able-bodied men are compelled to stand idle while the work which they ought to do is being performed by women and children, and hundreds of thousands of men in Ireland can obtain no employment whatever. Thus, less than 5 millions of men, assisted by a few thousands of women and children, have to create produce for 25 millions. The present number of working men, if unassisted by machinery, could not support themselves and the present number of idlers and unprofitable laborers. The agricultural and manufacturing machinery of every kind which we bring to our aid in the business of productions has been computed to perform the labor of about 100 millions of effective men. This machinery and its application under the present system, which has generated the hundreds of thousands of idolaters and livers on profit who now press the working class into the earth. The present constitution of society has been fertilized by machinery, and by machinery will it be destroyed. The machinery itself is good, is indispensable. It is the application of it, the circumstance of its being possessed by individuals instead of by the nation, that is bad. The 5 millions of men, already enumerated as assisting in production, will include all who labor little or much. Some do not work 5 hours a day, while others toil on 15 hours. And when to this is added the time lost by the compulsory idleness of great numbers in times of depression in trade, it will be found that our annual production is created and distributed by less than 1/5 of the community, working on the average 10 hours a day. We suppose that the wealthy non-producers of every description, with their families and dependents, amount to only 2 millions of persons. Yet, this number alone would cost the working classes 230 million annually if their maintenance were averaged, like that of the latter, at 15 pounds per head. Therefore, upon the most moderate computation, their maintenance will cost not less than 50 pounds per head. This gives a total of 100 million pounds sterling as the annual cost of the mere drones of society, the utterly unproductive. Likewise, the double and quadruple allowance received by the various classes of small proprietors, manufacturers, and tradesmen in the shape of profit and interest. Upon the most moderate computation, the share of wealth enjoyed by this extensive portion of the community will amount to not less than 140 million pounds annually, above the average of what is received by an equal number of the best paid of the working class. Thus, along with their government, the two classes of idlers and livers on profit, comprising perhaps 1/4 of the entire population, absorb about 300 million pounds annually, or above 1/2 of the entire wealth produced. An average loss of above 50 pounds per head to every working man in the empire. This leaves no more than an average of 11 pounds per head per annum, to be divided amongst the remaining 3/4 of the nation. From calculations made in 1815, it appears that the annual income of the whole people of the United Kingdom amounted to about 430 million pounds, of which the working class received 99,742,547, and the rent, pension, and profit class 330,778,825. The whole property of the country was at the same time calculated to be worth nearby 3,000 millions of pounds sterling.